Chapter 1 Whose child are you carrying? Miss Lu due to your medical condition we cannot proceed with the abortion. After receiving the full diagnosis from the doctor, Lu Xiang stumbled out of the hospital. She fled into an abandoned outdoor amusement park. Weeds thrived amidst their ruins, and doubtful fun old cruise ship lay encrusted with moss. Desperate, Lu Xiang ran forward, ignoring the loss of her show as a step upon sharp stones, modand blood-and-stin lie staining her delicate feet. The sunlight bore down upon her with a fierce intensity, as if it sought to engulf her entirely, while her world remained shrouded in darkness. The footsteps pursuing her grew ever closer. Feeling her way all on wooden boards, Lu Xiang squeezed into the interior of the ship, curling up tight and clutching her trembling form. A whited whisper like concealed her but her red thighs, bruised and marked with scars, while her reyes were a covered by silk cloth. She was as fragile as a herring bean, devoid of support and on the verge of collapse. Where has that blind girl run off, Ito? Ion Gupple burst in, breathless and scanning their surroundings. Whopping, clinging to Feng Kea's arm, glanced down in disgust at the mud smeared on her high heels, grumbling, what a filthy place. Ho told out hello's track over? Feng Cheo frowned, surveying the vast, silent amusement park after a few seconds, have forced as Mylene called out, Jiang, darling, stop this nonsense and come out, will you, I'll take you home. This is a good thing, that's Boang, field est enough bo family, I feel have his child, well never have a tori about food and drink again, just list and come out, be careful of furbally, I promise I want the two again. At the sound oft hat familiar was, Lu Xiang felt to kill envelop her at a sparing coldness. At 15, her family had gone bankrupt, and soon after, at a devastating fire left their orphaned, in a single night, she lost their sight. Afterward, she was taken in with the loyal servant Feng Jinxing, living through a forfeit years. Last year, Feng Zhensen Feng Chao returned after completing his studies, treating her with kindness and persistently expressing his affections. Just when she thought she had found warmth after her trial son was ready to accept these advances, wolf in sheep's clothing revealed his true nature, incessantly inquiring about any hidden savings she might possess. Upon discovering that she had known, Feng Kao turned to violence, beating her mercilessly, and even flaunted his infidelity with whopping right before a hires. Their actions grew increasingly outrageous. Herr Certeto high-interest loans for gambling, and dupenlosing, planned to Ferrerto their creditors' repayment. In the gaudy, neon-lit nightclub, they encountered the high-roved Bo family, and instantly changed their minds, seeking a bigger prize, forcibly shoving her into Bowan's room. The room was suffused with an intoxicating, seductive atmosphere. But what was Bowan? He was the feared heir of Bo family in Jiangbei City, a figure so formidable that heaven's king of hell would steer clear of him. He took her, commanding his bodyguards to beat Feng Kao into whopping, however demanding money at the door, before leaving with an air of indifference. In the end, it was Lu Xiang who Beretha brunt off their wrath. She was beaten by Feng Kao for nearly a month before she could manage to get out of bed, and the sudanansa to vomiting gone the absence of her period made a whopping and Feng Kao realizes a mething guasimus, they were overjoyed to take her to the hospital. Lu Xiang understood their intentions the amid to exploit a child growing within your to blackmail Bo Wang. Now, her only option was to escape from these atwatamans. If she failed to flee today, a sublime girl, should bitterly trapped. The sound of footsteps crunching gondriles reached Lu Xiang Shaden sense of hearing the surena the steps off Feng Kao and the whopping hat they brought reinforcements. Shove it down in her hand, stifling Gani sound. The footsteps drew nearer, step by step. It felt like a countdown to her demise. Even the air felt suffocating. Suddenly the footstep jolted, and a cold wood ascent filled her nostrils, an overwhelming sense of confinement enveloping her. A slow, slight lickling voice descended from above her. Miss Lu, the childukari was it? Chapter 2 Don't touch me. That voice. It was him. In an instant, the absurdity of that night flooded back into Lu Xiang's mind. The closed room, the suffocating atmosphere, the clethestern sherds. Heller ked like a beast in the shadows, tearing at everyth in sight. Amidst the sheavy breathing, her world gradually crumbled, reduced toshes. As the semaria surged, Lu Xiang's faceturned palsha spun around, desperatitively, Butaman seized her wrist with a vis-like grip. Feng Kao and whopping were unaware at found. Lu Xiang was forcibly dragged into stretch limousine, collapsing onto the other seat sherrooms were pinned down on either side. Thun familiar surroundings made her uneasy, and the prolonged silence heightened her anxiety, nearly engulfing her into her. She dared not breathe, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Suddenly, one of her feet was grasped. Don't touch him. Lu Xiang could not suppress Sherlock gasp. Shoo. Bo Wang sat across from her, his gaze cast down as she toyed with her delicate foot. His voice was of tan magnetic, reminiscent of a lover's whisper. How unfortunate, Tobsort, it pains Medoseo like these. Her skin a spalious jade, and her dainty toes resembled priceless works of art. Yet the beauty was marred by dirt and blood. Lu Xiang felt as though her foot were being seared in a hot grill and she was powerless to escape. The butler Wenda stood silently outside the car, observing Thesson within. Boang Gopina de nearby medica kit with on a hand, carefully using a cotton swab to wipe the blood from her foot. His movements were gentle, his deep CTS focused, and the handsome face revealed no extraneous motion, as if he cared only for the food cradled in his palm. But one knew that the Zia unmaster was not to play thoroughly of a benevolent surveyor. Clearing his throat, headdress at the pale-faced Lu Jiang, Miss Lu, they believe were well aware of her purpose here, wished to inquire about the identity of Tifa Theroptical Duori carrying. At these words, Lu Xiang felt a flush of humiliation rise to her ears, her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to speak. Boang, as the very individual involved, should be more than aware thought the nightclub incident a month ago had been her first experience. Now a month later, with her pregnancy confirmed, his questioning implied that she had been promiscuous in Seth that night. Yet, whether she had been or not was irrelevant, the intent behind their inquiry was clear. As expected, Wanda continued in Appalate at cold tone, will be taking Miss Lu to private hospital on with both family for care. The children of both family cannot be born carelessly the notion of an illegitimate child is a hope, thus, regardless of whether the child was indeed Boang's, it could not be allowed to remain. Given this, was the previous question merely a means to humiliate her? Lu Xiang struggled to steady her breath, finally managing to peak an hoarse whisper, Mr. Bo, the events of that night were orchestrated before KO and the whopping I had no part in it, and never intended to exploit your formony. Boang remained focused on her food, his actions delicacies of hand linger sir, his brow unflinching, leaving her uncertain whether he had heard her plea. I do not wish to keep this child, but my body does no tallow for an abortion. Grant me and settle if it will even never return to a country. Nunu will avir no that the higher of bo family has a legitimate. She spoke il mostacif in desperation. Yet, just as she finished, a sharp pain shot through her foot. Boang pressed the cotton swab forcefully into her wound, watching as the blood seeped out before leisurely lifting his gazettometers. Seeing her face contort in pain, a cruel smile occurred upon his lips. So, you consider yourself innocent? Suchapati-eyed Boang do not believe a thought there is a pregnancy in this world that cannot be terminated. Chapter 3 Inch just right, I have yet to witness the innards of a woman. Beads of sweat cascaded down the temples of Lu Zhi Ling. Bi Wang held one of her feet firmly in his grasp while extending his other hand. A bodyguard nearby promptly presented a dagger, unsheathed and glinting menacingly. He sat there, the icy blade pressed against the arch of her foot, slowly gliding upwards along her smooth calf, a hint of morbid excitement flickering in his elongated eyes. Just right, I have yet to see the innards of a woman. They should appear more delicate than those of a man. Was he intending to dissect her? Lu Zhi Ling involuntarily trembled. Please, no. Even after 5 years of confinement within her home, she had heard of Bai Wang's infamous reputation. Bai Wang, 25 years of age, the eldest grandson of the Bai family, the leading conglomerate of Country K, was a prodigy from birth. Tragically, at the age of 5, he was involved in a car accident with his mother, resulting in her immediate demise, while he vanished. When the Bai family finally retrieved him, he was 20, transformed into a merciless enforcer for a gambling den, exuding an aura of lethal intent, his methods ruthless and venomous. In the 5 years since his return, he had only escalated his debauchery, indulging in hedonism while single-handedly absorbing all the family's dark dealings. His arrogance as a wealthy heir was unparalleled. He possessed a cruelty that set him apart, tormenting starlets, brutalizing subordinates, and even daring to leave a politician maimed. On a whim, he would race through the streets, collisions and injuries becoming a commonplace occurrence. Each incident was appalling, and even the powerful Bai family resorted to fabricating a diagnosis of mental illness to silence public outcry and spare him from incarceration. She understood he was a nationally renowned debauched scion of a prestigious family, yet she had not anticipated such depravity. The Lu family had dwindled to just her. She could not perish in such a manner. Lu Zhi Ling struggled, but with Bai Wang's grip on her foot, she had no recourse but to endure the cold blade tracing her skin. Suddenly, the dagger lifted the hem of her white dress. Lu Zhi Ling held her breath, her complexion paling. Young master. A voice abruptly interjected, halting the dagger's advance. Butler Wenda stood at the doorway, pocketing his phone, and stated, the matriarch has called with instructions. Please refrain from any reckless actions, and hasten to marry Miss Lu. The children of the Bai family must be born honorably within the Bai lineage. Am I mad, or is the matriarch deranged for suggesting I wed a woman who has plotted against me? Bai Wang scoffed, I shall handle it myself. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Wang was distracted, Lu Zhi Ling hastily withdrew her foot. As she moved, the blindfold of white silk slipped away. A flash of white light flickered before her, bringing a momentary sting. She paused, incredulous, raising her gaze, and to her astonishment, the once empty, dark world was now tinted with a veil of misty color. Within the fog, the indistinct outline of a man gradually materialized. Her vision was restored. The man sat sideways, casting a shadowed profile that resembled a jagged peak. Lu Zhi Ling wished to scrutinize his features, yet they remained frustratingly elusive. Outside the car door, Butler Wenda continued to convey the matriarch's directives. 3 days hence marks an auspicious occasion. The matriarch will orchestrate your wedding, ensuring all the requisite ceremonies are fulfilled. He dared to elaborate further. Bai Wang twirled the dagger in his hand, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixated on the butler. Come, step forward and articulate it to me. The butler, observing the dagger, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Young master, even if you were to slay me today, I must relay this message. The matriarch also stated that should you refuse, she would hang herself and the patriarch at your door. Bai Wang's expression darkened. Moreover, the matriarch insisted that upon seeing this, you would acquiesce to the marriage. The butler extended his phone towards Bai Wang, displaying a video that had been sent. Bai Wang cast a cold glance at the screen, his countenance gradually stiffening. Chapter 4. The wedding without a groom. Zhi Ling remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the blinding light she had witnessed, when Bo Wang suddenly turned to glance at her. His face, still shrouded in mist, rendered his features indistinct, yet, Zhi Ling could distinctly feel his gaze like a chilling abyss at the edge of a precipice, terrifyingly deep, threatening to drag her into an irreparable demise with a mere glance. A shiver coursed through her, causing her to instinctively retreat, only to have her chin seized by a powerful grip, as if her bones might be crushed. The pain was excruciating. Very well, then I shall marry you, the man declared, his face abruptly drawing near. His voice was magnetic yet gentle. Miss Lu, do ensure you eat well and restore your strength, for I shall take my time to play. With that, Bo Wang affectionately patted her cheek before turning to exit the vehicle. NGH, the tension had been so intense that a wave of nausea surged forth. A nearby bodyguard, quick on the uptake, produced a car trash bin and handed it to her. Zhi Ling looked down and expelled the contents of her stomach, her vision instantly clearing. When she raised her gaze, all she beheld was the tall and unfamiliar silhouette of the man standing at the car door, slender and imposing, clad in dark attire, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He sauntered into the blinding light, his coat's color becoming almost ethereal. He resembled a specter from the underworld, treading upon a field of red spider lilies, his footsteps echoing with an unsettling chill. 3 days later. An endless expanse of mountainous woodland unfolded before her. As she traversed the asphalt road winding through the trees, a grand Italian villa of pastoral elegance came into view. A row of servants flanked the entrance, swinging open the doors to welcome the wedding guests. Draped in a pure white embroidered wedding gown, Zhi Ling stepped into the bright lights. Under the watchful eyes of a few select guests, the elite orchestra played a romantic melody twice, culminating in an oppressive silence. The guests exchanged glances, and a lavishly dressed elderly couple stood beside the bride, their expressions particularly grim. At this wedding venue, there was only the bride, and no groom. Zhi Ling's eyesight had returned, yet she dutifully played the part of the blind bride, feigning ignorance to the awkwardness surrounding her, standing there in a daze. The butler hurried over, shaking his head at the elderly couple, indicating that the young master had not been located. Ding Yajun, upon hearing this, became infuriated. Go find a rope. I shall hang myself before my long-cherished grandson's door. The onlookers quickly urged her to calm down. Standing there, Zhi Ling caught sight of a gracefully attired middle-aged woman approaching Ding Yajun. The woman spoke softly. Madam, Bo Wang is accustomed to mischief. Do not let it trouble you. Fortunately, today's guests are all acquaintances, and this will not spread. We can merely adhere to the formalities. How can we adhere to formalities without the groom's presence? Ding Yajun retorted, her frustration palpable. The middle-aged woman cast a sidelong glance at the wooden bride, Zhi Ling, noting her unfocused gaze directed ahead, and chuckled softly. After all, she cannot see, we can simply find anyone to fulfill the formalities. Madam, your concern is solely for your great-grandchild, is it not? As long as she doesn't cause a ruckus and endanger the child in her womb, that is all that matters. The woman likely assumed her voice was too low for Zhi Ling to hear, thus speaking rather candidly. Yet, Zhi Ling, as 5 years of blindness had honed her acute sense of hearing. That is too much for the poor girl. Ding Yujun frowned as she looked at Zhi Ling, who stood straight, bouquet in hand, her features soft and innocent, seemingly oblivious to the situation, which stirred her compassion. The Lu family has fallen for many years. She is merely the daughter of a broken family. To marry into the Bo family is her fortune. What could possibly be a grievance? The middle-aged woman continued. Ding Yujun stood there, her brow furrowed repeatedly, ultimately acquiescing to the woman's words. The Bo family had hastily found a particularly tall maid to stand in. The exchange of rings, the signing of documents, and all the ceremonial rites proceeded flawlessly. Zhi Ling silently linked her arm with that of a stranger, feigning nonchalance as she completed the entire formality, ultimately being ushered into the bridal chamber. Chapter 5. A marriage can end upon the conclusion of the breastfeeding period. Madam, the young master has left for business and may not return tonight. I suggest you retire early. The maid's voice resonated from outside the door. At the wedding, the groom deliberately absented himself, sending a proxy in his stead. On the wedding night, the groom failed to return for the bride. This was an egregious affront, yet, within Zhi Ling's heart, not a single ripple stirred. Whether replaced by a mere servant or even a dog, she would still wed. This was her sole opportunity for rebirth. After locking the door, she lifted her gaze to the opulent and lavish bridal chamber. There were no photographs of the groom, nor any personal belongings. Even though rose petals adorned the grand bed, the entire room exuded a chilling emptiness. Ironically, she and Bo Wang had already become lawful spouses, yet she knew not whether he was round or flat, possessing only a vague outline in her mind. Dismissing her wedding gown, Zhi Ling donned a nightgown and seated herself upon the bed, retrieving a small copper vessel, no larger than a baby's fist, from her pocket. The vessel was crafted in the shape of a puppy, tongue lolling, adorably endearing. Her hand, adorned with a wedding ring, gently caressed the copper figure as she reminisced about its origin. Over the past 3 days, she had been sequestered in a sanatorium under the auspices of the Bo family. The room was guarded both inside and out by the Bo family's retainers, fortified like a steel drum. Not even a fly could escape. The family steward, when D, stood before her with a lawyer, his demeanor devoid of warmth. It appears Miss Lu was prepared to embrace her role as the young mistress of the Bo family. Zhi Ling found this amusing. They confined her, and yet they perceived her refusal to escape, to cry for help, or to seek police intervention as mere vanity, a pursuit of monetary gain. Did she not wish to escape? She had attempted to do so upon witnessing Feng Chao's true nature. She had sought help everywhere, even resorting to contacting the authorities, yet what was the outcome? Feng Chao spun her plight into a tale of a pampered heiress struggling to adapt after a fall from grace, a rebellious child throwing tantrums. Moreover, with the Feng family as mediocre standing still caring for their former master's daughter, their narrative was so moving that even her injuries were dismissed as typical misfortunes of the blind. In Feng Chao's presence, she found herself utterly powerless, how much more so in the grasp of the powerful Bo family. Thus, she calmly countered, "Can I truly escape?" The steward fell silent. This document is a prenuptial agreement, and this one is a private contract between Mr. Bo Wang and Miss Lu. As long as the child is Mr. Bo's, your marriage may endure until the conclusion of the breastfeeding period. The lawyer placed the two documents beside Zhi Ling. There is also a braille version for your perusal. The contents of the second document must remain confidential, and it shall be publicly stated that you are in a normal marriage. In essence, once the breastfeeding period concluded, she would be required to depart, having gained nothing. The more affluent the family, the more meticulously they calculated. "I became blind at the age of 15 and have never learned braille," she replied coolly. The lawyer proceeded to read the terms aloud, and when he finished, she remained motionless. "The Bo family will cover your reasonable living expenses. Do not entertain notions of exorbitant demands." She did not budge. "Miss Lu, were it not for our matriarch's interest in the child you carry, someone like you, daring to ensnare our young master, could be dealt with swiftly by the Bo family." Still, she did not move. "Should you refuse to marry, the Bo family will not permit the birth of a bastard. You must consider the consequences, as a forced abortion could be fatal for you." No matter how they threatened or coerced her, she refused to sign. The steward's patience waned, his tone softened. "Miss Lu, let us speak candidly. I can at most negotiate for you a flat in the city center, anything beyond that is impossible." Just then, sounds of children playing drifted in from outside the window, as if they were vying for a toy. She finally spoke, "I desire their toys. If you can procure them for me, I shall sign." "What, toys? Indeed." The steward and lawyer regarded her as if she were a lunatic with a gaping hole in her reasoning. Chapter 6, Do Not Speak of Marriage. I would exchange my life for hers. The butler returned with the toys. Among them was a little bronze dog, one of the 12 zodiac figurines, a masterpiece crafted by Master Yu Qing. Once a highly coveted work of art that fetched astronomical prices, it was purchased in its entirety by her doting father as a plaything for her. The Lu family has fallen. Its members have vanished, and everything has dissipated into nothingness. Even this set of bronze figurines has scattered. During her 3 days in the sanatorium, she witnessed the child downstairs smashing the bronze pieces for amusement, reducing the little dog to a mere trinket of little value. Zhi Ling sat upon her wedding bed, caressing the bronze dog in her hands. It was the first time in 5 years that she had touched an heirloom of the Lu family. "Do not speak of marriage. I would trade my life for hers." Over the past 5 years, she had not contemplated the future nor what lay ahead. She merely wished to exist in a state of blissful oblivion, remaining the sole surviving remnant of the Lu family, breathing life for her departed kin. With the emergence of the Feng tide, even that last flicker of hope had been extinguished. If that is the case, she must adopt a new way of living. Moreover, she had regained her vision. She would rise anew from the ashes. Exhausted, she leaned her head against the headboard, absent-mindedly stroking the little dog, and gradually succumbed to drowsiness, her eyelids slowly fluttering shut. With 6 strapping lads in the Lu family, it was only fitting that our little Seven, a precious gem, be raised like a princess. "Why is little Seven crying? Did your 6th brother snatch your zodiac toys again? Do not cry, do not cry, big brother will give him a thrashing. Grandfather has spoken. In the future, who governs the Lu family will be decided by little Seven. Whoever she appoints as chairman shall take the role. All must yield to her wishes. Zhi Ling, I will cherish you dearly. With brother Feng tied by your side, you shall never suffer again. Zhi Ling, you claimed that the Lu family was once grand, with other conglomerates in K country relegated to the sidelines. Did nothing remain before the declaration of bankruptcy? A plucked phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken. Do you still think you are the illustrious 7th miss of the Lu family? The Lu family has fallen. Everyone perished, all were consumed by flames. You blind fool, you have consumed our resources for 5 years, and now you are expected to sleep with a man to earn a living? Without my family's protection, with your dull wits, you can only resort to the most disreputable of trades. Nightmares twisted and memories entwined. Flames engulfed the scene, countless sparks erupting, splattering upon the steps, splashing against the treetops. No, please do not burn any longer. Escape, I implore you all to escape. Little Seven cannot survive alone. But a scorching wave of darkness surged towards her, crashing like an explosion. Zhi Ling was jolted awake from her nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. As she opened her eyes, the cold, sterile new room greeted her. Rain began to fall outside, the droplets pattering against the leaves, the sounds from the eaves echoing distinctly in the night, each drop disrupting the stillness of the new abode. Zhi Ling lowered her gaze, tightly gripping the little dog figurine in her hands, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Still not fully awakened from the dream, she fixated on the little dog, her eyes gradually steeling with resolve. All that the Lu family has lost, she will reclaim one day. The gentle rain fell incessantly, shrouding the night in mystery. In the expansive indoor swimming pool, vibrant lights danced like a nightclub, dazzling the eyes. Young men and women frolicked in the water, sipping drinks and exchanging flirtations, playing games of hide and seek. The blindfolded women would seize whoever they could, showering them with fervent kisses, wild and absurd. Chapter 7. Addressing one's brother-in-law. The music blared with explosive intensity. Bo Wang reclined on a corner sofa, his hand casually draped over the armrest, clutching a wineglass, while his expensive pointed leather shoes tapped rhythmically against the floor. He seemed to be engulfed in the shadows, even the sharp contours of his face were shrouded in darkness. From a distance, his features were indiscernible, yet he exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Amidst the flickering lights, a slender man approached him, clad in a black hooded garment. "Brother Wang," Li Minghui said respectfully, bowing slightly as he reached Bo Wang's side. Bo Wang, who had been feigning sleep against the sofa, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a lack of emotion. "Brother Wang, I have thoroughly interrogated these two individuals. They have confirmed that sister-in-law had no relations with any other man after that night, and the child she carries is undoubtedly yours." Li Minghui presented a stack of photographs. Bo Wang threw his wineglass aside, taking the photographs for a brief glance. The images depicted Feng Chao and Hua Ping in a state of disarray, their faces battered beyond recognition, rendering their eyes and noses indistinguishable. In such circumstances, the confession could not possibly be a fabrication. "TSK, your methods have grown increasingly ruthless," Bo Wang remarked, his deep voice devoid of sympathy. "It is all learned from you, Brother Wang," Li Minghui replied with a smile. "Moreover, according to Feng Chao's confession, the heavenly jump was not orchestrated by sister-in-law. She is innocent. Not only that, but she has frequently been subjected to beatings and humiliation by this vile pair." "Brother Wang, shall I take revenge for sister-in-law?" Bo Wang, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, raised his gaze to scrutinize him. "Sister-in-law?" Li Minghui felt a chill run down his spine under Bo Wang's penetrating stare, as if a hole had been opened in his neck. "Well, she is now part of the family, is she not? As your woman, I naturally refer to her as sister-in-law." It was too late. After years of observing Bo Wang's reckless and brutal behavior, Li Minghui had assumed that sister-in-law, even if she had been brought here under such circumstances, was somewhat special. It appeared he had misjudged. "Is that so?" Bo Wang regarded him coolly. "You call her sister-in-law so casually, I had presumed this childbearing tool had sent you a red envelope." As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly frigid. At this moment, Li Minghui felt as though he were being hollowed out, his legs weakening as he supported himself against the sofa. It was clear to him now that Zhi Ling held a mere tool-like status in Bo Wang's eyes, rendering any notion of vengeance unnecessary. Bo Wang discarded the photographs, leaning back to close his eyes once more. Li Minghui stood by, observing that eye in his eyes. Bo Wang was an enigma, choosing to sleep anywhere but at home, always insisting on gathering a raucous crowd, creating a cacophony before retreating to a corner for slumber. How could one possibly sleep under such circumstances? Would it not be far more pleasant to return home and embrace sister-in-law in peaceful rest? Not daring to disturb Bo Wang, Li Minghui turned to leave when a woman clad in little more than a bikini brushed past him, moistly settling beside Bo Wang. Li Minghui barely had time to intervene. "Young Master Bo, why aren't you joining in the fun?" The woman's soft, supple form leaned against Bo Wang, her fingers playfully teasing the buttons of his shirt. Li Minghui facepalmed, realizing that some chose to court disaster without regard for the timing. The shirt was already dampened, and Bo Wang, who had just begun to feel drowsy, was compelled to open his eyes and glance at the woman beside him. His gaze, dark as obsidian, with long lashes slightly lowered, held an air of languid allure. The woman, caught in his gaze, felt her bones weaken. The infamous scion of the Bo family was not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. He appeared rather inviting, his gaze was intoxicating. Having finally secured a place in this gathering, she was determined to reap some reward. With this in mind, she smiled sweetly at Bo Wang. "Young Master Bo, they say you always prefer solitude. Why do you seem so melancholic? Why do you think?" Bo Wang replied flatly, devoid of emotion. "What else could it be? Because Brother Wang wished to sleep. You have disrupted him," Li Minghui internally screamed. Chapter 8. Delusion is a perverse nature, yet women mistakenly believe that engaging in light banter with them signifies interest, promptly considering themselves as delicate blossoms of understanding. "I've heard that your mother passed away early, and you only returned to the Bo family 5 years ago. It must have been quite an adjustment for you. The days without a mother must be incredibly difficult. If you wish to share, I am more than willing to listen." "Who do you think you are, bringing up Brother Wang's mother?" Li Minghui thought it unnecessary to intervene. Let it be a self-inflicted demise. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang rose, shifting the topic. "Hide and seek is rather dull. How about we play whack-a-mole instead?" "Sounds good, but it seems there is no whack-a-mole machine around here," the woman replied with a hint of confusion as she glanced around. "How can one play whack-a-mole without a machine? Come with me." Bo Wang grasped her wrist, leading her to the edge of the pool. Upon his arrival, the merriment of those in the pool ceased, and they exchanged bewildered glances. Why has this gentleman come over? Yet, the woman by the pool remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, her gaze fixated solely on Bo Wang, whose striking visage was enough to make even the most seasoned admirers catch their breath. "Young Master Bo." "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the woman was unceremoniously kicked into the pool by Bo Wang. He stood quietly at the pool's edge, his tall figure casting a shadowy silhouette beside him. The woman emerged from the water, bewildered. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, she noticed a long black whip had mysteriously appeared in Bo Wang's hand. He stood there, looking down upon her. In an instant, the woman comprehended what Bo Wang meant by whack-a-mole, and in fright, she turned to swim away. However, the whip in Bo Wang's hand had already descended. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the indoor space. The whip struck the water's surface again and again, as the woman scrambled in a panic, struggling to find her bearings. The music halted, and all was eerily quiet. Bo Wang relentlessly struck the water, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the air, while he laughed joyfully, tears streaming down his face. A single tear slipped from his eye. Li Minghui gazed at Bo Wang, who was laughing like a madman, a chill creeping down his neck. It was not merely that Bo Wang resembled a pervert. He truly embodied one. I wonder if that sister-in-law, who has endured so much suffering, can withstand such a husband. Later that night, Zhi Ling found herself unable to return to sleep after waking. When the door was knocked upon, she had already finished her morning routine, donned a lilac ankle-length dress, and was seated on the bed, absorbing the latest news on television. She turned off the screen. "Young mistress, how is it that you are already dressed?" the maid Zhang Fuxing exclaimed as she entered, her round eyes wide with disbelief. Zhi Ling sat elegantly on the edge of the bed, her serene beauty resembling a captivating painting. With a gentle smile, Zhi Ling replied, "I may be visually impaired, but I am not incapable of self-care." She then raised her hand, exposing a deliberately inflicted bruise, indicating that she had sustained minor injuries while managing on her own, befitting her blind status. She had no desire to reveal that her sight had returned. Maintaining this ruse allowed her to better discern the hearts of others, yet she also wished to avoid being watched during her daily routines. "You're injured?" Zhang Fuxing gasped. "You're expecting a baby. You mustn't move about recklessly." "It's just a minor injury. If you could help me find a walking stick later, I would avoid further mishaps," Zhi Ling replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuxing refrained from further protest, guiding her outside towards the dining area. The Bo family's estate was absurdly vast, the corridors seemingly endless, with unfamiliar faces of servants passing by intermittently. The impoverished blind girl who had unexpectedly married into the Bo family, Zhi Ling drew curious, disdainful, mocking, and sympathetic glances from those around her. Chapter 9. The interpersonal relationships of the Bo family are far from simple, accompanied by whispers. It seems that after Mr. Bo's arrival, the old lady has also become disillusioned with the eldest young master, even marrying a blind woman. The wedding was conducted with a mere servant, and the wedding night was spent alone. The eldest young master never regarded her as significant, and there will be much suffering to come. Should we go up and offer our greetings? The eldest young master has always acted absurdly. Perhaps in a few days, this eldest young lady will be replaced. What greetings are there to offer? Continue talking. Zhang Fuxing shot a fierce glare at those individuals, then turned stiffly to comfort Zhi Ling. "Eldest young lady, do not pay heed to their idle chatter. You are the granddaughter-in-law personally chosen by the old lady, and better days lie ahead." Upon turning, Zhang Fuxing was momentarily taken aback. He observed Zhi Ling walking forward with an air of calm dignity, her expression serene and composed, completely unfazed by the malicious gossip. This eldest young lady truly exudes an admirable poise. She resembles a beam of moonlight, pure and elegant, both cool and gentle. "Yes," Zhi Ling replied with a slight smile. "Could you please introduce the layout of the Bo family residence?" How remarkable that she could still inquire about the layout after being mocked in such a manner. Zhang Fuxing found her inscrutable and responded, "The elder gentleman was afflicted with Alzheimer's last year. The old lady found the main building too noisy with people, so they moved to a small villa on the eastern side." Zhi Ling nodded in understanding. As for the main building, it consists of 6 floors. The first floor is designated for public areas and guest rooms, the second floor serves as Mr. Bo's office, the third floor is where you and the eldest young master reside, the fourth floor accommodates Mrs. You and the second young master, along with the third young lady, the fifth floor is vacant, and the sixth floor is occupied by Madame Xia and the youngest young master. After a moment's thought, Zhang Fuxing added, "Eldest young lady, should you wish to explore, there are various recreational facilities at the back. Sports courts, an archery range, a skiing area, a theater stage, a botanical garden, and even a beast-taming valley." This was a well-meaning reminder that the Bo family's interpersonal dynamics were intricate, and if one sought entertainment, it would be wise to avoid wandering within the main building. During sleepless nights, she had perused numerous articles about the Bo family. The Bo family had flourished for nearly 2 centuries, and under the leadership of Bo Wang's father, Bo Xingrong, as the chairman of a conglomerate, the family had experienced unprecedented prosperity. Shortly after the Lu family faced bankruptcy, the Bo family swiftly ascended to become a titan in K country, dominating crucial economic sectors such as real estate, banking, transport, oil, and manufacturing. At the age of 50, Bo Xingrong had not remarried since the disappearance of his first wife and eldest son, Bo Wang, but 2 well-known affairs had captured public attention. The once celebrated actress Yu Yunfei bore him a son and a daughter, both of whom resided in the Bo household. Subsequently, his secretary, Xia Meiqing, also gave birth to a son, who likewise became part of the family. Bo Xingrong publicly declared both women as his kin and confidants, yet he refrained from formal marriage. Rumors circulated that Yu Yunfei had a higher likelihood of being legitimized, as she had borne Bo Xingrong's most cherished son Bo Tang, who was currently studying abroad. However, Xia Meiqing, at merely 32 years of age, was youthful and beautiful, possessing the charm to keep Bo Xingrong amused, leaving future developments uncertain. Just from hearing these tidbits, Zhi Ling discerned that the Bo family's interpersonal relationships were indeed complex. Coupled with the mercurial temperament of the formidable Bo Wang, it would not be an exaggeration to liken the Bo family to a den of dragons and tigers. Nevertheless, with the restoration of her vision, Zhi Ling's long-lost fighting spirit had returned. She felt undaunted, aware of the path she needed to tread. We have arrived at the spring initial hall, Zhang Fuxing whispered as a reminder. The grand dining hall was tastefully adorned, with guests attending the wedding banquet having chosen to stay overnight, now seated and enjoying their meals. Upon Lu Zhiling's entrance, a hush fell over the room for a few seconds before the atmosphere returned to that of a breakfast gathering, with no one casting a lingering glance in her direction. A finely dressed, handsome young boy leaned against the wall, clutching a basketball, his striking eyes glaring at Lu Zhiling with indignation and resentment. Chapter 10 I'm sorry, but I cannot see, she said, her voice tinged with a mixture of innocence and defiance. The boy, filled with indignation, ground his teeth and hurled the basketball at Lu Zhiling. Zhang Fuxing, startled by the sudden outburst, instinctively reached out to grasp Lu Zhiling's arm, yet she continued her steady advance, her gaze vacant and unyielding. The basketball narrowly missed her, whizzing past her back. Seething with frustration, the young boy charged towards Lu Zhiling, positioning his leg defiantly in front of her path, casting a menacing glare at Zhang Fuxing, silently warning her to refrain from intervening. Zhang Fuxing, her complexion pale with concern, glanced anxiously at Lu Zhiling, murmuring soft incoherent sounds of caution. Unfazed, Lu Zhiling pressed onward, while the boy's confidence soared. He was certain he would trip her. Take that, you blind fool. Without warning, Lu Zhiling lifted her leg and brought it down forcefully onto the boy's foot. Ah! The anguished scream erupted, reverberating throughout the dining hall, drawing the attention of all present. Why did you step on my son? The stunningly beautiful Xia Meiqing exclaimed, dropping her chopsticks as she rushed over. Lu Zhiling feigned surprise, lingering a moment longer on the boy's foot before apologetically stating, I'm sorry, I cannot see. Pain. The boy, Bo Zhang, hopped in place, clutching his foot, but lost his balance and fell to the ground with an even louder wail. Aha, quick, summon doctor. Lu. Xia Meiqing, torn between anger and concern, shot a fierce glare at Lu Zhiling before hastily accompanying her precious son to seek medical attention. Whispers filled the restaurant as patrons exchanged glances. Zhang Fuxing guided Lu Zhiling toward an empty table when a gentle voice called out, Zhiling, come and sit here. Lu Zhiling's vacant gaze turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the once celebrated star, Yu Yunfei, now 43 years old, who had suggested to the elderly lady just yesterday that a maid should stand in for the groom during the ceremony. Dressed elegantly, Yu Yunfei was seated with several relatives, enjoying their meal. Lu Zhiling approached and took a seat, while Yu Yunfei regarded her with kind eyes. Do you remember my voice? I am your Aunt Yu. Hello, Aunt Yu, Lu Zhiling replied obediently with a nod. Here, have a shrimp dumpling. Yu Yunfei offered her some food, speaking soothingly, do not be disheartened, it was not your fault. That little rascal, Bo Zhang, was simply too mischievous. The relatives at the table, well acquainted with Yu Yunfei, chimed in, indeed, I saw it clearly, Bo Zhang intended to trip you, but ended up getting stepped on instead. Xia Meiqing dotes on that son of hers like a precious gem. She won't let this slide easily, Zhiling. Perhaps you should eat quickly and retreat to your room. Xia Meiqing can be quite formidable, even to the elderly lady. Lu Zhiling listened in silence, picking up her chopsticks and focusing on her breakfast. Yu Yunfei, observing her singular focus on food, couldn't help but frown slightly. Was it not a cause for distress and indignation to be tripped and then blamed? How could she still eat with such composure? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yunfei added, do not fear, Zhiling, should Xia Meiqing dare to overstep, I will not stand idly by. Thank you, Aunt Yu. Lu Zhiling expressed her gratitude with a nod, then lifted a piece of milk cake from her bowl, savoring its delightful taste, before turning to Zhang Fuxing, this is delicious. Please help me get another piece. Was Bo Zhang truly so unfortunate as to have married a mere wooden figure? Yu Yunfei, contemplating further, sought to stir the tension between Lu Zhiling and Xia Meiqing, when a maid approached and whispered discreetly in her ear. Though others could not overhear, Lu Zhiling caught every word distinctly. We've found out, the gentleman's flight back home is scheduled for tonight. He will head straight to the Maple Forest area and be returning home for a while. He is staying at the Vienna International Hotel, and his itinerary is confidential. Xia Meiqing is unaware. Upon hearing this news, a gleam of delight flickered across Yu Yunfei's face as she lowered her voice, book me a room at the hotel. She intended to orchestrate a chance encounter with Bo Zhengrong. Chapter 11 is at Bo Wan. Since the arrival of Xia Meiqing, Bo Zhengrong's heart has been ensnared, and his relationship with her has grown increasingly insipid, teetering on the verge of a breakup. Had she not borne him a son and a daughter, she might have been expelled from this household long ago. She must devise a means to reclaim Bo Zhengrong's affections. Very well, the servant responded, retrieving her phone to make a reservation. Lu Zhiying quietly sipped a glass of milk. Lu Zhiying, how can you still eat? Come and see what you've done to Xiaozhen. Xia Meiqing stormed back in fury. Lu Zhiying hastily downed the last sip of milk before springing to her feet. I'm so sorry, Aunt Xia, I didn't mean it, truly I didn't. She stumbled backward, colliding with Yu Yunfei's servant, who inadvertently dropped her phone. Xia Meiqing cast a fleeting glance at the phone screen and was about to admonish Lu Zhiying when a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to bend down and retrieve the device. After a few moments of scrutiny, her gaze sharpened as she turned to Yu Yunfei. What on earth are you doing booking a hotel, especially in the Maple Forest district? Yu Yunfei replied with a gentle smile, there's a concert happening over there. Zhenrong is about to return, and you still have the leisure to attend a concert? Xia Meiqing questioned, suspicion lacing her tone. Something felt amiss. This matter was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Instantly, Xia Meiqing lost her inclination to pursue Lu Zhiying further, carelessly placing the phone aside before turning to leave. Yu Yunfei glared at Xia Meiqing's retreating figure, her heart seething with indignation. She shot a reproachful glance at her servant. Useless, even incapable of holding onto a phone, the servant wore a face of innocence, bewildered as to why this blind young mistress had suddenly barreled into her. Lu Xiying remained at a loss, standing silently until Yu Yunfei hastily departed, at which point she slowly straightened her posture. That was terrifying, Zhang Fuxing said, leaning toward her, still shaken. Young mistress, you truly have remarkable luck. Xia Meiqing was notoriously overbearing. To be in her sights was to risk severe consequences. Lu Xiying pinched her earlobe, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I am quite fortunate. The sun cast a gentle warmth over Zhengbei City as the car glided along the road, shadows of trees flitting past the window. I'm merely visiting a patient. You need not accompany me, Lu Xiying stated calmly from the back seat. Zhang Fuxing, munching on a red bean cake, replied with his mouth full, no way, young mistress, your mobility is limited, and the matriarch has instructed me to attend to you closely. Lu Xiying refrained from pressing the matter further. The matriarch's care was far superior to that of anyone else in the Bo family, especially considering her concern for her well-being during this critical period. The car halted before a private hospital. Supported by Zhang Fuxing, Lu Xiying made her way inside, the light streaming from the dome illuminating the floor with an almost dazzling brightness. As they turned a corner, a cautious voice emerged from a nearby room. Mr. Bo, when using the whip, one must control the force, otherwise, it is easy to inflict harm upon oneself. Apologies, I've been too verbose, I shall tend to your bandaging now. At the mention of Bo, Lu Xiying's sensitivity to the name piqued her interest, prompting her to glance over. The door stood ajar, revealing a doctor clad in a mask, drenched in sweat, trembling as he bandaged a patient seated across from him. From Lu Xiying's vantage point, the man's features remained obscured. All she could discern was his relaxed posture, legs crossed, the black trousers impeccably pressed, while his outstretched hand bore a gruesome injury, flesh mangled at the base. The antiseptic was nearly splashed onto the wound, yet Lu Xiying did not even catch a hint of the man's labored breathing, as if he felt no pain at all. Could it be Bo Wang? She took a step back, focusing intently on the scene before her. Chapter 12. When unforgettable debt of gratitude to the 2-inch. What is it, dear madam? Zhang Fuxing turned back to grasp her hand. Never mind, there are more with the surname Bo than just him. Lu Xiying withdrew her gaze and continued onward. We've arrived at room 303. Zhang Fuxing assisted Lu Xiying to a particular room, extending his hand to knock on the door, but Lu Xiying had already placed her hand on the doorknob and pushed it open directly. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The young lady certainly had an uncanny knack for finding the doorknob with precision. Inside the pristine and bright room lay 2 hospital beds, upon which a man and a woman, resembling mummified figures bound in bandages, lay with limbs suspended, a sight too tragic to behold. A middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, stood by the window, looking haggard, with an old, weathered suitcase at his side. Bang! Upon seeing Lu Xiying enter, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened, and he collapsed to his knees, his head bowing heavily to the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. What a grand display of reverence for an ordinary day. Lu Xiying released his hand, unfurling her collapsible cane, and disregarding the kneeling man, strode directly toward the aisle between the 2 hospital beds. Lying on the beds were the nearly lifeless Feng Chao and Hua Ping. Feng Chao's face bore the marks of brutal assault, with not a single unscathed patch of skin, his features swollen and bruised, his eyes reduced to mere slits, and drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gazing upon such a visage, Lu Xiying reflected on the travails of the past year, feeling a bitter irony and revulsion. She had indeed been enamored by Feng Chao's tenderness, a penniless and blind girl, cared for and comforted so attentively, how could she not be moved? Even when he first struck her, she thought perhaps it was the weight of caring for her that had overwhelmed him, wondering if her consent to be his girlfriend might bring him a semblance of joy. It wasn't until she overheard Feng Chao and Hua Ping cavorting on her bed, laughing as they pondered how to deal with the truly destitute young lady, that she finally grasped the harsh reality. Seeing Lu Xiying fix her gaze upon him, Feng Chao was filled with both astonishment and fear, squeezing his eyes into narrow slits as he stammered, "Why you?" Lu Xiying then turned her vacant stare elsewhere, offering a faint smile. "Brother Feng Chao, are you surprised to see me alive and well? You blind wretch, how could Bo Wang let you off so easily?" Hua Ping weakly called out from the adjacent bed. This was inconceivable. Bo Wang was a devil. How could she possibly remain unscathed, not subjected to an abortion? Lu Xiying stood there, extending her cane to probe the air on either side, each strike landing with unerring accuracy upon the 2 patients. They writhed in agony with each hit, alternating between her and him. Zhang Fuxing watching in sympathy for their plight. The 2 were utterly defenseless, reduced to hoarse curses, yet Lu Xiying seemed oblivious, continuing to strike left and right, cheerfully proclaiming, "I must thank you both, for I am now the esteemed granddaughter-in-law of the Bo family." What? Both Feng Chao and Hua Ping's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock, only to be struck again, causing them to writhe in pain. "What are you so excited about?" "I owe my current state to the assistance of you 2, thus, as long as I, Lu Xiying, draw breath, I shall never forget your great kindness." Lu Xiying articulated each word with emphasis, swinging her cane to strike down Hua Ping's suspended leg. Hua Ping let out a feeble scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. "Oh, my apologies." It seemed Lu Xiying only then realized she had harmed someone, hastening toward Feng Chao. "Don't come any closer, please, don't approach me." Chapter 13. "Uncle Feng, I am with child." Feng Chao stared in terror at the approaching figure, writhing like a caterpillar, desperately attempting to retreat. Zhi Ling approached his hospital bed with an inscrutable expression, her hand reaching towards the 4-needle, prodding it gently. Ouch! Feng Chao's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Fuxing observed this astonishing sequence of events with wide-eyed amazement. The ward fell into a profound silence as Zhi Ling straightened her posture, gradually retracting her cane. The two individuals had been reduced to mere remnants of life, leaving her little room to maneuver. Knock, knock, knock. The middle-aged man, who had remained silent until now, knelt on the floor, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice trembling as he implored, "Miss, I am so sorry for you, I apologize to you and Mr. and Mrs. Feng." Zhi Ling turned her gaze towards Fengjian, noting the strands of silver in his hair. After a moment's pause, she walked towards him step by step, bending down to assist him, her voice calm and gentle. "Uncle Feng, I have never blamed you. Without you, I would have perished 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Liu family was shattered, leaving her, suddenly blinded, utterly alone, with everyone around her avoiding her. Only Fengjian remained steadfastly by her side. He treated her with greater kindness than he did his own son, Feng Chao, hiring caretakers for her and neglecting his own needs to ensure she received adequate nourishment. It was only when Feng Chao took over her care that he ventured away to earn a little more for her needs. Since then, Feng Chao had deprived them of any chance to communicate privately, and Fengjian remained oblivious to her suffering. She had only managed to contact him in the past few days. It is my fault. I did not foresee that Feng Chao would turn into a beast over the years, causing you so much anguish. It is entirely my error. Fengjian persisted in kneeling, banging his head against the floor several more times. You were the cherished jewel of Mr. and Mrs. Feng, a precious blossom, and yet I allowed you to endure this torment. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation, a reckoning for Mr. and Mrs. Feng in the afterlife. And how will you provide me with an explanation? Will you kill them and then take your own life? Zhi Ling asked, her eyes cast down as she inquired matter-of-factly. She knew all too well the depth of Fengjian's loyalty. He was capable of such actions. Back then, when my wife gave birth prematurely and fell into a coma, you personally assisted her while still in confinement, enduring a day and a night, exhausting yourself in the process. Fengjian spoke, tears streaming down his face. When Feng Chao got into trouble at school and caused injury, it was Mr. Feng who paid the hefty compensation and took Feng Chao under his wing for 2 years to personally discipline him. We can never repay our debt to you. Now that he has committed such despicable acts, he is not worthy of living. Zhi Ling's mother was a renowned medical expert, while her father was a prominent figure in the business world. They had always treated her like family. Hearing about her parents, Zhi Ling's fingers trembled, and her gaze dimmed. After a long pause, she let out a bitter laugh. But Uncle Feng, I am no longer a precious blossom. I ceased to be one 5 years ago. Fengjian wept even more intensely. Every time I was beaten, Feng Chao would take me to different hospitals, and we would collect all the medical records, to see if we had enough to send them to prison. Zhi Ling stated, outlining her solution. Not enough, not nearly enough, Mississippi. Fengjian lamented, consumed by guilt and anguish. It was his wayward son who had caused her such suffering. It is sufficient for now, let it be for the time being. Uncle Feng, I am with child. Zhi Ling reached down to touch her abdomen. Fengjian lifted his face, staring at her in disbelief. This signifies that the Liu family is on the brink of welcoming a new life. We can have another person, and that is a good thing. Zhi Ling looked at him, her eyes filled with a bittersweet yet resolute determination. Thus, I must begin anew, but I am without foundation and will require assistance. Initially, she had contemplated terminating this pregnancy, but ever since regaining her sight, she had harbored new aspirations. How could this possibly be a good thing? The circumstances of this child's conception are a disgrace. Fengjian, enmeshed in regret, finally noticed Zhi Ling's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, and he was taken aback. Miss, your eyes, chapter 14, do not come any closer, please. I can see now, Uncle Feng. Zhi Ling smiled. Really? Fengjian, overwhelmed with joy, knelt on the ground, gripping her arm tightly. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Zhi Ling nodded. Bang. A sound echoed. The two turned their heads. Zhang Fuxing attempted to sneak away from the doorway but inadvertently made a noise. Upon seeing their gazes upon her, Zhang Fuxing's face turned ashen, tears welling in her eyes. Young madam, I didn't hear anything. What calamity had she brought upon herself? She was but a dreamless salted fish, who, after graduation, chose to work at the Bo family to spend more time with her parents, living in a luxurious mansion with a generous salary and a job that was not overly strenuous. Her parents were not entirely supportive, warning her of the complexities inherent in large families, where no one was simple, and that someone with her straightforward mind could not last long. She had scoffed at their concerns, believing that this was not ancient times when servants could be killed or sold at a whim. All she needed to do was fulfill her duties well. But what had she just overheard? The newly arrived young madam feigning blindness, causing 2 ailing individuals to faint from distress, all while speaking of having no foundation. What was she planning? Was she to orchestrate something grand within the Bo family? And now, having overheard everything, was she not at risk of being silenced? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling approached her step by step, her gaze devoid of any trace of naivety. I initially intended to keep this from you, but with you shadowing me daily, there are matters I cannot conceal. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Zhang Fuxing, who pressed against the door, emitting a wail reminiscent of Feng Chao. Do not come any closer, I implore you. I will scream, I truly will. Zhi Ling halted before her, the hem of her skirt fluttering lightly, her expression one of icy composure. Zhang Fuxing collapsed, sinking weakly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. In an instant, 3 individuals had fainted within the ward. Zhi Ling, somewhat exasperated, pressed her fingers to her temples, realizing how easily fear could incapacitate. The surface of the water shimmered with glimmering ripples as a gentle breeze swept through the half-open window, stirring the delicate curtains. Zhi Ling sat upon the carpet, one hand elegantly grasping the silk sleeve of her garment, while the other deftly used wooden tweezers to pick up tea leaves. The leaves, meticulously selected, exhibited a uniform hue, their shapes gracefully curved at both ends. The kettle beside her gradually began to simmer, bubbles forming that resembled the eyes of crabs. Jiang Fuxing, seated opposite her, clutched a notebook, diligently recording each step of Zhi Ling's tea preparation. "Young madam, you look so graceful when you brew tea," Jiang Fuxing could not help but exclaim. Zhi Ling's hands were pale and exquisitely shaped, yet marred by numerous cuts and bruises, far surpassing the injuries of Aunt Wang, who toiled in their family garden. At first glance, they seemed unbefitting of a 20-year-old girl. However, upon closer inspection, one could hardly regard these scars as significant amidst her poised gestures. Zhi Ling. Zhi Ling cast a glance at her, signaling her to refrain from addressing her as young madam. Jiang Fuxing rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhi Ling, who exuded patience and tranquility, just as she had in the hospital that day. Zhi Ling quietly unraveled all matters, alleviating all doubts until Jiang Fuxing believed entirely. Her feigned blindness was not a ploy for conspiracy, nor was it an attempt to engage in intrigue within the Bo family. She simply wished to avoid unnecessary disputes. Thus, even upon realizing that the bride she was escorting was merely a maid, she dutifully completed the ceremonial formalities. She sought only a rebirth through the Bo family, aiming to reclaim the treasures of the Lu family, with the hope of one day returning them to their ancestral home in Jiangnan. Such was her simple desire. Zhi Ling. Jiang Fuxing pronounced her name syllable by syllable. "I have researched online. Your Lu family was once the foremost in K country, and the treasures within your home are worth a fortune given your current financial standing. It seems improbable that you could even reclaim a pair of chopsticks." The mention of financial standing was almost laughable, for she had entered the Bo family penniless, with the Bo family only providing for her basic living expenses. Chapter 15. The illusory past. It is only through trial that one can ascertain the outcome. Zhi Ling offered a faint smile, and when the bubbles in the kettle reached the size of fish eyes, she commenced the tea-washing ritual. Earning money is exceedingly arduous, and besides, what significance does engaging in such endeavors hold? Jiang Fuxing remained perplexed. The Lu family had already crumbled, their members lost to the devastation. Her relentless pursuit of wealth seemed a Sisyphean task, all in an effort to uncover the whereabouts of antiquities and reclaim them piece by piece, a notion that was utterly exhausting to contemplate. At these words, Zhi Ling's gaze faltered, the boiling water scalding her fingertips, yet she did not withdraw her hand, continuing to wash the tea leaves, her voice devoid of emotion. "Because the people, I can never reclaim. The Lu family, 23 souls strong, had perished in that catastrophic inferno. She could no longer distinguish even their ashes. The only remnants she could retrieve were those antiquities, stripped of their former warmth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuxing stared at her in a daze, at a loss for words that might offer solace to the woman before him. However, Zhi Ling promptly shifted the conversation. "Enough of this, let us speak of Bo Wang." "Ah." Jiang Fuxing was taken aback. The eldest son had not returned since his marriage, and Zhi Ling had never broached the subject of him. "Why this sudden inquiry? Whatever you know, do share with me, even the minutiae of assistance," Zhi Ling urged. Indeed, as a married couple, understanding one another was essential for cohabitation. Jiang Fuxing raked his fingers through his hair, biting his lip as he finally managed to stammer. "You are aware of our Bo family's legal team, yes?" Zhi Ling nodded. "The Bo family is renowned for employing the largest number of lawyers in the nation. Online, the Bo legal team was lauded as the most formidable. Should the Bo family be displeased, even an ant passing by their gates might find itself imprisoned for 3 years. Precisely, and our eldest son's private legal team comprises." Jiang Fuxing silently raised 2 fingers, twice that number. "The Bo family employs such a multitude of lawyers due to the myriad affairs under their banner. However, the reason our eldest son requires so many is rather straightforward." Jiang Fuxing's expression turned awkward, unwilling to elaborate, leaving Zhi Ling to ponder the implications herself. Zhi Ling fell silent. She recalled the moment when Bo Wang had pressed a dagger against the hem of her skirt, intent on disemboweling her. Indeed, a man of such violent disposition, one who acted without regard for decency, would certainly find himself imprisoned were it not for the legion of lawyers at his disposal. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Is there more?" Jiang Fuxing's eyes darted, as if a thought had struck her. After confirming that no one was within earshot, she lowered her voice, speaking in hushed tones. "Several years ago, I overheard the butler reporting to the master that the eldest son suffered amnesia following a car accident at the age of 5, eventually being taken in by a butcher." Zhi Ling listened intently, pouring the tea, filling the cup to a shallow 7/10. "The butcher treated him as less than human. During the day, he was compelled to assist with slaughtering and cleaning. At night, do you know how sheep are treated before being slaughtered?" "Pray tell," Zhi Ling replied, bringing the teacup to her lips. "They bind the front legs, bind the hind legs, and then toss them aside to wail." Jiang Fuxing continued. "Come nightfall, the butcher would similarly bind the eldest son and confine him to a dog cage for sleep, only to release him during the day to perform his tasks, subsisting on poorly prepared scraps and offal, and when it grew cold, he would cover himself with freshly removed sheepskins." Zhi Ling suddenly found herself unable to drink. This was child abuse. This continued for several years until, one fateful day, a fire broke out at the slaughterhouse, claiming the lives of the couple, allowing the eldest son to escape. Jiang Fuxing's voice dwindled further. From the butler's tone, it seemed that fire may very well have been set by the eldest son himself. Chapter 16. The Spade Club. Zhi Ling furrowed her brows. Do you not find it rather terrifying? The young master took a life when he was merely a child, and now he is even more unrestrained, Zhang Fushang remarked with a sense of. As Zhang Fushang prepared to sip her tea, she glanced at Zhi Ling in surprise upon hearing her words. Are you defending the young master? I had assumed you disdained him and merely wished to coexist. The young master had not returned for a week after their marriage. She had neither called him nor inquired about him, as if he were non-existent. It's merely a matter of perspective, she stated. The encounter that evening with Bo Wang had indeed filled her with trepidation, yet to let her personal emotions color her judgment on the plight of a wretched youth felt unjust. So, your inquiries are aimed at improving your relationship with the young master? Zhang Fushang mused playfully. Indeed, you are now husband and wife, and with a child on the way, wouldn't it be splendid if you could nurture a loving bond? Such thoughts were excessive. A loving relationship seemed improbable, and fostering a good rapport would be challenging. Her sole desire was to avoid conflict. She hoped her marriage with Bo Wang could endure until the end of her nursing period, which was less than 2 years away, during which she intended to secure everything she desired. Zhi Ling glanced at the person across from her, prompting her to take a sip of tea. Zhang Fushang finally lowered her head to drink, and upon tasting it, her eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. After finishing her cup in one go, she eagerly poured herself another. Seeing this, Zhi Ling couldn't help but smile. Tea is meant to be savored slowly. But it truly is delightful, Zhang Fushang remarked, sipping thoughtfully. It has a hint of bitterness yet remains mild, perfectly balanced, with a lingering sweetness. I feel enveloped in a world of fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong. You are quite the exaggerator, Zhi Ling chuckled. Then for the next few days, I shall trouble you to master the art of brewing tea. Zhang Fushang took another sip, looking at her in confusion. Why should I learn to brew tea? What will come of it? Will it help you and the young master improve your relationship, or will it aid you in earning money to buy antiques? She was genuinely perplexed. In response, Zhi Ling twirled the teacup in her hand, her dark eyes shimmering beneath her feathery lashes. Hasn't my husband been away for a week? Shouldn't a wife express some concern with a small gift? Oh. Indeed, it seemed she harbored feelings for the young master. As night fell, the bustling district came alive with vibrant lights and a cacophony of sounds, illuminating the varied faces of the crowd. Luxury cars zipped by, halting before the Grand Spade Club, the largest in Jiangbei City. A radiant halo of lights adorned the entrance, beneath an enormous spade-shaped billboard ablaze with brightness. Zhi Ling descended from the car, adjusting her mask, silently gazing at the lively entrance of the club. I've inquired, and tonight the Spade is hosting the finals for the King and Queen selection. Affluent patrons will flock here to support their favorites, creating a magnificent spectacle, Zhang Fushang said, leaning in with a box of tea leaves. Yet I fail to comprehend why you insist on delivering it today. Although the young master frequents this place, he is not present tonight, she questioned. His absence was a fortunate stroke. Bo Wang believed she had a hand in that evening's scandal and bore a grudge against her. Had he been there, he might have scattered the tea leaves across the floor, ruining her plans. She sought to profit from Bo Wang's circle while avoiding his presence. Let us proceed, Zhi Ling replied without elaboration, striding inside. She had not intended to come, but since Zhang Fushang had practiced for several days, her tea brewing skills still required refinement, compelling her to join Chapter 17. Earning money in a frivolous circle to avoid unnecessary complications, she deliberately adorned herself with a striking red faux ponytail, and her makeup bore a subtle transformation. As the two proceeded inward, the hostess of the establishment presented them with two exquisite yellow and white yarn flowers, each the size of a palm, meticulously crafted. Zhi Ling cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Fushang, who responded with an ambiguous smile. These are the voting flowers for the finals. When the time comes, you can place the flower on whichever cowherd or weaving maiden you support. Cowherd and weaving maiden, what an intriguing expression. Struggling to manage the box, Zhang Fushang handed the two yarn flowers to Zhi Ling, who conveniently tucked them into her pocket. Manager Huang. Upon spotting a familiar face, Zhang Fushang promptly approached, still clutching the box. The impeccably dressed manager Huang turned to greet her with a smile. Isn't this Fushang, here to fetch young Master Bo for the old lady again? Young Master Bo isn't around this evening. Ah? The young master is not here? Zhang Fushang feigned surprise, as Zhi Ling had instructed, and continued, I was asked to deliver some tea to young Master Bo. What should I do if he is not here? As soon as she finished her sentence, a voice interjected, Little Fushang? Zhi Ling turned to see a young man with slick back hair sitting not far away in a booth, glancing over with a casual demeanor, propped on the back of the sofa, adorned with a luxury watch that spoke of considerable wealth. Young Master Ji. Zhang Fushang acknowledged him with polite nodding. This was Ji Jing, the fourth son of the Ji family, one of the entourage that followed Bo Wang, a rich second generation who spent his days idling about. Oh dear, calling me young master again? You Bo family members really have so many formalities, just call me brother Jing. Ji Jing threw Zhang Fushang a flirtatious glance. Why haven't you replied to me? I've been lovesick waiting for your message. Zhang Fushang, having been dispatched several times by the old lady to find someone, had been relentlessly pursued by Ji Jing, who insisted on acquiring her contact information. This frivolous young master, who spent his days toying with various distractions, was hardly a serious individual. Taking him seriously would be folly. Seeing Zhang Fushang silent, Ji Jing continued, Come, since young Master Wang isn't here, why don't you prepare a cup of tea for me? I've got a bit of a headache from drinking. Zhang Fusheng and Zhi Ling exchanged glances before making their way towards the booth. They noticed several young masters gathered around Ji Jing, engaged in lively conversation, the dazzling lights flickering about them. Let her brew tea for young Master Ji, Zhang Fusheng introduced Zhi Ling, assisting in opening the box. Inside, there was only a tiny canister of tea leaves, the rest were tea brewing utensils, the teacup a covered bowl of exquisite blue and white porcelain, both elegant and aesthetically pleasing. Zhi Ling rolled up her sheer sleeves and began to heat the spring water she had brought. Why is your tea master still wearing a mask? Take it off. Ji Jing leaned back, licking his lips as he scrutinized Zhi Ling, noting her pleasant features, though her figure appeared somewhat delicate. One of the onlookers teased, only our brother Jing dares to flirt with those from young Master Wang's household. This is a risky game, don't speak nonsense. Before the person could finish, Ji Jing interrupted with a frown. While Bo Wang might tolerate his antics, maintaining boundaries was crucial. He had always regarded himself as a subordinate. If such boastful claims of camaraderie reached Bo Wang's ears, Ji Jing would find himself in dire straits. This remark extinguished Ji Jing's interest in having Zhi Ling remove her mask, and he instead focused on her tea brewing. Have you heard? Young Master Wang recently devised a new game called Whack-A-Mole. It sounds quite entertaining, someone remarked. Whack-A-Mole? Ji Jing raised an eyebrow. The speaker chuckled oddly. Yes, the girls playing the game have all had to see a psychiatrist twice. That's typical of young Master Wang, Ji Jing replied, unfazed. At this, the young masters exchanged knowing smiles. Zhi Ling, upon hearing their conversation, paused briefly, her brows knitting together before relaxing. She expertly placed the tea leaves, cut to uniform sizes, into the covered bowl, pouring the water with a graceful motion. The water cascaded gently, the soothing sound captivating, while her gauzy sleeves danced lightly, the delicate steam swirling around her, creating an exquisitely elegant scene. The young masters, unable to divert their gazes, observed her in silence. Within the covered bowl, the tender green tea leaves unfurled gracefully in the water, releasing their fragrant aroma, overpowering even the surrounding scent of alcohol. Ji Jing, initially speaking casually, could not resist reaching out, drawn by the enticing fragrance. Chapter 18. Can a man's waist be so enchanting? Zhi Ling gracefully presented a cup. Ji Jing lifted the lid to disperse the faint steam, lowered his head, and took a sip. The rich, smooth sweetness flowed down his throat, the lingering aroma captivating and persistent. He couldn't help but glance at Zhi Ling. Taiping Hokue? Zhi Ling nodded. Quite intriguing. Ji Jing took another couple of sips. He had tasted numerous fine teas before, but he had never regarded tea as particularly delightful. Observing this, the nearby young gentleman clamored for a cup as well. Zhi Ling obediently poured for each of them, and the fragrance wafted further, attracting even more people, yet the limited number of cups left many disappointed. Ji Jing swirled his teacup, noting the tea leaves' vibrant green hue, thinking to himself that it was no wonder the Bo family possessed such superior tea. His gaze fell upon the small jar of tea, which bore a card. Geeky Building Phone 186XXXXXXXX. Ji Jing glanced at the bodyguard who had followed him and instructed, make a note of this tea house, buy some for my grandmother. The card had been scrutinized multiple times by the crowd, marking the completion of Zhi Ling's task for the day. Trained by her aunt, an expert in the art of tea, from a young age, she understood better than anyone how to select and brew tea. Indeed, earning a living was arduous. Yet, profiting from the affluent circles surrounding Bo Wang was far less daunting. Zhang Fusheng observed the awe of those around him as they marveled at the tea in their hands, and he finally comprehended why Zhi Ling had insisted Fengzhen rent a space for a tea house. If these wealthy individuals frequented Geeky Building, it would surely flourish. Suddenly, Zhang Fusheng felt a surge of excitement, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the tea to everyone present. Bang! With the sound of a ceremonial cannon, the finals at the Black Spade Club commenced. Bright lights illuminated the expansive runway that led directly into the customer area, as dashing, glamorous young men and women took to the stage in succession. The girls' outfits were flamboyant and varied in style, while the boys donned identical white shirts and black trousers, with a couple of buttons playfully undone, revealing quite a bit of skin. The music blared loudly, a cacophony that was particularly tormenting for the sound-sensitive Zhi Ling. She wished to leave, but Zhang Fusheng was transfixed by the handsome figures on stage, unwilling to budge. Just a little longer, just a little longer. They were so handsome, so incredibly handsome. Zhi Ling felt nauseated by the noise. She placed a hand on her stomach and said, I need to use the restroom, I must leave once I return. Zhang Fusheng paid her no heed, prompting Zhi Ling to depart alone. She inquired with a nearby server, who casually gestured in a direction. Following the indication, Zhi Ling ventured down a corridor, finding it markedly quieter than the chaotic exterior, the silence enveloping the passage with an eerie stillness. After walking for a while, she still had not encountered any signs for the restroom. She must have taken a wrong turn. Reluctantly, Zhi Ling turned back, when a faint sound caught her attention, prompting her to instinctively glance over. A door beside her stood ajar, revealing a tall, slender figure within, clad in black trousers that hugged his long legs. The waistline formed a subtle curve. The man was tilting his head back to drink water, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, his profile sharp and chiseled, deep-set eyes and a prominent nose accentuating a strikingly handsome silhouette. Sweat dampened his short hair, and not a single button of his white shirt was fastened, leaving it open to reveal an impressively sculpted physique, the lines of his form gracefully cascading downward, accentuating his narrow waist, vanishing into a snug black belt. Could a man's waist truly be so mesmerizing? Lu Xiying found herself at a loss for a more precise descriptor, utterly captivated. This must be one of the cowherds from the mythological tale Jiang Fuxing had mentioned. While Jiang Fuxing shouted praises for the handsome figures on the runway, the physical presence before her was truly unparalleled. It seemed he was destined to be the highlight of the evening. Bo Wang downed a glass of water, sensing something amiss, and abruptly turned his gaze, his eyes sharp as a blade. Chapter 19. Tonight is likely to witness a significant event. The entrance lay desolate, illuminated only by a faint glow from the corridor. Bo Wang withdrew his gaze, casually placing his cup aside before sinking into the sofa, tilting his head back to rest with closed eyes. Outside the door, Zhi Ling produced 2 yarn flowers from her pocket. The cacophony of music from the runway had become unbearable, prompting her decision to forego supporting the event. She peeled off the adhesive from the base of the flowers and affixed them to the door, whispering a wish for the night. May you emerge as the king of the Spade Club. After completing the placement of the flowers, Zhi Ling turned and exited the establishment. After a prolonged wait outside the club, Jiang Fuxing finally emerged, still buzzing with excitement, exclaiming, "So handsome, so incredibly handsome, I'm utterly captivated." In response, Zhi Ling could not help but shake her head, remarking, "That hardly matters." She had, after all, become someone accustomed to the world. If one must insist on finding merit, I suppose they are somewhat appealing, yet none can rival the eldest young master's visage. The eldest truly possesses a flawless charm, leaving the second and third young masters in his shadow. Jiang Fuxing lamented, "Even if I had 800 times the courage, I would never dare to call the eldest master handsome directly." Thus, merely observing the striking figures on the runway sufficed. For the first time, Zhi Ling heard remarks about Bo Wang's appearance. She had never shared wedding photos with him, nor did she possess their marriage certificate. The images therein were likely digitally altered. The implication that Bo Wang was not unattractive was, in fact, a relief. Easing her concerns about the potential looks of her unborn child, she gently caressed her still flat abdomen, attempting to extract a silver lining from the situation. "Let us depart," she stated, and the two left the club. In the stillness of the space, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Water cascaded over the well-defined contours of the body, droplets splattering onto the floor. Emerging from the bathroom, Bo Wang casually tore away the damp bandage from his hand, observing the bloodied lash marks. He nonchalantly wiped them with paper, donned a black shirt, and strode out. The corridor lights cast a hazy yellow glow as Bo Wang abruptly halted, slowly turning back. On the door, the 2 yarn flowers bloomed silently, strikingly beautiful yet glaring. Bo Wang's gaze darkened as he stared at them. Suddenly, the thunderous music of the club ceased, the lights flickering out, replaced by a stark white illumination, abruptly halting the intoxicated revelry of the room. The figures on the runway froze, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Still caught in the throes of exhilaration, the crowd struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. The female contestant scheduled to appear next was on the verge of taking the stage when this unexpected interruption provoked immediate frustration in Ji Jing, who kicked the coffee table before him, exclaiming, "What is going on? Li Shan, are you still in business?" As his words fell, Li Shan, the owner of the Spade Club, hurriedly descended the stairs accompanied by a cadre of managers, each bearing expressions of despair. Following closely, a throng of bodyguards surged in, sealing off the exits without hesitation. A chorus of screams erupted as contestants who had already left the stage were abruptly thrust back onto the runway. Many of the attendees were prominent figures, unaccustomed to such indignities, and they began to voice their grievances towards the owner. Enough of the noise. Li Shan felt as though he were at the brink of despair. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from above, drawing the crowd's gaze upward. Black leather shoes descended the glass staircase, each step resonating with an ominous weight. The light fell upon the man's languid features, gliding over the slightly loosened collar as he descended at a measured pace, scanning the assembled crowd with an impassive expression, his fingers idly toying with the 2 yarn flowers, their petals spinning at his fingertips. Upon the sight of this figure, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Ji Jing felt a chill creep down his neck. Tonight was indeed poised to become an event of great consequence. Chapter 20. I was humiliated in your place. What do you propose we do? While Bo Wang settled into the single sofa that several managers had pushed over, casually crossing one leg and continuing to twirl the floral decoration in his hand, his handsome visage betraying no. Ji Jing discreetly approached a manager to inquire, nearly dropping his eyes in astonishment, who on earth had the audacity to affix a reward flower meant for male escorts upon Bo Wang's head? Such an act could only be perceived as a mockery of Bo Wang, or worse, that it would be disastrous. Tonight might very well culminate in tragedy. Manager Huang of the club, clutching a large box of reward flowers, stumbled and collapsed before Bo Wang, his face drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. Young Master Bo, we distributed a total of 1,383 voting flowers today, and we have retrieved 1,028 of them. The owner, Li Shan, carefully scrutinized Bo Wang's expression, yet the young master remained inscrutable, merely sitting there, fiddling with the flowers, revealing no hint of his sentiments. Master Bo, Li Shan stammered, today's event attracted an unusually large crowd, many guests merely stopped by for a drink before departing. Furthermore, our surveillance only covers the entrance. The Black Spade Club was one of the most opulent establishments in Jiangbei, frequented by many prominent figures. To install surveillance cameras everywhere would only invite trouble. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang ceased his fidgeting, his inky black eyes turning towards Li Shan, settling upon his incessantly shaking leg, and suddenly, a smile graced his lips. His deep voice carried a hint of nonchalance. I'm merely inquiring. I want to devour you. Why are you trembling? His silence had been preferable. Once he spoke, Li Shan's legs weakened, causing him to kneel on the ground. It is entirely my mismanagement that has allowed such audacious individuals to infiltrate. Please, grant me a little more time. I will scrutinize the entrance surveillance one by one, and I am certain I will uncover the truth. Bo Wang listened, gradually leaning closer to him, and politely inquired, searching one by one. Would that not be too troublesome for you? Although he spoke with a smile, each word dripped with an icy chill in Li Shan's ears. To allow young Master Bo to suffer indignities in my establishment, how could I dare to consider it troublesome? Li Shan's face was paler than parchment. Bo Wang's thin lips hovered near his head, his smile deepening. Indeed, I have endured humiliation in your domain. What do you suggest we do about it? Why, you should calm down. Li Shan trembled even more violently. Suddenly, as if resolute, he gritted his teeth and dashed up the stairs like a gust of wind. Bang, a deafening crash echoed. Li Shan vaulted over the glass railing on the upper floor, plummeting downwards. His body crashed heavily onto a floor lamp, shattering it into countless shards, and he instantly lost consciousness, blood gushing forth beneath him. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, not daring to draw a breath. Bo Wang cast a sidelong glance, his indifference chilling to the bone, not even bothering to furrow his brow. After a moment, he pinched the reward flower to his nose to mask the stench of blood, leisurely remarking, "It's merely a trivial matter. Mr. Li truly ought to reconsider." Having said that, he casually tossed 2 reward flowers aside. The petals, stained crimson, emanated a menacing aura. Li Shan was escorted away by bodyguards for medical attention, and the blood on the ground was promptly cleaned away, leaving the cluster of managers trembling, unable to stand. What had begun as a grand finale concluded in a spectacle of Li Shan's blood. No, it was not yet over. The bodyguards, alongside the managers, set up a row of computers on site, commencing the review of surveillance footage and conducting a real name registration to ensure each reward flower could be traced back to its recipient. Zhi Ling picked up a bottle of Louis XIV and approached Bo Wang, pouring half a glass into a wide-mouthed goblet before carefully offering it to him. "Brother Wang, do not let these inept fools vex you. Here, have a drink." Chapter 21. The young master unleashes carnage. "This group of inept fools cannot evade your prowess," Bo Wang remarked with a sardonic smile. He had chosen to remain in the shadows until now. "Pardon my indiscretion," Zhi Ling chuckled nervously. Had Li Shan not intervened, would he have dared to show his face? Was he truly so weary of life? Bo Wang, however, chose not to dwell on the matter, taking a sip from his glass before reclining on the sofa, awaiting the outcome. By the looks of it, if they failed to apprehend the individual today, sleep would be a distant luxury. As time trickled by and the wineglass neared emptiness, Bo Wang squinted ahead. Suddenly, he straightened in his seat, his gaze dark and intense as it fell upon the screen not far away. "Who is that?" Zhi Ling followed his line of sight. "Ah, it's Xiao Fuxing, your little maid. She came to deliver tea today. I must say, your tea leaves are exquisite, and your tea master is even more skilled. If my father were to catch a glimpse, he would undoubtedly covet them." "The tea master, from my household?" Bo Wang echoed in a low tone, his attention fixated on the slender figure frozen on the screen. The red ponytail was sharply defined, framing a delicate, pale neck, while the simple light-colored gauze dress accentuated her gentleness. These two styles seemed to clash, yet her mask obscured most of her face, her brow and eyes cast downwards, the surveillance footage failing to capture clarity. She appeared somewhat familiar. Bo Wang's lips curled into a fleeting smile, which quickly transformed into a chill, his grip on the yarn flower tightening into a fist. In the Shin Mountain Bo residence, servants traversed the corridor, cradling paintings. Zhi Ling was assisted by Jiang Fuxing as she made her way back to her room. Jiang Fuxing, brimming with excitement, brought forth a platter of fruit. "With this, the Gucci Tower should see some business, right? I noticed those young gentlemen seemed quite interested." "Business will come, but to cultivate repeat customers, we need to devise additional strategies," Zhi Ling replied. In truth, her tea leaves were not significantly superior to those purchased by. It was her mastery of the art of tea brewing learned since childhood that enhanced the flavor and drew attention. Yet, teaching the staff at the tea house this skill proved challenging, as evidenced by Jiang Fuxing's futile attempts over the past few days. Furthermore, she couldn't possibly brew tea daily under the guise of the young mistress of the Bo family. "You surely have a plan," Jiang Fuxing expressed, showing no concern for Zhi Ling's ability to generate income. Zhi Ling smiled faintly, plucking a piece of apple with her chopsticks and casually chatting. "By the way, what was the matter with those paintings earlier?" The servants were busily bringing in and taking out the artworks. "There's some concealed paintings taken for preservation," came the reply. "Concealed paintings? But aren't they all renowned pieces?" Outside, the night deepened, and a gentle mountain breeze wafted through the slightly ajar window. How could the Bo family possibly collect paintings from lesser-known artists? Jiang Fuxing said without a second thought, only to suddenly recall something. "Oh, you must be referring to the young master's childhood paintings, right? Are those Bo Wang's paintings? I heard that the young master was once a pupil of the esteemed Mr. Chang. He began painting at 3, and by 4, he was already winning awards, with his works exhibited far and wide." As she spoke, Jiang Fuxing's tone grew nostalgic. "However, ever since the young master returned, he has not produced a single piece, leaving the matriarch heartbroken." "So that was it." Zhi Ling chose not to inquire further. Just then, Jiang Fuxing seemed poised to speak again when a phone call interrupted her. Upon answering, she glanced at the caller ID. Zhi Ling, the fourth young master, was calling to tease her once more. Jiang Fuxing hesitated to pick up, fearing Zhi Ling might inquire about the tea leaves in the tea house, but she ultimately answered. The moment she heard his voice, she was so taken aback that a grape fell from her mouth. What?" Zhi Ling raised her eyes to glance at her. Jiang Fuxing quickly hung up and sat across from her, gossiping excitedly. "You will not believe this, just now, the fourth young master mentioned that the eldest master is wreaking havoc at the Spades Club." Chapter 22. Treating the young master as, what massacre? Wasn't Bo Wang absent from the Spade Club today? Zhang Fuxing sat down and said, "It turns out I was misinformed. The young master is indeed at the Spade Club today, or a special room has been prepared for his rest." "So what?" Lu Zhiling bit into a piece of peach, its flesh tender and juicy. Zhang Fuxing followed suit, munching as she continued, "I wonder which fool mistook the young master for a gigolo, even going so far as to affix 2 voting flowers to his door." The young master was furious. A sharp pain pierced her lip. Lu Zhiling had pricked herself, and as she touched her lip, she felt a bead of blood. Zhang Fuxing, oblivious to her discomfort, remarked, "I can't fathom who had the audacity to do that. That person is certainly doomed." Lu Zhiling's body stiffened slightly. Is this matter really serious? It was merely a misunderstanding. She had no intention of insulting him when placing those flowers. Of course it's serious. The owner of the club, Mr.Li, was so desperate to appease the young master that he jumped from the upper floor, covered in blood. The mere thought sent chills down Zhang Fuxing's spine, and suddenly she seemed to remember something, casting a glance at Lu Zhiling, hesitating to speak. Lu Zhiling perceived her intention immediately. "Are you withholding something from me?" Zhang Fuxing's eyes darted about, and after a prolonged pause, she continued, "Actually, there is another matter I hadn't mentioned before, fearing it would trouble your mind, especially since you are the young master's wife." "What matter?" "It's about something I overheard a few years ago. When the young master was working as an enforcer in Beigang, he was coerced into becoming a gigolo." Zhang Fuxing spoke in a hushed tone. "I don't know how long it lasted, but I do know he certainly resisted." Butler Wen mentioned that a sensational incident occurred in Beigang at that time, where the young master was forcibly taken into the room of a wealthy woman by several older gentlemen, and later, the occupants were carried out, all riddled with wounds. The blood on the walls took 3 days to clean. Lu Zhiling comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was no longer a mere misunderstanding, it was a matter where she had danced upon Bo Wang's shadow. "Why do you seem so unfazed by this?" Zhang Fuxing inquired, puzzled. Sometimes, she genuinely wondered if Lu Zhiling had ever experienced profound emotions. How could she remain so composed upon hearing such earth-shattering revelations? A reaction, indeed. Lu Zhiling sat upright, her posture impeccably straight, quietly observing Zhang Fuxing, her voice imbued with an eerie calmness. "Can you guess where our 2 flowers are now?" Zhang Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she grasped the implication, fear causing her to plop down onto the ground. You are that audacious one?" If by some chance another individual had also affixed 2 voting flowers to a door, she would be innocent. However, the likelihood of that was virtually nil. "I mistook him for someone on stage in a white shirt, hence the misunderstanding," Lu Zhiling replied coolly, then popped a grape into her mouth, the cool sweetness alleviating her sudden anxiety. Not enough. Lu Zhiling continued to stuff her mouth with fruit, cherries, apples, peaches, mangoes. She accepted all. A towering mound of fruit was quickly devoured, and Zhang Fuxing gazed at her in bewilderment. "Is it safe for a pregnant woman to eat so much?" It was. At least the pregnant woman was still alive. As long as she lived, she could eat. Tomorrow, however, was uncertain. Lu Zhiling gradually regained her composure and after a moment asked, "If I were to speak honestly to him, clarify the misunderstanding, and sincerely apologize, what do you think are the chances of Bo Wang forgiving me?" Chapter 23. She decided to take a bold step. Zhang Fuxing lay on the ground, his face devoid of color as he raised his hands to form a large, round shape resembling a duck egg. Lu Zhiling's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Is there truly no exception?" "Only for those we cherish can there be favoritism and exceptions, but you," Zhang Fuxing faltered, well aware that Lu Zhiling had married into the Bo family due to her pregnancy, something known to all. While they were indeed husband and wife, the eldest master harbored no love for her. "Let me ponder this," Lu Zhiling said, her eyes turning contemplatively. "Fuxing, could you please assist me in destroying the wig in that outfit?" For the time being, she could not afford to be recognized. Having altered her appearance and kept her head lowered throughout, she hoped to evade detection. However, with Zhang Fuxing's presence at the Spade Club, she knew he would face intense questioning. Given his naive disposition, he would undoubtedly struggle under pressure. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to defuse the situation before it escalated, ensuring that Bo Wang would not reach the point of interrogating Zhang Fuxing. "Oh, all right." Zhang Fuxing, already in a state of panic, hurriedly sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Lu Zhiling remained seated, silently lifting her gaze to the sheer veil stirred by the wind, biting her lip as a metallic sweetness lingered on her tongue. "Favoritism and exceptions are reserved for those we love, but what of those who love us in return? Is there no room for leniency? Without tolerance, at the very least, one ought not to adopt an adversarial stance." Before she could fully gather her thoughts, the door swung open abruptly. Zhang Fuxing, pale as a ghost, looked at her. "This is bad. I heard the butler below say that the eldest master has returned." Lu Zhiling tightened her grip on her sleeves. The night enveloped the divine mountain in a rich darkness, fragrant blossoms wafting through the air. When De rushed to the entrance with the servants, just as he was about to open the car door, a sleek black door was pushed open from within. Bo Wang stepped out, his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. "Young master," when De wiped the sweat from his brow, which had formed from his hurried pace. "I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a late-night meal for you. Is there anything in particular you would like?" Bo Wang did not spare him a glance, striding past him with purpose, his footsteps echoing on the polished floor as he made his way towards the staircase. When De paused, taken aback, was the young master returning to the marital home? Without pausing, Bo Wang ascended to the 3rd floor, his heavy footsteps resonating in the lengthy corridor. He slowly raised his gaze towards the door of his intended target, his expression dark and his lips curling into a wickedly excited smirk. It is common to seek those who wish to engage in conflict, yet rare to find those who court their own demise. This evening promised to be quite entertaining. As he walked, he pinched a cigarette between his fingers, lowered his head to light it, and exhaled a slow plume of smoke, leisurely heading towards his marital quarters. Before he could draw near, a voice emanated from the half-open door. "Young mistress, my sincerest apologies. You asked me to bring the tea master from the tea house to deliver tea to the young master, but I was unable to do so." Zhang Fuxing's voice emerged from within, tinged with guilt. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang's eyes darkened. He refrained from entering directly, instead leaning against the wall. "He is not present. It is not your fault." Zhi Ling's gentle voice resonated. Bo Wang narrowed his eyes, as if recalling the soft, feeble resistance of a certain someone on that chaotic night in the bedroom. Inside, Zhang Fuxing's voice, laced with confusion, broke through again. "But I don't understand. Clearly, it was you, young mistress, who wished to send tea to the young master. Why must I say it is from the household? Even if the young master is not here, I could have asked the manager of the club to convey your concern. He misunderstands me. My concern would only make him uncomfortable." Zhi Ling's voice was soft, her speech deliberate and devoid of any aggression. "I simply want him to have some tea to ease his intoxication." Chapter 24. How to make you marry only me. The young mistress, everyone in the household claims you are merely relying on your belly to cling to the family, yet I cannot shake the feeling that you seem particularly fond of the young master, in a cautious and careful manner. Bo Wang leaned against the wall, biting his cigarette, his eyes filled with derision. It appeared that his newlywed wife was plotting how to establish her footing within the Bo family, without ensnaring him. How could she hope to enjoy a prolonged stay in the Bo household? How utterly laughable. I am the room. Zhi Ling fell silent for a few moments before offering a faint smile. "I'm not quite certain if it can be classified as fondness. In truth, I have known him for quite some time. When I was a child learning to paint, I came across a piece online titled The Newborn, depicting a little duckling breaking free from its shell. I was instantly captivated, thinking that the artist must be exceptionally talented and intriguing, and thus I pestered my parents to allow me to study under him." A smile graced Zhi Ling's lips as she continued. "However, they informed me that this was painted by the eldest son of the Bo family, who was still just a child at the time. Consequently, I persisted." She fell silent. Bo Wang furrowed his brow, turning his face slightly, while Zhang Fuxing seemed to ask on his behalf, "What did you persist in asking for?" Zhi Ling appeared momentarily flustered, and after a brief pause, she confessed, "Back then, I insisted every day that I wanted to marry him." Bo Wang nearly choked on the smoke. What an unconventional approach to winning someone over, ignoring appearances and family background, and instead, fixating on a painting. Bo Wang, lacking the patience to hear more, turned and entered the room directly. As they sat on the sofa, Zhang Fuxing was startled into a jump, standing up in shock and fear as he glanced towards the tall man at the doorway. "Why, young master?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling seemed momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face as she stood up from the sofa. "Leave." Bo Wang's voice was low and magnetic, lacking any discernible inflection, making it difficult to discern whether he meant please leave or get out. Zhang Fuxing, not daring to linger to discern the difference, fled through the door. Bo Wang casually slammed the door shut and then scrutinized his legitimate wife. Zhi Ling stood there quietly, her long hair cascading down, a few strands resting on her shoulders. Her features were delicate and enchanting, though her expression bore a hint of anxiety, with her eyes appearing vacant and unfocused as they gazed in his direction. She was clad in a short, red wedding robe, the neckline fashioned into a V-shape, the silky satin accentuating her curves, with a belt cinched around her waist, which was so slender it could be grasped with a single hand. The hem of the robe fell to her knees, revealing a pair of fair, delicate calves. She stood barefoot on the carpet. Bo Wang stared at her for a long while, reaching out to tug at the neckline of his shirt, attempting to alleviate the sudden surge of heat he felt. "Come, tell me how that painting compelled you to marry me." His voice unmistakably carried a hint of mockery and disbelief. Zhi Ling furrowed her brow, a fleeting expression of embarrassment and irritation washing over her as her ears flushed slightly. She fidgeted with her fingers and after a long pause, she replied, "I just found the painting quite intriguing." "Have you never seen a duck hatching?" Bo Wang scoffed, lowering his gaze as it drifted across the fruit knife on the coffee table. "Not exactly." Zhi Ling shook her head. "In that painting, the little duckling, upon cracking its shell, first glimpses the sunrise by the sea and hears the sound of an egg breaking in a corner." She began to elaborate slowly. Bo Wang fixated on her lifeless eyes, bending down to extinguish his cigarette in the ashtray, casually picking up the fruit knife and then deliberately stepping closer to her, one slow stride at a time. Oblivious, Zhi Ling continued to speak about the painting. "In the distance, on the beach, a tiny crab claw emerges from the sand. It must be a little crab." Bo Wang's lips curled into a smirk as he stood before her, listening for a moment, before abruptly raising the fruit knife and lunging towards her eyes. Chapter 25. Zhi Ling's heart soared with a flutter. A glint of cold light flashed by. A gust of wind swept in through the unclosed window, rustling the garments of the two individuals. Zhi Ling's long hair was lifted by the breeze, a few strands brushing against her porcelain skin, dancing before her eyes, only to be severed by the sharp edge of a blade, drifting down like a feather. The keen tip of the blade halted before her beautiful brown pupils. Zhi Ling remained utterly still, a hint of a reflective smile gracing her lips. The entire painting revolves around the image of a little duckling hatching, yet the scene is imbued with the essence of new beginnings. Even the morning sun embodies this, which is why I find it so intriguing. The fragile smile froze at the corners of her mouth. A true blind man, the person from the Spade Club was not her. Zhi Ling calmly gazed ahead, blinking as if just realizing, did you step in front of me? Bo Wang discarded the fruit knife. The crisp sound of the blade clattering to the ground made Zhi Ling flinch, her shoulders instinctively drawing up, as if in fear. Her expression betrayed a hint of panic. What did you throw? Before she could finish her sentence, Bo Wang suddenly grasped her chin, his palm pressing harshly against the side of her neck, eliciting a suffocating sensation as if she were being choked, her breath caught in her throat. The night wind that flowed in from outside felt particularly frigid, her body involuntarily tensed, yet the man before her did not continue his aggression. Instead, he shifted to a gentler hold, caressing her chin with his thumb a couple of times, then gliding over her lips, his deep voice carrying an eerie tenderness amidst the night breeze. Did you fall for me just from a painting? At that moment, Zhi Ling truly comprehended that what made Bo Wang most formidable was not the misdeeds he had committed, but rather his ability to conceal his emotions, rendering it impossible to discern his current state of mind. She could not predict whether the next moment would bring her safety or engulf her in flames. She bit her lip, pressing it hard, and after a few seconds, as if having made a resolute decision, she summoned her courage and declared, yes, I like you, the one who painted that picture. Bo Wang fixed his gaze upon her, momentarily taken aback by her sudden declaration of conviction. Soon after, he chuckled, his well-defined fingers trailing gently over her face, ultimately resting at the corner of her eye, his tone still gentle. Do you think you are worthy? A blind person dares to entertain thoughts of enticing him. I know I am not worthy. Zhi Ling lowered her eyes, speaking humbly. I understand you do not believe that I did not orchestrate the trap, and I am aware that you are the esteemed eldest son of the Bo family, while I am merely a disabled person. I possess self-awareness. Whether you believe it or not, when I said I did not wish to keep that child, it was true. If it were not for my inability to terminate the pregnancy, I truly did not want to bring you any trouble. As she spoke before him, her voice dwindled, quavering increasingly, perfectly embodying the sense of grievance and the last remnants of her shattered pride when faced with the one she cherished. I do like you, I wish to be close to you, to care for you, to understand what kind of person you truly are, but I harbor no ulterior motives. Once the agreement concludes, I will leave immediately, without entanglement. Such a pitiful declaration, yet I find it hard to believe. Bo Wang caressed her face, and before he could finish his thought, he noticed her rapidly blinking, desperately trying to rein in her emotions, though her lashes were dampened, her eyes clearly glimmering with unshed tears. Despite her stubbornness to hold back, her pearly teeth clenched tightly against her lip. Is she serious? The smile faded from Bo Wang's face, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon her. Suddenly, he reached for the nape of her neck, pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to capture her lips in a fierce kiss. Chapter 26. What if I were to send you to your demise? The moonlight danced playfully through the sheer fabric, cascading over her long hair that fell in disarray upon the back of his forceful hand. Zhi Ling offered no resistance, her long lashes fluttered, and her cheeks gradually flushed with a delicate pink, betraying the tumult within her. His dark, piercing gaze captured every subtle nuance of her expression, prying her lips apart and seizing a tender softness, invading with audacity. She momentarily froze, then tilted her face upward, greedily seeking his lips and tongue. How bold she was! Bo Wang grasped the nape of her neck and pulled her back, his eyes fixating on her reddened lips, an immediate surge of desire rising within him. He forcibly suppressed the urge to delve deeper into madness, nearly pressing against her lips. Do you truly harbor such affection for me? If you do not believe me, I could repeat it endlessly. What if I were to send you to your demise? He interrupted her, his voice low, devoid of joy or anger. The sound of the wind abruptly fell silent. The window drapery settled back into place without a whisper. Despite Zhi Ling having envisioned countless potential reactions from him, she was still taken aback by his words. What? Ha! Bo Wang lowered his gaze, observing her reaction with a sardonic smile before releasing his hold on her and turning to leave, uttering nothing further. Zhi Ling gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure, puzzled by the meaning behind his words. After a while, Zhang Fuxing stealthily entered the room, closing the door behind him and rushing towards her. The young master has gone to the study. He shouldn't be back anytime soon. How did it go? Did you manage to get through? At his words, Zhi Ling finally relaxed her tightly clenched hands. Both palms were bloodied and mangled, the patterns on her skin obscured, crimson staining the small, jagged blades of a fruit knife. What have you done? Zhang Fuxing stared at her in shock. I have regained my sight, and upon seeing the fruit knife coming toward me, I instinctively flinched. This was my only option. She forced herself to endure the intense pain without flinching. Zhi Ling moved to the side, retrieving a tissue to wrap the two broken pieces of the small eyebrow-shaping blade, handing it to Zhang Fuxing. Dispose of this. A fruit knife? Zhang Fuxing paused before realizing, did the young master stab you? Yes. Wait, you asked me to leave the fruit knife in the room. You deliberately provoked the young master into stabbing you? Indeed. Why on earth? Zhang Fuxing was incredulous. As Zhi Ling cleaned the blood from her hands, she watched as the thinning crimson water disappeared into the sink. Just moments ago, when Zhang Fuxing mentioned Bo Wang's sudden return, she found it peculiar. Today, the activities at the Black Spade Society attracted a multitude of guests, and the only area under surveillance was the entrance. The waiter who had misdirected her was preoccupied, completely unaware of her presence in that corridor. Thus, it was improbable that they could trace her and Zhang Fuxing's whereabouts anytime soon. She later realized that had Zhang Fuxing simply brought along an ordinary tea master, Bo Wang would not have felt compelled to rush back. Zhang Fuxing was no novice at the Bo household. He understood the protocols and would have clearly communicated the various taboos. If she were merely a typical tea master, Bo Wang would have harbored no suspicions. The issue lay with her. Bo Wang likely recognized her from the surveillance footage. She was confident in her disguise, believing she had successfully concealed her identity. Thus, he must have identified her by her stature. The animosity between them meant that if she had been pretending to be blind all along, it would be entirely justifiable for her to insult him with 2 flowers to vent her frustration. Bo Wang's return was merely to verify his suspicions. She did not wish to follow his lead, so she initiated a subtle hint first. The fruit knife was a form of suggestion, and as anticipated, Bo Wang had indeed used it to test her resolve. Chapter 27. How did you know I would stay tonight? The act of discussing paintings and preferences is merely a forced diversion from the core issue. Even if she were mistaken, Bo Wang had already ascertained the truth. The tea master was indeed her, and the flower was one she had affixed herself. She would assert that flower symbolized her affection for him, not an insult, hoping to placate him and prevent any hysterical retribution. However, it appears that Bo Wang believes the tea master is not her, which is why he has ceased further inquiries into Jiang Fuxing. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Fuxing was left in awe, diligently applying medicine to her wounds while exclaiming, "How can you think of so much in such a short time? It's truly impressive. This matter is far from over. Please inform Uncle Feng to swiftly create 2 yuan flowers to appease the inquiries from the club. I hope this will ultimately resolve itself into a misunderstanding." This was the best outcome she could envision at present. Understood, Jiang Fuxing replied, gazing at the alarming injuries on her hands. "You are far too harsh on yourself." "It's nothing," she retorted. Inflicting harm on herself was preferable to suffering Bo Wang's wrath. "So, Zhi Ling," Jiang Fuxing inquired with a hint of curiosity, "did you really have a crush on the young master when you were a child?" "No, it was all fabricated," Zhi Ling answered succinctly. Jiang Fuxing gasped in astonishment. "You acted so convincingly, I genuinely believed you had a secret affection for him." Zhi Ling smiled slightly, momentarily distracted by the image of Bo Wang. How could anyone demand the other to perish after a confession? What kind of person was he, truly? The study door was firmly shut, the light dimmed. A solitary figure sat at the desk. Bo Wang rested his head on one hand, expressionless as he scrutinized the painting placed before him. The youthful strokes of the artwork contained numerous elements, each mirroring Zhi Ling's descriptions, even the crab claws in the sand. Setting aside facial features and family backgrounds, it was the painting that captivated him. Knock, knock. A knock echoed. Bo Wang's eyes, darkened in the shadowy room, glinted coldly as he flipped the painting face down, saying, "Enter." The butler, Wen Di, stepped inside, bowing respectfully. "Young master, the matriarch requests that you remain at home tonight and join her for breakfast with the young mistress tomorrow morning." Bo Wang was indifferent. "What if I choose not to?" Wen Di was accustomed to such remarks. His plump face retained a respectful demeanor. "Then I shall prepare 2 ropes for the old master and matriarch to hang outside your door. Would you like me to arrange a different room for the young mistress to avoid alarming her?" Hearing this, Bo Wang raised his gaze, looking at him with a chilling intensity. "Then tell the matriarch to extend her tongue while hanging. It might just frighten that woman into leaving with her." Wen Di lowered his head even further. "What are you still standing there for?" Bo Wang's icy glare bore into him. "Am I waiting for you to be dismissed? I shall take my leave at once." Wen Di hurriedly exited, pondering whether the young master planned to stay at home. At least he could finally report back to the matriarch. Upon entering the room, Bo Wang found Zhi Ling seated on the sofa, stirring a bowl of rock sugar bird's nest that Jiang Fuxing had prepared for her nourishment. She struggled with the spoon, inadvertently brushing against her bandaged wounds, causing her to wince in pain as she furrowed her brow and adjusted her grip. "Who is it?" She feigned ignorance to the approaching footsteps, straightening her posture. Bo Wang immediately noticed her hands, wrapped in bandages with a hint of crimson seeping through, and the evident bloodstains on the fruit knife nearby, quickly deducing that she had injured herself while handling the knife. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" he chastised. "How could one sustain such injuries?" Zhi Ling turned to face him, smiling gently as she asked, "I had Fuxing prepare rock sugar bird's nest for you. It's still warm, would you like some?" "How did you know I would stay tonight?" Chapter 28. "As long as you do not fear waking up to a bed of intestines, how did you know I would stay the night?" The chill in Bo Wang's gaze deepened. Did she still dare to inquire about his whereabouts? "I have no idea," Zhi Ling replied, shaking her head with an expression of innocence. Thus, regardless of whether he would indeed stay, she was prepared to serve bird's nest soup. This woman. Bo Wang cast a glance at the bowl in her hands, disregarding her as he strode toward the bathroom, unfastening his buttons as he walked, oblivious to those around him, and shedding his shirt with nonchalance. Zhi Ling sat dazedly on the sofa, unexpectedly capturing the sight of beauty before her. The contours of the man's arms were subtly defined, and the lines of his back, brimming with vitality, were strikingly smooth, adorned with a few scattered old scars that did not diminish the impact of his narrow waist, especially under the warm yellow light, which added an air of intimacy. Although Zhi Ling did not harbor fondness for Bo Wang, the allure of flesh was hard to resist. After taking a few steps, Bo Wang suddenly turned to look at her, his dark eyes piercing through her, as if attempting to see into her very soul. Did he sense her gaze upon him? Zhi Ling maintained her usual expression, her eyes vacant and unfocused. Bo Wang scrutinized her for a moment before striding into the bathroom. Presumably, he assumed that a blind person like her could see nothing. He left the door ajar, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the air, causing Zhi Ling's ears to flush inexplicably. "Calm down," Zhi Ling thought to herself, "being enamored is hardly a virtue." Yet, she found herself unable to erase the earlier imagery from her mind. Well, perhaps a few spoonfuls of bird's nest soup would help soothe her nerves. Bo Wang's shower was brief, and when he emerged, he wore only a pair of loose gray lounge pants, his short hair tousled and damp, enveloped in a mist of steam. Lu Xiying's gaze roamed over him entirely, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. The wound in her palm throbbed painfully as she lifted the bowl, instinctively using one arm to cradle it, realizing that this posture was more exhausting just as Bo Wang reappeared. In his eyes, it appeared as though she was tightly clutching the bowl to her chest, fearful that the bird's nest might cool, depriving him of a warm bite. Bo Wang lowered his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her. You do not think that keeping it warm would entice me to eat, do you? Ah, Lu Xiying responded, a hint of confusion in her voice, with his body still damp and the steam lingering around him. It was quite the sight. Refrain from harboring any thoughts. Here, you shall gain nothing. Bo Wang, fatigued from the day's events, was disinclined to invest any further effort into this little blind girl, and thus turned to head toward the marriage bed. Leaning against the headboard, he busied himself with his phone, neither covering himself with a blanket nor donning a shirt. Lu Xiying silently set the bowl down, belatedly pondering a pressing concern that if he were to stay the night and occupy the bed, where would she sleep? Reflecting on her role, she quietly and hopefully inquired, since you are staying at home tonight, shall I prepare the bed for you? Which side do you prefer, the one closer to the door or the one farther away? Bo Wang paused his fingers on the phone screen, turning to look at her with a heavy gaze. You wish to share a bed with me? Is that permissible? She asked cautiously. Sure, he replied nonchalantly, as long as you do not fear waking up to a bed of intestines. Lu Xiying's expression stiffened before she forced a smile. I can sleep on the sofa tonight. You should rest early. With that, she groped her way to the sofa, lying down and clutching a pillow to her chest, finding herself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Chapter 29. The first night together after marriage, the elderly couple resided in the small villa, while in the main building, Madame Yu and Madame Xia were preoccupied with their theatrical rivalry over a man, leaving behind a multitude of servants and bodyguards. Even if there were whispers, none would dare approach her with idle chatter. Thus, for the past few days, she had enjoyed a semblance of comfort with her door firmly shut. The sudden presence of another person felt somewhat disconcerting. She quietly contemplated her future plans for the tea house, and as her thoughts meandered, time slipped away imperceptibly if the lights remained aglow, and even with her eyes closed, sleep eluded her. Zhi Ling, clutching a pillow, turned to her side, inadvertently casting her gaze towards the marriage bed. There, he lay half-curled, phone illuminated beside his pillow, playing some video while he had already succumbed to slumber. His tousled hair fell across his forehead, and with his eyes firmly shut, he projected a diminished air of intimidation. He had not even covered himself with a blanket. Zhi Ling endeavored to restrain her wandering gaze, turning her face away, only to furrow her brow in concern. If he were to catch a cold from sleeping like that, would he not need to recuperate at home, and how could she maintain her carefully crafted persona of someone who adored him while managing the tea house? With these thoughts swirling, she rose from the sofa and softly inquired, Bo Wang, are you asleep? The man lay still, utterly unresponsive. Indeed, he was asleep. Zhi Ling approached him cautiously, mindful of making any noise that might rouse him and expose her intentions. She deliberately touched the nearby objects as she moved, inching towards the bed. Once at the bedside, she bent down to carefully unfold the blanket and gently pull it upwards. Just as the blanket reached his waist, Bo Wang abruptly opened his eyes. Maintaining his side-lying position, he cast a dark, scrutinizing glare in her direction, his expression rife with suspicion. Zhi Ling nearly dropped the blanket in fright, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric. After a moment's hesitation in her breathing, she feigned calmness and continued to cover him. Bo Wang silently turned to face her, his gaze fixed upon her without a word of protest, slowly extending his hand towards her. His large palm hovered before her neck, forming a gesture that was almost a threat. A mere inch forward, and he could easily snap her neck. With steady breaths, Zhi Ling pulled the blanket up to his chest, tenderly tucking it around him, her movements imbued with the careful exploration characteristic of the blind. Perhaps unprepared for her midnight concern that he might be cold, Bo Wang froze momentarily, then fixed his gaze upon her as if trying to glean some hidden truth from her expression. Noticing that his hand did not close around her throat, Zhi Ling relaxed slightly, turning cautiously to return to the sofa, clutching the pillow as she lay back down. It was utterly terrifying. If Bo Wang were to linger at home for an extended period, she would either be unmasked or scared to death. She turned to face the inner side, closing her eyes in an attempt to ignore the intrusive light as she sought sleep. After a considerable time, just as she was on the cusp of slumber, a low, haunting voice suddenly resonated behind her. I can't sleep, count for me. Zhi Ling was startled and shot upright from the sofa, only to find Bo Wang perched ghost-like on the coffee table before her, his pitch-black eyes coldly fixated on her. Her acute hearing had failed to detect his approach. Perhaps her startled demeanor amused him, for he smirked, revealing a disturbingly twisted smile. Are you not asleep? She asked softly. I can't sleep, do you not understand? Bo Wang arched an eyebrow. Could he not simply take a few sleeping pills to remedy his insomnia? Chapter 30. Do you need to relish this? She reached out, tightly embracing the cushion, forcing a smile. Then you can lie back on the bed while I count for you. Come over and count. Bo Mang grasped her arm, rising to his feet and directly pulling her to the edge of the bed. Before Zhi Ling could contemplate whether they would share the same bed that night, he pressed down hard on her shoulder, causing her to sit on the floor by the bed. Beasts are beasts, and scoundrels are scoundrels. Yet, Bo Mang reclined on the bed, comfortably covering himself with the blanket, lazily commanding, begin. Leaning against the bed, Zhi Ling steadied her thoughts and cooperatively began, 1 sheep, 2 sheep. The man on the bed abruptly turned his gaze towards her, his eyes glinting with malice. Did I ask you to count sheep? Zhi Ling suddenly recalled what Jiang Fuxing had said. He had spent his childhood in a slaughterhouse, and he harbored not only a shadow regarding cattle but also one concerning sheep. She licked her lips and changed her approach, continuing to count. 1, 2, 3, her soft, mellifluous tone conveyed a sense of unwavering dedication, sweet as honey. Bo Mang's dark gaze bore into her, inscrutable in thought. 23, 24. 45, 46, what do you hope to gain from me? Status, wealth? Bo Mang abruptly interrupted, propping himself up slightly on the bed, grasping her chin to force her to lift her face towards him. Speak now, and I might grant you a chance at survival. If I discover anything later, I will make your life a living hell. His breath brushed against her lips as he spoke, his fingers applied pressure, leaving a pale imprint on her soft chin. Each word dripped with menace. He was suspicious and guarded, even a mere confession incited a myriad of thoughts within him. Zhi Ling understood that she was inextricably entangled in this situation. She could only softly continue, I seek nothing for myself, I merely wish for you to remain as joyful as you were in the paintings of your childhood. Do you know what it feels like to have sulfuric acid poured over your skin? He asked. Why don't you believe me? Have you ever encountered a true human stick? Unable to move, unable to die, fully conscious yet trapped in a state of incontinence, enduring day after day. His deep voice carried a chilling resonance. Zhi Ling gently placed her hand on his, earnestly stating, Bo Mang, I have already signed the private agreement you provided. I know when I must depart. Bo Mang scoffed, isn't human nature inherently greedy? What good was the agreement if it could not quell her restless heart? What tricks could I possibly pull off right under your nose? She replied, there are less than 2 years left before I can leave. If I pose any problem, you can deal with me at any time, can't you? Bo Mang regarded her in silence. After a long pause, he lowered his gaze, fixating on his wrist, where white bandages covered his palm, and his slender fingers bore numerous tiny scars. Indeed, a blind person would not dare to display any audacity before him. Zhi Ling, remember what you said today, for if you do not, I will ensure that your latter years are more miserable than that of a human stick. Bo Mang released her, reclining back lazily, continue counting. Zhi Ling touched her chin. Do you truly need to savor this? The man scrutinized her, wearing an expression akin to that of an infatuated admirer. Who is savoring anything? It was her chin that was pinched too painfully. Zhi Ling found herself with no grievances to express, thus she continued counting sheep in a good-natured tone. 47, 48, chapter 31. They only consider you as married due to the child. It was already late into the night, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and as she counted, her head gradually drooped. Bo Wang cast his gaze downwards, observing that Zhi Ling had already succumbed to sleep against the edge of the bed, her raven locks cascading over his hand in an intimate embrace. Gazing at her countenance, an unusual benevolence stirred within him, compelling him not to awaken her. He reclined on the bed, watching the room illuminated by the glow of the night, remaining wakeful until dawn broke. After spending the night on the floor, Zhi Ling rose, her arms, legs, and waist aching as though they had been crushed. Rubbing her arms, she sat up, only to meet Bo Wang's gaze, his eyes wide and red, resembling a wolf in the forest fixated on its prey. Had he awoken early, or had he not slept at all? How long had he been watching her? If he continued to linger, her nerves would surely fray. Steeling herself, Zhi Ling quietly stood, tentatively adjusting the blanket for him before feeling her way along the wall towards the wardrobe. She retrieved her cane and, with a steady determination, made her way to the bathroom. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping on the door ensued. Young master, young mistress, the matriarch requests your presence for breakfast. Zhang Fu Sheng's voice resonated from outside. The two-story villa, encircled by towering parasol trees, stood adjacent to the opulent Bo family estate, tranquil and serene in the morning light. In stark contrast to the ostentatious luxury of the main building, the Wutong courtyard exuded a refreshing tranquility. After paying her respects to the two elders with tea, Zhi Ling took her seat at the table, positioning herself beside Bo Wang on his left, quietly consuming her meal with her head bowed. Bo Wang, evidently disinterested in the array of vegetarian dishes before him, leaned back in a languid posture. What have you been so busy with each day? It seems impossible to find you when we wish to share a meal together. The matriarch, Ding Yujun, cast a reproachful glance at Bo Wang. She then, with a tender demeanor, used the communal chopsticks to serve Zhi Ling a perfectly golden fried egg, her tone softening considerably. Now that you are expecting a child, you must eat more. Thank you, grandmother. Zhi Ling responded with a polite smile, her heart remaining unperturbed. Compared to the other peculiar members of the Bo family, the matriarch's treatment of her was relatively kind, yet she was acutely aware that this kindness was solely for the sake of her unborn child, not for herself. She had witnessed the true respect afforded to the new matriarchs of grand families, and her current situation was far from that. You are such a well-behaved child, Ding Yujun remarked with a smile, seemingly casual. By the way, I hear that you are gathering evidence to accuse Feng Chao and Hua Ping, is that correct? It was evident that nothing could remain concealed from the Bo family. Yes, Zhi Ling affirmed. I have already instructed someone to retrieve and destroy your evidence. This matter has not escalated to the point of litigation, Wun Ti, you agree? Ding Yujun's tone was as measured as if she were commenting on the flourishing leaves of the parasol trees outside. At her words, Zhi Ling's grip on her chopsticks tightened abruptly, a wave of pain radiating from the wound in her palm, causing her face to pale. She fought against the impulse to upend the table. After a long pause, she released her chopsticks and replied submissively, I understand, grandmother. To her dismay, even her desire for vengeance would be stifled. Bo Wang regarded her with a piercing glance. What do you understand? Do you comprehend that grandmother fears you might escalate this situation, turning you and me into yet another scandal for the Bo family? Bo, Wang. Ding Yujun shot an irritated look at him, her voice cooling slightly. I am acting in your best interests, and for the sake of your child. At present, everyone assumes you are married due to the child. If they were to learn that you were drugged into this situation, how would your child ever find their place in the world? How will they inherit the Bo family legacy? An heir born of such dubious circumstances would forever be a subject of ridicule. Zhi Ling was taken aback by this revelation. She had always believed that Bo Wang's reckless behavior led the elders of the Bo family to hastily arrange a marriage for him, but she had not anticipated that the matriarch harbored such ulterior motives. The outside world perceived Bo Wang as a libertine, rife with scandals, overshadowed by his younger siblings, and incapable of inheriting the family business, yet, as suggested by the matriarch, in the absence of a capable first grandson, she intended to seize the opportunity to cultivate a great-grandson. But this did not seem right. If the matriarch valued Bo Wang as the eldest grandson, why not arrange for him to marry a family of equal standing that could bolster his prospects? After all, she was merely an orphan with nothing to her name. Chapter 32. The old man's startling words. As Zhi Ling pondered in suspicion, the old man Bo Lin, who was preoccupied with his meal, suddenly broke into a foolish grin. Indeed. If everyone were to discover that my eldest grandson is incapable, how embarrassing it would be for him to rely on others for assistance during his first time. Cough. Zhi Ling could no longer maintain her composure and erupted into a fit of coughing. What kind of information was she absorbing? So, it was due to Bo Wang's inherent issues that the old lady was unable to find him a suitable match. With Bo Wang, seated nearby, had initially been disinterested in the conversation of the elderly couple, but upon hearing those words, his expression darkened, and his eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he addressed the old man slowly. Old man, enough. Profanity nearly slipped from his lips. It was Yu Jun who mentioned that no woman has ever spent the night by your side. Bo Lin, suffering from dementia, had long lost the imposing figure he once was, leaving only a childlike innocence with a propensity for unfiltered speech. Nevertheless, my eldest grandson is still formidable. That young lad managed to take a life on his very first battle. In the past, he would surely have been a general. Zhi Ling felt the urge to cleanse her ears. What had she just heard? Bo Wang's face had turned an ominous shade of dark, and he silently began to unbutton his cuffs, emanating an aura of chilling hostility. Observing this, Ding Yujun quickly turned to the servants, exclaiming, "The old man has finished eating, quickly assist him to take a stroll in the courtyard." If they lingered any longer, a familial tragedy would surely unfold. I haven't finished yet, that sweet corn, Yujun. Bo Lin wore an expression of innocent grievance as he was forcibly escorted away by the servants. Bo Wang watched coldly, one hand resting on the table's edge, his cuffs already undone, revealing the prominent blue veins on his forearms. Ding Yujun set down her chopsticks and looked at the two of them, saying, "Once your child is born, I shall personally raise him. Bo Wang, the Bo family rightfully belongs to you. Your grandmother will surely assist you in obtaining it." Poof. Bo Wang let out a disdainful laugh. Zhi Ling glanced over to see Ding Yujun's well-maintained face stiffen slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Bo Wang leaned forward, his handsome visage looming close to Ding Yujun's, his eyes dark as the night and his voice low, laced with a hint of amusement. "If you wish to help, shouldn't you consider aiding me in what I desire?" Ding Yujun furrowed her brow. "What is it that you desire?" "I wish to die." "Could you lend a hand?" Bo Wang raised an eyebrow, his tone airy and nonchalant. Ding Yujun stood there, utterly frozen. Bo Wang chose not to utter another word and rose to leave. Zhi Ling remained seated in silence, discreetly observing as Ding Yujun's eyes reddened, her expression filled with guilt as she gazed longingly at the empty doorway. Suddenly, Ding Yujun grasped her fingers as if clutching a lifeline. "Zhi Ling, ensure you give birth to the baby properly. You must take care of it." Zhi Ling nodded gently in response, acknowledging her words. She had no right to refuse the birth. The tea house named Return Date Pavilion was situated in a suburban area where housing prices were relatively low, attracting few customers. In this tranquil space, Zhi Ling felt no psychological burden as she quietly selected tea leaves, packaging them alongside Fengjin and Zhang Fusheng. Regret, how could the old lady possibly feel? Is it perhaps because he has endured years of hardship while wandering alone? Zhang Fusheng inquired with curiosity. It doesn't quite seem like that, there may be other reasons at play. Zhi Ling replied coolly, "The Bo family is even more intricate than I had anticipated." The old lady intended to cultivate the child in her womb as an heir. As far as she knew, Madame Yu and Madame Xiao were perpetually at odds, their rivalry exacerbated by their respective offspring. Thus, the child in her belly would be born into a battleground of power struggles. If that were the case, how could she bear to leave the child within the Bo family? Contemplating this, Zhi Ling couldn't help but gently caress her abdomen. Chapter 33, Can't you see? Are you blind? In large families, conflicts often lead to a struggle for survival. Where else can you find a clan as harmonious as the Lu family? Fengjin stood by, furrowing his brow with concern as he gazed at her. "Miss, it is too humiliating and perilous for you to remain in such a den of wolves." "It matters not. I shall not provoke anyone from the Bo family, but should they dare to confront me, I will no longer be as ineffectual as I once was." In her childhood, she had lived under the protection of her family, blissfully ignorant of the harsh realities of life. However, Feng Chao had taught her to perceive the truth, and she would no longer indulge in self-pity. She was determined to carve out a space for herself in the world. After packaging the tea leaves, Zhi Ling opened her computer to check the profits. Upon seeing the figures, Fengjin could not help but chuckle. The Spade Club has sent several young gentlemen to enjoy tea, and they even took some leaves home. After deducting the costs of the tea and rent, there remains a considerable surplus. Lu Zhi Ling nodded. Then, Uncle Feng, it's best to repay your loan at the earliest opportunity. The establishment of the tea house had required Feng Jin to mortgage his property. She had set her sights on the wealthy patrons who valued quality over price, aiming for quick profits. There's no rush, the tea house must remain operational, and a few who have tasted the tea you brewed, miss, feel that something is amiss in the flavor, and they may not return, Feng Jin expressed, his concern for future clientele evident. Thus, we cannot rely solely on the tea leaves to retain our customers. We must cultivate the tea house into a refined establishment that people will be eager to frequent, Lu Zhi Ling proposed, already formulating new ideas. We must ensure impeccable service quality, so employee training must be flawless. Additionally, we should inquire where individuals in this circle typically indulge themselves and seek potential collaborations with those venues. Agreed, Feng Jin nodded, meticulously storing the tea leaves on the table. The tea house, designed in the rustic style of Jiangnan architecture, exuded a gentle aroma of tea from the upper to lower floors. It was time to return to the Bo family. As Lu Zhi Ling and Jiang Fuxing descended the wooden staircase, they had only reached halfway when a voice, filled with disbelief, rang out. Lu Zhi Ling? Startled, Lu Zhi Ling paused, her eyes wide as she peered down the stairs, where a young woman adorned in designer brands stood before an antique eight immortals table, staring at her in shock. Gong Zihu8 It took Lu Zhi Ling a few seconds to recognize the woman below her, a privileged daughter of the Gong family, who had amassed wealth through real estate, and her classmate for half a year. Gong Zihua's gaze was fixed intently upon her. Lu Zhi Ling stood on the staircase, clad in a beige cotton linen dress, with her work hat, apron, and sleeves still donned, presenting a stark contrast to her former classmate. Is it truly you? Gong Zihua exclaimed incredulously as she rushed to the foot of the stairs. How did you end up here? Lu Zhi Ling held no particular impression of this old classmate and replied succinctly, I own this tea house. You are the proprietor? The illustrious 7th Miss of the Lu family is reduced to running such an inconsequential business? Gong Zihua's expression morphed in astonishment, her red lips parted, her eyes harboring a hint of mockery as she added, the Lu family has fallen for several years now, and most of them have perished. Lu Zhi Ling, standing on the staircase, smiled faintly in response. Indeed, which family can claim to have escaped the clutches of death? Gong Zihua was momentarily silenced, her expression growing cold. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lu Zhi Ling's eyes were vacant. Devoid of focus, she instinctively raised her hand and waved it before Lu Zhi Ling's eyes. You can't see? Are you blind? Yes, Lu Zhi Ling admitted calmly, so I beg your pardon for not recognizing you. I am Gong Zihua, she replied, surveying Lu Zhi Ling with a condescending gaze, although her tone bore an undertone of concern. How pitiful. What has led you to this state? Your hands, you used to be the one in school who could summon the entire administration for a mere scratch. Oh, have you married? To whom? Gong Zihua stepped forward, seizing Lu Zhi Ling's hand to examine the diamond ring on her fourth finger. Is this ring genuine? Someone you do not know, merely an ordinary person, Lu Zhi Ling stated. Gong Zihua scoffed inwardly. Of course, it was someone she did not know. Given Lu Zhi Ling's current circumstances, what kind of distinguished person could she possibly marry? She rolled her eyes. When we arrived, an older gentleman with graying hair, Mr. Feng, was the one who received us. Could it be? Lu Zhi Ling merely smiled without responding. She could not be bothered to explain herself to someone unnecessary. Gong Zihua believed she had pieced it together and nearly burst into laughter. This Lu Zhi Ling had married a man old enough to be her father. Indeed, a fallen phoenix is better off than a mere chicken. This man was likely the wealthiest she could find in her present situation, was it not? No, such a grand jest should not be hers alone to enjoy. Suppressing her laughter, Gong Zihua affectionately pulled her down the stairs, sighing, I heard about the troubles your family faced back then, and all of us classmates were quite worried. You too, as classmates, why did you not reach out to us for help during your difficulties? Thank you for your concern, but I am well now, Lu Zhi Ling replied with a nod. It is truly delightful to encounter you again. Gong Zihua said, retrieving an invitation from her purse. By the way, this weekend, my family is hosting an angel fundraising gala, featuring donations and auctions aimed at aiding children in remote mountainous areas. Many of our old classmates will be attending. You and your husband should come as well. Lu Zhi Ling pushed the invitation away. I shall not attend. Do come, Gong Zihua insisted, forcefully placing the invitation into Lu Zhi Ling's hand. I understand your current difficulties. Even if you do not wish to donate or bid on anything, consider it a gathering of old classmates. Grant me this favor, would you? Lu Zhi Ling's brows furrowed slightly, as if reluctant to refuse. After a long pause, she finally accepted the invitation and turned to a nearby waiter. Please fetch a few jars of fine tea. Before long, a bag of packaged tea leaves was presented. Lu Zhi Ling handed the gift bag to the beaming Gong Zihua. You are too kind, Gong Zihua remarked, clearly pleased. The once highborn lady now knew how to flatter, demonstrating the cyclical nature of fortune. There is no need for such formality. As classmates, it is customary for me to offer you a few jars of tea. However, Lu Zhi Ling spoke slowly, maintaining a smile, before abruptly changing her tone. You are aware of my current predicament. Simply giving them away would be inappropriate, so I shall charge you the cost price. Gong Zihua found herself at a loss, holding the tea gift bag, unsure whether to set it down or grip it tighter, her smile growing somewhat strained. You are indeed gracious. How much is it? 300,000, Zhi Ling replied, her smile unwavering. What? Gong Zihua's voice rose sharply, nearly causing her to leap in astonishment. Are you trying to swindle me? 300,000 for a mere handful of tea leaves? Chapter 34. The dear family of Jiangnan Changling District. Zhi Ling, how could that be? Our tea caters exclusively to high-end clientele, and we only select the finest leaves, which indeed incurs a substantial cost, Zhi Ling stated earnestly, retrieving the gift bag and extending the invitation once more. Since you doubt my integrity, perhaps it is best to let this go. Gong Zihua was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, she reclaimed the gift bag, pushed the invitation back, and forced a smile, saying, How could I not trust you? I will buy it, let me use my card. She handed over her card, determined not to miss out on this lively event. Even if it costs 300,000, she was set on attending. After the transaction was completed, Zhi Ling smiled as she bid Gong Zihua farewell at the door. Take care. She pulled out her phone and called, Dad, let us make the Angel fundraising gala even grander. It would be ideal to have the elite from both Jiangnan and Jiangbei in attendance. I have a spectacular program in mind, trust me, it will be magnificent. Once Gong Zihua departed, Zhi Ling was dragged upstairs by Jiang Fuxing, who was visibly upset. What kind of person is she? She is utterly outrageous, her intentions are clearly dubious. Jiang Fuxing was beside himself with anger. Fengjian, witnessing the entire scene from upstairs, stood silently, wiping away tears. His young lady had been enduring grievances day after day, and it was all his fault for lacking the means to support her. Zhi Ling remained unfazed, finding their reactions rather amusing. What is the issue? Attending a gala for a chance to secure 300,000 is an easy profit to make. 300,000, a significant sum indeed. What good could come of it? It's obvious she's just bored and wants to turn you into a laughingstock. Jiang Fuxing retorted. Miss, you cannot go. Fengjian interjected anxiously. I will go, Zhi Ling replied, her tone gentle yet resolute. She held the invitation in her hand, which featured some exquisite items slated for auction. Among them was a rare agarwood prayer bead bracelet. She was intimately familiar with its intricate patterns. It was a gift from her grandmother to her grandfather in their youth. Grandfather had worn it throughout his life, never parting with it until the Lu family fell into ruin, at which point her grandmother had forcibly removed it to exchange for money. She had insisted that as long as the family remained united, it mattered more than any antique. Yet, nearly days into their shared hardships, a devastating fire claimed them all. Clutching the invitation, Zhi Ling gazed at the prayer beads that now lay before her. Surely, she could not resist the chance to try. After breakfast that day, Bo Wang did not return to the Bo residence. Zhi Ling felt a weight lifted from her heart, immersing herself in her pursuit of wealth. By the weekend, after meticulous budgeting, including the expenses incurred at the tea house, she managed to scrape together 1,000,000. This amount was quite substantial for Zhi Ling at this stage. It would suffice for a modest life, but in the realm of auctions, it seemed rather paltry. Fengjian contemplated taking out more of his loan to assist her, while Jiang Fuxing considered borrowing money from his parents. Both offers she declined. She was capable of earning her own money, and if she desired to bid on expensive items, she should be free to do so. However, if she could not afford them, she would not deprive those around her. It would render the acquisition meaningless. As the night air turned cool and the Gong family's garden villa illuminated brilliantly, streetlights brightened the entire road. Zhi Ling and Fengjian arrived at the Gong residence by taxi. Just as Zhi Ling was about to exit the vehicle, Fengjian grasped her arm. Miss, since you refuse my financial assistance, perhaps we should reconsider attending today? She turned to look at him, her smile faint. Let us give it a try. What if no one competes with me? What if luck favored her, and she indeed secured the prayer beads? Miss Fengjian gazed at her, his heart heavy. His concern was not that she might fail to acquire the beads, but rather for the so-called elite she would encounter. Zhi Ling understood his apprehensions. Uncle Feng, I have been avoiding this for 5 years. Having chosen not to hide any longer, such a day was inevitable. Whether today or tomorrow, it mattered not. With that, Zhi Ling wrenched her arm free from his grasp, opened the car door, and stepped out with her cane. Fengjian promptly followed, offering his support. As they approached the villa entrance, several attendants were welcoming guests. Fengjian stepped forward, taking the invitation from her hand. Someone was recording the names of the guests and looked up with a smile. Good evening, may I ask who you are? Zhi Ling stood tall, straightening her back slightly, and pronounced clearly, Zhi Ling of the Lu family from Jiangnan Changling District. The Gong villa buzzed with excitement, having invited media representatives and rolled out a red carpet for guests to showcase their presence. The lavishly decorated living room was divided into 2 sections, one for the auction and the other for the cocktail reception. Guests donned exquisite attire, mingling and exchanging toasts amid laughter and cheer. A grand white guanine glass sculpture stood under the lights, shimmering like rippling water, while European-style leather sofas nestled in the dim light against the walls. A lone man lounged on the sofa, his back reclined lazily. The black shirt he wore bore subtle creases, and the ethereal light from the guanine statue illuminated his chiseled features. With his eyes closed and long lashes resembling ink-stained brushes, the aura of serenity could not soften the starkness of his sharp contours. Nearby, Ji Jing was engaged in a game of mahjong with several others, the chips clattering loudly as he exclaimed, Today, I shall triumph over all, no one shall leave unscathed. Jinggu, keep your voice down. That one is fast asleep. Someone watching the game nudged his shoulder. Ji Jing glanced back at Bo Wang, who was resting on the sofa, and chuckled as he took a drag from his cigarette. No worries, he enjoys a bit of noise. Just don't disturb him too closely. The game grew increasingly raucous, attracting more onlookers, yet no one dared to encroach upon the sofa area. Before long, several young women squeezed through the crowd. "Where are you rushing off to?" someone inquired. "We're off to see if Zhi Ling has arrived." Zihua mentioned she would come, one of the girls replied excitedly. Ji Jing, tossing mahjong tiles, laughed. "Who is she? Surely, there is no commotion in Jiangbei that I, Ji Si Xiao, am unaware of? She is the sole survivor of the Lu family, which suffered a catastrophic downfall years ago, leaving only one daughter. Zihua has invited her, and we're all curious to see what this once prominent heiress of K country looks like now." "Which Lu family are you referring to?" Ji Jing paused, disbelief washing over him as he turned to look. "Is it the Lu family of Jiangnan, the one that fell from grace, leaving behind only a daughter?" Upon hearing Ji Jing's words, the crowd recalled the once mighty family that had faded from memory. In their heyday, the Lu family had eclipsed all others in Jiangbei, giving rise to a popular saying. It was thought that the Lu family had vanished, with all its members gone. Yet, one daughter remained. "She is here, she really has arrived," someone exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, all interest in the mahjong game dissipated, and everyone turned their attention toward the entrance. Chapter 35. So many years have passed, yet I never expected you to still be putting on such an act. Ji Jing also rose to his feet, casually nodding his head, only to notice that Bo Wang, who had been asleep, had awakened at some point. With a pair of unemotional eyes, he sat there in silence. "Wang Go, let us enjoy the spectacle together," Ji Jing said, ingratiatingly moving closer. "Are you asking me to admire the back of your head?" Bo Wang coldly glanced at the sea of heads before him. Ji Jing caught the hint and hurriedly parted the crowd, creating a space. Bo Wang remained seated, merely tilting his face slightly, directing his gaze past a nearby figure. A slender silhouette slowly emerged into the collective view. She wore a flowing, mist-green gown made of delicate gauze, the hem brushing against her feet, paired with flat shoes. Her long hair was simply tucked behind her ears, an unpretentious style that, when coupled with her exquisite yet understated features, exuded the ethereal grace characteristic of Jiangnan women. She ambled forward, a cane in hand, her presence exuding tranquility and composure. "She looks quite lovely." Ji Jing settled beside Bo Wang, his eyes lighting up upon spotting the figure at the entrance. "But her eyes, are they blind? What a pity." Bo Wang turned his gaze, casting a languid look in Ji Jing's direction. Zhi Ling stood calmly at the door. After a while, Gong Zihua, clad in a slanted-shoulder red evening gown, stepped out from the crowd with a smile, linking her arm with Zhi Ling's. "Zhi Ling, why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting for you for ages." Indeed, she had waited until everyone had scrutinized Zhi Ling as though she were a monkey before making her entrance. "Am I late?" Zhi Ling inquired with a smile, tucking her cane away. "Not too bad, not too bad. The auction is about to begin, let me take you there," Gong Zihua said affectionately, her gaze drifting to Fengjin behind Zhi Ling, her voice suddenly growing louder. "Your husband is here too? Come, come, let us sit together inside." At her words, the entire living room erupted in a stir, with all eyes turning to Fengjin, who was noticeably graying. Zhi Ling's expression remained unchanged, while Fengjin's face flushed with indignation as he gritted his teeth. "I am merely a servant. Please do not misunderstand, Miss Gong." Gong Zihua paused momentarily, then smiled at Zhi Ling. "Your husband is quite considerate of your dignity, but when it comes to love, age is just a number, right?" Zhi Ling neither clarified nor endorsed her statement but simply asked, "Where should I sit?" "The seating arrangements were made in advance, and there are no available spots, but rest assured, your classmates have missed you and will come to find you. You need not fear a lack of conversation. They will all come to mock you." "All right." Zhi Ling sat down with composure, seemingly oblivious to Gong Zihua's deliberate teasing. "Zhi Ling's husband, please take a seat as well," Gong Zihua warmly beckoned Fengjin. He clenched his fists, standing rigidly behind Zhi Ling. "I ask Miss Gong to respect our young lady." "How has Miss Gong disrespected Zhi Ling?" Two girls approached, arm in arm, their tones laced with disdain. Given her current status, she should be grateful for the Gong family's invitation, yet she has her husband pretend to be a servant. "Zhi Ling, after all these years, I never expected you to still be putting on such a show." Zhi Ling looked at the two, having little impression of them, vaguely recalling that they were perhaps classmates. "Mingyi, Huazi, please don't be like this. She has had quite a tough time these past few years." Gong Zihua stepped forward to gently intervene. "Tough or not, one should not pretend. If she were poor and straightforward about it, I'd respect her threefold. But here she is, putting on airs of a young lady. Does she think we are unaware of her background? Exactly, I've seen plenty of people like her, aspirations higher than their station, yet as fragile as paper. Today, she clings to an old man for money, and tomorrow, she'll be like a leech, clinging to you, unable to be shaken off." A barrage of ridicule targeted Zhi Ling. She remained unperturbed, adjusting her sleeves, a faint smile lingering on her lips. "You both misunderstand, I am visually impaired. Uncle Feng is merely concerned for my safety and accompanied me here. I did not intend to put on an act." Her demeanor was neither angry nor confrontational. She smiled as she explained, devoid of any semblance of the trepidation or humility characteristic of the lower class, and her composure suggested that their words were mere noise she was disinclined to engage with. Seeing the former young lady so unruffled left the two girls quite dissatisfied. One of them pulled a servant holding a donation box closer and directed her words at Zhi Ling. "Since you're here, why not donate some money for the children in remote mountainous areas? Charity isn't about the amount, it's the thought that counts. You could donate 100,000 or 80,000. Of course." Zhi Ling stood, retrieving 500 yuan in cash from her pocket, and placed it into the box. The two girls were taken aback. Are you treating this like a beggar's handout? The donation box was merely a prop. It had a QR code for direct scanning, and how could she be so brazen as to put cash in it, let alone just 500? Charity isn't about the amount. It's the thought that counts. Zhi Ling echoed their words with a smile before sitting back down. You really are something. The two girls were infuriated. Zhi Ling, I implore you not to embarrass yourself here. This is not a place for you. Have some self-respect and leave. At her words, the entire living room fell into silence. A myriad of glances turned toward Zhi Ling, and the statement rang true. Zhi Ling was no longer the proud daughter of a prominent family. Given her current status, she had no right to be at this charity gala, let alone to work here. This time, Gong Zihua did not intervene, merely watching Zhi Ling with a smile, eager to see whether she would react in anger or feign tears for pity. Either way, it promised to be entertaining. Fengjin, seething with anger, contemplated stepping forward to reason with them, but Zhi Ling smiled faintly. Classmate Gong, isn't the auction about to begin? The surroundings grew even quieter. Then someone scoffed, I never expected the daughter of K country's foremost family to behave in such a manner, sitting down with just 500 yuan. Has it been too long since she dined at a fine banquet, or is she hoping to mingle with some wealthy individuals here? And there are those who cling on stubbornly. How ridiculous. The surrounding voices grew increasingly harsh, and Fengjin could hardly contain his fury, wishing to strike out, yet when he glanced down, he found Zhi Ling still sitting there, calm and unruffled, as if these voices had nothing to do with her. From behind the guanine glass, Ji Jing observed the scene unfold thoroughly. Although he was a bit distant and could not hear every word, he could surmise the situation. What a waste of such a beautiful face, Ji Jing mused, shaking his head in lament. Girls like her, when their family fortune collapses overnight, lose their sense of self. They naively believe that by ingratiating themselves with a few wealthy individuals, they can return to their former lives, don't you think, Wang Gu? Bo Wang remained lazily reclined in the back, his narrow eyes devoid of emotion as they fixate on that slender figure. Chapter 36. Lu Xiying endures humiliation upon hearing those words. He moved his lips slightly, not a shred of backbone. To be insulted in such a manner, with not even a flicker of retaliatory spirit. Who can argue with that? Ji Jing shrugged. I initially intended to have a bit of fun, but now I think it's best to let it go. If she's already clinging to some decrepit old man, how could I possibly extricate myself if she ensnares me? Bo Wang cast a sidelong glance at him. Ji Jing, feeling somewhat bewildered under, I promise I'll procure the most extravagant gift here for your birthday. Bo Wang slowly straightened up, giving his neck a couple of light pats, his lips curling into a slight smile. What are you afraid of? I merely complimented your neck. Ha, ha, thank you for the praise, Wang Gu. Ji Jing chuckled nervously, feeling a chill from the pat on his neck. Was this truly a compliment that any sane person could conceive? The auction segment of the Angel Fundraising Gala officially commenced, the lights in the venue dimming, leaving only a few beams illuminating the auction stage. Just moments ago, Gong Zihua had been guiding the crowd in laughter, yet now she spoke into the microphone about the hardships faced by children in remote mountainous regions abroad, her voice trembling with emotion, tears welling up as she struggled to continue. A wave of applause erupted in the hall. Lu Xiying sat in her seat, clapping her hands along with the crowd. As rare treasures were presented one by one on the stage, bids were raised all around. During this time, so-called old classmates approached her, some mocking her while others expressed pity. The cacophony of voices was quite lively. In the shadows, someone forcefully placed a glass of red wine mixed with chili juice in front of her. Have a drink, Miss Lu. I fear it has been years since you've indulged in anything decent. Lu Xiying smiled faintly, pushing the glass further away. Indeed, with nothing but meager scraps to eat daily, my stomach has long been unworthy of fine wine. The individual was momentarily taken aback, shooting her several indignant glances. Lu Xiying remained composed, awaiting the arrival of the bracelet, when suddenly the atmosphere shifted as a sharply dressed middle-aged man sat beside her, the overwhelming scent of cheap cologne wafting over. Lu Xiying discreetly covered her nose, nearly triggering a wave of nausea. Xiying, do you remember me? I am Wang Yaozong's father. We met during the parent-teacher meeting. The man, utterly disinterested in the auction proceedings, leered at her, his gaze roaming over her as if assessing a piece of merchandise. Fengjin glared at him fiercely. Lu Xiying offered a nonchalant smile. Hello, uncle. Ah, yes, I remember you only attended 1 year of middle school before transferring to K University's junior class. How are your studies going now? Wang Jiqing inquired, taking a sip from his wine glass. Lu Xiying sat upright. Due to family changes, I have not continued my studies. At that time, all she wished for was to curl up and survive. What a pity. You are so talented. Wang Jiqing set down his glass, placing his hand on the back of her chair, speaking with an air of lament. A child as remarkable as you should not be overlooked. Why not allow uncle to assist you? I could help with your eye treatment and send you back to school. How does that sound? Lu Xiying subtly shifted forward, her tone calm. Thank you, uncle, but that's unnecessary. Moreover, I am already married. As she spoke, she revealed the ring adorning her ring finger. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqing disdainfully glanced at Fengjin's graying hair, smirking condescendingly. You're hardly out of your teens. How could such an old man satisfy you? How about this? The dinner is rather dull. Let uncle take you shopping and buy you some bags. With that, Wang Jiqing reached for her hand, attempting to pull her up. Fengjin could no longer contain himself, yanking Wang Jiqing back. You are going too far. Wang Jiqing turned to face him, exuding an air of superiority. I've heard all about you, you're merely running a shabby tea house. You would do well to recognize your place. If you comply, I can ensure your prosperity. If you do not, I will leave you in such a state that you won't even have an urn for your ashes. At these words, Fengzhen's fury ignited. Mind your language. What do you take my lady for? Of course, a mere plaything. Lu Xiying remained poised, her smile serene. Thank you for your generous affections, uncle, but I have no aspirations to undermine my aunt's marriage. The table turned to look at her. Wang Jiqing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Lu Xiying as he retorted, Lu Xiying, don't overestimate yourself. Do you really think you're some noble heiress? You're nothing but a pair of worn-out shoes. Uncle, why must you take offense? In any transaction, there must be a willing buyer and a willing seller, would you not agree? Lu Xiying's gaze remained fixed ahead, showing no signs of being provoked. Transaction, you think you are worthy to negotiate with me? Your family's history of disgrace is well known. Wang Jiqing grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising to a shout that interrupted the auction, causing everyone to turn their attention toward them. Lu Xiying's eyes turned cold in an instant. Seeing this, Wang Jiqing shouted even louder, ask anyone of age here, who doesn't know that your father couldn't endure your mother's incessant infidelities and set fire to the house, resulting in the demise of your entire family. Lu Xiying abruptly stood, seizing the cutlery before her and hurling it at Wang Jiqing. The cutlery struck him forcefully and clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony. Those who are morally bankrupt wish for others to be just as depraved. Mr. Wang, it is common knowledge that spreading baseless rumors out of pettiness is a most shameful act. She articulated each word with frosty precision. Everyone stared in astonishment at Lu Xiying. Had she not just been as pliable as clay moments ago? Wang Jiqing stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Lu Xiying, whom he deemed inconsequential, to dare lay a hand on him. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a nearby chair and advanced toward her. Just as he took a step forward, another person approached, brushing against the edge of the chair. Who the hell are you? Wang Jiqing roared, his fury palpable, but upon catching sight of the individual, he wilted instantly. Bo Xiao. Bo Wang stood in the shadows, hands tucked in his pockets, clearly taken aback by the collision. His gaze, still heavy with sleep, drifted to his arm where the impact had occurred, then shifted to Wang Jiqing, his eyes devoid of warmth. Lu Xiying was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Bo Wang's presence at this gala. She remained silent, feigning ignorance. Realizing the situation had escalated to involve Bo Wang, the Gong family grew flustered, hastily signaling for the lights to be turned on. In an instant, the entire venue was illuminated, revealing the pale, panic-stricken face of Wang Jiqing, which was laid bare for all to see. Meanwhile, Bo Wang stood as an undeniable figure of authority. Chapter 37. Greeting his mother-in-law. Gong Zihua stood on the stage, gazing at him from a distance that felt both near and far, her heart racing slightly the first time she laid eyes on Bo Wang at a gathering. She was utterly captivated. From that moment on, she found herself unable to divert her gaze whenever he was present. However, upon learning of his unconventional ways, she dared not approach him easily, always observing from afar. Bo Xiao, how had he managed to provoke this formidable figure? He hadn't even noticed him earlier. Bo Wang fixed his gaze upon him, casually raising a hand to pat his sleeve, and nonchalantly remarked, were you inquiring about my mother? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqing's legs turned to jelly. He quickly pointed towards Lu Zhiling, exclaiming, it was her, that blind fool was throwing plates around, and I was fortunate enough to shield you, otherwise, those plates would have fallen upon you. My ire is directed at her. Bo Wang followed his gesture, his eyes landing on Lu Zhiling, who stood there, her gaze blank and unfocused, her lips pressed into a thin line of icy solitude. Her posture was erect, and the ring on her hand gleamed conspicuously. So he was indeed greeting his mother. Law. Bo Wang leisurely withdrew his gaze, a glint of interest in his eyes as he turned back to Wang Jiqing, engaging in bullying. Are we? No one in Jiangbei is more familiar with this than I. If a mere chair cannot resolve the issue, perhaps I should teach you how to truly play the game? Wang Jiqing found himself utterly perplexed by the implications of his words. Did he genuinely intend to instruct him on how to deal with Lu Zhiling, or was it a pretext to chastise him? After a moment of contemplation, he could only respond with trepidation, and no, that won't be necessary. What asked this? Do you underestimate me? Bo Wang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the shorter man before him. And no, of course not. Wang Jiqing was now in a state of utter panic, turning to seek allies among his business acquaintances, hoping someone might speak on his behalf. Yet, not a soul dared to provoke this esteemed individual. Even the members of the Gong family, who were supposed to be in charge, pretended to see nothing amiss. Despair washed over Wang Jiqing as he surveyed the room, his voice trembling as he uttered, Bo Xiao, I humbly seek your guidance. That is, I shall bring this wretched shoe to you. Seizing the opportunity to approach Lu Zhiling, he took a step forward, but Bo Wang lifted his foot and kicked towards the bend of his leg. Bang! Wang Jiqing collapsed onto the scattered shards of dinnerware, a scream escaping his throat, only for Bo Wang to deliver another kick. By the time the onlookers processed the scene, Wang Jiqing lay sprawled on the ground, half of his face pressed against the broken plates, blood trickling from beneath him. Bo Wang leisurely placed a foot upon his face, applying just enough pressure to distort his features. As if this were insufficient, he gestured towards the table at Jigging, who had been trailing behind, immediately presented a glass of spiced red wine that had been intended for Lu Zhiling. Wang Gu. Bo Wang accepted the cup, inhaling its aroma before tilting it and pouring it over the prostrate man beneath him. The crimson liquid cascaded down, engulfing Wang Jiqing's eyes and nose. The sharpness of the wine seared his face, and his cries echoed with anguish, resonating through the air. The onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. This was utterly ruthless. Bo Wang poured the wine deliberately, casting a glance at the man beneath his foot, his gaze tracing the path of the red liquid as if observing a work of art, a smile curving deeper at the corners of his lips. Zhi Ling witnessed once more the merciless Wang Jiqing, pinned down, felt both pain and humiliation. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated resistance, but gradually yielded, surrendering to the overwhelming sting of the wine that clouded his vision, trembling as he murmured, "Thank you, Bo Xiao, for your guidance." "I admire President Wang's eagerness to learn." Bo Wang chuckled softly, tossing the empty glass aside and withdrawing his foot. He then cast a languid glance at Zhi Ling, his tone leisurely. "Shall President Wang put his newfound knowledge to immediate use?" At this, Zhi Ling's heart tightened, her palms subconsciously clenching. Fortunately, Wang Jiqing was now utterly disheveled, stripped of dignity, and fled like a stray dog, covering his face. The Gong family, seeing Bo Wang seemingly calm, approached cautiously. "Bo Xiao, we apologize. It was our oversight in hosting. Please, take a seat." "I have no inclination to move," Bo Wang replied, reclaiming the chair that Wang Jiqing had hastily abandoned and positioning it beside Zhi Ling. Zhi Ling was taken aback. Gong Zihua, too, was startled. She had called Zhi Ling over to provide amusement, never anticipating that it would provoke Bo Wang's wrath. Originally, she had intended to hastily escort Zhi Ling away, but now it was too late. The lights remained bright, and the guests exchanged glances. The Gong family was particularly alarmed. Why had this esteemed gentleman taken a seat at the end of the table? What was happening? Did he harbor grievances against their family as well? Gong Zihua hesitated, then hastened to Jiging's side, inquiring, "What is going on? This is a friendly gathering. You can't just stand by and watch." Jiging nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Bo Wang's temperament was notoriously unpredictable. How could he possibly know? Perhaps the man was simply in a foul mood today and sought to vent his frustrations. No, if he truly intended to unleash such fury, he would not have taken a seat. Enough. Clean this up, let the festivities continue, don't disrupt Bo Gua's enjoyment, Jiging declared loudly, attempting to gauge Bo Wang's mood. Bo Wang did not even glance up at the remark, and Jiging breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the matter had been diffused. Seeing that Bo Wang bore no ill will towards the Gong family, Gong Zihua finally relaxed, her gaze drifting to Zhi Ling, who sat quietly beside Bo Wang, exuding an inexplicable sense of harmony. Could Bo Wang's presence at the end of the table be an acknowledgement of Zhi Ling? Gong Zihua's heart twisted in knots. It was impossible. This impoverished blind girl could not possibly attract his interest. As the lights dimmed once more, the auction resumed. Zhi Ling remained in her seat, Bo Wang positioned to her right, slightly inclined towards the auctioneer, his long fingers tapping rhythmically against the table's edge, exuding an oppressive aura that enveloped her. Once a persona is crafted, it must be maintained to avoid mishaps. Zhi Ling took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she reached out to gently grasp the fabric of his shirt, whispering, "Bo Wang, is that you?" Bo Wang glanced down at her hand, then met her vacant gaze, his tone chillingly indifferent. "What do you want?" Zhi Ling's smile faltered slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper, "I'm just happy." Bo Wang fell silent for a moment. "You don't think I'm standing up for you, do you? Dreaming in broad daylight?" Zhi Ling shook her head, maintaining her smile. "No, I'm simply happy to see you." With that, she swiftly withdrew her hand, straightened her posture, and faced the auction stage, preserving the persona of someone who cherished but did not intrude. Chapter 38. Clearly, the patron has come to indulge the canaries. Bo Wang, perhaps truly bored tonight, retracted his hand and leaned towards her, his dark eyes fixated upon her, his deep voice laced with a hint of mocking malice. "If the Wang family weren't so cowardly, you would be even happier now. A fragment cutting across such a fair visage ought to render it even more captivating, more beautiful." "Oh." Zhi Ling responded with a smile, revealing not an ounce of fear, still exuding an air of delight. Bo Wang's gaze lingered, momentarily lost for words. Is she genuinely this elated merely by encountering him? The auction continued, and Zhi Ling contemplated the order of the rare sandalwood bracelet's appearance. It was nearly time. She clasped her own arm gently, subtly signaling Fengzhen behind her to proceed as planned. Her sleeve brushed against his shirt, the misty green melding with white in the dim light, a gentle and intimate touch, causing Bo Wang to lower his gaze. Fengzhen stood behind her, noticing her gesture, raised the number plate in his hand, and declared aloud, "For 50,000. The item currently up for bidding was an ancient painting over 600 years old. Those in the know understood its worth exceeded 5 million, yet Fengzhen audaciously called out a mere 450,000, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. Having previously mocked Zhi Ling, Ming Yi burst into laughter. "Though this auction has no reserve price, to bid 450,000, are you attempting to belittle this ancient painting? Or do you think you can stumble upon a bargain?" Fengzhen silently lowered his number plate. Zhi Ling remained composed, allowing Fengzhen to raise the plate for several subsequent priceless treasures, each time bidding exactly 450,000. Should anyone surpass this amount, he would retract the plate. Next, we present a rare treasure graciously donated by Mr. Feng for our angel fundraising gala, an exquisite agarwood Buddhist bead bracelet, announced Gong Zihua from the stage. Zhi Ling's breath caught, the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. She turned towards the auction stage. A beam of light illuminated the display area, the bracelet hanging gracefully on its stand, each bead perfectly round and uniform in size. Despite the distance, Zhi Ling felt she could almost inhale the scent of the agarwood. Everyone knows that top-grade agarwood is exceedingly rare, and crafting it into such a complete bracelet is exceptionally difficult, rendering its value immeasurable, Gong Zihua continued. However, Mr. Feng mentioned that upon acquiring the bracelet, he discovered a slight flaw, thus diminishing its value. What flaw? Someone inquired. There is a tooth mark on one of the beads. It seems the previous collector did not take proper care of it. Gong Zihua, adorned in white gloves, produced a magnifying glass to enlarge the tooth mark on the bracelet. It was evidently a small child's mark, faint yet indelibly etched, as if bitten down with considerable force. Lu Zhi Ling listened quietly. At the age of 5, her sixth brother had deceived her grandfather into believing the bracelet was the most delectable chocolate in the world. She had rushed over and bitten into it without hesitation, only to discover that agarwood was not particularly hard. She had miscalculated her strength, resulting in the immediate loss of a front tooth, leading to uncontrollable tears. In the end, her sixth brother had been reprimanded, and her grandfather had summoned the whole family to coax her for the better part of the day. She had thought that memory had long since faded, but gazing at the bracelet hanging there, the recollection sharpened vividly. She even remembered the bubbles her sixth brother had blown while crying and how her third brother had deliberately blackened his teeth to comfort her. A good item loses considerable value with a flaw, yet thankfully, as it was a bracelet, one could remove the flawed bead. Everyone was secretly pondering its worth. Surely 2 million was a reasonable estimate. For 50,000. Fengzhen raised his number plate once more, the bid pronounced with crisp decisiveness. Here it comes again. Truly, they did not mind becoming a laughingstock. Gong Zihua cast a glance at Lu Zhi Ling, then shot a sidelong look at her friend, prompting Ming Yi to immediately grasp the situation, proclaiming loudly, I see it clearly now. This isn't about finding a bargain, but rather the patron amusing the canary. Yet, is 450,000 not a tad stingy? Indeed, Lu Zhi Ling, if you seek a benefactor, at least find one worth the trouble. Continuously bidding 450,000, are you trying to make us die of laughter? She's blind, finding a fool to take advantage of is already a stroke of luck. As these words were spoken, laughter erupted throughout the banquet. Initially restrained, it escalated into uproarious mirth. Leaning back against his chair, Bo Wang observed her with indifferent amusement, showing no intention of aiding her. Listening to the ceaseless laughter, Lu Zhi Ling seemed provoked into action, her embarrassment transforming into indignation as she stood up, grasping the number plate from Fengzhen's hand, declaring a precise figure, 1 million. At her words, Fengzhen froze in shock, hastily attempting to reclaim the number plate. Lu Zhi Ling gripped it tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Fengzhen's face turned pale, a mix of anger and fear flooding his expression as he scanned the room for anyone willing to swiftly raise the bid and snatch the item away. Bo Wang raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Gong Zihua nearly burst into laughter. Surely Lu Zhi Ling did not believe that a bid of 1 million would earn her respect. After her family's downfall, her perspective had evidently narrowed to the depths of the earth. The old man behind her appeared to possess neither the means nor the inclination to part with more than 450,000 to indulge her whims. Her shouting was futile. Wait, if she won the bid yet lacked the funds to pay, wouldn't that provide yet another delightful spectacle? Thinking this, Gong Zihua swiftly took the microphone, smiling as she addressed the crowd. Zhi Ling is an old classmate of mine. She has faced numerous challenges over the years. Since she is so keen on acquiring this bracelet, why not extend a favor on behalf of the Gong family? Mr. Feng, what do you say? The elderly gentleman, disapproving of Lu Zhi Ling's apparent pettiness, still maintained a stern demeanor as he conceded, since I have presented this bracelet, I am prepared to part with it, but I hope that those involved truly understand its worth and do not misuse it. Laughter erupted once again. Lu Zhi Ling chose not to dispute, firmly clutching the number plate. Fengzhen, behind her, was now sweating profusely, desperately trying to wrest it from her grasp. Gong Zihua, fearing the show might end too soon, lifted her small golden hammer and struck it down. Bang! The sound of the hammer echoed. Lu Zhi Ling stood there, her long eyelashes lowered, her face betraying no particular expression, save for a slight tremor in the hand gripping the number plate. She had succeeded. A method that could not afford even the slightest misstep had, against all odds, truly succeeded. Fearing the laughter might not be grand enough, Gong Zihua promptly paused the auction, illuminating the stage with bright lights, instructing the relevant staff to bring forth the exquisite agarwood bracelet and the certificate of authenticity towards Lu Zhi Ling. Under the brilliant lights, Lu Zhi Ling's heart tightened as she watched the bracelet draw closer and closer to her. The staff lowered their heads. Miss Lu, please sign and swipe your card. Thank you for your contribution to the children in the mountainous regions. The card swiper was even brought forth. Everyone turned their amused gazes towards this scene, anticipating a delightful performance of the canary triumphing over her patron. Chapter 39. My husband is a wonderful man whom I deeply admire. Gong Zihua held the microphone, tilting her head with a smile as she glanced over. Lu Zhilong, oh Lu Zhilong, look at you now. You were so glorious in school, yet here you are, reduced to losing face in the Gong family. Lu Zhilong stood there calmly, speaking softly. Uncle Feng, please sign here. With the finality of a hammer striking wood, Fengzhen ceased to pretend, lowering his head with a smile. Yes, Mississippi. There was none of the panic he exhibited when he first heard the figure of 1 million. He leisurely took the pen and inscribed his name on the contract, then presented his card to the POS machine, effortlessly processing the 1 million. A profound silence enveloped the room. Gong Zihua, unable to fathom the reality, hastily descended from the auction stage to verify the legitimacy of the transaction. Could the old man truly produce 1 million? What was the purpose of announcing a sum of 450,000 earlier? Why had he been so anxious upon Lu Zhilong's bidding? Ming Yi rose, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Zhilong, one ought to have a sense of propriety, conduct affairs within your means, lest you strip the elderly gentleman of his last assets. Expecting this remark to provoke Feng Zhen's ire, he surprised everyone with his calm demeanor. He carefully presented a box containing prayer beads to Lu Zhilong, stating, "This money is Mrs. own hard-earned wealth, it has nothing to do with me." Lu Zhilong cradled the box in her arms, her heart racing. She had retrieved her grandfather's most cherished possession. Taking a moment to compose herself, she raised her face toward Gong Zihua, stepping forward slightly to close the distance, and smiled sweetly. "The funds I possess are indeed limited. Thank you, Gong classmate, for contributing an additional 300,000, and for everyone's generosity, otherwise, how could I have acquired this prayer bead?" Gong Zihua's face turned utterly rigid as realization dawned upon her. "You were scheming for that prayer bead from the..." Back at the tea house, Lu Zhilong had been plotting this very acquisition. At first, she extorted 300,000 under the guise of tea leaves, then deliberately led her to believe that the old man was a modest financier. By consistently bidding 450,000, she had made it seem as though they were limited to that amount, all the while counting on her desire for a spectacle. Thus, Lu Zhilong had effortlessly secured a prayer bead worth at least 2 million for a mere 1 million. "Not at all, I was merely extending kindness." Lu Zhilong replied with an air of innocence, one arm embracing the box while the other slowly gestured to reveal the ring on her fourth finger. "By the way, Uncle Feng is truly just my elder." "You have misunderstood, Gong classmate." She leisurely clarified, catching a glimpse of the striking man beside her. Lu Zhilong cleared her throat and added, "I am already married, and my husband is a wonderful man whom I deeply admire." Everyone enjoys sweet words. She hoped that Bo Wang would not cause her any trouble due to tonight's idle gossip. Bo Wang, lounging languidly in his seat, his long fingers drumming on the table's edge, paused in his movements upon hearing her words, his gaze darkening. Was this woman attempting to elevate his status to lend credence to her claim of being the esteemed lady of the Bo family? This identity could offer her far more than just a prayer bead. Gong Zihua, now feeling fade with rage, bit her lip and exclaimed, "Pray tell, who is your illustrious husband? Do I know him?" "You do not know him. I mention this merely to inform you that it suffices. I cherish my current marriage greatly. Should you continue to spread rumors," Lu Zhilong smiled faintly, her demeanor suddenly chilling, "I will certainly pursue the matter to its conclusion." Despite being a fallen heiress with nothing to her name, in that instant, Gong Zihua found herself frozen by the icy aura emanating from Lu Zhilong, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. "Not publicly declared." Bo Wang, with his tongue brushing against his cheek, lifted his glass of red wine and took a sip, his eyes dark and contemplative of this woman. If not for greater ambitions, she must be blindly in love. Lu Zhilong, holding the box, offered a slight bow to bid farewell to the crowd. As her face neared Bo Wang's ear, she whispered softly, "Bo Wang, I'm leaving now." Straightening up, she walked away, satisfied. A group of people remained rooted in place, and Gong Zihua, still in a daze, finally reacted, shouting, "Stop her." Did she think she could extort money and a prayer bead and simply walk away? Not a chance. Did she consider Gong Zihua a fool? With a soft thud, Bo Wang set down his wineglass, lazily rising to don his suit jacket and stride toward the exit, brushing past Lu Zhilong and leaving behind a faint scent of wood. "Is Brother Wang leaving already?" Ji Jing asked in surprise, still intending to present him with the final treasure as a birthday gift. The Gong family's bodyguards moved in, creating a bit of a commotion. Lu Zhilong lowered her gaze, resolutely grasping her walking stick to follow closely behind Bo Wang, calling out, "Wait a moment," but Bo Wang had already exited. Lu Zhilong urged Feng Zhen to accompany her, determined to keep pace. The bodyguards exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to pursue, before looking to Gong Zihua, whose face was ashen. Has she lost her mind? Is she really chasing after Bo Wang? Ming Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Surely she doesn't think Bo Wang will stand up for her? Upon hearing this, Gong Zihua laughed coldly. Perhaps she believes that Bo Wang's previous confrontation with Wang Jiqing was for her sake. My heavens, what kind of infatuation is this? How imaginative, someone gasped in astonishment. They all dared not approach Bo Wang, yet she had the audacity to pursue him. Let us follow her and witness just how capable our old classmate truly is, Gong Zihua declared, stepping outside with deliberate slowness. Naturally, Gong Zihua's parents disapproved of their daughter's reckless behavior, but they could not resist the allure of their daughter's former classmates. A throng of people poured out, eager to witness the spectacle, leaving the grand hall considerably emptier. Lu Zhilong, supported by Feng Zhen, hurriedly exited the Gong residence, but Bo Wang had long since vanished. She felt no disappointment. She merely needed his presence to escape the Gong family and had no real business with him. She was not concerned that Gong Zihua would dare confront her in front of the elite. Staying behind would only subject her to a torrent of idle chatter. With the prayer bead secured, there was no further need for entanglements with this crowd. The car is ready, Feng Zhen announced, putting away his phone. Lu Zhilong clutched the box tightly, the streetlights casting a hazy glow above her. Looking down at her shadow, she couldn't help but smile. How wonderful. She had gathered yet another precious token from the Lu family. Her phone vibrated, and Lu Zhilong answered, Fuxing, yes, I got it for 1 million. Her voice was tinged with delight. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Fuxing erupted with excitement on the other end of the line, his voice cracking. You truly acquired the prayer bead for 1 million, Zhi Ling, you are amazing. You are so impressive. Did you jump up in joy? Zhi Ling chuckled. How could I not? I thought Gong Zihua would surely raise the price to thwart you. I'm so glad. It's no wonder I made my birthday wish early. Following him back to his private residence, Gong Zihua intended to undermine her, only to have her turn the psychological tables on him. Thank you, Fuxing, for granting me an early birthday wish. Zhi Ling began, when a sleek black luxury car rolled past her, leaving behind an unpleasant trail of exhaust fumes. Instinctively, she took a step back and, smiling at her phone, remarked, "Birthday, I've always remembered." Suddenly, the luxury car reversed and halted right in front of her. Zhi Ling paused, her eyes downcast and expressionless, clutching the box in her arms a little tighter. The faint light danced over her long dress. The rear window of the car was slowly lowered, revealing Bo Wang, who gazed at her thoughtfully, his eyes glancing over the box she held. His voice carried an inscrutable depth as he said, "Was it for this thing that you endured a night of being trampled on?" "Ah, yes." She nodded, wondering why he even asked, as if he hadn't heard everything from inside. To avoid any misconceptions about the origin of her money, Zhi Ling added softly, "I opened a tea house, the profits are quite decent." "You poured all your money into it?" Bo Wang inquired further. "Yes. It was fortunate that she could acquire it for a mere million." Bo Wang observed the relief on her lips, his dark eyes growing even more profound. After a lengthy silence, he coolly commanded, "Get in the car." "What?" Zhi Ling responded, somewhat bewildered. Zhi Ling offered him a reassuring glance before turning her expressionless gaze back to Bo Wang. "Where are we going?" "Back to sleep," Bo Wang replied, reclining further in his seat, crossing his arms, and shutting his eyes to feign slumber, thus dismissing her. The car glided forward, traversing through illuminated streets. The onlookers at the Gong family estate stood in stunned silence as the car drove away, the tranquil courtyard resonating only with the occasional chirp of birds. "Did she really get into Bo Wang's car?" Mei Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "It appears your old classmate is quite extraordinary," remarked an older individual. Gong Zihua's complexion shifted from pale to green, and then back again. "What of it? It's merely a case of her eagerly becoming someone's plaything. She'll be in the hospital alongside those little celebrities in no time." Though she spoke thus, the bodyguards of the Gong family dared not pursue them. In frustration, Gong Zihua angrily ripped a handful of leaves from a nearby tree. The vehicle navigated through the bustling, kaleidoscopic city, silently weaving through one neighborhood after another. Gradually, Zhi Ling realized the car was not headed towards Shinshan, but as a blind person, she could not articulate her thoughts. She turned to the man beside her. The fleeting light outside illuminated his sleeping face, casting uneven shadows that flickered like a film in motion, at times blurred, at times sharp. "What could your blind eyes possibly perceive of me?" Bo Wang suddenly spoke, his eyes still closed, yet certain she was facing him. "I won't look anymore." Zhi Ling quietly turned away, lowering the window. As she gazed out at the flower beds lining the roadside, she noticed the endless water surface in the distance, where a glowing cruise ship sailed from east to west, with several vessels docked at the shore. "Could this be? The breeze here feels so unique. Where have we arrived?" she asked nonchalantly. The driver glanced at Bo Wang through the rearview mirror, noting his lack of a frown before softly replying, "We've reached Beige Road, with the Qingjiang River beside us." "Young madam, perhaps you found the river breeze particularly special?" "Qingjiang?" Zhi Ling echoed, feeling somewhat dazed. K country comprises 8 major regions in 48 states, with the Qingjiang River running through the heart of the nation. People habitually refer to the southern bank as Jiangnan and the northern bank as Jiangbei. Beyond this river lies Jiangnan. For the first time in 5 years, Zhi Ling realized how close she was to home, merely a river's width apart. She fully lowered the window, leaning her head out, quietly gazing at the distant Qingjiang River, letting the night wind tousle her hair while her eyes began to redden. When would she ever return home? After a lengthy period, the Qingjiang faded from her view. The car turned into an opulent, upscale residential complex, where the bowing security guards alone could form several soccer teams. Di Jiangting. The most expensive residential area in Jiangbei, without exception. Zhi Ling guessed that Bo Wang was bringing her to his private residence, but why? The vehicle ascended into a towering building, halting at a dedicated car elevator. The driver waved a card, and the elevator ascended, stopping at the 44th floor. As the doors opened slowly, the driver maneuvered the car into the indoor garden, then exited with a respectful, "Young master, I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed. Surrounded by greenery, Zhi Ling felt utterly perplexed and could only voice, "Aren't we returning to Shinshan?" Bo Wang, rarely feeling drowsy in the car, opened his eyes upon hearing her voice, a frown of displeasure creasing his brow. After a moment's pause, he pushed open the car door, his voice low, "Come in, let's talk." "Talk about what?" Zhi Ling frowned, clutching the sandalwood box as she exited the car, unfolding her cane to follow the sound of his footsteps. Bo Wang strode directly through the automatically opening glass door, where the lights flickered on as he passed. Inside was a vast, supersized flat. The living room, slightly curved, was as spacious as a gymnasium, with a thick round pillar standing at its center, encircled by genuine leather seating. Aside from that, the surroundings were devoid of cabinets, sofas, or tables, leaving only expansive glass windows resembling scrolls of paintings and a floor so polished it shone like a mirror. The space was both empty and cold. Zhi Ling followed him inside, pausing after a while to stand still. Bo Wang walked toward the open kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water, leaning against the countertop as he drank, his dark eyes fixed intently on her, lost in thought. Zhi Ling felt uneasy under his gaze but could only pretend not to notice. Bo Wang continued to watch her, tilting his head back to finish the water in one gulp, his prominent Adam's apple bobbed up and down, the low, husky sound resonating in the quiet night, exuding an ambiguous allure. Once finished, Bo Wang casually placed the glass on the countertop, his fingertips spinning it, causing the glass to whirl rapidly, casting dazzling light spots across the surface. The next moment, he strode toward her, seizing her hand and pulling her further inside. The cane fell to the ground. Bo Wang, where are you taking me? Zhi Ling asked, following impassively, not displaying any dissatisfaction. With a thud, Bo Wang ushered her into a bedroom adorned in shades of black and gray, kicking the door shut behind them. In the darkness, a colder temperature enveloped her. He pressed his hand against the nape of her neck and kissed her fervently, the urgency and intensity of his lips parting hers, invading her senses with a warm, wet touch that reached her very nerve endings. Chapter 41. Did you not profess your affection for me? Are you now afraid? Zhi Ling felt her entire being tense, her instinct urging her to push him away, yet she quickly restrained herself. Bo Wang's actions upon her lips were outrageous, alternating between biting and sucking, his breaths growing increasingly ragged. He tugged at his collar, kissing her while pressing her towards the bed. Zhi Ling frantically clutched the sandalwood box in her arms. She found herself falling back onto the cold yet soft duvet as Bo Wang assertively advanced, nibbling at her chin while his soft lips trailed down her delicate neck, one hand reaching to tug at her skirt. Could he be intending to? Zhi Ling steadied herself with remarkable speed, placing the box aside, her hands climbing onto his shoulders as she leaned in to kiss his face, a gentle peck, before swiftly pushing him away. No, Bo Wang halted momentarily. In the dim light, he propped himself up, gazing down at her fair visage, the restrained desire in his eyes casting a shadow of gloom over his features. Zhi Ling, I did not inquire if you wished to. I carry your child, barely 2 months alone. Complications can arise easily. Her voice softened as she spoke. But I wish to proceed tonight. His voice was hoarse, unyielding. Did you not repeatedly declare your fondness for me? Are you truly frightened? Zhi Ling wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender fingers gently entwining in his hair. If it would bring you immense joy, I would willingly sacrifice anything for you. Yet, I know that is not the case. Bo Wang loomed over her, scrutinizing her as he attempted to remove her wandering hands, but the gentle pressure of her fingertips upon his head felt inexplicably soothing. She embraced him, the faint fragrance of her arms swirling around his nostrils, causing an unsettling stir within him. He suppressed his emotions, letting out a cold laugh. You, blind as you are, can discern my happiness? Though I cannot see, I can certainly feel. She gazed at him with vacant eyes, her voice tender and soothing. You have always despised me, doubted me. How could you possibly find joy in kissing me? Perhaps you are overthinking. I simply lack the inclination to seek out another woman. Bo Wang loosened her collar, fixating on her delicate collarbone, a smirk playing on his lips. Disliking you does not preclude me from deriving pleasure from you. Then go ahead, seek someone else. Zhi Ling thought to herself, her expression dimming. After a long pause, she managed a bitter smile. If I were clever enough, I should agree to your request, thus advancing our relationship. Bo Wang remained silent, his gaze penetrating and inscrutable. But I cannot, Bo Wang. I wish for you to find someone you truly adore, to live a joyful life, rather than face a woman you do not cherish for fleeting gratification that would only deepen your solitude and contempt for me, which I do not desire. Her voice bore a bittersweet quality, deeply sincere yet humble, even to her own ears. Having spoken, Zhi Ling steadied herself to sit up from the duvet, reaching for the sandalwood box to embrace it once more. I shall take my leave now, do rest well. Before she could descend from the bed, Bo Wang pulled her back into his embrace. He enveloped her with one arm from behind, leaning down ambiguously close to her ear, his voice tinged with discontent. Did I say you could leave? Zhi Ling's body stiffened. I am merely a blind woman. You deserve someone better. That is inconsequential, it matters not whether the lights are on or off. Bo Wang replied, bending to kiss her cheek. There's no escaping this. Zhi Ling trembled, her breath becoming erratic, which only seemed to delight Bo Wang. She heard him chuckle in the darkness, his large hand roaming freely along her waist. Suddenly, the jarring vibration of a phone cut through the obscurity. Zhi Ling sensed Bo Wang's breath hitch. He halted his movements, resting his chin upon her shoulder, neglecting the call, remaining still in the shadows. The caller on the other end exhibited remarkable patience, the phone vibrating repeatedly. At last, on the fourth vibration, Bo Wang answered the call. The screen's faint glow illuminated his jawline. Zhi Ling found herself nearly seated entirely in his lap, listening as a man's voice emerged from the phone. Regarding the matter on Nanyang Road, you should attend to it. The voice, deep and resonant, suggested a middle-aged man. Bo Wang still held her, and upon hearing this, he pinched her waist lightly, speaking nonchalantly. I am preoccupied with a woman, I have no desire to go. Zhi Ling felt an urge to strangle him. You are certainly free to decline. The man's voice turned icy. As long as you refrain from squandering your mother's inheritance. This statement. The caller was Bo Wang's father, the formidable decision-maker of the Bo Corporation, Bo Jingrong. Bo Wang abruptly hung up, his expression darkening ominously in the shadows. After a moment, he released Zhi Ling and stood. Zhi Ling exhaled a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he intended to go, and she had narrowly escaped. Clap. Bo Wang flicked on the light. The sudden brightness was somewhat blinding. He pressed a hand against the wall to adjust, then lowered his gaze to the woman seated on the bed. She hung her head, entirely oblivious to the illumination, her expression vacant, save for her alluring lips and the disheveled collar that bore witness to their earlier indiscretion. She had not even thought to adjust her collar, presenting herself as an easy target for mistreatment. Bo Wan licked his lips, suddenly less inclined to leave. His gaze fell upon the sandalwood box she clutched so tightly, and he approached to take it. Zhi Ling's breath caught, instinctively tightening her grip on the box, but Bo Wan's strength far surpassed hers, and in one swift motion, he snatched it away. What was he planning to do now? Bo Wan opened the box, retrieving a string of Buddhist prayer beads. He toyed with each bead, reminiscent of someone engaged in prayer, yet his face bore no trace of the reverence typically associated with such acts. Prayer beads? He inquired, fiddling with the beads as he looked at her. Zhi Ling felt a swell of anxiety, yet dared not show it, merely nodding. Yes, they are prayer beads, specially consecrated by a master from Puju Temple. Bo Wan chuckled. I assumed you cherished them as a relic of some esteemed master. It turns out they were simply consecrated? Indeed, they were not treasures. Please return them to me. Zhi Ling anxiously watched his movements, fearing he might break the string of beads at any moment. She bit her lip and said, actually, this string of beads was a token of love my grandmother gifted my grandfather. He wore them throughout his life, thus, they hold great significance for me. I managed to acquire a token of love? Bo Wan interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on her. You are quite bold, are you not? With every word, he implied she deserved better, that she should not dare to covet or long for him, yet here she was, offering him an heirloom of the previous generation, a clear expression of her heart. What? Zhi Ling was taken aback. What did this have to do with her boldness? Bo Wan toyed with the beads for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought. He slid the prayer beads onto his wrist, displaying unexpected generosity. Fine, if I return alive tonight, it shall mean your prayer beads hold some merit, and I will keep this string. With that, Bo Wan turned and strode toward the exit, not pausing for a moment. Leaving Zhi Ling in a state of disarray upon the bed. Keep it. Chapter 42. The reckless return. Bloodied and bruised, how could he accept the prayer beads she had purchased at such a high cost? And why did he adopt such a condescending tone? When had she ever said she intended to gift them to him? Those belonged to her grandfather. Zhi Ling picked up the empty box and rushed outside, yet hesitated to run, cautiously feeling her way along the wall step by step. By the time she reached the living room, she glanced through the glass door only to find that the orange sports car had already vanished from the garden. A sharp pain gripped her stomach, the anger manifesting physically. Zhi Ling stared at the empty box in her hands, thoroughly frustrated. Suddenly, a chime echoed from the entrance. She turned to see a screen illuminate automatically, revealing Ji Jing's face. He took a couple of steps back, holding up an exquisite gift box in his hands. Wango, look, tonight, the Gong family's most valuable treasure, a 1,000-year-old ancient sword, stained with human blood. I believe it perfectly matches your temperament. Zhi Ling remained silent. Ji Jing, waiting for a response that did not come, let out a sigh. Wango, I know you must not be asleep yet, so let me in, will you? Receiving a birthday gift on the day itself is what gives it meaning. Oh, wait, is that Wang Ji's car? Ji Jing suddenly turned, likely spotting the car that Bo Wang had driven away in, and exclaimed, great, what a wasted trip. After a while, Ji Jing departed, and the screen dimmed automatically. Today was Bo Wang's birthday. Zhi Ling suddenly recalled a conversation she had with Jiang Fuxing on the road in front of the Gong family, discussing birthdays while Bo Wang's car had passed by and then reversed. He couldn't possibly have only heard the latter part, thinking she would willingly endure a night of humiliation just to present him with the prayer beads. Could he? What a blunder. Zhi Ling, vexed, stowed away the empty box, stepped through the glass door, and entered the elevator. Considering the presence of surveillance, she cautiously pressed the button for the first floor. Facial recognition cannot be performed. Please use your card if necessary, a mechanical voice echoed within the elevator. She was still trapped. Zhi Ling had no choice but to exit the elevator and, feeling along the wall, attempted to open the door to the emergency staircase, only to find that it too required a card to access. Without Bo Wan's presence, she couldn't even descend. Zhi Ling found a south-facing terrace to linger on. It was empty save for a single lounge chair. Leaning against the glass railing, she gazed out into the tranquil city sprawled beneath her, the river shimmering like a ribbon adorned with points of light before her eyes, its surface peaceful and glistening. Beyond lay Jiangnan, where countless lights resembled stars scattered across the sky, so beautiful yet so unattainable. Unable to resist, Zhi Ling extended her hand, opening her palm in the air before slowly curling her fingers as though she might grasp the lights of Jiangnan drifting southward, capturing the breeze that swept in from that direction. After the Great Fire, Uncle Feng had taken her to their ancestral home in Jiangbei, and she had never returned since. In the past, transportation was poor. Crossing the river from Jiangbei to Jiangnan required a lengthy wait on a ferry. Now, with bridges, high-speed trains, and airplanes, she wondered how long the journey back would take. Surely it would be swift. The Liu family's old residence had been deemed inauspicious and remained unsold all these years. She had no idea what it had become. The small trees she had planted with her parents must have grown tall, the weeds likely rampant, and Aunt Sansflowers probably blossoming wildly. The little stone bridge in the back pavilion, which her fourth and sixth brothers had loved to jump upon, must have developed cracks. She wondered if it still stood. Leaning against the terrace, Zhi Ling gazed into the distance, her eyes, once filled with mirth, gradually reddening. Both Feng Zhen and Jiang Fuxing had posed the same question: had she felt much hardship over the past 5 years? Hardship, in truth, she did not feel that way compared to those struggling to meet their basic needs. She had enjoyed 15 years of splendor and adoration. Even in her downfall, Uncle Feng had remained steadfast, and now she was the young mistress of the Bo family, lacked for nothing. She did not feel hardship, she merely found it exceedingly difficult to transition from luxury to simplicity. Thus, she must return, bringing with her all that belonged to the Lu family back to that place which, for her, represented the utmost luxury. She longed to return to Jiangnan City, to spend her life there. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Zhi Ling found her back aching as she stood. She took a couple of steps back and reclined on the lounge chair. In this place, closer to home, she felt a sense of security. Drowsiness enveloped her, and she drifted into a dream, envisioning her home in Jiangnan, sitting on the stone railing, her small feet swinging as she watched fish swim through the clear stream beneath her. A noise stirred her from her slumber, and Zhi Ling groggily awoke, reaching up to touch her face, only to feel the cold tears that had dried upon her skin. Bang! Another sound echoed. Bo Wang had returned, her prayer beads. Zhi Ling glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. She hurriedly rose from the lounge chair and walked toward the living room. Upon entering, she spotted Bo Wang leaning against the glass door, his figure appearing somewhat disheveled. The door slid open automatically, and Bo Wang staggered inside, resembling someone who had been drinking heavily. As the lights illuminated the room, Zhi Ling could see the extent of his injuries. His entire head and face were smeared with blood, his complexion ghostly pale, even his lips devoid of color. The black shirt he had worn earlier was now marred with several gaping wounds, the fabric soaked and revealing dark crimson stains under the light. His hands hung limply at his sides, blood seeping from his cuffs, dripping from his fingertips onto the floor. The prayer beads on his wrist were stained with blood. At the sight of this gruesome tableau, Zhi Ling momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Bo Wang turned, unsteadily making his way toward the sink, where he grabbed a glass and filled it with water, heedless of his bloody hands. He tilted his head back and drank urgently, water cascading down his neck and disappearing into his collar. Bo Wang, is that you? Zhi Ling called out, his gaze sharpened, seemingly surprised that she had not left, and he turned to look at her, a quiet figure who appeared to have been waiting for him for a long time. Come here, he commanded, his voice slightly hoarse. At his words, Zhi Ling approached him, observing her tentative demeanor. Bo Wang smiled. Nothing's stopping you, hurry up. Zhi Ling quickened her pace toward him, but Bo Wang, impatient with her speed, abruptly pulled her into his embrace, though he himself swayed unsteadily, almost losing his balance. The overwhelming scent of blood assaulted her senses. Zhi Ling steadied him by holding onto his waist, her brow furrowed. You're hurt? Bo Wang placed his hand on her shoulder, leaning down to meet her gaze, the blood on his face alarming in its quantity. What are you waiting for me to die or for me to return? Of course, I am waiting for your return. If he did not return, how could she leave? Zhi Ling exerted all her strength to support him, speaking with great effort. Can you steady yourself? I'll call for an ambulance. How had he sustained such injuries? Had she asked him to handle the situation, and this was how he resolved it? There's no need to call. Just bandage me up, Bo Wang replied, his lips nearly brushing against her forehead. But I can hardly see to bandage you. Zhi Ling protested, her brow knitted as she struggled to bear his towering frame, holding onto the hand he had placed on her shoulder. Then let it be, Bo Wang said dismissively. I'll take a shower. With that, he released her and staggered toward the inner room, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The amount of blood he had lost, she feared it might surpass what she would endure in childbirth. Chapter 43. I am severely wounded. You are with child, perfectly aligned, together to paradise. Zhi Ling was genuinely afraid he might perish before her eyes. With his body marred by injuries, she would struggle to explain the circumstances to the police should they visit. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to follow him. Bo Wang appeared to be utterly drained of strength. Once he entered the bathroom, he simply flipped over and collapsed into the bathtub, the milky wall smeared with blood, resembling a gruesome crime scene at first glance. He rose to retrieve the showerhead. Zhi Ling hurried over, groping to grasp his arm. Let me bandage you. Where is your medical kit? Behind you, Bo Wang replied. Zhi Ling turned, feigning blindness as she fumbled for a while, finally tossing the medical kit out. When she turned back, she found Bo Wang lying in the tub, gazing at her intently. She pretended to be unaware, squatting down to open the kit, retrieving some gauze and inquiring, you need to tell me where the wounds are so that I can clean the blood first. At her words, Bo Wang raised the showerhead and doused his face with water. Soon, he was thoroughly soaked, chaotic streams cascading down his pale visage, leaving him dripping in the tub, his shirt clinging to his body, his chest rising and falling with labored breaths. I must admit, his seemingly impending death was rather alluring. After he had soaked himself sufficiently, Bo Wang ripped off his shirt, revealing several gashes on his body, some deep, some shallow, the deeper ones exhibiting grotesque flesh cuts that were quite horrifying to behold. Bring me the rightmost bottle of medicine. Bo Wang tossed aside the showerhead and commanded her. Zhi Ling promptly handed him the bottle, twisting off the cap in the process. Bo Wang poured the contents over his wounds without a hint of mercy, treating himself as one would an animal, enduring the pain without pause, his face turning a ghastly white. After emptying the entire bottle, he carelessly discarded it into the tub and closed his eyes, as if preparing to sleep. He couldn't be contemplating ending it all like this, could he? Zhi Ling, at a loss, took out the gauze. Where else are you injured? Let me bandage you. Don't bother, it's a hassle, Bo Wang replied, eyes still shut, too lethargic to rise. After a moment's thought, Zhi Ling held the gauze and stood up, running her hands along the arm he had draped over the edge of the tub. Bo Wang opened his eyes, glancing at her hand wandering over his arm, her bent posture causing her hair to sway tantalizingly before his eyes, the fragrance wafting toward him, igniting a thirst within. Suddenly, he gasped in pain, his breath hitching. Lu Jiying. Bo Wang fixed his gaze intently on her hand firmly pressing against his wound. I'm sorry, Lu Jiying apologized, applying pressure again before finding the right spot to wrap the gauze around his injury. With this successful endeavor, she continued to search for more wounds on his body, her hands roaming about, prompting Bo Wang to consider pulling her into the tub several times, but each moment she pressed down on his wounds, the pain rendering him incapable of indulging any other thoughts. Once all his wounds were bandaged, a light sheen of sweat formed on Lu Jiying's forehead. Are there any other injuries? I have none left on my body. Bo Wang slowly sat up in the tub, reaching out to grasp her chin, his tone coolly stating, but I would quite like to carve a few lines on you, so you can understand just how painful it is when pressed. I'm sorry, I can't see, so I can only search for the injuries this way, she sincerely apologized. Bo Wang picked up the scissors Lu Jiying had just used to cut the gauze, gently sliding the blade tip down her skin, as if caressing her, his eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. I'm sorry, it's alright. One person says a word, and this matter can be forgotten, but how can I just let it go after you've caused me so much pain? Didn't you say you were hopelessly infatuated with me? Then why not share in the torment with me? He spoke in a tone almost affectionate, pressing the scissors down with more force. What a pervert, the rain had ceased and the sky had cleared. Having finished bandaging his wounds, she remained still. As the tip of the scissors inched closer to her face, about to pierce her skin, she stepped aside, carefully turning to face him. Bo Wang regarded the untainted scissors with a hint of regret, letting out a soft tch. Lu Jiying felt along the wall to retrieve a bathrobe, returning to the edge of the tub, bending down to drape it over him. You should get up. You might catch a chill. Once the robe was on him, warmth seemed to envelop him instantly. Bo Wang's gaze settled, and after a moment, he tossed aside the scissors, shedding his damp pants as he stood from the tub. Do you have nothing else to say? With all his injuries, she was not curious if he had been out committing murder or arson. He was utterly reckless before the blind. Lu Jiying stood before him, adjusting the bathrobe to ensure it was snug, tying the belt securely, then calmly and gently spoke, please refrain from any further injuries. Even if I can share your pain, your suffering remains your own. She possessed no interest in prying into others' secrets. Bo Wang lowered his gaze upon her, momentarily rendered speechless. It's getting late. Let us return to sleep, Lu Jiying remarked softly, as she hoisted one of his arms over her shoulder and began to lead him out, intentionally swaying slightly to avoid revealing her deliberate movements, guiding him toward the wall. Bo Wang made no sound, allowing her to bump against him. It seemed as though he were impervious to pain, even when she pressed his wounds with all her might. He nearly paused his breathing, not even furrowing his brow. Lu Jiying assisted him into the room, embracing his shoulders to help him lie down on the bed, pulling the blanket over him, her gaze drifting over the prayer beads adorning his wrist. The once overpowering scent of blood seemed to dissipate, replaced by the gentle aroma of sandalwood. Fortunately, the beads remained unscathed. She must find an opportunity to retrieve the bracelet. Could you grant me permission to leave? She inquired, standing beside the bed, adding, I fear my presence may disturb your rest, but if you don't mind my company. Before she could finish, Bo Wang abruptly pulled her down into his embrace, causing her to tumble into his arms. The pain made his chest heave, yet he paid no heed, simply wrapping his arms around her, weakly murmuring, where do you think you're going? Let us continue. Not possible, your injuries are too severe. Lu Jiying struggled momentarily in his grasp. Bo Wang buried his hand in her hair, kissing her forehead in a state of disarray, a pale smile gracing his lips. I am gravely wounded, and you are with child. It is perfectly aligned for us to embrace paradise together. If he desires to go, he may do so, but she shall not accompany him. She once again wriggled free from his grasp, while Bo Wang, still wishing to hold her, could only weakly clutch at her skirt. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Jiying leaned down to kiss the corner of his eye gently, whispering softly, no, I want you to be well. Even if I could perish, you must continue to live well. Bo Wang, half closing his eyes, remained silent, whether her words had moved him or he was simply too fatigued. His hand fell limply back onto the bed, no longer attempting to pull her closer. Chapter 44. The arrival of Madame Bo. The entrance is barred. Be gone, he stated curtly. Very well, then take care of yourself, Lu Zhi Ling replied, turning to leave. Before closing the door, she cast a lingering glance at the string of prayer beads. Following the beads upward, she found Bo Wang lying alone on the bed, his complexion so pallid it lacked even a hint of color. He had treated his wounds in such a haphazard manner, and she wondered if he would manage to endure. He appeared utterly indifferent to life and death. Bo Wang, happy birthday, she murmured softly before shutting the door. Startled, Bo Wang abruptly opened his eyes, his dark irises resembling a stagnant pool or an unfathomable abyss. The sun hung high in the sky, and the tea house stood quietly in the outskirts, its interiors and exteriors perfumed with a delicate aroma of teetered. Zhi Ling occupied a window seat on the second floor, idly opening and closing an empty agarwood box. Miss, Fengzhen approached with a grave expression. Several clients who had previously ordered tea have just cancelled. Lu Zhi Ling was not surprised. Gong Zihua wanted to witness my spectacle but failed. Naturally she would seek to undermine me. But isn't Gong Zihua still a student? How petty of her to fixate on her former classmates rather than focus on her studies, Fengzhen retorted indignantly. It is merely a tea house. Miss Gong could easily bring about our demise within days. Moreover, she need not lift a finger, her subordinates will handle it for her, Zhi Ling replied, closing the box with a smile. She merely needs to emerge to ridicule us when the tea house shuts its doors. What shall we do then? Must we simply await our fate? Feng Zhen lamented, distressed. Could it be that my disrespect towards her that night was too pronounced? It would not have made a difference, Zhi Ling countered. During their school days, Gong Zihua had always held a disdain for her and now, having not only failed to belittle her but also having lost a prayer bead bracelet valued at no less than 200,000 due to Zhi Ling's bidding of 100,000, Gong Zihua would undoubtedly retaliate in some manner. Rising, Zhi Ling sought to reassure Feng Zhen, Uncle Feng, do not fret, the Jiangbei city is not solely under the Gong family's dominion, nor are all the wealthy aligned against us. Are you suggesting we should find someone to create a favorable atmosphere for us? She glanced at the time. Old Madam Ji is expected for tea today and should be arriving shortly. The Ji family? But their relationship with the Gong family is quite amicable. Wasn't their young master Ji Jing present that night? Feng Zhen questioned, puzzled. While the Ji and Gong families maintain a cordial relationship, the two matriarchs have never seen eye to eye. In their youth, they fiercely competed for the affections of a man even after marrying others. Their rivalry has persisted. Zhi Ling explained the competition had evolved into an instinctive vendetta, devoid of any connection to men, and seemed an eternal struggle. Feng Zhen remained incredulous, yet visibly astonished. How do you know all this? Uncle Feng, have you forgotten? My grandmother is quite the gossip. Zhi Ling chuckled at the thought of her grandmother. Although she appeared the epitome of elegance, she was well versed in the scandals of both Jiangnan and Jiangbei. The sound of a vehicle pulling up outside indicated the arrival of old Madame Ji. Zhi Ling stepped outside, her heart lightened at the thought of her family, which always brought her joy. With a warm smile, Zhi Ling greeted them, only to realize that it was not just old Madame Ji who had come, but also old Madame Bo Ding Yu Jun. I heard that the Gong matriarch invited you 3 times, yet you failed to attend that angel fundraising gala, old Madame Ji remarked, her voice booming with age, as she laughed heartily with Ding Yu Jun. Ding Yu Jun patted her hand, her smile tinged with resignation. That was merely to please you. Had I attended, I fear you would have driven me to madness. Ah, I simply cannot abide her. In contemporary terms, she is akin to a green tea girl. In her youth, she was a little green tea, now, she is but an old green tea, old Madame Ji bluntly expressed her disdain. It seemed these two shared a camaraderie. A sudden thought struck Zhi Ling, recalling her wedding to Bo Wang, where Ding Yu Jun had invited guests primarily comprising her close acquaintances, many of whom were elderly relatives. Now, she realized that old Madame Ji had been among them. However, the wedding had been so hurried that she had scarcely remembered any faces, and during their previous encounter at the tea house, neither had recognized the other. Good day, old Madame Ji, Zhi Ling greeted, bowing respectfully to both women. Good day, old Madame Bo. How did you come to know she is from the Bo family? Old Madame Ji inquired, slightly taken aback, before quickly recalling, oh, my memory fails me. This tea house was recommended to me by Ji Jing, who mentioned that the Bo family uses their tea. The young proprietor must have recognized your voice. Zhi Ling smiled gracefully as she remained standing. Ding Yu Jun scrutinized Zhi Ling deeply, a mix of surprise and understanding reflected in her gaze. Indeed, we do use their tea at home. There was no intention of revealing her identity. Please, come inside. Zhi Ling warmly invited them into the elegantly decorated private room, where she began to prepare tea. To conceal her vision impairment, her focus was not on the tea itself, yet she executed each step flawlessly. This young proprietor is truly remarkable. Despite her visual impairment, the tea she brews is simply unparalleled. Old Madame Ji expressed her admiration for Zhi Ling. I had intended to invite her to work at my home, yet she refused, wishing to forge her own path. Thus, I find myself making repeated visits here. Oh, no, it is merely my lack of skill. I wish to refine my abilities further, Zhi Ling humbly responded. Once the tea was brewed, Feng Zhen assisted in serving it to the two matriarchs, sighing at an opportune moment. Things have changed now. In a few days, when the tea house closes, our young proprietor may find herself without a place to go. I wonder if old Madame Ji would still be willing to take her in. Old Madame Ji, eager for gossip, immediately inquired, why would it close? It is thriving. Ding Yu Jun, seated at the table, glanced at Zhi Ling in silence, then lifted her teacup to take a sip, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. The tea was indeed exceptional. Such a flavor could not be achieved without years of practice. Feng Zhen recounted how Zhi Ling had inadvertently offended the Gong family's young lady during the angel fundraising gala. Old Madame Ji, upon hearing this, slammed her teacup down with force. What manner of person is this? Ding Yu Jun nearly choked at her outburst, admonishing, for someone of such age, one should exercise some decorum. Truly, a gathering of both old and young green teas, reveling in the misfortunes of others? What airs they put on, old Madame Ji fumed, unable to continue sipping her tea. Young proprietor, worry not, your business shall not falter. Did you not express a desire to collaborate with my family's auction house? I shall make it happen. Objective achieved. Zhi Ling rose, her gratitude evident. Thank you, old Madame Ji. I will certainly work diligently and will not bring shame upon you. Chapter 45. I cannot be the thin-skinned mistress of the Bo family for a lifetime, can I? Very well, a young person must possess the indomitable spirit of perseverance. Old Lady Ji expressed her satisfaction. Observing this, Ding Yu Jun couldn't help but shake her head and remarked to her close friend, you are being rather rash. The items your family's auction house handles are not of ordinary quality. What if something goes awry when collaborating with a small tea house? Rest assured, she understands. Old lady Zhi leaned closer to Ding Yujun's ear and whispered, "Last time, my second son's wife acquired a precious vase. I was inspecting it here and nearly overlooked its worth, but her subtle reminder, referencing an ancient adage, led me to conclude it was merely a high imitation. This child evidently possesses discernment. Such wisdom at a young age must stem from having been well acquainted with such matters since childhood. It was only that I felt her tea house was too modest, and she was still young, having not yet navigated much in the business world, that I hesitated to agree. However, now that this matter involves the Gong family, she is eager to vex that old woman." Her old friend had always been discerning, rarely offering compliments lightly. "This child is both clever and astute. If only her eyesight were better, I would have considered pairing her with my grandson. What a fine young lady." Old lady Ji spoke with utmost admiration, lowering her voice to avoid hurting Lu Zhiling's pride. Ding Yujun felt an inexplicable discomfort from these words, even sensing a hint of jealousy, her tone growing colder. "You are aging, and your eyesight is failing." She is wearing a ring. Young people wear rings merely for fun. Old lady Ji dismissed the notion entirely. Ding Yujun was momentarily speechless. After discussing the upcoming collaboration with Lu Zhiling, old lady Ji increasingly felt that the girl had a strong sense of agency, believing herself to be a connoisseur of talent. In her delight, she drank several cups of tea and soon excused herself to the restroom. Feng assisted the elderly lady out, seeking a female attendant to accompany her. The private room was left with just Ding Yujun and Lu Zhiling, the lingering fragrance from the burning incense curling gracefully upward. Lu Zhiling stood from her seat and approached Ding Yujun, ready for admonishment. Ding Yujun scrutinized her for several moments before speaking. "I am aware that you have opened a tea house. I initially thought you desired merely a source of income, yet I did not expect you to personally brew tea for your guests. You are carrying Bo Wang's child, and with the uncertainty of your condition, have you considered the potential consequences? I merely wish to be self-reliant." She gazed downward, her voice calm yet resolute. "If you find the financial support from the Bo family insufficient, I can provide you with additional assistance." Ding Yujun stated with a stern expression, "It is acceptable for the Bo family's young mistress to engage in business outside, but you must greet guests with a smile and do everything possible to seek cooperation from others. Otherwise, it will tarnish the Bo family's reputation." She could see that Lu Zhiling had done her homework on old lady Ji, each of her words skillfully ingratiating, which in itself seemed somewhat demeaning. "If you do not speak of it, and I do not speak of it, no one will know." Lu Zhiling's expression remained unchanged. Ding Yujun, noticing her obstinacy, furrowed her brow. "Can you truly conceal this for a lifetime? Why can't I cannot be the thin-skinned mistress of the Bo family forever, can I?" Lu Zhiling responded with a calm retort. Ding Yujun's unexpected appearance today was indeed surprising. However, since they had crossed paths, it was only natural to confront the matter. Hearing this, Ding Yujun's expression shifted. She lightly slapped the table and coldly inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do you harbor other intentions?" "It is not that I have ulterior motives, rather, I have comprehended the Bo family's intentions." Lu Zhiling slowly raised her gaze, her eyes vacant yet her demeanor composed. She stood there, articulating each word. "I have heard that the Bo family places great importance on rituals. A new bride is expected to pay homage at the ancestral hall, honor the ancestors, and announce the marriage publicly, yet I have done none of these things. The wedding guests, apart from the Bo family, are merely acquaintances of you and grandfather, most of whom are not particularly observant, likely to avoid excessive gossip and unnecessary complications." Ding Yujun was rendered speechless. As for the wedding, it proceeded in Bo Wang's absence. Lu Zhiling methodically analyzed, "Thus, I surmise that the significance of this wedding is merely to provide an explanation should anyone inquire about my child's lineage. It establishes that Bo Wang was married and that there are witnesses, thereby legitimizing the child, while the identity of the former bride is inconsequential, merely a means to an end. Hence, everything was kept as simple as possible. It was not that the Bo family could not afford an extravagant wedding, but rather that it was deemed unnecessary." Suddenly, all her thoughts were laid bare before her, and Ding Yujun's face flushed with discomfort, leaving her restless. She had assumed the role of the elder reprimanding others, demanding that they temper themselves for the Bo family's reputation, yet here was a person who understood everything, whose seemingly vacant eyes saw through to the truth. "Grandmother, when the time comes, I will leave. I shall not linger in the Bo family for even a moment longer." Lu Zhiling straightened her back, her words plain yet unyielding. "The tea house belongs to Lu Zhiling, it has no connection to the Bo family's young mistress, I ask for your understanding." Ding Yujun wanted to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. This child had already articulated her position so clearly, if she were to continue asserting her authority as a member of the Bo family, it would be nothing short of bullying. Noticing Ding Yujun's silence, Lu Zhiling continued, "I understand that you are concerned about the child in my womb. Rest assured, I am more anxious than anyone, for should anything happen, the Bo family will not spare me, and I wish to live well." As she concluded, she offered a faint smile. Gazing into those eyes, Ding Yujun, having lived for over half a century, felt an unprecedented sense of shame. She suppressed the notion of a scandal and recognized it had nothing to do with her, yet, to claim any affection for her was not true. Ding Yujun even believed that a girl from a fallen family would be more inclined to covet the Bo family's wealth and power, and thus she should not be treated too kindly. Once she had safely given birth, a stern warning with some financial assistance to ensure her departure without causing a scene would suffice. Yet, she had not anticipated the depth of Lu Zhiling's understanding. She was aware of everything yet had never uttered a single complaint. She had not sought to extract any wealth from the Bo family, nor aspired to the position of a young mistress. Opening a tea house was merely a means of self-sufficiency, a desire for a stable future. The tea must have cooled, let me pour you another cup. Lu Zhiling stepped forward, touching the cup, reaching for the teapot, when her hand was suddenly grasped. Ding Yujun's hand, lined with many wrinkles, was surprisingly soft and warm, causing Lu Zhiling to momentarily feel disoriented, nearly mistaking the touch for that of her own grandmother. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that Ding Yujun's eyes were somewhat red. Did you not truly wish to marry into the family? Ding Yujun asked, tightly gripping her hand. Hearing from the steward that she had accepted without hesitation seemed entirely contradictory now. How could a girl so committed to self-reliance be so avaricious? Chapter 46, Do I appear to have hypertension? Lu Zhiling lowered her gaze, offering no direct reply, merely stating, I had no choice. Should she refuse to marry, the repercussions from the Bo family would be severe, with forced termination looming over her. Upon hearing this, Ding Yujun tightened her grip, her earlier stern demeanor dissipating as she spoke with a hint of emotion. It seems we have wronged you, my dear. It is not such a grave injustice, Lu Zhiling replied, glancing around. Outsiders believe the Bo family has also procured tea from the return date pavilion, which is why I have business. Without genuine talent, others would not appreciate you. Your tea is truly exceptional. Ding Yujun observed her intently, increasingly convinced that her eyes, far from dull, were instead clear and resilient. After a prolonged silence, she added, if you wish to be Lu Zhiling, then pursue it wholeheartedly. I shall say no more. Surprised by Ding Yujun's accommodating nature, Lu Zhiling paused before responding, thank you, grandmother. Seeing her so well behaved and understanding, Ding Yujun could not help but add, it is not your family background that concerns me. It is merely that I am aware of Bo Wang's. Before she could finish, a phone rang. It was Lu Zhiling's phone. She retrieved it from her pocket and promptly silenced it. Ding Yujun continued, I can pressure him momentarily, but I cannot compel him for a lifetime. The phone rang again, shattering the atmosphere. Ding Yujun sighed, you should answer it. I apologize. Reluctantly, Lu Zhiling took out her phone, her gaze flitting over the unfamiliar number before she placed it to her ear. Hello, who is this? Come here. A low, hoarse voice resonated in her ear, lazy and lacking in courtesy. Lu Zhiling paused for a moment before realizing, Bo Wang? Ding Yujun looked at her with surprise. There was no further response from the other end. The call was disconnected. What was happening? Confused, Lu Zhiling heard a commotion outside. It was the return of old Madame Ji. She inclined her head towards Ding Yujun. Grandmother, I have something to attend to. I must step out for a moment. The notorious reputation of Bo Wang was too formidable. She did not wish to offend him. Ding Yujun did not detain her. Is Bo Wang looking for you? Go on, go on. Lu Zhiling turned to leave, while Ding Yujun regarded her retreating figure, lost in thought. As Lu Zhiling exited the tea house, she encountered Zhang Fusheng, who was hurrying towards her. Zhang Fusheng grabbed her arm, anxiety evident in her voice. Zhi Ling, the young master suddenly asked for your phone number. Is everything all right? It was startling. She had been in the kitchen preparing food when the butler approached her, asking for her number on the young master's behalf. Nervously, she had packed her lunch and rushed over. It's nothing serious. He just wants me to see him. Lu Zhiling reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek. You're sweating, go inside and rest for a bit. Are you going now? You haven't had lunch yet. Zhang Fusheng patted the lunchbox she held. I specially prepared a healthy bento, ideal for pregnant women. A taxi pulled over beside them. There's no time. We can eat when I return. Lu Zhiling opened the door and got in, while Zhang Fusheng passed the lunchbox through the window. You cannot skip meals now that you're expecting. Eat on the way. The driver started the engine, leaving Lu Zhiling no opportunity to return the lunchbox. Wrapped in a silk scarf, it looked exquisite and thoughtful, radiating warmth even from a distance, yet Lu Zhiling was unaccustomed to dining in a vehicle. The car stopped in front of Dijiangting. Lu Zhiling held the lunchbox in one hand and her cane in the other, slowly making her way into the complex. With the card she had, her passage was unhindered. The elevator took her directly to the 44th floor penthouse. Passing through the garden, Lu Zhiling entered the spacious yet desolate hall, which felt cold and devoid of life. Bo Wang, I've arrived. Are you here? She called out into the living room, but received no reply. Was the location he referred to the same as this, or somewhere else, or had he finally succumbed to his condition? As she pondered, Bo Wang's slightly impatient voice echoed through the empty house. Over here. In his room, Lu Zhiling approached the door with her cane. Upon entering, she was met with a pungent odor of medication. Bo Wang lay sprawled on the bed, his hair disheveled, buried in the pillow, with the comforter crumpled beneath his gray loungewear. His upper body was bare, perhaps due to his position. The exposed muscles of his back were particularly pronounced, the graceful contours tapering downwards into his waistband. Unable to restrain her gaze, Lu Zhiling looked for a moment longer before knocking gently on the door. Knock knock. Has your injury improved? Did you see a doctor afterward? She inquired, noticing the disarray of the bandages, those she had applied that very night. 3 days had passed, and he had yet to change them? Why are you so nagging? Bo Wang grumbled, propping himself up on the bed, his pale face betraying his exhaustion, his voice hoarse. Come over and change my dressings. Had he summoned her merely to have a blind person tend to his wounds? Was this the logic of a sane individual? You haven't changed your dressings at all, she asked, frowning. Too lazy. Bo Wan leaned back against the headboard, his eyes closing wearily. She observed his apparent indifference to his own well-being. Zhi Ling sighed, placing the lunchbox on the bedside table before turning to find the medical kit. Upon her return, she found Bo Wan leaning against the headboard, seemingly asleep again. She settled beside the bed, carefully unwrapping the bandages, which had already formed crusted blood clots. Her fingers brushed against the cool skin surrounding the wound, assessing its condition, and then she ripped the bandage away. Remarkably, Bo Wan remained silent, only a slight furrow of his brow indicating the pain he endured. Since he did not protest, Zhi Ling continued to strip the bandage, apply the medication, and rewrap it. All done. She shook her weary hands, and upon looking up, found Bo Wan staring intently at her, his expression inscrutable. She turned her face away. Have you not eaten for the past few days? You still have injuries, this will not sustain you. His waist appeared thinner. I won't die. Bo Wan averted his gaze, suddenly noticing an unfamiliar item on the bedside table. He reached for the scarf, unwrapping it to reveal steaming dishes. He looked at her with a complex expression. Zhi Ling fell silent. The situation was not as he presumed. As Bo Wan unfolded the scarf, Zhi Ling noticed several boxes of medication inside. Jiang Fu Shang had provided her with common medications for him as well. Bo Wan picked up a box and glanced through it. Cold medicine, fever reducers, rheumatism patches, and... He held up a box of anti-hypertensives, looking at her. Do I appear to have hypertension? At this juncture, denying it would only complicate matters further. Thus, Zhi Ling replied sincerely, is that not the case? If not, it is of no consequence. They are merely common medications, better to be prepared than not. Bo Wan tossed the medicine box aside. My body does not require antihypertensives. Have you groped around so many times for nothing? Chapter 47. I summoned you merely because I found you quite useful. Who's to say whose blood pressure is high? Perhaps in 2 years, all that muscle will dissipate, leaving only soaring blood pressure. Zhi Ling silently derided him, yet maintained a facade of innocence. I understand. Bo Wan did not utter another word, reaching for the lunchbox. Is he intending to dine in bed? Zhi Ling was not overly concerned about him pilfering her meal, but the notion of consuming food in bed was utterly intolerable. From a young age, she had been educated against eating in bed, a habit that morphed into a compulsion, rendering her utterly uncomfortable at the sight of others doing so, akin to feeling prickles all over her skin. She turned away, secretly assuring herself that if she could not see it, it would not matter. However, her acute hearing betrayed her. The sounds of Bo Wan eating, though minimal, echoed in her ears 1,000-fold. No, she could not endure it. Rising to leave, Bo Wan shot her a glance. Am I allowing you to leave? Reluctantly, Zhi Ling returned to her seat. A minute later, unable to bear it any longer, she reached out and grasped his chopsticks, withdrawing them from his grasp, and softened her tone. Please do not eat in bed. Bo Wan regarded her with incredulity. Are you attempting to manage me? Zhi Ling deftly reclaimed the lunchbox. Eating in bed disrupts digestion. Let us eat outside. There are no tables outside. His voice began to chill. Does he not typically eat? Zhi Ling pondered, and with a gentle tone suggested, how about the terrace up front? You have been lying in this room for 3 days, it would be beneficial to breathe some fresh air, wouldn't it? Bo Wan's gaze turned icy, and the next moment, he let out a derisive laugh. Zhi Ling, do you truly consider yourself significant? I summoned you here solely for your utility. If you do not wish to stay, you may leave. Merely useful. That hearing those words, Zhi Ling was only grateful that her feelings for him were not genuine. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, devoid of any resentment, her voice still imbued with concern. I apologize, I am merely worried about your health. You are still injured. Please do not become agitated, as it may hinder your recovery. If you prefer my absence, I shall take my leave, but do ensure you rest well. With her cane in hand, she stood and turned to exit. She had no desire to remain there. Bo Wan sat stoically on the bed. As she departed, the house suddenly felt desolate, enveloped in a heavy silence. He picked up the chopsticks once more, but found himself unable to eat the array of dishes before him. Damn it! Bo Wan discarded the chopsticks and descended from the bed, his legs weary as he walked outside, the curtains drawn tight, shrouding the room in darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself on the southern terrace. The midday sun poured down with an intensity that was both harsh and punishing, blinding his eyes that had not seen daylight in 3 days. He stood on the terrace for an extended period, akin to a corpse dwelling in purgatory, suddenly exposed to the sun, both allergic and craving. After leaving the Dijiang, Zhi Ling took a moment to sit by the riverbank. The riverside was sparsely populated, mostly adults accompanying children for leisurely walks and play. Kites danced high in the breeze, while boats meandered lazily across the calm river, leaving frothy white wakes in their passage. She looked up as a plane flew overhead, heading southward. Zhi Ling's gaze lingered on the aircraft for some time, slowly exhaling a breath. Once matters here were resolved, she would be able to return. She steeled herself. Rising from the bench, Zhi Ling turned to leave. With the news of the tea house's collaboration with the Ji family auction house, fewer individuals intentionally came to buy only to return their purchases, resulting in a noticeable improvement in business. Every penny she earned was a testament to social connections. Zhi Ling grew increasingly busy, not only with the tea business but also in preparations for a small auction event at the tea house organized by the Ji family. The esteemed matriarch of the Ji family, while intent on elevating her standing with the Gong family, was cautious not to host a grand auction at a modest tea house, opting instead for a trial run featuring ordinary collectibles, the most valuable among them worth only around 600,000 to 700,000, far from any priceless treasures. For Lu Xiying, this starting point was already quite high. If she managed it well, the Ji family would grant her future opportunities, enabling her to gradually enhance the tea house's reputation and attract more long-term clientele. Following their previous conversation, Lu Xiying noted that Ding Yujun began to frequent the tea house, not only for tea but also relishing conversations with her, chatting about various topics. One day, while Lu Xiying was occupied with her tasks, Ding Yujun arrived once again. Ding Yujun gestured for Feng Jin and Jiang Fuxing to keep quiet, indicating they need not inform Lu Xiying. Despite noticing, Lu Xiying feigned ignorance, continuing her discussion with Feng Jin and Jiang Fuxing. We need to vet the background information of the security company personnel a couple more times. In the spacious hall, Lu Xiying stood on the newly established auction stage. Moreover, I am still unsatisfied with the current anti-theft measures. I require a better proposal. Feng Jin frowned at her side. Upgrading will exceed the budget. For such a small auction, top-notch security measures were unnecessary. Further upgrades would entail renovations, new equipment, and additional staff, all of which required funding. I do not intend to make a profit this time, Lu Xiying asserted. What I seek is to complete the event satisfactorily, not just to scrape by. No one favors a partner who can only manage to perform tasks at a bare minimum. Ding Yujun, seated at a nearby octagonal table by the window, quietly observed Lu Xiying as she busied herself, ensuring everything was meticulously organized. Once Lu Xiying finished her tasks, Ding Yujun called her over and personally poured her a cup of tea. I see you have been busy all day without a moment to sit. Are you not tired? It is rare for the matriarch of the Ji family to appreciate me. I cannot afford to let anything go awry. Lu Xiying smiled as she sat down, lifting her teacup for a sip, then added apologetically, why did you not call me sooner? I did not wish to disturb you. Ding Yujun gently patted her arm, affectionately saying, by the way, Dr. Qin just showed me your latest pregnancy checkup report. He mentioned that you have anemia. How have you been? Any symptoms of dizziness or fatigue? I am fine, it does not affect my daily life, Lu Xiying replied. While work is important, you must prioritize your health, Ding Yujun expressed with concern. I understand, thank you, Grandma. Lu Xiying continued sipping her tea. Ding Yujun was quite fond of her perceptive and compliant demeanor, smiling as she added, there is one more thing, you need to clear your schedule for tomorrow. Bo Wang's father is returning, and they will have dinner together in the evening. Lu Xiying paused, pondering the implication of her words. Are you asking me to inform Bo Wang? You are married, so naturally, it falls upon you to notify him, Ding Yujun replied with a smile. Lu Xiying suspected that Ding Yujun's memory might be faltering. They had explicitly discussed her departure before, establishing that she would not linger in the Bo household. Why, then, did she persistently refer to them as a couple? After some contemplation, she responded truthfully, Grandma, I am not very familiar with Bo Wang. I do not have the means to summon him. Chapter 48. Is this affection for her, or is it merely an inquiry into her affairs? It's not just unfamiliarity. The last time, she was quite literally expelled from his presence. Upon hearing this, Ding Yujun smiled sweetly and said, don't you have his number? Why not give it a try? Lu Zhilong was somewhat perplexed by Ding Yujun's intentions. Was she attempting to ascertain the truth behind her previous remarks, fearing that Lu Zhilong might present a facade while secretly harboring intentions towards the young master of the Bo family? She retrieved her phone and, using voice command, called out the name Bo Wang, which she had saved in her contacts. Concerned that Ding Yujun might feel uneasy, Lu Zhilong pressed the speakerphone button on the screen and placed the device on the table. What's the worst that could happen? After all, the last time Bo Wang had unceremoniously thrown her out, he was unlikely to answer her call. 1 ring. 2 rings. Ding Yujun beamed with delight. Lu Zhilong maintained her composure. 3 rings. 4 rings. The call was on the verge of being automatically disconnected. As Lu Zhilong reached for her phone to end the call, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the speaker. What do you want? His tone was low, tinged with a hint of impatience, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Lu Zhilong was momentarily speechless. Did he answer simply because he didn't recognize her number? She forced a smile and gently replied, This is Lu Zhilong, your father is returning tomorrow, and Grandma asked me to invite you to dinner at Qin Mountain. Following her words, there was a brief silence on the line, soon interrupted by a clear metallic sound, reminiscent of a lighter being flicked. After a considerable pause, Bo Wang's languid voice finally responded, Let's discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow, bring me today's meal. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lu Zhilong turned to Ding Yujun, utterly speechless. The heavens bear witness, she did not deliver meals to him daily. She truly did not. Ding Yujun's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she laughed, rising before Lu Zhilong could explain, patting her hand. All right, go have dinner with him. I'll head back now. Remember to return together tomorrow night. I'll be waiting for you both. Grandma, off I go. Ding Yujun left with surprising swiftness, vanishing before Lu Zhilong could even utter a word of explanation. In the small kitchen of the tea house, Jiang Fuxing was busy frying vegetables, the pan sizzling vigorously as if he were a master chef. Lu Zhilong unwrapped a strawberry-flavored lollipop and popped it into her mouth, standing by and watching the flames dance with a dazed expression. Previously, she had feigned blindness to avoid unnecessary troubles, allowing her to see through the hearts of those around her. However, now that the elderly matriarch had been visiting frequently, it was only a matter of time before she saw through Lu Zhilong's deceptions, complicating matters further. Perhaps it was time for her to find an opportunity to regain her sight. The elderly matriarch, Bo Wang, and tomorrow night's family dinner. It was all rather vexing. All she desired was to manage the tea house diligently and investigate the whereabouts of the items that had once belonged to the Lu family, without being embroiled in such affairs. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, she noticed Jiang Fuxing, biting into his candy, joyfully tossing the pan, laughing in a somewhat infatuated manner. What has you so cheerful today? Lu Zhilong couldn't help but inquire. Jiang Fuxing, seemingly eager for her question, lit up at her words, turned off the heat, and removed the lollipop from his mouth, saying, I ran into my high school crush today. Today? But you've been at the tea house all day. Where could he have encountered a crush? It's the captain of the security company, the one you met today, Li Minghuai. As he spoke the name, Jiang Fuxing's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. I couldn't believe that after so many years, he is still so handsome. Lu Zhilong indeed met someone from the security company today, but she had no significant impression. She only cared about their clean backgrounds. He was so aloof in school, I never expected him to be so chatty now. He spoke to me for quite a while and even mentioned that he is still single. Jiang Fuxing reminisced with a smile, but soon his expression darkened as he added, however, I feel like he might have a liking for you. Ah? Lu Zhilong was taken aback, having inadvertently become the subject of gossip. She had barely exchanged 2 words with that man. It's true, he even asked me if you were married because you wear a ring, wondering why your husband isn't helping you. Jiang Fuxing continued, his tone heavy. He also asked if you often have male acquaintances around, what you do at the tea house, and what we usually talk about. Is this affection for her? Or is it merely an inquiry into her affairs? Lu Zhilong frowned slightly, and how did you respond? Jiang Fuxing took a hearty bite of his lollipop and said, I was quite clever, I cut off his thoughts right away. I told him you were married, that you have adored your husband since childhood, and you simply couldn't bear to let him help you. You hardly speak to other men, and when you're not working, you're just thinking about your husband, talking only about him. Lu Zhilong fell silent. Well then, after finishing, Jiang Fuxing looked at her with eager eyes. Zhilong, you don't like Li Minghuai, do you? Lu Zhilong chuckled as she lightly tapped his head. You know my mind isn't on such matters. Hurry up and cook, I still need to deliver it to Di Jiangting. Who knows what kind of mischief Bo Wang is up to this time. The sun filtered through the trees along the riverbank, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A bloodied man limped forward, glancing back in terror as if pursued by some malevolent spirit. An orange sports car was parked at the edge of the forest. Bo Wang leaned against a tree, backlit, holding a phone to his ear, absently biting a cigarette, his pale face marred by 2 wounds. Ah! A scream pierced the air from within the woods. Bo Wang turned his head to glance, putting away his phone. Moments later, Li Minghuai, donning a hooded jacket, emerged from the thicket, dragging the bloodied man behind him and unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground, coldly stating, still dare to run? The man curled into a ball, clutching his head, his voice hoarse, I won't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore. I'll never spy on young Master Bo again, I'll tell you everything, I'll confess everything. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang removed the cigarette from his lips and looked down at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Do I care for your confessions? There were countless individuals surveilling him. It would be a tiresome endeavor to question them all one by one. The man's terror only deepened upon hearing this, his body trembling. Then, young Master Bo, why have you summoned me? What do you want me to do? I'll do anything, I'll do anything. What can a useless wretch like you do for us? Li Minghuai scoffed, raising his foot to deliver a kick. Dragging him out had no specific purpose, it was merely that Wang Gu had been recuperating at home and needed someone to stretch his legs. Among those monitoring Wang Gu, this man was the closest. If he didn't kick him, who else was there to kick? The man, kicked to the ground, trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen, his eyes bulging as if he might faint. Bo Wang looked down, relishing the sight of the man's suffering, and after a while, spoke slowly, it's still a life, don't go too far. Yes. Li Minghuai, accustomed to Bo Wang's benevolent demeanor masked by a ruthless heart, kicked him a few more times before producing a rolled-up dossier from his waist. Wang Gu, you just received a call, and you didn't finish reviewing the documents. Do you wish to continue? Chapter 49 Impatience and Departure. As Bo Wang reached to take a look, the man, mistakenly believing Bo Wang was genuinely addressing him, knelt on the ground, fervently banging his head against the floor. Young Master Bo, please spare me. I shall never dare to disturb you again. I assure you I will not come to surveil you. Out of your kindness, please let me go. I beg you, I beg you. I truly will not dare again. As he spoke, the man crawled forward, attempting to grasp Bo Wang's legs. How tiresome. Bo Wang, with an expression of impatience, furrowed his brow, lifted his foot, and stomped down with force. The man, unable to withstand the blow, spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious, without a single cry escaping his lips. Li Minghuai, witnessing this, was unfazed. Bo Wang then discarded his cigarette, resumed perusing the documents, his gaze profound and his expression inscrutable. Li Minghuai stood nearby, cautiously observing Bo Wang's demeanor. He was perplexed as to why Bo Wang had suddenly embarked on a thorough investigation of this breeding tool. Nevertheless, he reported, I meticulously interrogated that sister-in-law, no, the young mistress, and found that before she married into the Bo family, she spent 5 years in the Feng household, rarely stepping outside, her social connections virtually non-existent. It is improbable that she was ever bribed by anyone. Bo Wang continued to sift through the materials without interruption, encouraging him to proceed. The day after the young mistress married into the Bo family, she had a falling out with Xia Meiqing. Yu Yunfei, unable to win her over, went off with Xia Meiqing to enact a rivalry for a husband, and she has yet to return. Li Minghuai continued, therefore, up to this point, the young mistress appears to be entirely clean, lacking any backing. You need not be concerned about whose eye she may fall under. Up to this point. Bo Wang replied, still perusing the documents, human nature is inherently fickle. I also sought out my old classmate, Jiang Fuxing. She is quite naive, and since she is unaware that I was specifically sent by you to inquire, she regards me as an outsider, thus she is unlikely to guard herself against me, making her words quite credible. Li Minghui reported, just as Bo Wang found the transcript of his conversation with Jiang Fuxing. Li Minghui, given that she has a husband, why doesn't she let him support her instead of toiling away? Jiang Fuxing. You don't know, Zhi Ling adores her husband so much that she works hard to earn money just to buy him gifts, hoping to cheer him up. She is truly lovesick, unable to see anyone else but her husband. Bo Wang gave. He flipped through the pages to examine Lu Zhiling's financial transactions. Aside from the basic operations of the tea house and some trivial expenses, the only substantial expenditure was the 1 million spent on a rare agarwood prayer bead string. Beyond that, she had not purchased a single piece of clothing for herself. Bo Wang, observing this, suddenly raised his gaze to Li Minghui, his eyes cold and forbidding. If there is even a single error in this document, you shall not live to see me again. I guarantee it is error-free. Wang Ji Li Minghui straightened up instinctively, a layer of sweat forming at the nape of his neck. Slap. Bo Wang slammed the documents against him. Continue to surveil. Li Minghui, clutching the documents, looked puzzled. Surveil? What shall I surveil? Of course, to monitor when she might betray me. Bo Wang sneered. Li Minghui was quite bewildered. Wang Go had never complicated matters. He operated as he pleased. Over the years, various factions had targeted him, yet he rarely bothered to retaliate it even when the gun was aimed at his head. However, when something piqued his interest, he did not care whether the other party was innocent. He simply struck. Thus, he found it hard to comprehend Bo Wang's handling of Lu Zhi Ling. If he suspected the young mistress was problematic, he could simply deal with her directly. Why go through the trouble of surveillance? Did he desire her betrayal or wish to prevent it? Bo Wang turned to open the car door, suddenly recalling something. He glanced back at the man lying on the ground, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand. Your excessive force may lead to bloodshed. Quickly take him to the hospital. Upon hearing the command, Li Minghui immediately stood up straight. Yes, I will promptly dispose of him in the river to feed the fish. Bo Wang regarded him with a look akin to that of a fool, coldly stating, if your ears are of no use, I shall have them severed for you. With that, he entered the vehicle and drove off. Li Minghui stood there, bewildered. What did that mean? Was he truly to take him to the hospital? Lu Zhiling emerged from the Dijiang court building, feeling rather displeased. This Bo Wang had summoned her to deliver a meal, yet he was nowhere to be found at home. After attempting to call twice without an answer, she was left wondering if he was deliberately playing with her or if there would be another opportunity. It was merely a request for him not to eat in bed. Was that too much to ask? As Lu Zhiling walked on, she suddenly spotted a flamboyant orange convertible parked not far away, with Bo Wang seated in the driver's seat, staring at her, the leg of his sunglasses clenched between his teeth, exuding a languid demeanor, a noticeable scar on his forehead. Lu Zhiling was startled, nearly halting her steps. Thankfully, the words blind were firmly etched in her mind, enabling her legs to continue forward. She navigated her way with the blind cane, slowly progressing along the tactile path. Bo Wang stepped out of the car, leaning against the door, watching her approach, his shirt billowing in the wind. He remained silent, merely observing her, his gaze seeming to penetrate her very being. As Lu Zhiling made her way past him, her cane tapping rhythmically against the ground, the faint scent of wood wafted from him. While contemplating whether to stop, as a blind person should not lose all senses, the man's arm suddenly crossed in front of her, grasping her shoulder and pulling her backward. Lu Zhiling's breath caught in her throat as she stumbled back, landing squarely against his chest. She instinctively clutched his sleeve. Bo Wang lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her delicate, pale earlobe, his expression inscrutable. How did you know? I could smell it. Lu Zhiling sniffed again. Why do you have a smell of blood? Were you injured again? This woman seemed to have memorized his scent. Bo Wang glanced at the bloodstain on his shirt. It belongs to someone else. Lu Zhiling chose not to press further. Bo Wang enveloped her from behind, his lips nearly brushing against her ear, his voice deep and magnetic, unreadable in tone. Impatience has set in. Are you leaving? No, I fear you might not want me to linger in your home, she replied softly, her demeanor gentle and compliant. I placed the bento box on the island counter. You're so obedient, Bo Wang teased, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't wish for you to be unhappy. As she spoke, she gently tugged at his sleeve, hoping he would release her. Yet, Bo Wang tightened his grip. Is that so? Then let us go. All right. Lu Zhiling acquiesced, lifting her foot to depart, only to be pulled back once more. Subsequently, she found herself led back to the top-floor residence by Bo Wang. Bo Wang kicked a chair out with his foot and sat at the island counter to eat, while Lu Zhiling stood quietly by his side. He paid her no mind, one hand holding the phone while the other skillfully maneuvered chopsticks to eat, his striking features rendering any manner of eating appealing. Chapter 50. I fear solitude as I walk alone. Would you keep me company? Yet, while he dined, why must he insist on bringing her back? Lu Jiang contemplated finding an excuse to leave when suddenly she heard him chuckle softly, a sound laced with irony. He was playing a news video. The Bo Consortium has just issued an announcement, officially acquiring the prime land on Nanyang Road in Fengling District. The tumult surrounding this land, which had seen involvement from numerous prominent politicians, has finally come to a close. The Bo Consortium claims it will soon establish a new economic zone here, altering the existing framework of Fengling District, Nanyang Road. Wasn't that the area someone had mentioned over the phone that he needed to address? The Bo family, with its immense wealth and power, is already the foremost in K country. However, the economy of Fengling District has long been firmly controlled by several other conglomerates, leaving the Bo family's influence lacking in this region, unable to penetrate its defenses. After Bo Wang returned from his birthday that night, bearing wounds, the Bo Consortium swiftly began to reshape the landscape of Fengling District. The competition among grand families and colossal corporations is not all conducted in the open. Often, the methods employed behind the scenes are exceedingly sordid. Suddenly, Lu Jiang realized something, staring incredulously at Bo Wang. Could it be that the unsavory dealings behind the Bo family were orchestrated by him? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Despite being the Bo family's eldest grandson, Bo Wang's reckless and ruthless conduct, coupled with a medical report indicating mental illness, made it widely acknowledged that he could never become the Bo family's heir. Conventionally, such a young master would not only be kept in check but would also not warrant the attention of so many lawyers. In Jiangbei City, he would not inspire such fear akin to that of a ghost. Unless, of course, Bo Wang played a different role altogether. The Bo family needed his ruthlessness, thus they supported him regardless of his actions. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei City, some feared his status, while others dreaded his clandestine methods that were undoubtedly more vile and venomous than publicly humiliating someone at the Gong family's banquet. Otherwise, several conglomerates would not so easily relinquish control of Fenglin district. This very circumstance was why the matriarch, Madame Ding Yujun, harbored feelings of guilt towards her grandson Bo Wang. After all, he was her flesh and blood. If one day the situation spiraled out of control, the Bo family would remain unscathed, but it would be Bo Wang who would bear the brunt. Lu Jiyang found that she could not dwell on this matter too deeply. The more she considered it, the more chills crept up her spine. Raised in the harmonious environment of the Lu family, such a notion of pushing one's own sons and grandsons into ignoble acts was utterly foreign to her. But what of him? Did he willingly engage in such actions for the Bo family? Was it only through such deeds that he could continue to indulge in extravagance? With a sharp motion, Bo Wang tossed his phone onto the countertop, lowering his head to continue his meal. Even the simple garnish of carrots was not spared. Lu Jiyang pressed her lips together. Although such matters were consensual within his family, she still felt an overwhelming discomfort. For tomorrow night's family banquet, if you do not wish to return, then do not. I will inform Grandma. Her voice echoed in the stillness of the house. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang's back stiffened suddenly. He glanced at his phone still playing the news, then turned to her, his expression darkening, his gaze sharp and brooding. What do you know? This reaction, it seemed her suspicions were indeed correct. What do you mean? What do I know? She feigned ignorance. You are still injured. There will surely be many at the family banquet. Socializing while injured is exhausting. Bo Wang's heavy stare bore into her, as if he were verifying the truth in her words. Lu Jiyang realized that he found it difficult to trust anyone. In their brief encounters, no matter what she said, his eyes were filled with skepticism, yet, she too felt vulnerable, and the more vulnerable she felt, the less she dared to reveal any cracks in her facade. After a prolonged silence, Bo Wang set down his chopsticks, pulled out a chair from the countertop, and motioned for her to sit. In the next moment, he cupped her face in his hands, the warmth of his fingertips gently caressing her delicate skin, his voice soft and laced with amusement. So concerned for me? Then why not accompany me to death? What on earth was he implying? Lu Jiyang frowned involuntarily, prompting Bo Wang's gaze to sharpen. He pressed his fingers harshly against her cheek until it stung, his tone suddenly cold. What, unwilling? Unwilling. I wish to live, she replied earnestly. Ha! Bo Wang let out a low laugh, regarding her with the eyes of one who perceived her as a duplicitous fox. And you claim to like me? She asked softly. Isn't living a good thing? Bo Wang pulled her chair closer, nearly bringing her face to his, and countered. What is so good about living? There are sunrises and sunsets, mountains and rivers, and the flourishing of all living things, she replied. Bo Wang laughed again. And your blinded eyes, your deceased family, your classmates' disdain, your unfulfilled desires. Lu Jiyang, after 5 years, can you distinguish whether this is heaven or hell? The house was excessively empty and quiet. His low voice was like a thin blade, grazing her skin without inflicting pain, yet silently gripping her heart, causing her to want to shrink away. Lu Jiyang felt disoriented, memories of the great fire from 5 years ago flickering before her eyes like the dancing of burning leaves. It took her a long moment to regain her composure. His words were profoundly melancholic. Bo Wang tenderly caressed her face, his fingers trailing down to her neck, continuing to entice her. In truth, death is not so difficult. It is far simpler than living half-heartedly, burning charcoal, hanging, drowning, or perhaps, just a small cut here, and before you can even feel the pain, everything will be over. His demeanor was so earnest that Lu Jiyang felt he might actually carry out such actions in the next second. Her breath nearly caught in her throat. What do you think? Consider it. I fear solitude as I walk alone. Would you keep me company? Bo Wang gazed deeply into her eyes, arching an eyebrow as his long fingers tightened around her neck. A chill coursed through Lu Jiyang's entire body, and she struggled to exhale, articulating each word with difficulty. No matter if it is heaven or hell, I want to carve out a place for myself here. Why? Because of the family members who have already departed, because of the profound memories that only she bears. She feared that leaving this world would not lead to reunion, but would utterly obliterate these precious fragments of existence. Thus, she resolved to live. Lu Jiyang grasped his hand that was tightly clutching her neck. The words she intended to say morphed into something else. Because I have not sought death in these 5 years, I was able to meet you. For this reason alone, I believe living is worthwhile. This answer evidently took him by surprise. His movements halted, and he gazed at her with a childlike bewilderment. Meeting him had made her feel that life was indeed worthwhile? His grip began to loosen, and Lu Jiyang gently removed his hand from her neck, holding it tenderly, softly enticing him in return. Bo Wang, I do not know how many trials you have faced since creating that painting birth that have altered your mindset to this point, but that belongs to the past. If you find the past too painful, what you need to sever is not the future, but the past. Chapter 51 The Bo family dinner. After listening for a moment, Bo Wang remarked, Are you daydreaming about the future with me? Do you have the right to do so? Zhi Ling shook her head. I am aware that I am unworthy of accompanying you to the end. I merely hope that you can wait a little longer, until someone appears who makes you feel that life is truly wonderful, someone with whom you can walk joyfully and openly. Be patient, Bo Wang. That person will come, she said gently. Bo Wang gazed at her, lost in his thoughts. After a long pause, he lowered his hand from her neck, stood up from the chair, and said, I'm tired. I am going to sleep. He was a man without a future. Discussing the future was merely a jest, and there was certainly no such person. Then you should rest well. I will take my leave. Zhi Ling smiled as she stood up. Once he vanished from her sight, she turned and walked step by step out the door, entering the elevator, finally unable to bear it any longer as she leaned against the wall. She touched her neck anxiously, her breath erratic, her stomach churning violently. Bo Wang was an enigma, moody, merciless, and capricious. One moment he could speak kindly, and the next, he would seize her by the throat. If she were to say something amiss, she might find herself in a predicament akin to Feng Chao and Hua Peng, or perhaps death, let alone the postpartum period. She now questioned whether she could safely endure until childbirth. After leaving Dijiangting, Zhi Ling's morning sickness intensified, leading to relentless vomiting that left her dizzy and her stomach in turmoil. Consequently, by the next day, she felt quite unwell, remaining in the wedding suite at Qinshan, alternating between resting and coordinating matters with Feng Zhen over the phone regarding the tea house. Jiang Fusheng pushed open the window and gazed outside. The sky was nearing twilight. The lights of the Bo family illuminated the surroundings, resembling a river of stars cascading into the mountains. In the distance, a conspicuous cluster of lights was moving towards them. Sir has returned. Jiang Fusheng exclaimed. The Bo family had been bustling all day in anticipation of the master's homecoming. Hearing this, Zhi Ling lifted the blanket from her body and approached the window. She beheld a grand procession of vehicles coming to a halt in the open area, with one, the housekeeper, leading a group to open the car doors, from which a throng of elegantly attired individuals emerged. They were all members of the Bo family, any two of whom could easily make headlines. At the forefront stood Bo Zhangrong. Bo Zhangrong, in his prime, was remarkably well preserved. He bore no beer belly and was devoid of a receding hairline. He exuded the commanding presence of a successful individual, standing there with an air of authority, meticulous in his demeanor. Yu Yunfei and Xiao Meiqing had also returned, flanking him on either side, engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere decidedly harmonious. Zhi Ling, aren't you going to go down and greet him? Jiang Fusheng looked at Zhi Ling with concern. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bo family, it was her first meeting with her father-in-law, yet she remained in the room instead of going down to welcome him, which could easily lead to reprimand. If I go down, I will only embarrass him, Zhi Ling understood all too well. The Bo family did not regard her as a genuine daughter-in-law. Their wedding had been a hasty affair. If she were to present herself before the family and excessively flatter her father-in-law, she could only anticipate humiliation. She turned to return to her bed for a moment longer, but before she could reach it, there was a knock at the door. The voice of a servant called from outside, Madam, the old lady requests your presence downstairs. Well then, it seemed sleep was no longer an option. Zhi Ling changed into an elegantly styled nude long dress, leaving her hair cascading naturally, devoid of any jewelry aside from her wedding ring, as understated as could be. In such a setting, her attendance was imperative, yet she needed to maintain a low profile, aiming to be an unobtrusive presence. In time, others would recount, I once met Bo Wang's ex-wife. She was there at the family banquet, but left no significant impression. With the passage of time, no one would question that Bo Wang's child had come into being through some unsavory means. The child could grow up untainted, and this was the old lady's intention, a notion she grasped profoundly. Supported by Jiang Fusheng, Zhi Ling entered the Chun Hall, where nearly 10 large round tables had been set up, and the servants were bustling about, having already prepared the cold dishes. Those people from Fenglin district have occupied the area for years and think they can dominate it, truly taking our Bo family for a paper tiger. That was my older brother's initial oversight. Now, he seeks the economic power of Fenglin district. Do those old foxes dare to refuse? The old man seems to be in good spirits. Shall we share a drink later? Bo Tang is already 20, right? In my opinion, he should be brought back to learn and practice. Only with experience can he inherit the consortium. Pretty diplomas alone won't suffice. What do you know, nowadays, it's all about building social circles. I even saw a news report saying that princess named Nilisha confessed her feelings to him. So our young master Tang is to become a prince consort? Just a small country. Our eldest brother Wen Ti considers such a daughter-in-law. The members of the Bo family were engaged in lively conversation behind the jade screen, their hearty laughter echoing through the hall, seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. Zhi Ling glanced over, observing the individuals seated there each impeccably dressed, their attire worth a fortune. Laughing heartily, they commanded a significant portion of the K country's economic lifeblood, exalted and untouchable. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite her indifference towards Bo Wang, even a desire to escape him, witnessing such a scene brought to mind his bloodied, battered form returning home. What was he to this lofty family? Bo Wang may be sullied, yet that notion felt profoundly wrong, exceedingly so. Zhi Ling has arrived? Ding Yujun stood up from her seat beside Bo Zhangrong, beaming as she waved her hand. Zhi Ling, come, pay your respects to your father. The old lady's voice was filled with enthusiasm. The jovial chatter of the group fell into an abrupt silence. Zhi Ling's scalp prickled. What did the old lady mean by that? Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhi Ling had no choice but to approach. Bo Zhangrong sat at the center, the smile on his face gradually fading. His eyes, steeped in years of business acumen, bore down on her, neither angry nor pleased. Ding Yujun exchanged glances with the housekeeper, who promptly presented the brewed tea. Zhi Ling, the tea is to your right, and your father is directly in front of you. Why not offer him a cup? Ding Yujun said kindly. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing exchanged puzzled glances towards the old lady. Hadn't she previously looked down upon Zhi Ling? What was the meaning of this? Zhi Ling felt akin to a marionette, compelled to move by the strings the old lady pulled. She grasped the teacup beside her with both hands and respectfully offered it before Bo Zhangrong. Father, please enjoy this tea. Bo Zhangrong's expression darkened a few shades, but out of deference to his mother, he could not express his displeasure. His gaze flicked past Zhi Ling. The dishes have been served, let us eat. Chapter 52. She stands up for Bo Wan. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing immediately echoed, yes, let us eat first. Just as Bo Zhangrong was about to rise, Ding Yujun raised her hand to stop him, her expression somewhat frosty. Zhangrong, this is Bo Wang's wife, the granddaughter-in-law chosen by Qing Lin and me. As a father, your absence at your eldest son's wedding is already quite disrespectful. Indeed, Jilin is wonderful, she is also quite lovely. Bo Qinglin, ever obedient to his wife, beamed at Lu Jilin. Mother? Bo Zhangrong looked at Ding Yujun in surprise, wondering what enchantment had bewitched her. Noticing her resolute gaze, he turned towards Lu Jilin, who stood upright, bowing her head respectfully while holding the tea, perfectly still and maintaining an admirable demeanor. After a brief pause, Bo Zhangrong took the tea from her hands, symbolically sipped it, and perfunctorily remarked, so, Jilin, how is your health? You must take care of yourself during your pregnancy. I am quite well, thank you, father. Lu Jilin straightened up, preparing to quietly withdraw. Wait. The elder lady called out to her, waving her hand as a line of servants entered, each bearing a tray with a cup of tea, evidently well prepared. Lu Jilin felt a chill run down her spine as Ding Yujun stood up, affectionately grasping her hand. Your wedding with Bo Wan was quite rushed, and you didn't get to serve tea to the elders at home on that day. Today, we shall make up for it. Come, first serve this one, this is your second uncle. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the situation. While they were not surprised by Bo Wang's hasty marriage, no one held any regard for this young lady. Why was the elder lady defending her? Ding Yujun personally led Lu Jilin in serving tea, and naturally, the Bo family members dared not protest, all smiling as they drank the tea. Once the tea ceremony was completed, everyone took their seats. Ding Yujun pulled Lu Jilin to sit beside her, specially instructing someone to bring her a bowl. Goji berry, red date, and black chicken soup. You should drink a bowl to replenish your energy. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Jilin smiled in response, drinking the soup under the gaze of everyone. The attention on her today surpassed that of her wedding day. Jilin, it seems the elder lady is quite fond of you, Yu Yunfei remarked with a smile. Xia Meiqing, harboring no affection for Lu Jilin due to previous events, couldn't help but retort with a hint of sarcasm, so Jilin is the elder lady's favorite, no wonder she walks around the house with such confidence. Ding Yujun's expression turned cold. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Meiqing clutched her 8-year-old son, Bo Zhan, to her side, lamenting, last time, Zhan was stepped on by her, and his foot was swollen for days. He couldn't even participate in the soccer match. Lu Jilin set down her chopsticks, standing to face Xia Meiqing, apologizing, I'm sorry, Aunt Xia, Bo Zhan, I can be clumsy due to my eyesight. I will try not to leave my room in the future. Meiqing, there is no need to nitpick. Jilin is pregnant, you can't just confine her to her room, that is akin to imprisonment, Yu Yunfei gently interjected. Xia Meiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I ever say I wanted to confine her? She is the one who feels like a burden. Lu Jilin stood there, her face filled with trepidation, unwilling to speak. This doesn't concern you, sit down. Ding Yujun pulled Lu Jilin back into her seat and turned to glare at her grandson. I know what happened that day. Bo Zhan, your mother can't discern right from wrong, but you can, can't you? Suddenly called out by the elder lady, the usually arrogant Bo Zhan felt a twinge of fear, standing to say, Grandma, I know I was wrong. The mother, who couldn't discern right from wrong, Xia Meiqing, sat there embarrassed, never imagining that the elder lady would defend this fallen girl so fiercely after her absence. Bo Zhan glanced at the empty seat beside Lu Jilin and couldn't help but inquire, where is my older brother, why isn't he back yet? Bo Wang is feeling unwell and is recuperating at the house in Dijiangting, Lu Jilin replied. Is he not coming back tonight? Bo Zhan appeared quite displeased. Lu Jilin nodded, noting that Bo Wang showed no intention of returning yesterday. Upon hearing this, Bo Zhan's mood soured further, directly lashing out at her. I thought you had some significance in entering our Bo family, but it turns out your husband doesn't even want to return for the family banquet. He must not want to see you. Lu Jilin remained silent. However, the opulent dining room was suddenly engulfed in a stifling silence. Bo Zhan, being a mere child, may have meant no harm, but his words struck a chord. This was a family gathering to welcome Bo Zhangrong home. Bo Wang's absence, who was he truly avoiding? Bo Zhangrong's expression grew increasingly grim, clearly displeased, while Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing rushed to serve him soup. The second uncle sighed, Zhangrong, I do not wish to criticize you, but you truly cannot indulge Bo Wang too much. At this moment, Xia Meiqing and Yu Yunfei chimed in to ease the tension. Perhaps Bo Wang is genuinely unwell. I'll have Dr. Qin check on him shortly. This child rarely stays at home, it's our fault as elders for not caring enough, Yu Yunfei added. The second uncle set down his chopsticks. Zhangrong is his father. Even if he is unwell, a father returning home after a long absence should make the effort to come back, if only to honor his filial duty. Besides, is he really that unwell? What kind of character do we really know him to have? Speaking of which, someone nearby frowned. I heard that a few days ago, he publicly humiliated the eldest son of the Wang family at the Gong family's gathering. He has quite the temper. Not to mention, I heard a nightclub owner was coerced into jumping off a building by him. At this, everyone abruptly set down their chopsticks, utterly unable to eat. Bo Wang has been out in the world for 15 years. He has been corrupted by the depravity of those lowly characters. He was so clever and astute as a child, but now, he has become a cruel, tyrannical, uneducated scoundrel who shows no respect to his elders. The second uncle turned to Bo Zhengrong. If you still sympathize with the hardships he has faced over the years and fail to discipline him properly, the Bo family will not merely be smeared in the news daily. You speak the truth. Bo Zhengrong nodded in agreement. Zhi Ling sat quietly at the table, stirring her soup with a spoon. The Bo family's disputes had nothing to do with her, nor did the family members themselves. Her focus was solely on earning money to buy back the things for the Lu family. Seeing Bo Zhengrong acquiesce to the second uncle's words, the others began to chime in with their opinions. Ever since Bo Wang returned, outsiders have taken our Bo family as a joke. Bo Tang is far superior. This child is a product of your own teachings, brother, capable and responsible. With a crisp sound, Zhi Ling tossed her spoon back into her bowl, raising her head to face the second uncle, her voice tinged with a cool restraint. Second uncle, Bo Wang is indeed unwell and cannot return. He was injured on Nanyang Road, right where the Bo family just acquired land. The room fell silent once again. Her words were laden with implications, and the crowd exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Zhi Ling couldn't discern from their faces whether they were aware that Bo Wang was acting on behalf of the Bo family, but she had certainly touched upon something significant. Bo Zhengrong's expression darkened entirely. What are you saying? The gaze of such a man who stirred the winds in K country bore an overwhelming weight. Chapter 53. Father Bo forces him to eat mutton. Zhi Ling straightened her back and said, I merely wish to clarify to my second uncle that Bo Wang did not intend to be unfilial. Please do not misunderstand him. Bo Zhengrong's gaze bore into her, hinting at an impending eruption of anger. Zhi Ling felt a pang of regret. Had she spoken out of turn, Ding Yujun looked at her with an approving expression, confirming her astute judgment. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment broke the tension. Elder, young master? The group turned in bewilderment to see Bo Wang leaning languidly against the entrance of Chun Shutian, clad in a tobacco-gray shirt, exuding an air of indolence, his lips curled in a mischievous smile, seemingly amused by their presence, though it was unclear how long he had been listening. Zhi Ling was momentarily stunned, believing he would not return. All eyes gravitated towards Bo Wang, and Bo Zhengrong, filled with excitement, rose to his feet, exclaiming, Elder brother, you're back. Ga. Xia Meiqing pinched her precious son's thigh, forcibly seating him once more. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Bo Wang ambled towards the dining table, casually pulling out the chair beside Zhi Ling before sitting down. She turned to him and asked, Are your injuries feeling any better? Not dead yet, Bo Wang replied, casting a glance towards his second uncle with a smirk. I managed to crawl over. Clatter! The second uncle, visibly displeased, slammed his chopsticks onto the table once more. Yu Yunfei, noticing the tension, smiled as she attempted to lighten the mood. Everyone, let us eat. How fortuitous that Bo Wang has returned. 1. Is the soup nearly ready? Please serve it. Bo Wang needs nourishment for his injuries. Yes, ma'am. 1. The butler felt a chill run down his spine as he retreated. Moments later, 2 servants approached, carrying a bowl larger than the clock on the wall, steam wafting from the rich broth, which was set directly in front of Bo Wang. The soup was a milky white, with bones piled high like a small mountain, adorned with various precious ingredients, exuding an enticing aroma. As the soup was placed on the table, everyone instinctively turned their attention to Bo Wang, their expressions varying. Zhi Ling sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she saw Bo Wang staring intently at the soup before him, his previously playful demeanor now clouded with a growing darkness. Bo Wang, this mutton soup was specially prepared by your father, enhanced with sea cucumbers and goji berries for nourishment. Do give it a taste, Yu Yunfei said gently, rising to serve a bowl of the soup along with a hefty bone. Zhi Ling's breath caught in her throat. Mutton? Did Bo Zhengrong not realize that his son had an aversion to mutton? She could not even count sheep in front of Bo Wang, yet as a father, he insisted his son consume mutton. Bo Wang remained still, an icy aura enveloping him, his eyes devoid of warmth. When Jiang Fuxing and the nearby servants silently retreated, the members of the Bo family seated at the table fell silent, their gazes fixed on Bo Wang. Ding Yujun sighed, about to speak, when Bo Zhengrong coldly interjected, If you cannot even confront your trivial past, what monumental achievements can you aspire to? Yu Yunfei chuckled softly, placing the bowl in front of Bo Wang, urging, Bo Wang, do try it. After all, it is your father's heartfelt gesture. Zhi Ling lowered her gaze and noticed Yu Yunfei's hand tremble slightly as she set down the bowl, an eerily pale sheep's eye bobbed to the surface of the milky broth. They even cooked sheep's eyes in the soup. A wave of nausea washed over Zhi Ling. She quickly pressed her hand against her throat, suppressing her discomfort. Bo Wang's gaze fixed on the sheep's eye, and suddenly, he chuckled darkly, Since you all do not wish to enjoy this meal, then let none of you partake in it. With that, he stood up, seized the sheep's eye, and smashed it onto the table, then overturned the massive bowl before him. Precious ingredients and bones scattered across the table, the thick broth spilling forth, cascading towards each diner. What is the meaning of this? The group gasped, scrambling to rescue their garments from the splatter. The second uncle's face turned a deep shade of anger as he trembled, pointing a finger at him. Bo Wang, you are utterly disrespectful. Nearby elders frantically wiped their expensive watches and clothing, their voices low yet seething with indignation. What does someone who has never attended school understand about respect for elders and hierarchy? Just a ruffian from the gambling den. Xia Meiqing pulled her precious son to his feet, chillingly remarking, "The young master is truly remarkable." Yu Yunfei's eyes glinted with amusement before her brow furrowed as she stood, grabbing a napkin to wipe Bo Xingrong's suit. "Are you all right?" Bo Xingrong, casting aside his chopsticks, stood up, his anger palpable as he glared at Bo Wang, nearly grinding his teeth as he shouted, "What do you intend to do? Do you not see me, your father, and the elders of this family?" "Ha!" Bo Wang scoffed, turning to leave. "I see you have truly lost your way." Bo Xingrong's fury intensified as he unbuttoned his suit jacket, declaring, "Wendy, restrain him." It was clear that a family discipline session was imminent. Ding Yujun looked on with concern. "Xingrong, mother," Bo Xingrong spoke in a low voice, "if you continue to oppose me, this family shall no longer be under my command." Ding Yujun stiffened, gripping her husband's hand. Yu Yunfei quietly took 2 steps back, watching the unfolding drama. Other diners at their tables stood, their expressions icy as they observed Wendy and his men moving towards Bo Wang. Bo Wang, Zhi Ling rose, worry etched on her face as she hurried over, only to suddenly cover her mouth. Ugh, Bo Wang's cold gaze fell upon her. "Zhi Ling, what is the matter?" Ding Yujun rushed over, concern spilling from her voice. Ugh, Zhi Ling appeared utterly distressed, grasping Ding Yujun's hand as she weakly and urgently explained, "Grandmother, please do not blame Bo Wang. The mutton soup's odor is too pungent for me, it makes me unwell that he merely sought to distance the soup from me, he did not mean it." The room fell silent. It was evident that she was blind to the truth. Bo Wang's action was not a mere relocation but a table flip. Ding Yujun immediately understood Zhi Ling's intent, hastily saying, "Be good, my dear, I know Bo Wang did not act out of malice. It is entirely Wen's fault, you are pregnant, and how could such a foul-smelling dish be placed before you? Now, do rest." Wen, the butler, hung his head in shame. "Very well," Zhi Ling complied obediently, her hand reaching out to feel for Bo Wang's warmth. He stood there, still, as she touched his warm palm, gently squeezing it before wrapping her arms around his waist as they departed. She nestled against him, wholly reliant, soft as a feather. Bo Wang, momentarily lost in thought, found himself taking 2 steps forward, led by her. "Try and take one more step." Bo Xingrong glared fiercely. Several bodyguards prepared to advance. Zhi Ling, disregarding the surrounding eyes, swiftly turned and threw herself into Bo Wang's embrace, clinging to his waist, pressing her delicate face upward, both aggrieved and tender. "Stay with me." Chapter 54. "Do you see yourself in Bo Wang's eyes?" Bo Wang lowered his gaze to the slender arm wrapped around his waist, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "I don't want to be alone. It feels unbearable." She buried her face in his chest, her eyes reddening. "Is that so?" Bo Wang suddenly smirked, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, turning to face Bo Xingrong with a nonchalant expression. "Sorry, my wife is rather clingy. We shall retire to our room now." With that, he carried Zhi Ying away. Zhi Ying wrapped her arms around his neck, obediently leaning against him. The bodyguards hesitated, wanting to intervene yet feeling too intimidated to do so. "All right." Ding Yujun cast an irritated glance at Bo Xingrong. "Xingrong, you are the head of this household. The entire corporation is under your command. May I inquire if I, as the matriarch, can have any say regarding Zhi Ying's condition?" "Mother," Bo Xingrong frowned. Ding Yujun surveyed the gathering. "This is my first great-grandson. I cannot allow any mishap since Zhi Ying is unwell. Let the couple rest first, and I shall remain to apologize to everyone." "Old lady, you jest." Indeed, it's a trivial matter, simply reserve the dishes." No one dared to let the matriarch apologize. Yu Yunfei stood behind Bo Xingrong, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. This was the first time Bo Wang had provoked Bo Xingrong's anger without facing familial reprimand. Something felt amiss. The family banquet ended on a sour note, Bo Xingrong's expression remaining grim until the very end. On the 6th floor, a servant hurried into the room, whispering to Xia Meiqing, "Madam Xia, the sir did not go to Madame Yu's side, he has retreated to the study to work." Xia Meiqing, freshly bathed, sat before her vanity applying luxurious creams, and let out a cold laugh. "That woman, Yu Yunfei, thrives on sowing discord. She attempts to appear gentle before Zhang, but it seems her efforts have failed tonight. She has tried to provoke him all evening without managing to ruffle the eldest young master, which must be quite exasperating for her." The servant chuckled in agreement. "Certainly," Xia Meiqing replied, her brow furrowing momentarily. "However, it's rather peculiar. I always thought the old lady was disappointed in Bo Wang, which is why she so carelessly allowed him to marry and have a child, but did you notice tonight, the old lady's demeanor towards Zhi Ying was notably different. The moment the old lady saw that blind girl, she beamed like a blooming flower, even going so far as to serve her tea, bestowing her with ample respect. It was clear she had accepted her as the future daughter-in-law. This was unexpected. Bo Zhang, nestled on the sofa, was engrossed in a mobile game, immersed in a world of virtual combat. Xia Meiqing abruptly set down her cream, turning to her trusted servant with a serious expression. "Do you remember when Bo Wang was first recognized? The old lady doted on him excessively, even claiming that the Bo family would belong to him in the future. But once she realized he was of little use, those words gradually faded. Do you think the old lady might be contemplating the idea of a great-grandson? That's difficult to say. The Bo family has always favored the eldest son. If the eldest young lady were to bear a great-grandson," the servant's voice took on a worried tone, "should we take some action?" Xia Meiqing pondered for a moment, glancing at her son on the sofa, and smiled. "It's fine. Bo Zhang is still young, but Yu Yunfei is more anxious than I am. I refuse to soil my hands so easily. The Bo family is a prominent lineage, traditionally governed by the eldest son. After experiencing the era of valuing sons over daughters, the Bo family altered their rules. Should a daughter be born, the eldest daughter may enter into a marriage that allows her to inherit the family name while still taking on the Bo family's legacy. Regardless of how the rules may change, the deeply ingrained belief of favoring the eldest son persists. When Bo Wang was retrieved, Yu Yunfei had proudly flaunted the fact that she bore the Bo family's firstborn son, and for 2 years after Bo Wang's return, she had desperately tried to stir discord between Bo Jingrong and Bo Wang until Bo Wang's hopes of inheritance were completely extinguished. Yu Yunfei, being astute, must have also noticed the old lady's particular fondness for Lu Xiying. Whether the old lady truly entertained the notion of a great-grandson or not, Yu Yunfei, concerned for her son's position, could not remain idle. "You all are truly tiresome," Bo Zhang suddenly interjected, his voice breaking the tension as he focused on his game. Xia Meiqing glanced over. "How long will you play? Before bed, you ought to practice your fencing for a while, then impress your father. 1 Botang is enough for you to contend with. If the old lady intends to secure a great-grandson, you will be entirely out of the running." Bo Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation, slumping on the sofa. "This family is meant for my elder brother anyway. I don't understand why you two concubines are competing for it." The moment those words escaped his lips, Xia Meiqing's face turned a shade of green, and she hurled a lotion bottle at him. "Concubine? I think you've played too long and gone daft." Bo Zhang deftly lifted a leg, perfectly dodging the projectile, with the sole mission of infuriating his mother. "Do you and you possess a marriage certificate?" "No, then in ancient times, wouldn't that make you a concubine?" Xia Meiqing's face shifted from green to pale and back again, her breath quickening. "Yu Yunfei is already past her prime. As long as you prove yourself, your father will marry me, and my name will eventually be inscribed in the Bo family lineage." Unlike the current situation, where only Bo Zhang's name appears in the family register, making it seem as though he were born to Bo Jingrong's deceased wife. Bo Zhang set his phone down, gazing at his mother with a look of incredulity. "I'm already 8 years old. If father truly intended to marry you, would he have waited until now? In a few years, there may be another newcomer, and you could end up just like Yu. Xia Meiqing was left speechless. "Honestly, my elder brother inheriting the Bo family is quite favorable. Unlike my second brother, who has Yu hovering over him, creating tension between us. We should start clinging tightly to my elder brother's leg now to avoid a future of hardship." Bo Zhang's voice still held a hint of childish innocence, yet each word he spoke carried a profound maturity. "You are quite amusing, calling for your elder brother as if under a spell. Do you think Bo Wang sees you at all?" Xia Meiqing scoffed. "Clinging to legs? I won't cling to anyone's leg. I simply want to watch them fight it out while we reap the benefits. At over 30 years old, still so naive. There is no hope for you, Saeed." Bo Zhang shook his head in disbelief, abandoning the conversation as he stood up and exited the room. Xia Meiqing remained seated, seething with frustration. What a troublesome son. The steam in the bathroom gradually rose, the glass fogging up, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet splashing on the water-splattered floor. Lu Xiying looked up at the cascading water, her dark lashes framing bright, clear eyes. Reflecting on the earlier scene at the family banquet, she frowned slightly. In truth, given her persona, she need not exert herself so. Bo Wang could be punished or beaten, and she only needed to show a modicum of concern by delivering a bowl of soup to navigate through it. By acting as she did now, she had even offended Bo Jingrong, the true head of the Bo family. Oh well, this trifling matter is best left unattended. I shan't dwell on it. Lu Xiying turned off the water, picked up a towel to dry herself, and then donned a short, red bathrobe, tying the belt securely. Chapter 55. Zhi Ling, do not play the game of teasing before me after such a long bath. Bo Wang should have left, right? Upon returning from the family banquet, the moment she stepped inside, Bo Wang laid her gently upon the bed, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. Had she not mentioned wanting to take a bath, she could only imagine what might have transpired. Surely, he should have departed by now. With the discord between him and his father, there was no reason for him to linger at home. As she opened the door to exit, she did not need to look closely. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the man seated at the head of the bed, his presence overwhelming and impossible to ignore. It appeared she would be sleeping on the sofa again tonight. Zhi Ling contemplated heading straight for the sofa when she suddenly noticed Bo Wang engrossed in playing with a small copper dog figurine. The endearingly clumsy little dog rolled from one side of his bent fingers to the other, captivating him with its whimsical antics. Zhi Ling felt a rush of indignation. He chose to fiddle with her copper dog while disregarding her cherished possessions. Bo Wang swiftly tucked the figurine away, lifting his gaze to her in silence. She stood there quietly, her hair half-damp cascading over her shoulders, her delicate face misty with water, her long lashes gently lowered, exuding an innocent charm. Her legs, peeking from beneath her skirt, were pale and slender, reminiscent of jade, still glistening with droplets of moisture. Bo Wang's eyes darkened slightly, his voice a husky murmur. Was that intentional? Wearing such a short nightgown, though she claimed to be unworthy of him and to harbor no illusions, her actions seemed designed to entice him. The moment she entered, she had insisted on bathing, her hints far too overt. Zhi Ling turned away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I'll buy 2 more nightgowns next time. The Bo family had only casually provided her with a single robe washed during the day and worn at night. She had not given much thought to such trivial details and thus refrained from purchasing more. It seemed now was the time to rectify that. With that, she turned to walk towards the sofa. Come here. Bo Wang called her over as if summoning a playful puppy. Reluctantly, Zhi Ling approached him, but as her toes nudged against his shoes, she halted, quickly stepping aside. Bo Wang scrutinized her, then shifted to sit directly in front of her, parting his long legs. Sit. Was he serious? Zhi Ling lowered her eyes, stating, though I cannot see you, I can sense your movements. Confronted with her assertion, Bo Wang showed no sign of embarrassment. He leaned back slightly, loosening his collar with a languorous yet seductive air. I have yet to make any moves on you. What is there for you to feel? Zhi Ling was no seasoned player in the game of love. Hearing such wolfish words caused heat to rush to her ears, flushing her entire face. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Bo Wang inquired, his gaze fixed on her as he crossed one leg over the other, pulling her closer by her waist belt. Standing between his legs, Zhi Ling felt her breath catch. Bo Wang, I am pregnant. The refusal was rather apparent. The coolness in Bo Wang's gaze intensified as his long fingers entwined with her red belt. His voice lowered, laced with a hint of menace. Zhi Ling, do not play the game of teasing before me. While I am in the mood to have you, it would be wise to be compliant. Zhi Ling took a step back, the belt slipping from her waist and wrapping around his fingers. She hastily tightened her robe, shaking her head resolutely. Are you certain? Bo Wang's expression darkened, irritation creeping into his demeanor. I am not a patient man. I will not grant you repeated chances. Have you thought this through? By the end, his voice carried a chill. Zhi Ling nodded again. I have thought it through. Bo Wang tightened his grip on the red belt, his countenance becoming increasingly grim. A creature that entices yet dares not engage fully. Zhi Ling found it difficult to decipher his mood, fearing that he might harbor a grudge against her. Pondering this, she spoke up. Bo Wang, you weigh heavily in my heart, so heavily that I dare not let you fall, not even for fleeting pleasure. It must be with someone truly worthy of you. Bo Wang raised his gaze, seemingly awaiting further elaboration, and also, lamb is truly too gamey for my taste, and I do not like it, she added. For things I do not enjoy, there is no regret in never trying them. Each word seemed devoid of care yet conveyed concern. Bo Wang's eyes darkened swiftly, his stare piercing, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. After a long moment, he let out a mocking laugh. Zhi Ling, do not be so presumptuous. You do not understand me, but I wish for your well-being, she blurted out without a moment's thought. How long can your well-wishing last? This month? This year? Bo Wang scoffed, abruptly rising from the bed, carelessly tossing the copper dog figurine aside before turning to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Zhi Ling exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped another confrontation. Tonight, the bed belonged to her. She slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, Zhi Ling changed her clothes and descended the stairs with Jiang Fuxing. Last night, the old lady praised me so highly, someone from the Bo family will surely come to test the waters. We should leave early. Zhi Ling noted as they walked. With the auction just days away, we need to convene today to refine all the details. Jiang Fuxing offered her support. Understood it. Upon reaching downstairs, a servant approached them. Madam, Mrs. You request your presence for a chat. Clearly, they had not left quickly enough. Zhi Ling had no choice but to follow the servant. The servant escorted them into a beautifully appointed side hall, bright and spacious. Yu Yunfei sat on a curved sofa, cradling a plush cat, while a servant stood by. To Zhi Ling's surprise, she also spotted an unexpected guest. Gong Zihua stood anxiously clutching her designer handbag, her eyes darting nervously towards Yu Yunfei. Yu Yunfei, however, paid her no mind, gently stroking the cat in her arms. Upon seeing Zhi Ling enter, she immediately greeted her with a warm smile. Zhi Ling, you've come? Please, have a seat. This, Gong Zihua turned abruptly, her gaze fixated on the approaching Zhi Ling. This did not bode well for a pleasant conversation. Zhi Ling approached slowly, lowering her head with a smile. Ain't you? Upon hearing this, Gong Zihua's expression shifted to one of shock and fear. Ain't you? When had Zhi Ling managed to weave connections with the Bo family? Come, Yu Yunfei set down the cat, eagerly pulling Zhi Ling to sit beside her. The new season SYL collection has arrived, and I noticed your wardrobe is lacking. I thought we could pick some pieces together. Rest assured, anything you choose from YL will not be used for the runway. You won't have to worry about matching outfits. As she spoke, the servant moved to close the door and turn on the lights. Of the illumination illuminated the central drapery, which slowly parted to reveal a tall model stepping out in a magnificent outfit, strutting down the runway towards them to showcase the clothing, bags, and shoes. One after another, the array of uniquely styled garments dazzled the eye. Chapter 56. Oh, the folly, a wolf crawling out from the mire. Yu Yunfei, glancing sideways at Zhi Ling, remarked, this season, YL has also released a national style series, themed around light green and gauze. I believe it is particularly suited for you. Zhi Ling smiled softly. I cannot see, so it matters not what I wear. You are so stunning, you must choose your attire with care. Allow me to assist you, Yu Yunfei insisted, directing the model. Please walk again with the umbrella. I wish to observe. Upon hearing this, the model promptly retraced her steps, gracefully unfurling the oil paper umbrella before them, her long hair cascading, garments fluttering, evoking a dreamlike return to the misty southern waters of Jiangnan. I shall keep this one, Yu Yunfei declared decisively, turning to Zhi Ling. You possess the gentle and serene qualities of a Jiangnan girl, your elegance surpasses that of the model. You will undoubtedly look more exquisite in this attire. Thank you, Aunt you, but I have enough clothes, so there is no need for such extravagance, Zhi Ling replied demurely, lowering her head in courtesy. Yu Yunfei laughed lightly. What girl nowadays claims to have enough clothes? Aunt Yu's intentions are sincere, and you must not refuse. Zhi Ling fell silent. Yu Yunfei was intentionally drawing her into her circle. On the side, Gong Zihua watched Yu Yunfei treating Zhi Ling with such courtesy, her entire being stiffening with discomfort. This morning, Madame Yu had unexpectedly invited her, and she thought perhaps she had garnered Yu Yunfei's favor. However, once she arrived, Yu Yunfei had not uttered a single word to her, instead engaging fervently with Zhi Ling. How had Zhi Ling established such a connection? And this as well. Yu Yunfei picked up a long velvet box from the coffee table and handed it to Zhi Ling, her tone casual. I couldn't help but notice this bracelet with 37 colorful diamonds at the jewelry exhibition last time. Consider it a gift for our meeting. Lu Zhiling did not accept it. How could I possibly take something so precious from Aunt Yu? Take it, Yu Yunfei insisted, pressing the bracelet box into her hands as she leaned closer amidst the music. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found you quite endearing. I understand that upon entering the Bo family, you might feel out of place. The matriarch is preoccupied with the old master, and cannot spare much attention for you, while Bo Wang possesses quite a peculiar disposition. However, you are welcome to confide any grievances with Aunt Yu. As she spoke, Yu Yunfei cast a lingering glance at Gong Zihua. Tell me, what do you wish for her? Aunt Yu will advocate for you. Gong Zihua could not hear their conversation, but that single glance sent shivers down her spine, her breath coming in quick gasps. Lu Zhiling squeezed the bracelet box in her hands. Yu Yunfei had clearly invested considerable effort in this, both gifting and inviting Gong Zihua, intent on bolstering her position. The meaning behind it all was crystal clear. One who eats from another's hand is bound to owe a debt. Accepting this time brought her joy, but next time, Yu Yunfei would surely impose conditions. A person destined to depart had no desire to become entangled in the intrigues of a large family. With this thought, Lu Zhiling smiled and stood, returning the bracelet box. Upon seeing her movement, Yu Yunfei's expression soured. Thank you, Aunt Yu, for your kindness, but this bracelet is far too valuable. I cannot accept it, Lu Zhiling said with a calm demeanor. Why Yu Yunfei assumed she sought to cling to Bo Wang and could not help but scoff, coolly stating, Zhiling, it is vital to possess self-awareness. Some individuals you believe you can manage are beyond your control. Bo Wang is akin to a wolf emerging from the muck, Yu Yunfei lamented as she cradled a plush cat. A wolf may possess everything, yet lacks humanity. To follow Bo Wang? One could not say what lay ahead, not even one's life might be secured for long. Lu Zhiling smiled lightly. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt Yu. She bowed her head to Yu Yunfei and, without hesitation, took Jiang Fuxing's hand and walked out. The moment Lu Zhiling stepped outside, Yu Yunfei's cold voice rang out, halt. The music ceased, and the models hurriedly retreated. Yu Yunfei caressed the cat in her arms, while Gong Zihua, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could no longer contain her curiosity and quietly inquired, Madam Yu, what is Lu Zhiling's relationship with the young master Bo? At her words, Yu Yunfei turned, her previous coldness replaced by a warm smile. Zihua, is it? Come, sit. Gong Zihua was taken aback by the stark shift in Yu Yunfei's demeanor, anxiously taking a seat beside her. Some individuals, having tasted a hint of sweetness, mistakenly believe themselves to be the protagonists of a drama, thinking the world exists solely for their benefit. When opportunities present themselves, they fail to cherish them, instead coveting what they ought not to have. Yu Yunfei sighed, shaking her head, the young women of today are still too impetuous. Gong Zihua understood. Lu Zhiling had left the Gong family's banquet in the company of Bo Wang, likely having been taken advantage of. The Bo family's relationships were intricate, and upon learning of this, Yu Yunfei sought to draw closer to Lu Zhiling, hoping to glean insights into Bo Wang's every move through whispered conversations. Yet, Lu Zhiling appeared unimpressed, believing she had secured Bo Wang's favor and would gain even more. Zihua, you are not of that ilk, are you? Yu Yunfei asked with a smile, her expression radiating warmth and innocence. Gong Zihua's grip on her bag tightened. Yu Yunfei likely perceived the friction between her and Lu Zhiling. Her original intention was to undermine Lu Zhiling by using Gong Zihua to vent her frustrations, but, as Lu Zhiling had rebuffed her, it seemed the opportunity would now be presented to Gong Zihua. Given the Gong family's status and her own standing, she would never dare provoke Bo Wang directly, but with Yu Yunfei paving the way, the image that haunted her thoughts solidified her resolve, and Gong Zihua smiled at Yu Yunfei. I am certainly not that kind of person. I enjoy conversing with intelligent young women. Yu Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. Lu Zhiling and Jiang Fuxing exited the side hall. In the opulent main building, on the third floor, Bo Wang leaned against the railing, retrieving his cigarette and lighting it with a downward glance. The crimson glow burned at the tip of below. Lu Zhiling laughed and chatted with Jiang Fuxing, growing ever more distant. Bo Wang exhaled a puff of smoke casually, his gaze dark and contemplative. Lu Zhiling had been sought after. He picked up his phone, watching the receding figure as he dialed a number, coldly instructing, investigate what Yu Yunfei has said to Lu Zhiling. That fragile emotional bond of hers might not even last through the month. Upon exiting the main building, Lu Zhiling paused under the morning sun, and Jiang Fuxing, puzzled, asked, why have we stopped? I am going to see the matriarch, Lu Zhiling resolved today. Her actions had displeased Yu Yunfei. She feared that future repercussions would be unavoidable. She had no desire to squander her time entangled in the Bo family's intrigues, so she decided to seek clarity from the matriarch regarding the implications of her actions the previous night. As she entered the Wutong courtyard, a gust of wind blew, causing leaves to fall like a gentle rain. Ding Yujun had anticipated her arrival, dismissing all others and leaving only Lu Zhiling in the tea room. Chapter 57. I hope you can assist Bo Wang in reclaiming all that rightfully belongs to him. The gentle light from the window cascaded onto the tea table, where steam curled gracefully, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Lu Zhiling sat upright at the tea table, a beam of light sweeping across her face, illuminating her fair complexion to an almost dazzling degree. With her eyes slightly downcast, she exuded an air of calm composure. Ding Yujun regarded her with satisfaction, pausing for a moment before speaking directly. Zhi Ling, I hope you can help Bo Wang reclaim all that rightfully belongs to him. Lu Zhiling's long eyelashes fluttered. Before her arrival, she had envisioned various possibilities for Ding Yujun's commendation from the previous night, but never anticipated this particular request. Bo Wang is the legitimate eldest son of the Bo family. The future of the Bo family should rightly rest upon his shoulders, yet he has drifted aimlessly these past years. Ding Yujun observed her intently, her voice steady and slow. As the daughter raised in the Lu family, you understand what a family heir should embody. I need you to help me transform him. It became evident that the elder matriarch's sudden kindness was rooted in this notion. Perhaps after witnessing Bo Wang's initiative in calling her, she believed he harbored feelings for her and would heed her words. Zhi Ling raised her gaze. Grandmother, I'm afraid I cannot accomplish that. I have lived to this age, I do not misjudge people. Ding Yujun's tone was resolute. Zhi Ling had initially intended to present a multitude of reasons, but the matriarch's assertion left her at a loss for words. She could only shake her head. Ding Yujun stood from the tea table, taking her hand with earnestness. Zhi Ling, consider this a request from your grandmother. If you can succeed in this endeavor, you will become Bo Wang's wife, the future mistress of the Bo family. I and your grandfather will personally establish an ancestral shrine for you, allowing you to pay homage to our ancestors. Zhi Ling rose, enveloped in silence. Observing her demeanor, Ding Yujun's voice quivered slightly. Why? You, like me, empathize with Bo Wang, otherwise, you wouldn't have stood up for him last night. She had hoped to find someone capable of influencing Bo Wang. Grandmother, I truly lack the ability. I am sorry. Zhi Ling sensed that she had genuinely hurt the elderly lady, and she could not articulate any further, lowering her head instead. Ding Yujun turned her head away, her breath momentarily halting. After a long pause, she grasped Zhi Ling's hand, a bitter smile gracing her lips. You care for Bo Wang, yet your heart does not belong to the Bo family, does it? Zhi Ling had no response. Go on. Ding Yujun waved her hand, not wishing to impose any further. As Zhi Ling made her way out, she glanced back at the doorway, finding Ding Yujun seated alone in the tea room, holding a picture frame, tears streaming down her cheeks. The typically dignified matriarch appeared somewhat hunched at that moment. Zhi Ling thought of her own grandmother, a pang of unease settling in her heart, yet she did not turn back, instead opening her cane and stepping outside. The return date pavilion soon hosted its first auction. Zhi Ling pushed open the door to the second-floor private room, slowly approaching the railing, and peered down to observe the auction proceeding in an orderly fashion. Many of the attendees were affluent individuals from the middle class, new patrons of the tea house. Previous auctions were mostly held in auction houses or hotels. This time, hosting it in the tea house has garnered a fresh and satisfying experience for everyone, Fengjin remarked as he approached Zhi Ling, his voice low but brimming with delight. Savoring tea amidst the poetic ambience of the tea house while viewing the collectibles was undeniably a pleasurable experience. Indeed. Zhi Ling offered a faint smile. You are intent on establishing connections with the Ji family auction house, not only to benefit the tea house financially but also to seek out some antique relics from the Lu family, am I correct? Fengjin noted, glancing at her. Zhi Ling nodded. One could not simply wait for opportunities to be presented like those to Gong Zihua. Forging connections in the auction world would facilitate the gathering of information. As long as today's event goes smoothly, the network will broaden, and you will undoubtedly recover what you seek, Fengjin assured her, suddenly chuckling. Look at Fu Shan, that girl. At this, Zhi Ling looked down and spotted Zhang Fu Sheng standing in the corner, her face adorned with an abundance of blush as she conversed with the head of security, Li Minghuai. Li Minghuai, dressed in his work attire, stood tall and handsome, with features that Zhang Fu Sheng found appealing. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, occasionally responding to Zhang Fu Sheng's remarks. After the auction, let Fu Sheng handle the follow-up with the security company, Zhi Ling instructed. You are spoiling her too much, even granting her the chance to mix business with pleasure, Fengjin remarked with mild exasperation. Zhi Ling merely smiled, saying nothing. She cherished Zhang Fu Sheng's carefree and untroubled joy, something she believed she would never experience again. As the auction progressed steadily, Zhi Ling prepared to return when, unexpectedly, a group of men resembling bodyguards entered from downstairs. When staff approached them for inquiries, they ignored them, forming ranks to clear a path. Zhang Jing sauntered in, a cigarette clamped between his lips, accompanied by the impeccably dressed Gong Zihua, who disdainfully surveyed her surroundings. Before long, Zhi Ling spotted Bo Wang. He strolled in with an air of nonchalance, clad in a pristine white shirt, untied at the collar, with the edges of his attire relaxed, casually draped in a dark patterned suit. It was said to be casual because Zhi Ling had never witnessed a man donning a suit and shirt exuding anything but a businesslike demeanor. Rather, he radiated an alluring languor. Zhi Ling doubted her senses, feeling as though she were seeing illusions after gazing at his form for too long, even perceiving sensuality in his suit. The three had come together. She composed herself, turning to Fengjin and softly stating, "Please attend to them, be courteous. No, I will go myself." Zhang Jing stood within the tea house, marveling at the poetic decor, pleasantly surprised. "Oh, Zihua, I must apologize. Our modest auction is far more charming than your charity gala, a true return to Jiangnan." Gong Zihua's expression soured slightly. It's merely a small space, small-mindedness is small-mindedness, what charm is there to speak of? Why do you speak so harshly? It was you who insisted on bringing me to witness my family's auction, yet now you belittle its modesty? Zhang Jing retorted, displeased with Gong Zihua's airs, then turned to Bo Wang. What do you say, Wang Go? When Gong Zihua found him, he had been playing at the club with Bo Wang. As they prepared to leave, Bo Wang, perhaps out of sheer boredom, had stood up to accompany them. Bo Wang disregarded him, glancing briefly with an expressionless gaze, his attention drifting toward the stairs. Zhi Ling descended, her attire a simple, elegant white gown devoid of embellishments, yet exuding an air of grace, reminiscent of a pure white orchid, fragrant and subtly enchanting, perfectly complementing the tea house's ambience. Chapter 58. Why did you call me up here? Ji Jing's eyes widened in realization. So you are the little boss of Geeky Tower. The impression left during the Gong family banquet was indeed unforgettable. Bo Wang cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze somewhat frosty. Liu Zhi Ling smiled gently, stepping forward under Feng Zhen's guidance. Mr. Bo, Mr. Ji, Miss Gong, would you prefer a private booth or would you like to view the collectibles? Though she addressed all three, her focus remained on Bo Wang, her smile radiating warmth. Bo Wang found himself inexplicably pleased, glancing at a corner table, that one. Liu Zhi Ling and Feng Zhen led them to the vacant spot in the corner, which was not particularly favorable, with dim lighting and a considerable distance from the auction stage, yet the collectibles on display were beneath the interest of the trio. Liu Zhi Ling performed another round of blind tea brewing. Seated at the Eight Immortals table, Ji Jing admired the process and suddenly stroked his chin. Why do I feel like the little boss looks somewhat familiar? The motions of brewing tea seemed reminiscent of something he had seen before. Oh. Perhaps I possess a rather common face. Mr. Ji, please sample our tea and let me know if it pleases your palate. Liu Zhi Ling smiled serenely, while placing a teacup before Bo Wang and handing the second cup to Ji Jing. You are certainly not common looking. Ji Jing took a sip, savoring the pre-rain Longjing tea, which had a distinctive flavor. Gong Zihua, seated nearby, regarded Liu Zhi Ling with a cold expression. Even a blind person knows whom to flatter first. Liu Zhi Ling, you are far more adept at navigating social nuances than during our school days. Liu Zhi Ling merely smiled in silence. Ji Jing frowned. Enough, Zihua, it's just a bracelet, there's no need to cling to it. Gong Zihua longed to erupt but, upon glancing at Bo Wang seated opposite her, she restrained herself, lowering her head to sip her tea, and remarked sourly, the taste pales in comparison to the tea at my home. Ji Jing shook his head in exasperation, smiling at Liu Zhi Ling. Don't mind her. That's just the temper of a young lady. It's quite alright, Liu Zhi Ling responded with commendable grace. Ji Jing found himself admiring her. It was evident that Liu Zhi Ling was indeed not the way Gong Zihua had described, rather, she was a capable and organized young woman. As the last collectible at the auction was sold, the atmosphere was jovial. Feng Zhen took to the stage, announcing the successful sale of all items, prompting applause and merriment among the guests. Ji Jing nodded appreciatively. You did an excellent job, those worthless collectibles hardly match the effort you put into this arrangement. I will speak to my family about it and next time, I'll bring you something of quality for a grand event. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ji, Liu Zhi Ling replied with a subtle nod. I am satisfied, the tea is delightful, and so are the company. Ji Jing, accustomed to jesting with young ladies, lifted his cup to sip. Bo Wang, seated against the wall, had remained silent until now, leisurely reaching for his teacup, his fingertip idly spinning the rim. The steam brushed against his fingers, while the sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist were perfectly rounded, one of which bore deep bite marks. Gong Zihua's face turned pale with envy. No wonder Yu Yunfei valued Liu Zhi Ling so highly. She had not only climbed into Bo Wang's bed but had also made him wear the bracelet she purchased. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Ji Jing, upon noticing the bracelet on Bo Wang's wrist, spluttered, nearly choking on his drink. He gaped at the bracelet, then glared at Liu Zhi Ling beside him, and finally at Bo Wang, who was sipping tea leisurely, his eyes nearly smoking with disbelief. Wasn't that bracelet bought by Liu Zhi Ling at the Gong family? That night, those people had said Liu Zhi Ling left in Bo Wang's car, and he had thought they were mistaken. Was it true? He quickly set down his teacup, sliding along the bench to Bo Wang's side, and in a hushed, trembling voice, asked, Did you really sleep with her? He had been wondering why Bo Wang had suddenly taken an interest in tea drinking. It turned out it wasn't tea, it was something else. The small purple clay teacup spun between Bo Wang's long fingers. He turned the tiny cup, glancing casually at Ji Jing, his dark eyes glimmering, his thin lips curling into a half-smile. Does it matter whether it's true or not? What matters is that you, young Master Ji, are satisfied. Ji Jing's face drained of color, his spirit evaporating. I spoke thoughtlessly, Bo Wang, I spoke thoughtlessly. I have only seen her twice, both times in your company. He had done nothing at all. Bo Wang halted his spinning of the teacup, raising an eyebrow. Then how many times would you like to see her? Not even once, not even once. Regardless of how Bo Wang perceived Liu Zhi Ling, whether it was mere novelty or something more, the fact that he had slept with her was undeniable. If he were to flirt with her, wouldn't that be courting death? Fearing that Bo Wang might turn against him, Ji Jing lowered his voice suggestively. Since we're here, how about Zihua and I enjoy tea downstairs while you and the little boss go upstairs to chat? Liu Zhi Ling, with keen hearing, understood perfectly, suspecting that Ji Jing's notion of chat did not align with her own interpretation. She gently pressed her ears, which felt sullied, and smiled at Bo Wang. I'll go prepare some food to bring over. Don't, Liu boss, Ji Jing called out urgently. Bo Wang enjoys tranquility. Why not take us to a private booth for a meal? Gong Zihua shot Ji Jing a disdainful glance. Why do you sound like a pimp? Well said. It was rare for old classmates to reach a consensus. Ji Jing, however, was unfazed, clinging to Bo Wang. What is wrong with sounding like a pimp? It's simply a meal, right, Bo Wang? Bo Wang remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing, merely lifting his dark eyes to regard Liu Zhi Ling, exuding an inscrutable laziness. He placed his teacup on the table, his finger spinning it, the soft sound transitioning from rapid to slow, gradually coming to a halt, reminiscent of an hourglass running out of sand, each sound resonating with a sense of impending urgency. He was doing it deliberately. Her refusal would displease him. Liu Zhi Ling sensed this and resignedly asked, Mr. Bo, would you honor me with your presence? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bo Wang's eyes as he reached out to halt the teacup spin and stood up. Liu Zhi Ling wanted nothing more than to strike Ji Jing dead. The two ascended the adjacent staircase, while Gong Zihua, filled with jealousy and resentment, dared not approach Bo Wang, even with 1,000 boldness. This is my lounge, Liu Zhi Ling stated as she pressed the fingerprint lock and pushed open the door. Bo Wang's dark gaze swept across the room. Her lounge was modest, consistent with the overall style of the tea house, exuding tranquility. Two window panels welcomed the breeze, a traditional inkwash painting hung behind a solid wood sofa, and a desk was piled high with stacks of documents. As he surveyed the surroundings, he inquired, "Why did you call me up here?" His tone suggested that she had forced him to come. She hadn't wanted to call him, after all. Despite the tumult of thoughts within, Zhi Ling maintained a gentle smile. "Didn't you want to see me?" It was too naive to assume he merely wished to enjoy tea. "You want to see me?" "Ha!" Bo Wang finally cast his gaze upon her, his hand playfully pinching her chin, the gesture vaguely flirtatious, his voice laced with mockery. "You are quite full of yourself, aren't you?" Chapter 59. Is it really so bad to be pampered like a child? Zhi Ling took a step back, saying, "That was not my intention, I simply believe you must have something to discuss with me." A hint of cleverness glimmered in her eyes. Bo Wang cast a deep glance in her direction before releasing her hand and settling onto a nearby sofa, the blue sky and white clouds framed by the window behind him, creating a picturesque scene. A few plates of snacks adorned the small table, and Bo Wang lifted a piece of cake to his lips, remarking, "Your tea house hardly earns a few coins a day, yet you possess 37 colored diamonds?" Zhi Ling was somewhat taken aback. He seemed to know everything. The Bo family truly had eyes everywhere. Her gaze shifted slightly. "There are no free lunches in this world. Once I accept what she offers, I must heed her commands. Yu Yunfei holds a high position within the Bo consortium and possesses shares. She is generous and never shortchanges those who serve her." Bo Wang leisurely took a bite of the cake, unexpectedly soft and sweet, reminiscent of the fragrance that clung to her when she nestled against him. No matter how generous she might be, Zhi Ling had no desire to involve herself in the Bo family's conflicts. Zhi Ling smiled softly. "Even if she offers me more, I shall decline." "Why is that?" Bo Wang took another bite of cake. Zhi Ling replied without hesitation, "My value to Madame Yu stems solely from my status as your temporary wife, does it not? Whether she seeks to win me over to ally with you or to manipulate you, it is wise to be cautious. I cannot allow you to come to harm." Bo Wang let out a low chuckle, tinged with sarcasm. "I will not present you with 37 colored diamonds. She had no desire for them anyway. I have expressed my contentment simply in having met you," Zhi Ling continued, growing increasingly adept at this exchange. "Thus, even if 3,700 diamonds were laid before me, I would never betray you." At her words, Bo Wang fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes deepening with inscrutability. After a long pause, he rose from the sofa, pulling her close, and articulated slowly, "Then I shall wait to see whether this heavenly pie of yours is truly free." Why did she suddenly become a pie? Zhi Ling struggled to comprehend his train of thought. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, clear even through the door. "Bring your boss out, call forth the head of the Ji family. I knew we couldn't trust your little tea house. How dare you sell us counterfeit goods at such a serious auction? Do you think we are ignorant? Call the police, I demand to report this immediately." Zhang Fuxing rushed upstairs, banging on the door in a panic. "Zhi Ling, this is bad. Many people are claiming our collection is all fake." Zhi Ling shook off his hand and approached the door, asking, "How many are causing a ruckus?" "At least half of them, the other half is now in a panic, all demanding an explanation," Zhang Fuxing replied. "I shall go take a look," Zhi Ling stated, but then paused, turning back to Bo Wang with a gentle reminder, "You should rest here for now. There are drinks on the table, and if you wish for anything to eat, let Fuxing fetch it for you while I descend." "And what about your childish instructions?" Bo Wang shot her a cool glance, visibly displeased. Zhi Ling smiled. "Is it truly so wrong to be pampered like a child?" Bo Wang was caught in a dilemma, his hand hovering over the cake, unsure whether to take it or withdraw. Who on earth wanted to be treated like a child? When Zhi Ling arrived downstairs, chaos reigned, with people surrounding Fengjin, shouting for compensation, adamantly asserting the goods were counterfeit. Li Minghui quickly arrived to maintain order. Gong Zihua and Ji Jing stood to the side, watching, with an unmistakable excitement glimmering in Gong Zihua's eyes. In no wonder they rushed over, it was all for this spectacle. Gong Zihua laughed mockingly, addressing Ji Jing, "It seems your Ji family has misjudged this situation." Ji Jing had not anticipated such a commotion. He frowned. While these collectibles held little value, gifting them to Wang Ji's woman was no great loss. However, the incident implicated the Ji family's auction house, which had maintained a clean reputation for years without a single scandal involving counterfeit goods. If this news spread, even worthless items would tarnish their family's name. Zhi Ling was also to blame, having attached herself to Bo Wang. Her perspective remained so narrow as to instigate such trouble that he wondered whether Wang Ge would intervene to assist the tea house. If such a notion arose, Ji Jing would be rendered powerless. If Bo Wang were merely playing around and Zhi Ling's schemes fell through, the Ji family would undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. Lost in thought, he observed Zhi Ling descending slowly. She nodded gracefully to the crowd, her smile composed. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I am the owner of Geeky Lu, and I shall provide you with an explanation." "You are the owner? Then please explain why you sold us counterfeit goods. This white jade plate from the Xianhua era is of such poor quality?" A man charged forward, brimming with indignation. Gong Zihua stepped in front of Zhi Ling, stating, "Let us speak civilly. Boss Lu is visually impaired and cannot see. Do not bully her. It is she who sold us the fakes." The crowd erupted in fury. "Allow me to see." Gong Zihua advanced to take the plate from a collector's hands, examining it closely. "Ladies and gentlemen, all collectibles have been authenticated by professional appraisal institutions and cannot be counterfeit. Wait a moment, Zhi Ling, this seems rather excessive on your part. Gong Zihua turned the plate over, revealing a blank bottom. This is a plate from the Xianhua era, and the base should bear markings. If you are to forge, at least do it convincingly, don't be so careless. At this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, voices rising to a fever pitch as if to tear the tea house asunder. Gong Zihua shook her head at Zhi Ling, her expression one of regret. You have been quite foolish. These collectibles combined are worth merely a few million, but the damage to your reputation is immense. Furthermore, the Ji family's auction house had finalized the transaction with the tea house well before the auction. You cannot place the blame on them. Zhi Ling took the plate from Gong Zihua, feeling its surface, and smiled lightly. Indeed, it is a rather crude counterfeit. Ji Jing, standing nearby, wore a cold expression. Boss Lu, how do you explain this? You still know, do you? Let me tell you, even if you produced the genuine article now, I would refuse it. Compensation is what I demand. Indeed, what you are offering is hardly a legitimate auction. It is worse than the black market. How could the Ji family's auction house possibly cooperate with a small tea house like yours? Surely, this collaboration was merely to profit. Call the police. The crowd clamored incessantly. Do not call the police, Zhi Ling stated without a moment's hesitation, as Gong Zihua chuckled beside her. If you have done nothing wrong, why fear the police? Zhi Ling turned to Ji Jing, her tone earnest and grave. Mr. Ji, may I request a moment to speak with you privately? Ji Jing hesitated, and Gong Zihua interjected. Are you afraid of the trouble you've caused, now intending to secretly withdraw the collectibles as if nothing has happened? Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more agitated. No, you cannot leave. You must provide us with an explanation. Ji Jing echoed. If there is something to say, let Boss Lu say it here. Chapter 60, only when he is asleep can she interact with him without exerting herself. Very well, Zhi Ling conceded, turning her head to call out, Uncle Phone. Understood. Fengjin produced a laptop and activated the surveillance footage. The screen displayed the area within the tea house where the collectibles were temporarily stored, under the watchful eye of security personnel. Each time a piece was auctioned and returned here, 2 security members would spring into action. One to divert the attention of the others, while the other stealthily replaced the collectible, tossing it out of the window. An uproar erupted in the room. Gong Zihua's face turned pale. It was inconceivable. How could they have replaced the surveillance footage? Zhi Ling cast a calm glance her way and explained to Ji Jing, Mr. Ji, the thief employed high-tech methods to substitute the original surveillance. Fortunately, I remained vigilant and maintained an additional layer of monitoring that is not connected to the tea house's network and has been encrypted, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Gong Zihua nearly ground her teeth in frustration, yet managed to maintain a smile. You were so cautious for such a small auction? Because I am impoverished and cannot afford to incur losses, Zhi Ling replied with an unperturbed expression. Gong Zihua seethed with ire. At that moment, the head of the security company, Li Minghuai, interjected, Mr. Ji, after Lu Boss discovered the situation, she approached me. These 2 individuals have been with our company for a considerable time, having participated in larger auctions without incident. Thus, I suspect they must have received significant incentives to engage in such misconduct, and I decided to hold back for the time being to investigate who is truly orchestrating this. Gong Zihua stiffened. Is the collectible still in our possession? Ji Jing inquired. I dispatched personnel to follow those 2 as they transferred the collectibles, and we recorded this evidence, Li Minghuai replied. Fengjin opened another video, revealing the 2 thieves concocting an excuse to leave, dragging a box of stolen goods to the roadside, where a white vehicle awaited. Someone emerged from the car and loaded the box inside. With this evidence, the security personnel, along with the tea house's guards, swiftly apprehended them, seizing both the individuals and the stolen items. This incident had occurred merely 10 minutes prior. Gong Zihua instinctively pulled out her phone, exclaiming, why is there no signal here? No wonder she had not received any calls, foolishly believing her plan was successful. Is that so? Zhi Ling expressed surprise. Perhaps our tea house is situated too remotely. Gong Zihua fumed, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Minghuai, who announced, we have identified the recipient of the stolen goods, Wang Xing, 45 years old, employed by Gong S Real Estate. This car also belongs to the Gong family. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Gong Real Estate, wouldn't that mean it's your family, Miss Gong? Fengjin exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room toward Gong Zihua. Ji Jing's expression darkened further as he glared at Gong Zihua in anger. A gathering among friends, and you involved my family's auction house? It has nothing to do with me. How was I to know that someone named Wang Xing was involved in this? Gong Zihua retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she shot a venomous glance at Zhi Ling. I shall return immediately and demand my father rectify this situation. With that, Gong Zihua stormed out, her retreat resembling a hasty escape. No one pursued her, nor was there any need to. Zhi Ling remarked nonchalantly, the reason I did not call the police is that if we do, these collectibles will have to be retained as evidence at the police station, and you will not be able to retrieve them immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was a thoughtful consideration. The thought of the collectibles being held at the police station was unsettling. Meanwhile, Fengjin distributed prepared tea gift boxes to each individual. I apologize for the distress caused today. Please accept this small token of goodwill. Our boss has declared that your tea will be complimentary for life upon your future visits to the tea house. How can we accept this? Lu boss is too considerate, the guests replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Despite the unpleasantness of the situation, the tea house had indeed implemented commendable protective measures, promptly safeguarding their interests while enduring their harsh criticisms. The atmosphere gradually returned to harmony. Feng led the team downstairs to transfer the collectibles. Zhi Ling approached Zhi Jing, saying, Mr. Ji, please convey my apologies to Grandma Ji. The events of today are entirely my fault. Gong Zihua intended to target me, and I implore you not to let this affect the relationship between the Ji and Gong families. Occasionally, playing the role of a green tea girl can be quite enjoyable. Given Grandma Ji's temperament, the tarnishing of her family's auction would surely incite a considerable uproar. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhi Jing rubbed his temples. Gong family will undoubtedly be subjected to my grandmother's scrutiny over this mistake. There will be quite a scene. He added, you need not worry, you managed the situation well, exhibiting caution and attentiveness. Future collaborations are still forthcoming. All right. Zhi Ling nodded and requested Feng to present another tea gift box. With Gong Zihua now embroiled in trouble, she likely would not dare to provoke her again anytime soon. Having resolved this matter, Zhi Ling ascended the stairs with a lighter step. She pushed open the door to the lounge, only to find Bo Wang asleep against the sofa. Despite the commotion below, he remained undisturbed. He maintained a seated position, head bowed, while a gentle breeze caressed his short hair, rendering his strikingly chiseled features both exquisite and innocent, akin to a traditional ink painting on the wall, each stroke resonating with her preferences, making it difficult not to steal a second glance. Only when he was asleep could she be free from the burden of strategizing how to interact with him. Zhi Ling remained silent, turning to sit at the desk, donning her headphones to listen to music. Outside the window, clouds surged and swirled, transforming into ever-changing shapes, while the azure sky gradually blushed with a rosy hue, only to be consumed. When Bo Wang awoke, he beheld Zhi Ling quietly seated at the desk, seemingly doing nothing but sitting there. The white headphone wires draped from her hair, winding around her fair neck. She faced the window, her gaze distant and unfocused, yet her lips curled slightly, clearly in good spirits. Bo Wang watched her for a considerable while. He adjusted himself, producing a slight rustle. Zhi Ling turned her head to look in his direction and smiled, you're awake? Bo Wang responded in a low voice, gazing outside, surprised to find it already dusk. Would you like a cup of warm water? Zhi Ling removed her headphones, rose, and poured water from the cup on the desk, inquiring with concern, Fuxing mentioned you were asleep. I noticed you seemed prone to waking easily, so I didn't cover you with a blanket. You didn't catch a chill, did you? Bo Wang recalled the earlier incident when she had covered him with a blanket and had asked him to count. She remembered that quite well. He stood up and glanced at the watch on his wrist, realizing he had forgotten how long it had been since he had last enjoyed a full 4 hours of sleep. Warm water, Zhi Ling offered, extending the cup toward him. Bo Wang stepped closer, accepting it and taking a few sips. As he drank, he refrained from mentioning any subsequent plans. After all, he couldn't just remain at the tea house indefinitely, could he? Chapter 61. Dining with grandparents and Bo Wang. Zhi Ling found it difficult to speak up and urge them to leave. Remembering Ding Yujun, she finally mustered the courage to say, Grandma misses you. Would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Bo Wang's gaze darkened. Are you assigning me tasks? It's merely a suggestion, Zhi Ling replied softly. If you don't like it, then never mind. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll ask Fuxing to prepare it. Bo Wang drained his cup of hot water in silence. Today, Ding Yujun was utterly delighted. It was rare for her eldest grandson to take the initiative to return home for dinner. The courtyard of Wutong was ablaze with light, and everyone was bustling about cheerfully as Ding Yujun personally took to the kitchen. The warm yellow glow illuminated the modest living room, casting an inviting ambience. Bo Wang sank into the sofa, idly flipping through the channels on the television, only to find nothing appealing. He ground his teeth in frustration. It was utterly foolish of him to come back. There was no enjoyment in it whatsoever. His phone vibrated, and he picked it up to see a voice message from Ji Jing Wangu. I've organized a gathering, a heatwave party, hot girls, hot songs, and hot dancing. It's going to be wild, you should come, you'll sleep like a baby, I'll send you the location. Bo Wang grabbed his jacket, just as laughter erupted nearby. He glanced over to see Zhi Ling engaging the playful old man Bo Qinglin in a shadow puppet show. On the dimly lit screen, Sun Wukong performed several backflips, brandishing his Rui Jinggu Bang. Bo Qinglin exclaimed excitedly, hey, I'll vanquish you, you demon. Tang Seng sauntered onto the scene, and Zhi Ling carefully maneuvered the wooden rod, reciting her lines, Wukong, the 5 precepts of Buddhism include the precept against killing. Your ruthless nature cannot be tolerated. Her voice carried a gentle timbre, soft and delicate, reminiscent of the quiet rain in Jiangnan. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her features like poetry. Bo Wang watched intently, his hand that held the jacket returning to his side. Zhi Ling continued to perform the 3 strikes of the white bone spirit, when suddenly Bo Qinglin seemed to realize something and asked, Zhi Ling, what are the 5 precepts of Buddhism? To abstain from killing, stealing, lust, falsehood, and intoxicants, Zhi Ling explained. Oh, Bo Qinglin nodded, then abruptly pointed his puppet at Bo Wang, then he can't fetch the scriptures. He has no abstinence from lust, he made you pregnant, he's too lewd. Zhi Ling felt a pang of embarrassment. Old man, you can't just recklessly drive with your Alzheimer's as an excuse. Bo Wang tossed his clothes aside, his tone cold. Old man, you have plenty of descendants, at what age did you abstain from lust? Go away, Bo Qinglin scoffed, Zhi Ling is a girl. How can you speak of lust in front of her, it's quite impolite. He instantly reverted to seriousness. Bo Wang's expression darkened significantly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Grandpa, let us continue playing, Zhi Ling quickly interjected, steering Bo Changlin back to the game, avoiding the previous topic. Alright, Bo Changlin nodded, then suddenly added, Zhi Ling, what do you abstain from? Falsehood? Falsehood, deceitful language. Zhi Ling chuckled lightly, I'm not a monk, so I don't need to abstain from so much. How could she possibly be that virtuous and pure? Oh, you don't want to abstain from falsehood, do you? Let me tell you, my eldest grandson isn't much good, everyone says he is too ruthless and wicked, you should abstain from him and come visit me in Yujun more often. We both care for you, Bo Changlin said earnestly. Bo Wang shot a glance at Zhi Ling. This had nothing to do with anything. Zhi Ling felt exasperated and tried to clarify, Grandpa, this falsehood refers to the false speech. I know, but what you truly think must be about my grandson's falsehood. Bo Changlin raised his eyebrows, looking as if he saw through everything. She didn't. Stop making wild claims. Let us eat, stop playing, Ding Yujun said with a bright smile as she brought the dishes to the table. The four of them gathered around the dining table, and Zhi Ling poured water for Bo Changlin and Ding Yujun before serving Bo Wang as well. Ding Yujun glanced at Bo Wang, unable to contain her gratitude as she squeezed Zhi Ling's hand beneath the table, her voice trembling, you're such a good child. Thank you, it was just a meal. The old lady was overly emotional. I heard about your tea house from Ji Wenyu, she praised you highly, saying if it weren't for your foresight, the reputation of the Ji family's auction house would have been tarnished by the Gong family, Ding Yujun said, serving her more dishes, you truly are clever and attentive. That was simply my duty, Zhi Ling humbly replied. A considerate child. Come, eat more, Ding Yujun urged as she busily served her more dishes. She then turned to Bo Wang, Bo Wang, you should eat as well, I stewed this beef to perfection. No need to serve me, Bo Wang retorted, pulling his bowl back. Ding Yujun's spirits dimmed as she withdrew her chopsticks. Bo Changlin, displeased, raised his chopsticks, why don't you listen to Yujun, are you seeking trouble? Zhi Ling felt her role deeply ingrained and instinctively raised her hand to block the impending conflict. Her brain lagged for a second. Smack! Bo Changlin's chopsticks struck her hand, instantly reddening her fair skin. Suddenly, the entire table fell silent. Bo Wang glared at her, his eyes dark and consuming. Quick, bring the ointment, Ding Yujun stood up in a flurry, scolding Bo Changlin, why did you hit so hard? Bo Changlin sat there, looking pitiful, as if he had committed an error. It's fine, Grandma. It doesn't hurt anymore, Zhi Ling assured her, truly feeling no significant pain. She had sustained far worse injuries during her blindness. That won't do, it's all red, and you must apply medicine, Ding Yujun insisted, taking the ointment from the servant. Just as she was about to open it, she looked at Bo Wang, you apply the ointment for Zhi Ling, my old eyes can't see clearly. No need, I can do it myself, Zhi Ling said, reaching out to take it, opening it, and applying some to her hand. Bo Wang remained still, watching her. Bo Changlin felt a twinge of guilt, Zhi Ling, are you truly alright? I'm truly fine, Grandpa, let us eat and continue our shadow puppet show afterward, Zhi Ling replied with a smile. Alright. Bo Changlin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The shadow puppet show in Wutong continued merrily into the night, and some in the main building began to fidget restlessly. This Zhi Ling has the old folks completely enchanted. Even the eldest young master listens to her, staying in Wutong until now, which has never happened before. Moreover, the old lady has indeed discreetly consulted several uncles, probing their thoughts on the succession of the family, subtly implying the use of traditional methods to determine the heir. The news reached Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing simultaneously. Xia Meiqing, frustrated, tossed her nail polish brush aside, her voice icy, with the old lady this determined, isn't Yu Yunfei anxious, can she truly watch Zhi Ling give birth to the next heir? Chapter 62. If you don't offer, don't flirt recklessly beside her, a trusted servant remarked, if you allow the old lady to accomplish this task, you and Bo Zhang shall have no chance. If Yu Yunfei does not take action, perhaps we could execute our plan and frame it on Yu Yunfei's shoulders, achieving two objectives with one action? Framing her is indeed a clever strategy, yet it carries its own risks. Although Xia Meiqing was accustomed to being arrogant and overbearing, her mind was not filled with trifles. Let us wait a bit longer. I wager that Yu Yunfei will not be able to resist. Madam is correct. Yu Yunfei sat in her chamber, cradling her cat, her expression far from pleasant. That Gong Zihua is utterly useless. I sent her to deal with Zhi Ling, yet she has not caused a single bit of trouble for her, instead, she has entangled herself in scandal. She was allowing Zhi Ling to perform extravagantly before the old master and mistress, clearly eager to climb the social ladder. What shall we do, madam? The trusted servant furrowed her brow. If we wait until the old lady presents the long-standing family rules for discussion, our intervention would be too conspicuous. Regardless, we cannot allow things to unfold at our own hands. Yu Yunfei had maintained her foothold in the Bo family for many years by treading carefully and never acting rashly. We must find a way to exacerbate the conflict between Zhi Ling and Xia Meiqing. Xia Meiqing is not one to remain passive. If she takes action, it would be better than if we do. I understand, madam. The servant nodded. Emerging from the Wutong courtyard, Zhi Ling felt somewhat uncomfortable. She trailed behind Bo Wang, intending to walk outside for a while once he entered the main building to aid her digestion. With her head bowed, she suddenly collided with a solid wall of flesh. Do you not watch where you're going? Bo Wang glanced back at her with annoyance. Should you not reflect on your own words? Lu Zhi Ling rubbed her forehead. I was indeed not watching where I was going. Oh, I forgot, you were blind. Bo Wang responded dismissively, suddenly appearing to recall something, and scrutinized her. Why do I feel that at times, you resemble a normal person even more than a normal person does? At his words, Lu Zhi Ling's heart tightened. After regaining her sight for some time, she had grown increasingly accustomed to the clarity of the world, perhaps becoming less adept at feigning her condition. She lifted her gaze and forced a bitter smile. Is that so? But I have forgotten what a normal person is supposed to be like. The moonlight swept over the mountains and forests, the sounds of insects faintly audible, the streetlights formed a winding path, and before the majestic main building, two figures cast shadows upon the white bricks, their silhouettes appearing to embrace one another. Bo Wang turned, holding his clothing, and leaned against a nearby pillar, casually inquiring, You went blind 5 years ago? Yes. Lu Zhi Ling replied softly, tilting her head to gaze at the sky. The night sky in the mountains was always more beautiful than that of the city, with twinkling stars and a moon that hung high and pure, unmarred by impurities. It was lovely. Today is the 15th. Isn't the moon quite round? Lu Zhi Ling said, striving to divert his attention. At her words, Bo Wang glanced up at the night sky. It's passable. My grandmother treated every 15th as a mid-autumn festival. She said that when the moon is full, the family should gather to share a reunion dinner. She continued, she had enjoyed countless reunion dinners, so many that they had become commonplace, to the extent that she believed this would be her life forever, gathering with family each 15th. Yet, in reality, she had not shared a reunion dinner in 5 years. Is eating alone not considered dining? How pretentious. Bo Wang responded dismissively. Perhaps. Lu Zhi Ling gazed towards the moon, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Two strands of hair fell gracefully, like feathers, drifting downwards. Bo Wang opened his hand, and the two strands landed in his palm. Her hair was exceptionally fine, both delicate and soft. Lu Zhi Ling. He suddenly called out to her. Yes? Lu Zhi Ling withdrew her gaze to face him, her eyes vacant yet her expression lively and gentle, the corners of her lips slightly curved, her complexion fair and enchanting. A gentle breeze brushed against her skirt, lightly caressing his trousers. Bo Wang swallowed hard, enunciating each word. If you do not intend to sleep with me, then do not flirt recklessly. Having delivered his cold remark, Bo Wang turned and walked away. Lu Zhi Ling stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned. When did she ever flirt with him? After that evening, Lu Zhi Ling experienced a period of relative tranquility following Bo Wang's remark. He had not returned to the Shin Mountain, absorbed in some unknown task. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing employed similar tactics, attempting to sow discord between each other, but Lu Zhi Ling adhered to the principle of avoidance, resolutely refusing to escalate the conflict. She remained at the tea house, never returning home. The tea house thrived, buoyed by its established reputation and the patronage of the Ji family auction house, allowing Lu Zhi Ling to earn a handsome sum. With newfound wealth, she began to seek out the old treasures of the Lu family. At this time, she had set her sights on her elder brother's motorcycle. Her elder brother, Lu Jingcheng, was the most prudent member of the Lu family, having passed away at the age of 25. In her childhood, when her grandfather asked whom she wished to see as the heir of the Lu family, she had pointed to her brother without a moment's hesitation. In her eyes, he was mature and responsible, caring for his younger siblings, an impeccable choice for the family leader. Yet even such an elder brother had his rebellious phase. During that time, he had used his first earnings from university to purchase a heavy motorcycle, polishing it daily as if it were a cherished possession, even naming it wife. The elders of the family deemed it unsafe, so he secretly rented a small room outside to store the bike. Later, after joining a financial consortium, he ceased to indulge in motorcycles, and everyone assumed he had lost interest. It was only when the Lu family faced bankruptcy that he brought forth his meticulously polished bike to settle debts, revealing that he had always cherished it, never having changed. Lu Zhi Ling had researched extensively and finally discovered that the wife motorcycle was housed in a local motorcycle exhibition hall. Young mistress, this exhibition hall is quite remote, Uncle Zhang, the driver, remarked as he glanced at the navigation map. According to the map, the exhibition hall was not far from Xinjiang, surrounded by vast stretches of countryside with few shops nearby. Indeed, it is even more remote than our tea house, with hardly any signs of life. Only true enthusiasts would venture to such a place, Zhang Fuxing commented while enjoying an ice cream. Lu Zhi Ling smiled against the car window. Regardless of how remote it was, she was determined to go. The vehicle continued to meander through increasingly desolate paths until it finally stopped before the motorcycle exhibition hall. Let us disembark, Zhang Fuxing said, stepping out and opening the door for Lu Zhi Ling. As Lu Zhi Ling was about to exit, Uncle Zhang suddenly turned back, shaking the thermos in his hand. Young mistress, I have no water left in this cup. May I accompany you inside for a sip? My throat is unbearably dry. Of course, you've worked hard today, Uncle Zhang. Lu Zhi Ling nodded at him. Ding Yujun had been particularly attentive towards her lately, ensuring that the family drivers would shuttle her to and fro, leading to some complaints among the drivers about chauffeuring a nameless young mistress. Uncle Zhang was among the most good-natured, always greeting her with a smile. Chapter 63. If you dare to cry out, I will kill you immediately. Of course, Uncle Zhang chuckled as he followed behind. The exhibition hall was adorned in an industrial style, with iron staircases affixed to the outer walls. Gazing through the glass, the only sight within was a hall filled with motorcycles and a singular reception desk. The receptionist guided them to the lounge on the west side of the second floor, pouring them tea. I apologize, but the motorcycles on the second floor are typically for display only, not for sale. We genuinely wish to purchase one. Could you please contact the owner? I would like to discuss this with him, Zhi Ling requested. I see very well, but you may have to wait a while. Our boss is currently entertaining guests in the VIP room on the east side, the receptionist replied. Alright, we'll wait, thank you. Once the receptionist departed, Zhi Ling stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass, gazing into the exhibition hall on the second floor. This level featured vintage motorcycles that could no longer be ridden, they were merely for admiration. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a grey-blue heavy motorcycle on a circular pedestal. Her elder brother had mentioned that the bike itself was not expensive, but after several modifications, it had become extraordinary. Many had beseeched him for alterations, and he had remarked that had he not inherited the family business, he would undoubtedly have excelled as a motorcycle modification expert. At the tender age, she had not comprehended the depth of her brother's passion for this hobby. She merely recalled how his eyes sparkled when he spoke of it, as if they contained hidden stars. She was determined to purchase it. She stood in quiet contemplation of the motorcycle for a considerable time. Zhang Fuxing went to retrieve some pastries, munching on them while sharing with Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, do have some, these cakes are quite delightful. Very well. Uncle Zhang cast a glance at Zhang Fuxing, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he accepted the pastry. Zhang Fuxing stood by a small table, eating incessantly, her cheeks puffed out. Uncle Zhang observed her, then turned his gaze toward Zhi Ling, who had her back to him, as one hand slowly reached for a nearby crystal trophy. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the room. Zhi Ling swiftly turned her head, only to see Zhang Fuxing collapsed on the ground, still clutching the cake, her body motionless, while Uncle Zhang stood beside her, gripping the trophy tightly, his silhouette cast in shadow. Suddenly, he turned to face her. A pair of murky, bloodshot eyes bore into hers. In the East VIP room, steeped in industrial decor, a well-dressed man stood trembling atop a chair, a noose loosely fastened around his neck, running through a beam above him. A mere kick to the chair would send him hanging. Li Minghui, clad in a black hoodie, stood behind the man, lowering his hood, preparing to kick the chair away. Please, no, the man cried out in terror, pleading, young Master Bo, I truly do not know what you seek. Wait a moment. A deep, languid voice resonated within the confines of the room. The man, grasping at straws of hope, glanced toward the sofa. Bo Wang sat casually on a high stool at the bar, one foot perched on the ground, the other resting on the bar, a cigarette clenched between his lips, smoke swirling around his handsome visage. Please, young Master Bo, spare me. I am merely the owner of a motorcycle exhibition hall. I have no knowledge of the affairs of these great families, the man lamented, his face twisted in despair, legs trembling uncontrollably atop the chair. Bo Wang removed the cigarette from his mouth without so much as a glance at the man, directing his attention to Li Minghui. Be more cautious, ascertain which direction appears more like a suicide. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. The man was left in tears. Oh, right. Li Minghui suddenly realized, pulling out his phone to investigate, shuffling the chair back and forth. The rope swayed ominously around the man's neck, who was nearly driven to desperation, crying out, please, please I beg you. Li Minghui ignored him. Wang good, shouldn't we write a suicide note? It would appear more authentic. Bo Wang raised his eyes slightly, suggesting with a chilling nonchalance, how about a blood letter? Certainly. Li Minghui, receiving the order, seized the man and threw him to the ground, grabbing a piece of paper and a pen, placing them before him, and slicing his palm with a knife. Ah, the man screamed in agony, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What are you doing? Why cut my palm for a blood letter? Isn't it's supposed to be the fingertip. My apologies, I made a mistake. Li Minghui crouched beside him, politely apologizing before grasping the man's hand again, this time slicing the tip of his finger. The knife traced an arc, causing blood to gush from all 5 fingers. The man knelt on the floor, trembling as blood soaked the paper beneath him. Bo Wang exhaled the smoke from his mouth, stepping down from the stool, advancing toward the man slowly, bending down as the man's terrified gaze met his. Are you not going to write? Do you think I have ample time to waste with you? The man knelt there, paralyzed as if confronted by a specter, cold sweat cascading down his pale face, every hair on his body brimming with fear. Why, young Master Bo, all the efforts you have made for the Bo family, that position is not meant for you. Why must you tailor a wedding gown for your brother? Upon hearing this, Bo Wang's expression hardened, raising his foot to stamp down on the man's injured hand, grinding it into the ground. Ah, the man shrieked in excruciating pain, rolling on the floor in agony. Bo Wang looked down at him as if he were an ant, his voice dripping with icy cruelty. If you truly wish to play a game, I, Bo Wang, can indulge you for as long as you desire, and I can include your family in this game. At these words, the man froze, gradually ceasing his writhing, resignedly uttering, I will tell you everything. 3 minutes later, Li Minghui obtained a dossier of confidential information, flipping through it and remarking, indeed, those families have not yet given up on the Fonglin district. Submitting this will allow the Bo family to counter effectively, the establishment of the new economic zone is assured, and once again, Wang Gu he glanced at Bo Wang's expression, ultimately refraining from voicing the latter part of his sentence. Over the years, Wang Gu had cleared countless obstacles for the Bo family, yet the Bo consortium had yet to grant him a single share. At times, Li Minghui felt a pang of guilt on his behalf. Bo Wang appeared utterly indifferent, barely sparing a glance at the documents before striding towards the exit. In the West Lounge, the look in Uncle Zhang's eyes, akin to a dying man's desperation, caused Zhi Ling to pause in her breath. Around her, there was naught but emptiness. Her bag lay on the table beside Zhang Fuxing, her phone nestled within it. She possessed nothing on her person. Zhi Ling stared blankly ahead, feigning nonchalance as she asked, Fuxing, what happened? Did something fall? Uncle Zhang regarded her in silence. Zhi Ling turned to flee, but Uncle Zhang swiftly lunged to grasp her. A glint of cold steel flashed before her eyes. A dagger pressed against her throat. If you dare to cry out, I will kill you instantly, Uncle Zhang growled, his voice laced with menace, devoid of the usual gentleness. Zhi Ling froze, her movements halted, she struggled to steady her voice. What have you done to Fuxing? Chapter 64. A slender black hair entwined around his long fingers. She is unharmed, merely asleep. I have worked alongside her parents for many years, watching her grow up. I have no intention of causing her any harm. Uncle Zhang stood behind her, one hand firmly resting on her shoulder while the other gripped the dagger tightly. If you wish to spare her, then you are endangering me. She stood frozen in place. Why? Uncle Zhang, I bear no animosity towards you. They had barely crossed paths on a few occasions. Indeed, you harbor no ill will towards me, and I do not wish to. Uncle Zhang's voice faltered suddenly as he bent his arm backward, choking her tightly, pressing the dagger more forcefully against her. Don't make a sound. The blade was alarmingly sharp, and Zhi Ling could distinctly feel her skin break. The floor-to-ceiling glass slowly reflected a tall figure. Bo Wang, with one hand casually tucked into his pants pocket, strode down the corridor, followed by a man in a hooded coat, who clutched a blood-stained document. The two departed in tandem. Upon seeing that figure, Zhi Ling instinctively parted her lips. Uncle Zhang tightened his grip, pressing the dagger's tip against her neck. Don't move, if you do, I will take your life. The sensation of suffocation surged over her. Zhi Ling was unable to utter a sound, her vision darkening as she could only watch the person so near yet so far. Suddenly, Bo Wang halted, lowering his gaze to the ground, seemingly examining something. Uncle Zhang, anxiety etched on his face, watched the two outside the glass, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What's the matter, Wang Go? The man in the hooded coat inquired. Zhi Ling's heart raced. That voice. Li Minghui, the captain of the security company she collaborated with, was in league with Bo Wang. Had he come to surveil her? For what purpose? Bo Wang bent down to pick something up, abruptly turning to glance at the glass, his eyes dark as night. Uncle Zhang, in a fit of anxiety, made a swift motion, and blood immediately streamed down Zhi Ling's neck onto his hand. Zhi Ling, feeling faint, struggled to keep her footing, locking eyes with Bo Wang. Even though she knew that the situation inside was concealed from the outside, she desperately hoped he could sense her plight. Save her. Bo Wang stood before the glass, gazing at the dark reflection, lifting his hand to caress the prayer beads on his wrist, his expression impassive. In the next moment, he turned and walked away. Zhi Ling felt utterly helpless, watching as Bo Wang and Li Minghui departed without a second glance. In despair, she closed her eyes momentarily. Uncle Zhang dragged her forcibly to the window. She cast her gaze downward, witnessing Li Minghui opening the door of an SUV for Bo Wang. A narrow gap remained in the window, where a diminutive plastic flower pot containing succulents sat on the low windowsill. The glass reflected her pale, frail face, as well as Uncle Zhang's, who gripped her tightly, his focus entirely on the scene below, his breath betraying his tension. Slowly, Zhi Ling raised her weakened hand, cautious not to make any sudden movements, her eyes fixed on Uncle Zhang's expression in the glass. Her fingers brushed against the edge of the flower pot, gently nudging a clump of soil towards the window's small opening. The clump fell silently, landing behind Bo Wang. Bo Wang bent to enter the vehicle, and Li Minghui swiftly took the driver's seat, driving away with a flourish. Zhi Ling watched, her heart chilling to the core. As the vehicle vanished from sight, Uncle Zhang finally exhaled, loosening his grip on her. Zhi Ling seized the moment to breathe deeply, her mind gradually clearing, attempting to reach for her neck, but Uncle Zhang, alert, warned, "Don't move." Zhi Ling remained still. Uncle Zhang bound her hands behind her with nylon ties he had prepared, then pressed the dagger against her lower back, his emotions fraying. "Let us go, down you go, keep silent, don't even think of fleeing. Make one move and I will plunge this knife into you." "Alright, I won move, Uncle Zhang, please remain calm." Zhi Ling dared not provoke him, complying as they descended the iron stairway outside the wall. The stairs creaked, yet no one seemed to notice their presence. Uncle Zhang parked the vehicle to the side, easily tossing her into the back seat without having to navigate through the front door. Zhi Ling sat in the rear, her feet bound with the nylon ties, a safety belt securing her in place, effectively restricting all her movements. After ensuring everything was secure, Uncle Zhang settled into the driver's seat and drove off. The SUV traversed the road, shadows from the trees fleeting past the half-open window. The front passenger seat was slightly reclined, and Bo Wang lounged back, a slender black hair coiling around his long fingers, dancing in the wind. Bo Wang squinted at the scenery for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Isn't the glass in the exhibition hall's lounge only visible from the inside?" This unexpected question caught Li Minghui off guard as he drove, but he quickly replied, "Yes, one cannot see inside from the outside. The VIP room we were in before was the same." He assumed that Wang Gu was concerned about their actions being observed. However, Bo Wang let out a cold chuckle at this remark. "Is that so? What's wrong, Wang Gu?" Li Minghui asked, puzzled. Bo Wang focused on the hair in his fingers, a smile playing on his lips, yet his eyes gradually filled with malice, all the words of affection, every sentence expressing joy at his presence. Yet in reality, not a single greeting, not even a hint of acknowledgement did Jiang Fuxing, that pesky little follower, not inform her that he was outside. She was all smiles in front while plotting behind his back. Bo Wang released the hair, coldly watching it drift away in the wind. The more he thought about it, the more displeased he became. When did it become her prerogative to dictate terms? "Return." He spoke icily. "Yes." Li Minghui, perplexed, made a U-turn back. The vehicle continued down the asphalt road, heading towards a direction entirely unfamiliar to Zhi Ling. "Uncle Zhang, are you planning to kidnap me for ransom? How much do you want?" Zhi Ling spoke up, determined to ascertain his intentions. She struggled with her bound hands behind her, but could not free herself. Uncle Zhang glanced at her through the rearview mirror, remaining silent as he drove onward. Zhi Ling shifted her hands to the left, inching closer to the safety belt buckle, while her voice dripped with sorrow. "Uncle Zhang, you are aware of my family's situation. If anything happens to me, my family will be utterly alone. At her words, Uncle Zhang's breath grew heavier, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes as he finally said, "Young madam, consider this a family reunion. When you meet the king of hell, mention my name, I will accept any punishment." Hearing this, Zhi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you planning to kill me? Not a kidnapping, nor a lesson, but murder?" Uncle Zhang gripped the steering wheel tightly, falling silent. Zhi Ling leaned awkwardly, straining to reach the safety belt buckle, her mind racing through her grievances. Chapter 65 of Bo Wang. Is it really you? Zheng Shu harbored no old grudges or new enmities with her. Any intent to harm her would only stem from being hired by another. It could not possibly be a rival from the Lu family, for had that been the case, there would have been no need to wait until today. Neither could it be Gong Zihua, as they were once classmates, and while she was not a virtuous person, she would not dare to take a life indiscriminately, nor would she seek out someone like Zhang Shu. It was the Bo family, it was the child in her womb that obstructed someone. The change in the old lady's attitude towards her had evidently unsettled someone within the Bo family. "Is it you Yunfei or Xia Meiqing?" Zhi Ling inquired of Zhang Shu. "You must allow me to understand the truth." "Zhang Shu, you are not a heartless person, are you truly unwilling to let me know before I meet my end?" Zhi Ling's voice trembled with emotion. "I do not know." Zhang Shu gritted his teeth and shouted, pressing the accelerator harder. "I know nothing, my family's peace depends on it. Please, do not press further, young mistress." He was meticulous, to the extent that even Zhang Shu did not know who the true culprit was. Zhi Ling ceased her verbal sparring with him, reached for the safety catch, and lunged towards the car door in an attempt to open it. However, Zhang Shu was keenly observant. Upon seeing her movement, he quickly swerved, causing Zhi Ling to tumble back into the car, followed by the sound of the door locking. Her fingers were forcibly pulled away from the door. Zhi Ling's breath quickened as she exclaimed, "The child in my womb is the Bo family's heir. Should I perish, the old lady will not spare you. I do not require the old lady's mercy." Zhang Shu glanced back at her before suddenly halting the vehicle. Zhi Ling was jostled, her head spinning, and a wave of nausea surged within her. With great effort, she sat upright, only to discover a long stone slope descending from the left side of the road. At the bottom, an endless expanse of water lay tranquil, devoid of any ripples. She quickly turned to the navigation map. It was Xinjiang. Zhi Ling was momentarily stunned, piecing together his earlier words. Was he truly preparing for them to perish together? Zhang Shu cast a glance at the tranquil waters below, retrieving a phone from his pocket, his gaze fixated on the screen. As he looked, he suddenly turned and presented the phone to her, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "Young mistress, look, this is my plump grandson, just a month old. Isn't he adorable?" Tears streamed down his face. Before Zhi Ling could respond, he continued, "I forgot, you cannot see, when my grandson was born, he would cry no matter who held him, except for me. He was particularly fond of me." As Zhang Shu, "If you are in trouble, please tell me, I will help you resolve it." Zhi Ling sat in the back, blood trickling from her neck down to her collar. She earnestly implored Zhang Shu, "To kill me while sacrificing your own life is the act of a deranged mastermind capable of anything. Can you truly bear the thought of your family living under such a shadow?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu turned to her, shaking his head in despair. "We are of different strata, we are merely fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of those above us. Young mistress, accept your fate, you are no longer the esteemed lady of your renown." She felt isolated as she entered the Bo family, devoid of any means of self-preservation. "Zhang Shu, it is not as you believe. Trust me, there is always a possibility for change." Zhi Ling insisted anxiously. Zhang Shu, however, disregarded her words entirely, turning back to place the phone against the center of the steering wheel, fixated on the family portrait displayed on the screen, slowly turning the steering wheel to the left. Under the scorching sun, the car began its descent. The river below lay so still, it betrayed no sign of turbulence, and the vehicle would soon be engulfed. Zhang Shu pressed the brake, allowing the car to continue its slow plunge. A rough hand grazed the photo on the phone screen. "Let me look a little longer, just a bit longer." She did not wish to die, there were many things yet undone. Zhi Ling, unwilling to accept her fate, bent forward, bracing her elbows, and forcefully hurled herself against the side window. Once, twice, thrice. The window remained impervious. The car jolted, sending her crashing back into her seat, her vision swirling dangerously close to unconsciousness, the blood from her neck increasing steadily. The vehicle was angled at 60 degrees, and as Zhi Ling looked down, the water's surface was less than 3 meters away. There was no time left. It was too late for anything. Suddenly, Zhi Ling relinquished all her strength, resting her head against the window. She gazed down at the river that seemed poised to engulf the car, her eyes reddening as a melancholy smile graced her lips. She had fought so hard to survive, to live for her family, yet here she was, on the brink of death. She smiled, a solitary tear tracing down her pale cheek. The blinding sunlight shimmered across the sloped stones. This long slope was desolate, devoid of any onlookers, save for the car that sank slowly towards the Xinjiang. Waterbirds skimmed low over the river, then soared towards the summit of the slope. Suddenly, a black SUV hurtled down from the top, crashing heavily onto the slope, speeding towards the river like a bolt of lightning. The sound of the wind ceased abruptly. The tremendous noise startled both occupants within the car. Zhi Ling blinked in astonishment, peering outside to witness the SUV racing towards her with reckless abandon. The sunlight glinted off the license plate, reflecting off the windshield, leaving only a vague outline of the driver's seat. Bo Wang. Zhang Shu also realized the vehicle was heading for him, hastily releasing the brake. Bang! The SUV spun violently, crashing squarely into the front of the sedan, deforming the door in an instant. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback, flooring the accelerator in an attempt to push past the SUV. Half of the SUV was already submerged. Bang! A gunshot erupted in the air, the bullet shattering through the windshield, striking Zhang Shu in the chest. He fell silent immediately, yet, due to inertia, the car continued its descent. Zhi Ling anxiously glanced at the SUV, which was nearly submerged, when suddenly, a lithe figure leaped from the window, landing on the hood of her car. Bo Wang, it was truly him. Zhi Ling was utterly stunned. A surge of electric thrill coursed through her body, electrifying her entire being. Bo Wang crouched at the front of the car, raising his long lashes, his dark eyes piercing as they searched within. Upon catching sight of her, he grinned, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Zhi Ling, it is indeed you. With that, he kicked towards the windshield, nimbly diving into the vehicle. Water from the river surged into the car in an instant. Zhi Ling's body rocked with the movement of the car, completely out of her control. Bo Wang lunged towards her, settling beside her. The car tilted sharply, plunging almost vertically into the river, the water rushing towards them. Just as the sedan was about to be wholly submerged, Bo Wang drew his gun and fired several shots, shattering the window beside her. At most, only one person could escape. Her hands and feet were bound, there was no way for her to survive. He was risking his life to save her, and she could not be a burden to him. Bo Wang, you must go. Zhi Ling shouted, willingly sinking into the water, clearing the path for him to escape. Chapter 66 of Bo Wang, you are truly beautiful. In a life and death situation, she did not dare to hesitate for even a second, fearing that this boundless clear river might claim yet another life. The icy river water, akin to a vast maw of blood, threatened to engulf her, submerging her face beneath the surface. Suddenly, her arm was seized by someone, yanking her from the depths of the water. She gazed up in astonishment to find Bo Wang staring at her, his dark eyes a canvas of inscrutable complexity. In the next moment, he enveloped Zhi Ling in his embrace, both of them collapsing against the back of the front seat, their backs soaked in the river's embrace. Zhi Ling, do you truly wish for me to survive? The frigid water surged beneath them, yet he remained unfazed, merely inquiring, is your love for me so profound? While every human harbors a primal instinct for survival, she would rather plunge into the water than cling to him. Zhi Ling was perplexed by his unexpected philosophical musings. She urgently nudged him, let us go, don't you find me unworthy, are you intent on perishing alongside me? She deliberately provoked him, knowing that under normal circumstances, he would retort with a dismissive, do you think you deserve it? However, today, Bo Wang seemed remarkably different, holding her steady and calmly replying, indeed. It was rare for fate to show him such favor. He felt compelled to reciprocate. He was truly peculiar. Bo Wang suddenly lowered his gaze to her, are you pleased to die with me? Zhi Ling felt numb, leaning into his embrace, allowing the river to rise around them. She never anticipated that she would meet her end with Bo Wang gazing out of the car window at the sky. She noticed a solitary cloud drifting silently southward. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Bo Wang, will our bodies float down to Jiangnan with the river? If that were to happen, it would mean she could rest alongside her family in death. Jiangnan? Bo Wang raised an eyebrow. Just then, a black, claw-like object descended from above, crashing against the edge of the car window. Bang! The car door was flung open, allowing a flood of sunlight to spill in and illuminate the two of them. Bo Wang swiftly lifted her and stood up. Zhi Ling felt as if the world was spinning, and then she was hurled from the vehicle, landing heavily onto the rocky slope. In a swift motion, Bo Wang rolled, and she found herself nestled in his arms. They lay at an angle on the slope, the river lapping at their feet, and Zhi Ling dared not move, fearful of slipping down again. The sunlight pierced her eyes, and she felt disoriented. Had she survived? Had she truly come back to life? Weakly, she lifted her gaze to see Bo Wang reclining comfortably, one hand clutching a black rope, the other end tethered to a figure standing atop the slope, dressed in a hooded cloak. It was Li Minghui, sent to surveil her. Her eyes could no longer remain concealed, otherwise, the truth would inevitably surface. Zhi Ling quickly feigned agony, closing her eyes. My eyes hurt so much. Bo Wang's expression sharpened as he looked down at her. What's wrong? It feels like I've been pricked by a needle, and there's a bright light. She spoke in fragmented sentences. Can you see? A flicker of surprise crossed Bo Wang's eyes. I don't know. Zhi Ling shook her head, and suddenly, Bo Wang lifted her in his arms, her hands still bound behind her back, rendering her position somewhat awkward. Close your eyes, do not look at anything, Bo Wang commanded in a low voice, wrapping the black rope around his waist as he ascended with her. His shirt and trousers clung to him, his figure elongated by the sunlight. Zhi Ling disobeyed, keeping her eyes open as she glanced upward. His short hair was soaked, droplets cascading down his jawline and landing on her eyelids. She met his dark eyes. If it weren't for him, she would have already succumbed to the river. Bo Wang, thank you. For a pregnant woman with anemia, this ordeal had utterly drained Zhi Ling's strength. On the way back, she dozed off drowsily, her head leaning against Bo Wang's shoulder. Li Minghui, driving ahead, stole a glance in the rearview mirror, spotting Bo Wang, drenched yet steadfast, with no intention of shoving her away. He was beginning to grasp why Bo Wang felt the need to investigate and monitor Zhi Ling. It wasn't mere suspicion, it was the fear of potential issues. The rationale for the surveillance was vastly different from its execution. At that moment, the car turned around, heading back to the motorcycle museum. When the door was kicked open, they found only a comatose Jiang Fuxing inside, the floor stained with blood. Bo Wang's face darkened, and he turned sharply to leave. By the time Li Minghui pursued him, Bo Wang had already driven off, prompting him to hastily chase after in the exhibition hall's motorcycle, barely catching up. Such a steep slope, and he charged down without hesitation. This was not merely a tool for childbirth, it was a treasure held within the palm of one's hand. Realizing this, Li Minghui wiped the cold sweat from the back of his neck, grateful that he had consistently treated this sister-in-law with respect and affection, harboring no negative sentiments. In this slumber, Zhi Ling sank into a deep sleep, her dreams fragmented and fleeting, until she awoke to a flood of bright light, feeling someone prying open her eyelids. A delighted male voice resonated from above her. Bo Wang, she is responding, her pupils are indeed reacting. Zhi Ling instinctively shrank back, focusing her gaze to see Dr. Qin, clad in a white coat, standing beside her hospital bed, while Ji Jing looked on, brimming with excitement upon noticing her awakening. Ji Jing smiled and waved at her. How did he end up here? Zhi Ling pondered, weakly sitting up in bed and glancing at her hands. From this day forth, she no longer needed to feign blindness. Dr. Qin inquired, can you see clearly? Yes. She nodded with joy and then turned to Ji Jing, feigning confusion. You are Bo Wang? Ji Jing, overjoyed at her recovering sight, nearly fainted at her question, his eyes darting in terror toward the space behind her. Are you blind? A displeased voice emanated from behind her. A large hand descended upon her head, forcibly twisting her neck backward to reveal Bo Wang standing there, his expression dark and brooding. He had changed into a light-colored shirt, accentuating his strikingly handsome figure. Previously, in her pretense of blindness, she had scarcely focused her gaze on his eyes. Now, as their eyes met, she realized his eyes were exceptionally captivating, even the curve of their shape exuding a hint of sensuality, utterly mesmerizing. Zhi Ling sat in her hospital gown, her neck bandaged, her face pale and haggard beneath her long hair. She stared at him intently, and after a moment, a smile graced her lips. Bo Wang, you are truly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with newfound life, devoid of their former dullness. With that smile, her entire face transformed from a monochrome canvas into a vibrant masterpiece, breathtakingly enchanting. Bo Wang's hand remained atop her head, his gaze fixated on the smile playing on her lips, before he suddenly turned and walked away. Zhi Ling was left bewildered. What had just transpired? Had he seen through her act? Chapter 67. How about I take revenge for you? Upon seeing Bo Wang exit, Ji Jing, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation, hastily made his way out. While walking, he hurriedly explained, Boss Lu, I didn't come specifically to see you. I accompanied my grandmother to get her medicine and just happened to run into you. I heard you were injured, and my grandmother insisted that I stay to see you wake up. I have no feelings for you, absolutely none. Please, do not fall for him at first sight, he cannot bear it. Zhi Ling was rendered speechless. Ji Jing was drenched in cold sweat. As he burst out of the hospital room, he spotted Bo Wang leaning against the corridor wall, a cigarette clenched between his lips as he fumbled with a lighter to ignite it. After several attempts, he finally managed to light the cigarette and took 2 deep drags. Ji Jing was momentarily stunned to goodness. Could it be that Brother Wang was so captivated by Boss Lu's mere smile that he lost his composure? Did he specifically come out for a smoke to calm himself? Impossible, impossible. It must be that Brother Wang was simply craving a cigarette. Moreover, given Brother Wang's usual demeanor, would he really need to step outside for a smoke? Did he even care whether smoking was permitted in the hospital? Suddenly, Bo Wang turned his gaze towards him, his eyes imbued with a chilling intensity. Ji Jing's legs turned to jelly. Wang, good, Bo Wang, pinching the cigarette, casually remarked, Ji Jing, you certainly know how to position yourself. The first thing the little blind man noticed was him. Ji Jing stammered, struggling to find a coherent explanation. My grandmother wants me to go back and do some embroidery. No, make tea. No, wash her feet. Yes, she asked me to go wash her feet. Wango, I must take my leave. With that, Ji Jing turned on his heel and fled, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. He dared not pause, scrambling frantically toward the hospital exit. Inside the room, Dr. Qin was recording notes while conversing with her. Young madam, do you still feel any discomfort? He had refrained from addressing her directly due to Ji Jing's ignorance of Zhi Ling's identity. In large families, many taboos existed, and survival depended on being perceptive. How is Fu Shang? Zhi Ling countered with a question instead of answering. Miss Jiang was just brought in. She has a concussion and is still unconscious, but there are no serious issues, Dr. Qin replied. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she began to discuss her own condition. I feel a bit dizzy. She placed a hand on her belly. My stomach, rest assured, young madam. Your pregnancy symptoms are relatively normal. The dizziness is likely due to blood loss from your neck injury. With proper rest, you will recover, Dr. Qin explained. Zhi Ling shifted her gaze and inquired, Dr. Qin, why can I suddenly see again? Indeed, her vision had returned unexpectedly, but she had refrained from asking about the specifics while pretending to be blind. Dr. Qin set aside his notebook, adjusted his glasses, and replied earnestly, you are not congenitally blind. You lost your sight after a significant event 5 years ago. I suspect that the immense trauma you experienced caused nerve compression or damage, leading to your blindness. This recent stimulus may have reversed that. 2 instances of May. Is a doctor truly so hasty? Of course, to ascertain the exact situation, further examinations would be ideal. However, young madam, since you are now pregnant and unless there are any anomalies in your condition, I suggest you wait until after you give birth to conduct any tests. It will be easier to coordinate treatment then, Dr. Qin advised. I understand, Zhi Ling nodded, showing no dissent. Please rest well, young madam, I shall take my leave, Dr. Qin said before exiting, just as Bo Wang walked in. Dr. Qin lowered his head and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Bo Wang entered, pulled out a chair beside the bed, and the heavy scent of tobacco filled the air. Had he gone out for a smoke? He sat there, staring intently at her. Zhi Ling felt uneasy under his gaze. Although this was not their first meeting, she had previously feigned blindness and rarely met his eyes directly. Now, their gazes locked, and his penetrating stare felt as if it could see through her very soul. She straightened her posture and managed a somewhat awkward smile. Are you injured? Bo Wang observed her tense demeanor, a hint of satisfaction flickering in the corner of his eye. His lips curled into a smirk. What are you so anxious about? Am I? Zhi Ling chuckled nervously. If the doctor had not detected the flaw in her eyes, how could he have? Bo Wan leaned forward, his gaze unwavering, his voice low and husky. You seem much more on edge than before. Zhi Ling's breath caught momentarily, yet she maintained her smile. Perhaps it's just that I have regained my sight and am still adjusting. He had anticipated this. What was a mere painting compared to his visage? Bo Wan reclined casually, propping his long legs upon her hospital bed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Then adapt swiftly, don't appear as though your soul has been ensnared. Zhi Ling found herself uncertain of his thoughts, yet he seemed disinterested in pursuing the matter further. She let out a silent sigh of relief, recalling the harrowing scene by the river. She could not help but ask, what happened to Uncle Zhang? He's dead. Bo Wang's tone was cold and unfeeling. Zhi Ling furrowed her brow. She looked at Bo Wang. Uncle Zhang could not possibly be the one harboring murderous intent towards me. The assailant had targeted her, and by extension, him as well. In response, Bo Wang regarded her solemnly, his voice devoid of emotion. What, do you wish for me to exact vengeance on your behalf? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling realized he too held suspicions, yet given his attitude towards her and the child within her, he likely deemed such matters unworthy of his attention. With this thought, she shook her head gently, speaking softly, your relationship with your father is already strained, do not allow baseless accusations to further deteriorate it. However, do you think the police can uncover the identity of the hired assassin? At this, Bo Wang chuckled as if she had made an absurd joke. You expect the police to investigate for you? The law is riddled with loopholes for the affluent. Zhi Ling fell silent. Indeed, Uncle Zhang had known he was to commit murder but had no knowledge of who had ordered it. With such meticulousness, even if the police could suspect certain individuals, they could easily absolve themselves of any blame. She let out a bitter laugh, contemplating the inevitability of similar incidents in the future, knowing her only recourse was to strive for self-preservation. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. Zhi Ling looked up in surprise to find Bo Wang standing beside her bed, one hand propped against the wall as he leaned closer, gripping her chin to lift her gaze. She was forced to meet his dark, fathomless eyes, reminiscent of the deep sea, capable of swallowing all. His handsome visage descended slowly, as though he intended to kiss her. She remained still, his lips barely grazing her cheek before whispering in her ear. His warm breath caressed her skin, akin to an ant traversing along her ear, leaving her tingling with an urge to shiver. Suddenly, she heard his deep, seductive voice, Zhi Ling, sleep with me once, and I shall take revenge for you. How does that sound? Zhi Ling was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 68. Whoever slaps me, I shall return tenfold. The corridor of the hospital stretched long and silent. Zhi Ling moved forward slowly, her mind clouded with the words spoken by Bo Wang before his departure. He was her husband who had not attended their wedding, yet he was also her savior, the one who had nearly pulled her back from the depths of the river. He looked down upon her at every turn, dispatched individuals to surveil her, and even gripped her throat, demanding that she accompany him into the abyss, and yet, he still harbored desires for her. Had he not left in haste, she might have dared to inquire whether he suffered from a split personality. Taking a deep breath, Zhi Ling paused before a tightly shut hospital room door. Peering through the glass, she saw Zhang Fushang lying on the hospital bed, an intravenous drip attached, still unresponsive, while his parents sat nearby, stifling their sobs. Miss, you can no longer remain in the Bo family. It is a den of devourers, Fengzhen said as he approached her, a worried expression etched across his face, his thinning white hair seemingly more pronounced. Zhi Ling turned to him, and Fengzhen spoke with earnest gravity, the internal relationships within the Bo family are intricate. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing both possess significant stakes in the Bo consortium, and their respective networks thrive on mutual prosperity. There are far too many who would dare to act against you. I understand. This time, luck had favored her, with Bo Wang arriving just in time to save her, but what would happen next? Miss, let us leave. While the Bo family has not yet tightened its grip on you, we can escape abroad, live in obscurity for a few years, and when a new era rises in the Bo family, we can return to Jiangnan if we wish. Fengzhen knew Zhi Ling clung to her attachment to her hometown, hence his counsel. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze to the slumbering Zhang Fusheng in the hospital room and replied softly, when I was a child, my father always told me that if one is bullied, one must retaliate without hesitation. To hesitate even for a second would be to do herself a disservice. That was when the Lu family was still standing strong, but now, you have no one to back you. Fengzhen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The news of her predicament had nearly caused him to faint. He could hardly bear to contemplate what he would say to the deceased Mr. and Mrs.Lu if something were to happen to her. At his words, Zhi Ling's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, she had no one to lean on now. When faced with bullying, she had to learn to evade, to run, to keep her distance, ensuring she did not obstruct the paths of others in order to survive. Not at all, she suddenly declared. What? Fengzhen was taken aback. Zhi Ling turned her gaze toward him, her expression soft yet resolute, and articulated each word carefully. Without anyone to support me, I shall support myself. Whoever slaps me, I shall return tenfold. She had evaded long enough. What do you intend to retaliate with? You cannot contend with them, you cannot even ascertain who the mastermind is. Fengzhen frowned. She was no longer the pampered daughter of the Lu family. Apart from a small tea house, she possessed nothing. I may not be able to uncover the truth, but I understand the motive behind their desire to eliminate me. The more they covet something, the less I shall allow them to attain it. In time, the perpetrator will reveal themselves. With her resolve set, Zhi Ling ceased to ponder further and stepped outside, unwavering in her stride. Upon returning to Shin Mountain, she bypassed the main building and headed straight for Wutong Courtyard. Inside, a flurry of activity ensued as Ding Yujun stood within the room, issuing orders. Is the nourishment ready? Go check. But what about the clothing? How could there only be a few pieces? Is this all Zhi Ling has? And find a few more books, something like the complete collection of jokes. It will help keep the child entertained during her hospitalization. As Zhi Ling appeared at the doorway, still clad in her hospital gown, Ding Yujun was taken aback, almost trembling as she rushed to greet her. Goodness, how did you return? Were you not in the hospital? I was just about to gather my things to visit you. How are you? Where does it hurt? Tell your grandmother. Watching the concern brimming in Ding Yujun's eyes, Zhi Ling felt a pang of emotion. She shook her head and replied obediently, Grandmother, I am well. Your eyes, Ding Yujun, noticing Zhi Ling's gaze upon her, was incredulous. I can see, Zhi Ling smiled. Wonderful, wonderful. Ding Yujun exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her wrinkled hands as she gently touched Zhi Ling's hand. Those bright eyes are indeed beautiful. Come, sit inside, do not stand in the wind. Ding Yujun ushered her into the living room, and Zhi Ling glanced around, sensing her thoughts. Ding Yujun ordered the servants who were tidying up to leave for a moment. What is it? Ding Yujun inquired, reaching out to pull her down into a seat. Zhi Ling did not sit but stood resolutely before her, addressing her solemnly, Grandmother, regarding what you mentioned before, I have made my decision. Ding Yujun looked at her, surprised, quickly realizing the gravity of her situation. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she said, it is my fault. Had I not suddenly treated you with such kindness, those people would not have acted. If I had sent more individuals to protect you, this incident could have been averted. What was done was done. Speaking of if only would serve no purpose now. Grandmother, I will endeavor to assist Bo Wang in becoming a competent heir, but I refuse to pay homage to the ancestors at the ancestral hall. Zhi Ling had contemplated this while on her way. Ding Yujun regarded her with confusion. What is it that you desire then? The future matriarch of the Bo family, was that not something she wished for? I wish for the Lu family's ancestral home in Jiangnan, Zhi Ling declared. The ancestral home of the Lu family? Ding Yujun was momentarily taken aback. Whose possession is it now? It has been listed for auction for some time, yet no one has purchased it, Zhi Ling explained, for 1.8 billion. The Lu family ancestral home was the most renowned mansion in Jiangnan. 5 years prior, when the Lu family fell into bankruptcy, they vacated it, and mere days later, a devastating fire claimed the lives of all her family members. The fire did not occur within the ancestral home, yet it was regarded by all as a house of misfortune. Its aesthetic and historical value remained exceedingly high. No matter how ominous its reputation, its price could not plummet drastically, hence the figure of 1.8 billion remained stagnant. Listening to this, Ding Yujun did not perceive her request as exorbitant. If Zhi Ling could genuinely aid her grandson, she would not hesitate to invest even several times that amount. Therefore, with no hesitation, Ding Yujun nodded in agreement. Very well, your sentimentality is commendable, and as long as you can deliver, I shall purchase the ancestral home for you. The position of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bo family will always belong to you. Grandmother, I never intended to claim everything, Zhi Ling replied nonchalantly. Ding Yujun was taken aback. What do you mean by that? I only desire the Lu family ancestral home, Zhi Ling stated firmly, locking her gaze with Ding Yujun's. Ding Yujun studied her, as if suddenly comprehending something, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke. What are your true feelings toward Bo Wang? A series of urgent knocks interrupted their conversation. Ding Yujun furrowed her brow, irked as she called out, What is it? Madam, there is trouble. A maid's anxious voice came from outside the door. Madam Yu and Madam Xia have been kidnapped. Chapter 69. Bo Wang found the charging cable upon hearing the news. Zhi Ling was taken aback and turned her head, recalling Bo Wang's words to her in the hospital that he had said he would take vengeance for her. Had he truly acted on that? Ding Yujun was so shocked that she stood up abruptly from the sofa. Zhi Ling accompanied Ding Yujun to the main building, where Bo Zhangrong's car was hastily returning. The opulent main hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At least 20 bodyguards stood in the lobby, each with a nervous expression, their heads bowed. Bo Zhangrong stormed in, seething with rage, and the butler, Wen De, hurried forward to assist him with his coat, whispering, Sir, should we call the police? In response, Bo Zhangrong bent down and seized a cup, smashing it violently onto the floor. Crash! The cup shattered into countless pieces. Wen De silently retreated to the side. Zhi Ling sat beside Ding Yujun on the sofa, observing the unfolding scene in silence. Bo Zhangrong glared furiously at the group of bodyguards, demanding, Speak. How did they disappear? 2 captains of the bodyguards stepped forward. At 2:30 this afternoon, Madame Xia went to try on a set of customized blood diamond jewelry as scheduled. At 2:40, she requested to use the restroom. We checked and found nothing amiss, but when she had not emerged after 10 minutes, we rushed in only to find her gone. Madame Yu, one of the organizers of tonight's charity gala, arrived early in the afternoon for inspections. At 2:40, she expressed fatigue and wished to rest. We inspected the lounge thoroughly before leaving, yet somehow, Madame Yu vanished from a secured room with intact doors and windows. At these revelations, Bo Zhangrong was incredulous. 2 living individuals, and they vanished right under your noses? The bodyguards lowered their heads even further. Zhi Ling had witnessed the meticulous precautions taken when Yu Yanfei and Xia Meiqing had left. Their departure had resembled that of high-ranking officials, complete with vehicle checks and inter-bodyguard scrutiny. Given such tight security, it was astonishing that they could be abducted without a trace. The barefaced provocation was undeniable. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly add another scandal to the Bo family's already tarnished reputation. Bo Zhangrong glared at these incompetent fools, his fury intensifying. He turned to Wen De. What are you still standing there for? Get Bo Wang back here. Calling Bo Wang back to find someone? Ding Yajun interjected, cautiously probing as she observed her son. Upon hearing this, Bo Zhangrong's anger flared even more. After pacing back and forth several times, he stepped in front of them, pointing at Zhi Ling. She just had an incident, and Yufei and Mei Qing vanished. Who else could it be but Bo Wang? And as for mother, you know the caliber of the bodyguards I've hired. I and the entire Jiangbei, the only ones capable of abducting someone without a sound are the living dead. Zhi Ling's heart sank at the mention of the living dead. She had heard of this organization, notorious for its elusive members who engaged in various nefarious acts, possessing exceptional skills and ruthless methods. No one had ever seen their true faces, nor did anyone know how many members they had. A photo had circulated online, claiming to depict members of the living dead, but it only showed silhouettes wearing hooded cloaks and white masks, making it impossible to discern even their genders. Suddenly, Zhi Ling recalled Li Minghuai, who wore a hooded cloak. Could he be one of the living dead? Was this organization connected to Bo Wang? As she pondered this, Wen De, trembling with apprehension, reported, Young master is not answering his phone. Bo Zhangrong's gaze turned sharp as a knife. He must be too scared to return. Feeling guilty for his misdeeds. What guilt? That is merely your conjecture, Ding Yajun retorted, pulling out her phone to call Bo Wang in front of Bo Zhangrong. When no one answered, she remarked, see? He is not answering mine either. His phone must be dead. Dead at a time like this? What a coincidence. Bo Zhangrong replied tersely. It could very well be dead. My phone often runs out of battery, Ding Yajun asserted, sitting up straight with a serious demeanor. What era are we in? Charging a phone is quite easy. Unless Bo Wang couldn't find a charging cable. Young people tend to misplace everything but a charging cable. My grandson is not your typical young person. The two engaged in a tense exchange, their voices rising yet restrained, when suddenly, a melodious ringtone interrupted their discussion. Both Bo Zhangrong and Ding Yajun turned their attention to Zhi Ling. Oh, I forgot to silence my phone. Zhi Ling quietly retrieved her phone, the screen illuminating the name Bo Wang. The air thickened for several seconds. She might as well let the ringtone finish. Bo Zhangrong looked at Ding Yajun, who remained seated, her expression grave. Bo Wang found the charging cable. A surge of anger flooded Bo Zhangrong's head as he shot an icy glare at Zhi Ling. Answer it. Put it on speaker. Reluctantly, Zhi Ling connected the call and activated the speaker. Bo Wang's dissatisfied, low voice came through the phone. Where have you been? You went to the hospital again? She was momentarily taken aback. What, am I not allowed to come? His tone deepened further. Zhi Ling, don't forget what I said before I left. I am here to negotiate. At his words, Zhi Ling felt a pang of panic, fearing his next statement would reveal he had abducted the two matrons. She quickly redirected, Bo Wang, you must return quickly. There has been an incident at home. Auntie Yu and Auntie Xia have been kidnapped, and father is furious. The line fell silent for 2 seconds. Are you at Shin Mountain? He inquired. Yes, grandmother and father are here, investigating, she replied softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Bo Wang hung up. Zhi Ling straightened in her seat, and Bo Zhangrong glared down at her, his gaze stern. What did he say before leaving? What kind of negotiation? Zhi Ling's mind raced through dozens of possible explanations, none of which could withstand scrutiny. Finally, she steeled herself and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I'm asking you a question. Bo Zhangrong gritted his teeth. Why are you yelling at her? She just returned from the brink of death, Ding Yujun defended her. Did he tell you he was going to deal with Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing? Bo Zhangrong ignored his mother and continued his questioning. There was no escaping it. Zhi Ling lowered her head, feeling embarrassed as she mumbled, no, he just told me to focus on recovering and that he would return to negotiate later. Upon finishing, her ears burned in embarrassment. In the past, she would have never dared to speak such words in front of her elders. Upon hearing her explanation, Bo Zhangrong's fury morphed into awkwardness, leaving him speechless. Half an hour later, Bo Wang appeared in the lobby, wearing a somewhat disheveled white shirt over a black trench coat, exuding an air of fierce intensity, his face set in a cold expression. Chapter 70. Having grown up in a dog cage, what is there to fear? As he approached, his icy gaze swept over the slender figure on the sofa. Unscathed, his expression softened slightly. Bo Zhangrong was seated at the long table behind, commanding 2 phones in succession, barking orders for subordinates to locate someone, his tone particularly harsh. Zhi Ling sat on the sofa, meeting Bo Wang's gaze. She pressed her index finger to her lips and shook her head, signaling him not to acknowledge her. This look of concern. Bo Wang curled his lips and continued forward, pulling out a chair to sit across from Bo Zhangrong. Bo Zhangrong was taken aback by Bo Wang's unexpected and rapid return, momentarily speechless, even forgetting to utter a curse. Bo Wang leaned back lazily and nonchalantly remarked, You've been with these 2 women for too long. I suspect you're tired of them. Shall I help you find 2 new ones? Smack. Bo Zhangrong slammed his palm onto the table. Nonsense, release them immediately. Bo Wang leisurely peeled an orange from the fruit platter on the table. Upon hearing this, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhi Ling, who was looking at him with concern, and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by release them? What does that have to do with me? Bo Jingrong truly wanted to stand up and punch him, but thinking of the missing Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing, he restrained his temper. The police discovered a suicide note in Zhang Ziyou's car. He had long harbored suicidal thoughts. Zhi Ling scolded him in his car previously, and he bore a grudge, wishing to take Zhi Ling down with him. Bo Jingrong said in a low voice, "Thus, this matter has nothing to do with Yunfei and Meiqing. Hurry up and release them. Yunfei has asthma and cannot withstand stress." She had never scolded Uncle Zhang. Lu Zhi Ling listened impassively, refraining from interjecting. After years of navigating the business world, Bo Jingrong could see through the intricacies of the matter. His words were merely an excuse to avoid thorough investigation and responsibility. Bo Wang peeled an entire orange, languidly stating, "Does it even matter? Even if my women were to sink into the river today, taking 2 lives, I wouldn't hold the 2 little mothers accountable." The sarcasm in those last 2 words was palpable. Bo Jingrong's face contorted with anger, struggling to suppress his fury. "If you truly think that way, would you have rushed home so hastily?" No wonder the matriarch valued Lu Zhi Ling so highly. Today he understood that she viewed Lu Zhi Ling as a leash for a wild wolf. "I came back to eat an orange." Bo Wang tore a segment of orange and popped it into his mouth, grimacing at the sourness. Bo Jingrong inhaled deeply and said, "Bo Wang, regardless of how you see it, they are the mothers of your younger siblings. Let us assume for a moment that this matter spreads. It would bring disgrace to the Bo family, and disgrace to the Bo family reflects on you." Bo Wang ate another segment of orange. "Then shall I send 2 people to assist you in the search?" "Bo Wang." Bo Jingrong stood up, unable to contain his anger any longer. "I have no patience for your games here. I demand to see Yunfei and Meiqing return before sunset today, otherwise, you can forget about inheriting your mother's remaining estate for the rest of your life." Bo Wang sat there, pausing in his peeling of the orange, lowering his head in contemplation. Lu Zhi Ling felt an unsettling anxiety. Ding Yujun's breathing became heavy. Jingrong, bang. Bo Wang stood up, forcefully slamming the orange onto the table, causing it to splatter. "You would trade my mother's inheritance for the lives of those 2 women? Do they deserve that?" Upon hearing this, an indescribable emotion flickered in Bo Jingrong's eyes. He gritted his teeth. "They must not die. Then rest assured, if it were my doing, I would ensure they do not perish." As he spoke, Bo Wang placed his hands on the table, coldly smiling at Bo Jingrong. The beads of the prayer bracelet on his wrist glistened with an aura of serenity, yet his words were slow and deliberately cruel. "If anyone touches my women, I will not let it be as simple as just dying." Bo Jingrong looked at him in disbelief. "What do you intend to do?" "I raise a pack of Tibetan mastiffs, raised on raw meat." Bo Wang replied leisurely. A chill swiftly enveloped the entire hall, leaving everyone feeling a shiver down their spines, their hair standing on end. Lu Zhi Ling gazed at Bo Wang's sharply defined profile, momentarily at a loss for words. "You dare?" Bo Jingrong's face stiffened. "What is there to fear, having grown up in a dog cage?" Bo Wang replied, suddenly breaking into a smile, "But do not worry, father, I am merely saying that if they were to fall into my hands." With that, Bo Wang straightened up and turned to leave. Only then did Bo Jingrong regain his composure, shouting at Butler Wendy and the bodyguards, "Subdue him, bind him." The bodyguards rushed forward. Lu Zhi Ling stood up, positioning herself behind Bo Wang. Bo Wang lowered his gaze at her, sheathing the gun he had just drawn from his waist. "My stomach suddenly hurts." Lu Zhi Ling feigned distress, clutching her abdomen as she leaned against Bo Wang, weakly saying, "I also feel dizzy." "Bo Wang, could you take me to the hospital for a checkup?" A pretentious woman. Bo Wang's smile deepened, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. "None shall leave today." Bo Jingrong could see through Lu Zhi Ling's intentions. Ding Yujun seized the moment to step forward. "What are you doing? Zhi Ling's pregnancy is very unstable. If she doesn't see a doctor, what will happen to my precious grandson? Take the young lady away." Bo Jingrong was exasperated, unwilling to engage with Ding Yujun. The only way to save Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing was to detain Bo Wang. Lu Zhi Ling stood before Bo Wang, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Bo Jingrong. "Father, Bo Wang is an adult. You cannot arbitrarily imprison his freedom." Both of them dared to be insolent in front of him. Bo Jingrong gritted his teeth in anger. "I am his father, do I not have that right? Even if the police come, they cannot take Bo Wang away without reason." Lu Zhi Ling argued, "Bo Wang has no motive to kidnap Enchu and Aunt Xia. Isn't your existence the reason?" Bo Jingrong glared at her, wishing he could administer a family discipline if she weren't such a fragile girl and pregnant. "How am I the reason?" Lu Zhi Ling asked, puzzled. "Are you referring to my near-drowning incident?" "But that was Uncle Zhang's doing. He wanted to kill me out of hatred." "Both Bo Wang and I clearly know that this has nothing to do with Enchu and Aunt Xia." Wi Wun-ti jumped to wild conclusions. She returned Bo Jingrong's words back to him. Bo Jingrong was left speechless, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. Ding Yujun rubbed her forehead. As a mother, it was not the right time to laugh. So eloquent. Bo Wang curled his lips, holding her even closer. "Father, I believe the most important thing right now is to unite our efforts in locating Enchu and Aunt Xia. We must not create chaos, as it will not aid in the search." Lu Zhi Ling's voice was soft and polite, leaving no room for error. Chapter 71 The Betrayal of the Reckless Mother. "Indeed, Bo Wang, after you return Lu Zhi Ling to the hospital, you should also send someone to search for her," Ding Yujun said as she rose to her feet. Bo Wang turned to embrace Lu Zhi Ling, but the gritted voice of Bo Jingrong echoed behind them. "Bo Wang, let me make this clear. If the 2 of them return safely, I shall overlook everything, but if not, prepare to face the consequences." Bo Wan's expression darkened, and he strode out in silence. Upon reaching the door, Ding Yujun pulled Zhi Ling from Bo Wan's arms, saying, "Wait a moment, I am gathering the items for the hospital stay. Zhi Ling, come with me to see what else we might need." Bo Wan cast a cold glance her way. "You might as well be straightforward and say you wish to dismiss me. Who does she think is a fool? In any case, just wait." Ding Yujun took Zhi Ling's hand and departed. Leaning against the car, Bo Wan suddenly circumvented it, opened the door, and seated himself inside. Zhi Ling surmised he would hardly possess the patience to await her, yet she too needed to converse with Ding Yujun, as their previous discussion had remained unfinished. Upon returning to Wutong Courtyard, Ding Yujun dismissed the servants and led Zhi Ling into the tea room where they had previously spoken. With some difficulty, Ding Yujun bent down to retrieve a large locked wooden chest from the bottom shelf of the tea cabinet. Zhi Ling assisted her, settling into a nearby rattan chair. Ding Yujun placed the chest on her lap, gazing deeply at Zhi Ling before affectionately stating, "Since you are willing to assist your grandmother, there are many matters regarding the Bo family that you must understand in order to perform your duties effectively." "Yes, please go ahead," Zhi Ling nodded, preparing herself to absorb the information. "Do you believe that Bo Wan's relationship with his father is quite dreadful, and that even with my presence, Bo Wan would find it difficult to become the heir?" Ding Yujun inquired with a smile, retrieving a set of various sized photographs from her pocket after unlocking the chest. In truth, Zhang Rong initially adored this eldest son immensely. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling was somewhat taken aback. It certainly did not appear that way at present. She accepted the stack of photographs, revealing a series of wedding pictures. In the images, the youthful and charismatic Bo Zhang Rong stood handsomely, while the young woman in a wedding gown beside him was breathtakingly beautiful. This was Bo Wan's mother, Qi Shui. She had thought that the former star Yu Yunfei was beautiful enough, yet she paled in comparison to Qi Shui, who, merely gazing into the distance, exuded an elegance akin to pure spring snow. Bo Zhang Rong's gaze never left her, and who could blame him? Do you know why both Bo Tang and Bo Zhang have Mo in their names, while Bo Wan, as the eldest son of the Bo family, does not? Ding Yujun spoke slowly. Why is that? Zhi Ling was curious yet had not given it much thought. A Wang is a delusion. Ding Yujun sighed as she reminisced. Years ago, the Qi family returned from country B. Our families had some past connections, and thus interactions were more frequent. Zhang Rong fell head over heels for Qi Shui at first sight, declaring he would marry no one else. The Qi family was quite agreeable to the match, yet Qi Shui declined, as she had a boyfriend in country B. Consequently, the young Zhang Rong engaged in many reckless antics. Zhi Ling did not expect Bo Zhang Rong to have such a side. Was it a case of relentless pursuit or forceful acquisition? Zhang Rong caused quite a scene at home, resorting to hunger strikes and self-harm, doing anything to frighten us, insisting he must marry Qi Shui. Ding Yujun shook her head. Your grandfather had a fiery temperament from his time in the military and refused to indulge his antics, nearly beating him to death with family discipline, yet Zhang Rong would not relent. Zhi Ling felt as if she were witnessing a grand drama unfold. At this juncture, Ding Yujun lowered her gaze. Eventually, I had no choice but to seek out Qi Shui, pleading with her to marry Zhang Rong. After a night of contemplation, she consented. So Bo Zhang Rong had forcibly ascended as the third party. Zhi Ling felt overwhelmed by the revelation. After the marriage, they initially fared quite well. Zhang Rong, having married the woman he adored, ceased his uproars and devoted himself to the family business. When Bo Wan was born, he was overjoyed, naming him Bo Qi, a homophone of Qi, symbolizing that Qi Shui would ultimately find refuge in his embrace. Ding Yujun reflected on the past with a bitter smile. At that time, I truly believed my request was justified, allowing the two children to find their true match, yet later, Zhang Rong discovered Qi Shui was clandestinely meeting her former boyfriend. Their quarrels became unbearable. And then what happened? Zhi Ling inquired. Then, Qi Shui desired to leave, but Zhang Rong refused. On the day she clandestinely booked a hotel room with that man, Zhang Rong changed Bo Wan's name, unwilling to let Qi Shui go, effectively imprisoning her at home, and they became a pair of resentful spouses. Ding Yujun looked at her, revealing the entirety of the past. On the day of the incident, Qi Shui was preparing to elope with the 5-year-old Bo Wan when their car plunged down a cliff, resulting in Qi Shui's immediate death, and Bo Wan subsequently lost all traces of her. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling suddenly felt the weight of the photographs in her hands. She returned them to the chest, at a loss for words. Everyone in the family believes that Zhang Rong despises Qi Shui for betraying him and harbors resentment towards this eldest son, rendering it impossible for him to entrust the Bo family to Bo Wang. Ding Yujun paused before continuing, yet I do not share that sentiment. Zhang Rong's feelings for Qi Shui are far too complex. You see, despite having sought one partner after another over the years, his family tree lists only Qi Shui as his wife. Zhi Ling nodded in agreement. Thus, I have always believed that as long as Bo Wang diligently fulfills his responsibilities, Zhang Rong will not deny him an opportunity, Ding Yujun asserted. The kettle in the tea room was boiling, the water gradually reaching a boil. Zhi Ling approached, switched off the power, and poured the water into the teacup, gently asking, if that is truly the case, then why does father insist that Bo Wang undertake those clandestine affairs for the Bo family? Startled, Ding Yujun gazed at her. Did Bo Wan tell you this? I deduced it, Zhi Ling replied. You are quite perceptive, Ding Yujun remarked. Following Qi Shui's unforeseen demise, her estate was distributed according to the law. Upon Bo Wang's return, I took the liberty of granting him his share, yet he still sought to retain Qi Shui's portion from his father, which his father refused. He proactively proposed a trade-off. So that was the case. Undertaking unsavory tasks for the Bo family in exchange for Chishue's remaining inheritance. Lu Zhi Ling furrowed her brow. Why would father consent to that? Did he not fear that something might happen to Bo Wang? I do not know. Perhaps at that time, no one could handle such matters better than Bo Wang. Ding Yujun sighed repeatedly, raising her gaze to look at her with earnest eyes. Zhi Ling, Bo Wang is currently traversing a path devoid of light or direction. Even if he reaches the end, he will find himself enveloped in darkness. You must help your grandmother pull him out. Chapter 72 Zhilong. You cannot fathom the depths of his suffering in the past. Zhilong served the brewed tea before Ding Yujun, articulating her thoughts. Without shares or a position in the consortium, it is exceedingly challenging for Bawang to make a name for himself. She gestured for Ding Yujun to offer Bawang something first. To her surprise, Ding Yujun responded with a bitter smile, her gaze dimming. Do you believe I haven't considered this? Bawang lacks the capability? Zhilong was momentarily taken aback. He disappeared for a full 15 years, during which he lived an entirely different life, one that allowed him to navigate the shadows with ease. Yet, when he reaches the light, he finds himself ensnared in thorns. Ding Yujun spoke with a pained expression, tears glistening in her eyes as her hand trembled slightly around the teacup. Zhilong, you have no idea how much he has endured. Exiting Wutong courtyard, Zhilong felt her steps grow heavy. Compared to the fragmented snippets she had overheard from Jiang Fuxing, today, Ding Yujun had divulged a more comprehensive account of Bo Wang's past. At the tender age of 5, he suffered a car accident that left him with brain damage and amnesia. A kind old woman took him in, only for him to be bullied by the village children. Within 6 months, the old woman suffered a stroke and was taken away by her children, leaving him to be sold to a family named Huang. The Huang couple ran a slaughterhouse, acquiring a free laborer at a modest price, thus initiating Bo Wang's 5-year ordeal of butchering by day and sleeping in a dog cage by night. When a fire consumed the Huang residence, he seized the opportunity to escape from his cage, wandering the streets of Beigang and surviving by begging. At 11, he entered an orphanage, facing exclusion and bullying. To secure basic necessities, he toiled at menial jobs meant for adults and befriended 2 companions, Suli and Tang Wei. At 14, he was incarcerated for theft. By 15, he and his friends left the orphanage, scraping by on low-wage gigs. At 16, he acknowledged a casino enforcer as his elder brother, marking the beginning of his life in the gambling underworld. At 18, Bawang caught the attention of the casino owner, who promoted him to a position of prominence. However, that same year, Suli deceived him into offending the owner, leading to a brutal punishment that forced him into becoming a male escort. At 19, Bawang transitioned to Beigang's largest casino, quickly establishing a formidable presence and becoming a well-known figure. At 20, his friend Tang Wei borrowed money from him, luring him into a deserted tunnel where he was ambushed by numerous thugs sent by his former employer and old brother, Suli. Bawang was mercilessly beaten, yet he managed to escape, drifting to Jiangbei and, in his near-death state, was reclaimed by the Bo family. This was a life Zhilong had never experienced, one she could scarcely imagine. Suddenly, she comprehended why Bawang had asked her whether she discerned if this place was heaven or hell. Had it been her, she would likely have perished amidst the blood-soaked slaughterhouses of Beigang long ago. As Zhilong advanced step by step, she lifted her gaze only to find Bawang's car still stationed there, leaving her momentarily stunned. After such a lengthy conversation with her grandmother, he had not departed? She halted, standing still as she glanced at the vehicle through the windshield. She met Bawang's dark, profound gaze. He leaned casually against the window, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. When Bawang returned to the Bo family, he was nearly 20 years old. Initially, he was somewhat close to me, but then your grandfather suddenly fell ill with dementia. In my attempts to care for him, I often forgot about Bawang, repeatedly leaving him outside. By the time I realized something was amiss, Bawang had ceased to seek me out. Bawang has endured too much betrayal. He finds it exceedingly difficult to trust others. The moment he senses any inconsistency, he will draw a line to keep you at bay. Yet now, he trusts you. Zhilong, the only one capable of pulling him back is you. Zhilong regarded Bawang, Ding Yujun's words echoing in her ears. Trust? Did he truly trust her? Then why did he enlist Li Minghui to monitor her? Was he afraid she would betray him like those from his past, causing him harm? She suppressed her thoughts, accepting her suitcase from the bodyguard behind her and walked to the front of the car, glancing down at the occupant within. She offered a faint smile. I assumed you had left. What is going on? Bawang inquired, directing his attention to the bodyguard brigade ahead. It was from my grandmother. She fears for my safety, Zhilong replied. Bawang scoffed dismissively. If someone truly wanted to harm you, not even an army could protect you. Zhilong acknowledged the validity of his statement. Uncle Zhang was an elder accustomed to the ways of the Bo family. If he intended to kill her, he would certainly do so without a hint of warning. Let us keep them for now. My grandmother mentioned that this group is trustworthy, and I lack the good fortune to rely on you every time I am in danger, she asserted. At her words, Bawang raised his gaze to scrutinize her, suddenly commanding, have them line up. Zhilong felt perplexed but straightened, prompting the bodyguards to form a line. The bodyguards, bewildered, complied and stood before the car. Bawang discarded his cigarette, his piercing eyes sweeping over each face, his lips curling into a cold smirk. He casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, tapping it lightly before speaking in a low voice. From the left, numbers 1, 4, 5, and 9 can stay. The rest are dismissed. Zhilong, standing outside with her suitcase, was taken aback by his words. Can you read faces? How do you discern loyalty? Bawang turned to her, regarding her as if she were a simpleton. In this world, who can claim absolute loyalty? Such naivety. Zhi Ling was momentarily speechless. Bao Wang reached to open the convertible's roof, his eyes still fixed on her as his cool voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The ones who remain have families and obligations. Should you find yourself in peril, I will ensure that all their loved ones accompany you to the grave, so your demise is not so suffocating. Oh, thank you, how considerate of you. The bodyguards turned pale at his words, a chill running down their spines, and those not selected stepped back cautiously. Zhi Ling requested one of the bodyguards to assist her in placing her suitcase in the back seat, then turned to take a seat in the passenger side. She fastened her seatbelt and turned to him earnestly. Bao Wang. Bao Wang tapped the steering wheel, igniting the engine. Speak. I cannot accompany you for long. During this limited time, I will never harm you or betray you, Zhi Ling declared, gazing intently at his profile, with defenses raised in constant scrutiny. He was weary, just as she was. If only he could let go. At her words, Bao Wang's fingers paused momentarily, then suddenly, he pressed the accelerator, the car shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. Zhi Ling quickly gripped her seatbelt. The car surged forward as if it had taken flight, arriving at the hospital in less than half an hour. Bao Wang pulled her from the vehicle, gripping her hand as they advanced. With a forceful kick, Bao Wang slammed the door to the ward open. Zhi Ling felt herself being turned around with a sudden tightness at her waist. Bao Wang pushed her against the closed door, wrapping his arms around her waist as he leaned down to claim her lips. There was no gentle tease, only an overwhelming desire for possession. Chapter 73. I'm done playing with you, do you understand? He forcefully pressed against her lips, brazenly savoring her soft sweetness, one hand gliding up her spine. Zhi Ling looked up in shock, her hand instinctively attempting to push him away, only to inadvertently brush against the hem of his shirt, her fingertips grazing the firm texture beneath. Ha! Bao Wang chuckled, a wicked and triumphant smile gracing his lips. So eager? With that, he leaned in to kiss her again, guiding her towards the hospital bed. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Zhi Ling urgently pushed him away. No, Bao Wang, we really can't. I said what I would do, and you dare to deny what you said? Bao Wang assumed she was still playing the game of desire and retreat, pulling her down onto the bed as he attempted to bite her lip. Zhi Ling, just once, and I'll help you get your revenge, how about that? Which word of that was ever uttered by her? Which word? Furthermore, the disappearance of Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing was indeed connected to him. Zhi Ling pondered her retort. Bao Wang rolled over, positioning himself atop her, seemingly aware of what she would say, and directly silenced her. Pregnant, right? Fine, I'll let you be on top. I won't press you down. Is this how a normal person avoids the risks of pregnancy? Zhi Ling placed her hands against his chest, desperately trying to maintain some distance between them, her typically gentle voice now tinged with urgency and a hint of breathlessness. Wait, Bao Wang, I have something to say to you. We can talk after. Bao Wang had no patience to wait for her to gather her thoughts, raising his hand to press her head down. With that pressure, Zhi Ling felt her head spin again, a wave of nausea surging up. Ugh, Bao Wang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon her. Zhi Ling quickly covered her mouth, breaking free from his embrace to rush into the bathroom, heaving violently. Once she finished, relief washed over her. Standing before the sink, she grabbed a cup to rinse her mouth and brushed her teeth. A tall shadow loomed beside her. You see me and you vomit? Bao Wang's eyes were filled with a murderous glare. With toothpaste foam in her mouth, Zhi Ling shook her head at him. Bao Wang coldly scrutinized her, suddenly letting out a chilling laugh before turning to leave. How could Zhi Ling let him go? She hurriedly rinsed her mouth and chased after him, grasping his wrist. Morning sickness is quite normal. Sometimes I get nauseous while walking on the street. It has nothing to do with you. Bao Wang glanced back, his gaze fierce, and suddenly, he seized her neck, pinning her against the wall. He leaned down, almost kissing her lips, yet devoid of the earlier intimacy, his voice low and menacing. This isn't the first time, Zhi Ling. Is this game of yours truly entertaining? I'm done playing with you, do you understand? Bao Wang tightened his grip before releasing her and walking away. Just as he took 2 steps, a pair of soft, slender arms wrapped around his waist. Bao Wang halted, looking down at the delicate hands clinging to him. Zhi Ling pressed her body against his back, her voice filled with melancholy. I truly am not playing hard to get. I genuinely hope you can find someone worthy of you, and what is it? Bao Wang asked coldly, not shaking off her grasp. In that moment, countless excuses raced through Zhi Ling's mind. She bit her lip. Moreover, I do not wish for you to witness my most humiliating side. The two of them sat down at a small white table by the window. Zhi Ling lowered her head, awkwardly presenting her phone to the man. Bao Wang glanced at her, then reached out to take the phone, which displayed various complications of pregnancy such as the risk of miscarriage in the 1st and 3rd trimesters, and how morning sickness could lead to urinary incontinence. Urinary incontinence. Bao Wang's gaze hardened as he lifted his eyes to meet hers. Zhi Ling felt even more embarrassed, her hands anxiously twisting together on the table. His gaze traveled down her face to her waist, realizing the implications of what had just occurred on the bed. Was it really so complicated to be pregnant? Go change your pants. Bao Wang instructed. Zhi Ling had not actually experienced that symptom, but in order to convince Bao Wang, she entered the bathroom to change into a new outfit before returning to the table, her head bowed in silence. After this incident, Bao Wang should have lost any desire for her. Smack. Bao Wang tossed the phone back onto the table, his expression less grim than before. What do you want to say to me? Hearing this, Zhi Ling secretly sighed in relief, looking up at him, and spoke each word deliberately. I do not wish to be merely the one who suffers. I want to fight back. Bao Wang fixed his gaze upon her. Alright, what do you want? Hands, feet, or perhaps organs, a heart, intestines? Lu Zhi Ling nearly succumbed to nausea again. She composed herself, gazing into his deep eyes, and spoke earnestly, rather than inflicting bodily harm for the fleeting pleasure of revenge, I wish to strike at their hearts. Go on. Bo Wan raised an eyebrow. Whoever seeks to harm me is targeting my belly. Lu Zhi Ling said, placing her hand on her flat abdomen, they desire the position of the heir to the Bo family, and I refuse to let them succeed. Bo Wan, you must take action. Bo Wang sat across from her, observing her in silence. If you do not secure that position and keep those with ulterior motives at bay, our child, even if safely born, will always be in danger. She continued. Bo Wang listened, chuckling softly, and replied lazily, why make it so complicated? If the child doesn't wish to live upon birth, so be it. If he does, I shall simply clear the obstacles from his path. What a trivial matter. What does it mean for a child to not want to live? What does it mean to just clear the obstacles? Would he continue to do the dirty work for his father and then for their child? No. Lu Zhi Ling stared into his eyes, asserting, as a father, you cannot be just a gun. Once the bullets are spent, you are rendered useless. You must be an indomitable skyscraper, shielding him from the storms until he comes of age. Bo Wang frowned, leaning forward slightly. What do you mean by once the bullets are spent? What are you questioning? That night, you begged for mercy, and I spared you. What kind of nonsense is this? Suddenly accelerating down the highway, Lu Zhi Ling felt somewhat speechless but still kindly replied, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? He inquired. I have less than 2 years to remain in the Bo family. Afterward, the only one by the child's side will be you. If you cannot ensure his safe upbringing, what will happen to him? As Bo Wan listened to her words, an inexplicable wave of irritation surged within him. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice, on what grounds do you say I cannot ensure his safe upbringing? Lu Zhi Ling looked at him, her tone gentle and soft, then allow me to speak plainly. Do not be angry. Chapter 74, you are pregnant, whose is it? Bo Wang remained silent. First and foremost, it is you who must recognize that you have never perceived this world as beautiful. With such a mindset, I worry about how long you can endure, she stated rather directly. Secondly, no one can navigate through darkness indefinitely, stumbling is an inevitable fate. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang could grasp the implications. A hint of derision played on his lips as he remarked, it seems the old lady did not summon you to pack her bags. What she cannot accomplish, she has summoned you to do. Are you so blind to your own shortcomings? With that, he rose, his smile vanishing, and a chilling coldness filled his gaze. If I were truly waiting for you to worry about me, I would have reincarnated 800 times already. Lu Zhi Ling also stood up, her demeanor resolute. If a person has never even brushed against the light, how can they claim that its warmth would surely scorch them? Are you insinuating that I lack courage? Bo Wan understood the underlying meaning of her words, his eyes growing particularly frigid. Yes, you are indeed afraid. Lu Zhi Ling straightened her back, her words piercing through the last remnants of his facade. That is why you hide in your comfort zone, afraid to step out. Yet, in truth, you do not relish this comfort zone, otherwise, you would not be unable to distinguish whether you were in heaven or hell. He could not discern, nor did he know if death was the best option, which is why he continued to live in despair. Anger flickered in the corners of Bo Wang's brows. Lu Zhi Ling watched his increasingly grim expression, her body involuntarily stiffening. This is the end. She took a deep breath and, without overthinking, dashed into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice softening once more. Bo Wang, let me accompany you and try, shall we? Don't you often find it dull? Just consider it my company to pass the time. The anger surged to the top of Bo Wang's head, and that sudden display of affection. He seized her hand, pulling her onto the bed and leaning over her, his hand slipping beneath her clothing to caress her waist, warm breath whispering in her ear, passing time, is it? Engaging in this to the point of death is far more intriguing, shall we give it a try? Lu Zhi Ling realized he was thoroughly infuriated, her body rigid and unable to speak. Observing her state, Bo Wan let out a cold laugh. Lu Zhi Ling, this is the extent of your courage. He made no move to harm her, turning away and striding out without a backward glance. Once he left, Lu Zhi Ling slowly sat up, exhaling a long, fearful breath. It seemed she had exaggerated her stance before the old lady. The following day, in Zhang Fuxing's hospital room. Lu Zhi Ling sat at the bedside, peeling an apple at Zhang Fuxing, having awakened, appeared particularly sorrowful, her eyes reddened several times. Uncle Zhang is usually such a good person, I can't believe he would commit such a foolish act. I do not know whether it was Lady Yu or Lady Xia who harbored such malice, harming you as well as Uncle Zhang. Regardless, the intentions of those two women are far from simple. Lu Zhi Ling handed the peeled apple to Zhang Fuxing. Would you like to eat? Zhang Fuxing, wiping her tears, suddenly spotted the apple being offered, and nearly choked. She silently pushed Lu Zhi Ying's hand away, reaching for an apple nearby, her throat constricted as she said, let me peel one for you instead. Lu Zhi Ying glanced at the apple in her hand, which resembled a juju more than an apple, feeling somewhat helpless. She truly was not adept at household chores throughout her life. She had learned many things from her family, yet she had never mastered the art of handling daily trifles. Miss, do you truly wish to contend with those ruthless women from the Bo family? On the other side of the hospital bed, Feng Zhen looked at Lu Zhi Ying with concern. You should heed my advice. We ought to leave. I do not wish to leave. Lu Zhi Ying was rather stubborn in her stance. But did you not say you could not persuade Bo Wang? You have already failed at the first step. Feng Zhen furrowed his brow. Indeed, she had stumbled at the first hurdle. Bo Wang had not agreed, rendering her powerless, yet she did not wish to concede. She still wanted to try again. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and she looked down to find a message from Ding Yujun. Zhi Ling, if Yu Yunfei and Xiao Meiqing do not return soon, Jingrong will donate Qi Shui's inheritance. There will surely be a fierce conflict between the father and son then. I know it is difficult for you, but please try again. Following was a string of addresses, presumably indicating Bo Wang's current location. If she could not manage Bo Wang, there would be no Jiangnan ancestral residence, and she would remain in constant peril. Her child would also have to face various storms upon birth. Lu Xiying bit her lip and stood up, declaring, I need to step out for a moment. Where do you think you're going while still in the hospital? Feng Zhen questioned in confusion. I have some matters to attend to. I will return once I finish. Lu Xiying departed. Bo Wang had run quite a distance, entering the sea. The sun shone brightly, and the speedboat skimmed across the boundless ocean, gradually approaching a massive white yacht ahead. Before they could draw near, Lu Xiying could already hear the raucous sounds of revelry from above. Men and women clad in bikinis and swim trunks were either drinking, taking photos, or engaging in intimate gestures without a hint of restraint. The speedboat halted. A man in floral swim trunks pulled down his sunglasses, glancing down at Lu Xiying, his eyes lighting up. A woman of exquisite grace, I like her. Who invited her? Why is she dressed so modestly? It's far too out of place. Shall I find you a bikini? A crowd of unfamiliar faces surrounded her. Lu Xiying cast a cold gaze, her voice indifferent. I am looking for Bo Wang. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils instantly widened in alarm. He turned to whisper to someone nearby, ask Jingo what the situation is she one of Wang Ji's people? They dared not act recklessly regarding matters related to Bo Wang. Before long, Zhi Jing emerged from within, leaning against the railing to look down, somewhat surprised. What brings you here, Boss Lu? I am looking for Bo Wang. Lu Xiying reiterated her request. Wang Gu is currently asleep. Why not come back another time? Zhi Jing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiying immediately understood that Bo Wang did not wish to see her. She wasted no words, leaning forward to grasp the lowest railing of the yacht. The speedboat and yacht bobbed on the sea, drawing close and then drifting apart, occasionally colliding lightly, while the depths below remained an unfathomable shade of deep blue. Lu Xiying's skirt fluttered gently as many approached, staring at her in astonishment. Zhi Jing frowned. Boss Lu, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of falling? Let me come aboard. Lu Xiying looked up at him. I am pregnant. You would not want me to cause a scene here, resulting in a tragic outcome, would you? Zhi Jing nearly spat out the drink he had just swallowed upon hearing this, hurriedly signaling for her to be brought aboard, even personally assisting her. Come on up, be careful not to fall. Lu Xiying stepped onto the yacht, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the crowd as she made her way through them. Zhi Jing hurriedly followed her. You're pregnant, whose is it? My husband's, Lu Xiying replied casually. What the hell, how long has it been? Zhi Jing was left dumbfounded. 2 months. 2 months, that meant it had been before the banquet at the Gong family. Zhi Jing hurried after her. Are you out of your mind to be with Wang Gu while pregnant? Does he know? Has she lost her senses? He knows. Zhi Jing was utterly stunned. He felt that Wang Gu had a taste for the peculiar, favoring women who were both wives and mistresses, yet he had no idea that Wang Ji's preferences had ventured into such a bizarre realm. Chapter 75 Did I give you face? Lu Xiying pushed open the door and stepped inside. The sun blazed outside, while the interior was shrouded in darkness akin to a nightclub, the mingled sense of smoke and alcohol making it difficult to keep her eyes open. A wave of nausea washed over her, covering her lips and nose. Lu Xiying squeezed her way through the throng of exuberant men and women, the cacophonous music seeming as though it would burst her eardrums. Wait, what do you need from Wang Gu? Zhi Jing finally reacted. It was evident that Wang Gu had not summoned her, suggesting that his initial enthusiasm had waned. While she had become overly eager, she likely remained unaware of Wang Ji's methods. Ignoring him, Lu Xiying pressed on, ultimately locating Bo Wang nestled in a corner amidst the chaotic lighting. Bo Wang reclined on a sofa, sound asleep, his head propped up by one hand. The light grazed his face, accentuating his handsome features and sharp contours, his collar casually undone, exuding a sense of unrestrained sensuality. A woman nearby cautiously unfurled a blanket and draped it over him. Bo Wang seemed to be in a deep slumber, unaware of his surroundings. Lu Xiying silently observed, and the woman instinctively turned her gaze towards her, hostility evident in her voice as she inquired, Who are you? And you, who might you be? Lu Xiying retorted. Hadn't Ding Yujun mentioned that he had no women around him? Surely this was a misunderstanding. Get lost, go away, Zhi Jing interjected, stepping forward to shoo the woman away. She pouted, reluctantly departing, having seized the opportunity to approach Bo Wang with great difficulty. Zhi Jing turned to Lu Xiying and, amidst the loud music, earnestly cautioned, Boss Lu, I truly admire you. Thus, I offer this sincere advice. The circle is merely a game, so do not rush in. The one who will ultimately suffer is yourself. It was rare for him to offer such earnest counsel to a woman. Lu Xiying glanced at the woman who stood a short distance away, fixated on her, then cast her gaze back to the sleeping Bo Wang, calmly stating, Very well, I shall not disturb him. I will wait until your gathering concludes. She was determined to speak with Bo Wang today. No, waiting here is futile. Wang Gu rarely finds time to sleep, and he won't awaken anytime soon. Zhi Ling attempted to persuade her to leave, but Lu Zhiying remained resolute, moving to an empty sofa to sit down and inserting the silent earplug she had brought. Zhi Ling was left speechless. If it were any other wealthy heir, her eagerness might have been acceptable, but her fixation on Bo Wang could truly lead to chaos even with the earplugs. The noise was still overwhelming, yet it was an improvement. Lu Zhiying sat in quietude, only to see the young woman clad in a daisy-patterned bikini approach Bo Wang once more, taking a seat beside him and casting a provocative glance in her direction. Lu Zhiying observed in silence, her expression inscrutable. How could she maintain such composure? It was evident that many feared Bo Wang, yet many also yearned to cling to him. The woman, contemplating this, gradually leaned closer to Bo Wang, her gaze fixated on his face with an almost obsessive intensity. Moments later, she retrieved a lipstick, twisting it open, flirtatiously tugging at Bo Wang's undone collar, and slowly drew a heart upon it. After completing her task, she lowered her head, preparing to leave a lip print. Bo Wang's eyes suddenly snapped open, his emotionless gaze fell upon the woman before him, then shifted to the lipstick mark on his collar. In the next instant, he seized the woman's hair and plunged her head into the nearby ice bucket. What the hell do you think you're doing? Ah, the woman screamed in horror. Her shrill cry shattered the revelry, prompting someone to hurriedly switch on the lights. The woman emerged from the ice bucket, her face smeared with blood. The onlookers regarded her in silence, none daring to approach. Fearful of provoking Bo Wang, she clutched her bloodied face and fled in tears. The music fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with stillness. Bo Wang leaned back, his expression unyielding, when suddenly, his gaze shifted to the right ahead, where he spotted Lu Zhiying sitting upright. Their eyes met. Lu Zhiying rose and approached him, while Zhi Ling shook his head in disbelief. She was truly stubborn, undeterred by the chaos. Lu Zhiying glanced at the items beside the ice bucket, picked up an open bottle of spirits, poured it onto a tissue, and then walked before Bo Wang, bending down to gently wipe the lipstick stain from his collar. Her actions were tender. Bo Wang lounged lazily on the sofa, his dark eyes fixed on her face, his lips pressed together, revealing no hint of emotion. The crowd exchanged glances, silently speculating about their relationship. May I have a moment to speak with you? Lu Zhiying inquired softly as she continued to dab at the lipstick. Ha! Bo Wang smirked derisively. Lu Zhiying, how did your audacity shrink to that of a child? She was too timid to share a bed with him yet dared to incessantly chatter before him. The lipstick mark faded gradually under her ministrations. Can't you reconsider what I said the other day? I genuinely believe you are dissatisfied with your current life. If so, why not attempt to change it? Is that not worth pursuing? She met his pitch-black gaze, speaking gently. Her courage was commendable. Bo Wang found himself somewhat impressed by her audacity. He raised his hand, gripping the nape of her neck, pulling her aside, and abruptly stood to hurl the ice bucket away. Bang! Ice scattered across the floor. He spoke casually, "Here, let us pave a path for Miss Lu." Wang was not in the mood to sleep today, he was ready to play. A throng of men surged with excitement, commanding the waitstaff to bring several buckets of ice, scattering the cubes across the ground to create a path of ice. The temperature plummeted. The ice, jagged and crystalline, sparkled like diamonds. Lu Zhiying looked on, her brow slightly furrowed, as Bo Wang, with palpable interest, gazed at her. "Come, walk across, I might consider it." If she walked over, her feet would surely suffer. She shook her head. "No, I cannot, I am pregnant." "Who gives you the right to refuse?" Bo Wang lifted his gaze, his expression icy as he regarded her. "Lu Zhiying, did I give you face? Or do you think that because I saved you once, you are now of some significance in my eyes?" "I do not think that way," Lu Zhiying replied. "Come on, beautiful, Wang Ji's demands are merely opportunities for you. It's just ice, after all, just take a walk." A group of men and women approached, grabbing Lu Zhiying and pushing her toward the icy path. "What are you doing? Let go." Lu Zhiying struggled, only to find her arms firmly grasped by two women. A man crouched down to remove her shoes. "Come on, you can't walk on ice in shoes. Go on, just walk once, and maybe Wengu will take you to a hotel, right? Ah, walk the ice, walk the ice." The crowd erupted in raucous laughter and shouts. "Let go of me." Lu Zhiying had not anticipated their antics would escalate to such absurdity. She fought desperately, her shoes slipping off. Turning to glance at Bo Wang, her brow knitted in concern. Bo Wang remained indifferent on the sofa, showing no inclination to rescue her. A chill gripped Lu Zhiying's heart. She had overstepped, she did not truly understand him. When he was in a good mood, he might go to great lengths to save her, but when he was displeased, he could just as easily bring about her downfall. Chapter 76. What, are you not going to fight anymore, reluctant? It was her fault. The old lady was also at fault. She had failed to draw out his abilities and instead found herself dragged into the depths of despair. "Come on." Someone shoved her, and Lu Zhiying stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She managed to steady herself with great effort. "Beautiful lady, this is rather unamusing. You sought out this door yourself, so why can't you handle it?" A man beside her crossed his arms and remarked. "Indeed, who do you think you are, some illustrious noble? What attitude are you putting on here? Brother Wang plays with you because he thinks highly of you. If you were sensible, you would strip down and lie on the ice to amuse Brother Wang. Strip. Strip, strip." A new round of jeering commenced. Zhi Ling glanced at Lu Zhiying, then at Bo Wang, hesitating to intervene. A few strands of hair clung messily to her face as she stood there, staring intently at Bo Wang for a long time before finally surrendering. So be it. She pushed past the people beside her, stepped into her shoes, and prepared to leave when a man with yellow hair suddenly yanked at her round collar. Before she could react, 2 blocks of ice were tossed into her. The fabric on her chest instantly soaked through, the chill seeping into her skin. Beautiful lady, let us play, this ice isn't cold. The man leered at her. Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement. Bo Wang watched, his eyes darkening abruptly at the humiliation and anger surged within him as Lu Jiang, her face pale, covered her chest with one hand and slapped the man with the other. Smack! The yellow-haired man was struck, leaving distinct red marks on his face, and he glared at Lu Jiang with uncontrollable rage, raising his hand. You filthy bitch, are you hitting me? Do you even know who I am? A fruit knife flew through the air, narrowly grazing her face before embedding itself in the man's palm. Ah! The man screamed in agony, hopping in place from the pain. The crowd fell silent. Zhi Ling turned in shock to Bo Wang, realizing that the knife had just been in front of him. Bo Wang sat there, his expression grim as he fixed his gaze on the man below. Lu Jiang, still unsatisfied with the humiliation, thoughtlessly yanked the knife from the man's palm. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face. The man's screams intensified, filled with sheer anguish. Lu Jiang discarded the knife and grabbed a wine bottle, hurling it at him. The man, weakened by pain, collapsed onto the scattered ice, his head striking the ground, blood spilling forth as he fell unconscious. This woman was fierce. The crowd dared not utter a word, their gazes shifting to Bo Wang, who remained seated, his expression unchanged, looking at the man on the ground as if he were a lowly insect. Wasn't he just playing with her? Why the sudden shift? Lu Jiang turned and walked into the nearby restroom, shutting the door to wash the blood from her face. She removed the ice, its coldness causing her to shiver. The fabric was wet and translucent. She grabbed a towel to wipe her face, but it was futile. Searching through the cabinet, Lu Jiang found a hairdryer, plugged it in, and aimed it at the fabric on her chest. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes slightly red. She blinked forcefully, stifling the humiliation that surged within her. After drying her dress, Lu Jiang took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped outside. The area had been cleared, only scattered ice and bloodstains remained. The lights had been turned off, casting a dim glow. Bo Wang sat there smoking, the smoke drifting lazily from his lips, mingling in the air. Lu Jiang approached quickly, standing before him and raising her hand. If it weren't for him instigating this, she wouldn't have endured such disgrace. Bo Wang lifted his gaze to her pale hand, his expression cold, his posture unchanged, not even raising an eyebrow. It was she who had sought him out, she who had been presumptuous, she who had brought this humiliation upon herself. He had saved her, and she still had to live under the thin family's roof. She could not afford to be enemies with someone like him, who played with lives so easily. This was far more terrifying than dealing with Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing. She wanted to live well. She could not fight. One by one, her delicate fingers retracted. She let her hands fall, clenching them tightly, trembling slightly. Bo Wang removed the cigarette from his mouth. What's wrong? Not going to fight? Reluctant. She replied dismissively, turning to leave, wishing to escape the shot at once. Bo Wang remained on the sofa, his sharply defined features betraying a slight rigidity. Enveloped in shadows, he appeared ghostly and enigmatic. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, but found it tasteless, tossing the cigarette to the ground, crushing it underfoot, staining the floor with crimson. As Lu Jiang stepped out, she was met with a cacophony of anguished screams. Turning her gaze, she saw a group of people at the railing, clutching a rope from which dangled the yellow-haired man. His hand, punctured and bleeding, stained the sea a deep crimson. The man bobbed in the water, his face contorted in a mask of terror and agony, his muffled cries resonating through the air. Truly clueless. Zhi Ling chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette. Do you think you can just guess Brother Wang's thoughts? What are you trying to be clever about? No one considered why he had been the only one to remain unharmed beside Brother Wang all these years. Lu Jiang listened, awakened to the reality. The old lady wanted her to be Bo Wang's savior, and she thought she could give it a try, but in truth, she had no idea what he truly thought. In the deep of night, within a spacious venue adorned with fluttering flags, the air was filled with raucous voices, and glaring beams of light illuminated the boxing ring at the center. Two boxers, battered and bloodied, continued to relentlessly assault one another. The audience, though not numerous, was composed of well-dressed young men, all clad in designer attire. What was taking place was not a legitimate boxing match. Instead, the crowd tossed various colored chips into the center, shouting exuberantly, hit him, why are you hesitating? Fight back, you coward. Did your mother die for you to fight so weakly? Countless chips rained down like raindrops, and insults echoed loudly into the boxing ring. The two boxers gradually began to tire, their punches growing weaker and more feeble. Suddenly, someone stood up, angrily exclaiming, "What's the difference between this and a catfight? Give them another shot." The two boxers exchanged fearful glances, shaking their heads in despair. But no one paid them any heed. The ringside doctor, donned in white gloves, bent down into the boxing ring, retrieving a syringe from his bag. The highest tier of the tiered seating was completely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Bo Wang leaned back in his chair, draped in a trench coat, his gaze fixated on the center, his eyes devoid of emotion, his thoughts wandering. You do not enjoy this comfort zone. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to discern whether this is paradise or hell. Let me accompany you to try it out, shall I? A soft voice intruded abruptly, unexpectedly piercing through his mind and enveloping his ears, drowning out the fervor of the crowd. Chapter 77 Midnight Assault on the Hospital Room. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Zhi Ling sat nearby, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene. At this rate, number 13 is going to end up dead today. In the center of the boxing ring, two fighters lay on the ground, fear evident in their retreating movements, while someone forcibly held them down. A doctor plunged a needle into their arms with force, the fighter's skin already marked with multiple puncture wounds. They won't die, will they? Zhi Ling remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, yet he lacked the compassion to intervene. Once one enters this arena, they must understand its rules. They won't, Bo Wang replied with an impassive expression. When a person's life is as wretched as that of a dog, their existence becomes resilient. Just like he once was. It was better to rely on one's own tenacity than to hope for someone to come to their rescue. Indeed, after receiving the injection, the two contestants shakily rose to their feet once more. Number 13's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles bulging as if they might burst, and he charged forward with a raised fist. Fight, number 13! Zhi Ling exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement. He was rooting for number 13 to win, and Bo Wang handed him his chips, casually tossing in 30 million. The cacophony of shouts in the venue threatened to shatter the ceiling. The two boxers on the ring were now blinded by rage, grappling with each other like wild beasts, tearing at one another with unrelenting ferocity. Number 13 smashed his head into his opponent, who promptly spat blood, losing a tooth before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Yes! Zhi Ling cheered, flashing a 5 to Bo Wang. Tonight, this money is going to multiply. They had struck gold. Earning multiples of their stake in a single night, Bo Wang remained unfazed, his posture unchanged. The victors howled with joy, while the vanquished hurled insults, clamoring to investigate the boxers' backgrounds. At that moment, no one knew whether the fighters lived or died. Bo Wang had long grown accustomed to such scenes. He stood up, grabbed his coat, and made his way outside. Zhi Ling, taken aback, shouted, "Brother Wang, let us celebrate. I'll open a couple of bottles of 92 from my father's winery. How does that sound?" "Uninteresting. I'm heading back," Bo Wang replied flatly, departing without a second glance. Zhi Ling stood frozen. Uninteresting? Where to? Home, so early, it's not even 3 yet. At 3 in the morning, in the Dijiang court, a sports car came to a stop in the rooftop garden. Compared to the raucous atmosphere of the venue, this place was as silent as a grave. Bo Wang stepped out of the car, traversing the garden until the glass door slid open automatically. As he approached, he suddenly glanced down to find a milky white gift box at his feet. Bo Wang regarded it coldly, lifting his foot to kick off the lid. Inside lay a bank card and a canister of tea, the latter adorned with a sticky note. He bent down, tearing off the note, which bore a few lines of elegant script. "Bo Wang. I apologize, I have overstepped my bounds these past few days. I have no right to criticize your actions, and I am truly sorry. I promise not to disturb you again. The card contains a sum to compensate for your car that sank, though I know it is insufficient. I will repay you gradually. Additionally, I have prepared a blend of calming tea, hoping it may benefit you. Zhi Ling." Bo Wang scrutinized the note, then lifted the tea canister, noticing through the transparent container that the tea had been neatly packaged into tea bags. The label displayed a careful inscription. Dosage instructions: 1 bag steeped in 250 milliliters of warm water, taken before bedtime, mildly warming, slightly sweet, wishing you pleasant dreams. Bo Wang stood there, fixated on the last 4 words, suddenly feeling an intense dryness on his lips. He instinctively licked them, then glanced at the paper in his hand, confirming it read "will not disturb" again, his expression darkening in an instant. Damn. Zhi Ling was lost in a dream, her brothers attempting to coax her into a shallow pool to catch fish. She, adorned in a lovely dress, stubbornly refused to enter. Her brothers rolled up their pant legs, leaping into the water with splashes, laughing, and teasing one another. Zhi Ling stood at the edge, watching, when suddenly a large, gleaming black fish leapt from the water, lunging toward her with its gaping mouth. Terrified, she screamed and fled, lifting her dress as she called for help, but her brothers were too engrossed in their merriment to notice her plight. The great fish relentlessly pursued her through the air, its gaze malevolent. She ran desperately, growing more fatigued, her breath becoming labored. How distressing. Zhi Ling awoke with a start, struggling against the darkness, only to find herself staring into a pair of malevolent eyes, causing her to shrink back in fear. She cried out, "Help!" only to have her mouth covered by a large hand. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted to her nostrils. The next moment, an irritated voice resonated above her. "It's me, why are you screaming?" Bo Wang loomed over her, his arm crossing to shield her, his expression etched with displeasure. Zhi Ling remained still, blinking a few times. Bo Wang finally withdrew his hand, supporting himself on either side of her. She looked at him in bewilderment, instinctively shrinking away. "What are you doing here?" Noticing her reaction, Bo Wang's eyes turned cold. "What, am I not allowed to come? I thought you were still angry." She replied softly, her long, dark hair cascading like water over the pillow, brushing against his fingertips. She felt a twinge of wariness. After the earlier turmoil, she was concerned that Bo Wang might perceive her as meddlesome and seek to retaliate. Thus, she had even penned an apology letter, hoping to restore their previous state of respectful distance. "Are you afraid of me?" He grasped her chin, displaying his displeasure, the beads on his wrist emitting a subtle, elegant fragrance, contrasting sharply with the hostility surrounding him. "I fear your anger," she quickly responded, her brown eyes cautiously studying him, her voice lowered as she feigned humility. "I understand my mistake now. I won't presume to interfere in your life again." "And then?" he inquired. "There is nothing more," she replied. At her words, Bo Wang's fingers tightened suddenly, making Zhi Ling wince as though her teeth might shatter under his pressure. He scoffed, "Zhi Ling, you're quite amusing, you do as you please, who gave you the audacity?" Who, indeed, was amusing. She had evaded confrontation. Was that not enough? Must he pursue her all the way to the hospital, intent on her destruction? She chose silence, pressing her lips together tightly. Bo Wang, refusing to yield to her wishes, pressed his thumb against her lower lip, forcing her to part her lips. "Did I tell you to be quiet? Enough." Zhi Ling pushed his hand away and sat up in the darkness, hugging her drawn-up legs, her voice as gentle as ever, devoid of any hint of anger. Bo Wang, I like you, perhaps too much for my own good, but I understood your meaning on the yacht. I truly do, and I promise I won't appear before you again. Suddenly, Bo Wang leaned in and kissed her fiercely, seizing her lips with a fervor that left her breathless. What madness was this? Zhi Ling attempted to struggle, but her wrists were ensnared, pinned behind her back, her body drawn closer, as if he sought to envelop her entirely in his embrace. Chapter 78 Inch Your blood is sweet, Zhi Ling. Bo Wang gazed intensely into her eyes, parting his lips to take a bite at the tip of her tongue. The metallic tang of blood blossomed between their lips, a mixture of ambiguity and fervor. Zhi Ling winced, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, yet Bo Wang's breath grew heavy with excitement at the taste of her blood, savoring it slowly. You truly have sweet blood, Zhi Ling, he murmured. In the stillness of the night, she could even hear the sound of him swallowing, an unsettling thrill. Her own breath became erratic. Ultimately, she ceased to struggle, her body softening against his chest, surrendering to his kiss. Once he had indulged enough, she pressed her lips tightly together, her injured tongue resting against the roof of her mouth, aching. His teeth were sharp. Were they akin to a dog's? Nestled in his embrace, Bo Wang observed her submissive demeanor, his thin lips curling into a smirk as he encircled her arms around his waist. The position suggested she was clinging to him, seeking his embrace. Zhi Ling found the situation overwhelming, yet she did not withdraw her hands, remaining nestled against him, akin to intimate lovers. His aura exuded a possessive dominance. The hospital room fell into a long silence. Suddenly, she heard his deep voice resonate above her. Do you still wish to try? A cryptic statement. Try what? To contend? A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes as she tilted her head back from his embrace, meeting his striking jawline. Have you changed your mind? Such a sudden turn of events? Bo Wang lowered his head, his dark eyes appearing even deeper in the dim light, regarding her in silence. A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhi Ling's mind. Regardless, his agreement to vie for the position of heir to the Bo family would be beneficial for both her and the child growing within her. With this in mind, she nestled closer into his embrace, holding him tightly, a smile gracing her lips as she joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Bo Wang felt a dryness in his throat from her embrace, raising his hand to support the back of her neck, preparing to kiss her again. "I will fetch you some water." Sensing his intentions, Zhi Ling quickly evaded, rising from the bed to turn on the lights. The bright illumination flooded the room. On a nearby small table lay some scattered tea leaves and empty tea bags, identical to those in the jar at his door. Bo Wang glanced over, unable to help but remark, "Are you attempting to poison me in bed?" "Poison?" Following his gaze, Zhi Ling understood his misunderstanding. She had prepared ample calming tea, intending to make some for others as well, as both Fengjin and Jiang Fuxing's parents struggled with insomnia. However, she could only smile as she continued, "I feared you would be put off by my tea, so I thought to package a little for Grandma. Perhaps you could drink it there." With that, she moved to the table to brew the tea. This thought process. Bo Wang observed her as she prepared the tea, finding her actions increasingly pleasing to the eye. The tea bag steeped easily, and Zhi Ling approached him with a cup. Bo Wang extended his hand to receive it, the gentle fragrance of jasmine wafted up with the steam. He lowered his head to take a sip, the rich flavor gliding down his throat. Zhi Ling stood there, beaming as she watched him. Though she was uncertain why he had suddenly changed his mind, it was undoubtedly a positive development. "Are you truly this happy?" Bo Wang raised his gaze to scrutinize her, making it seem as though she were about to claim the position of heir to the Bo family. "Yes, I am happy," Zhi Ling affirmed candidly, seizing the moment to inquire, "after I am discharged, may I move to Dijiangting?" Being closer would enable her to assist him better. Bo Wang paused in his tea drinking, his deep-set eyes fixated on her. "If you come to bed now, it would be quicker." The hospital bed was small, but sufficient. Why did he always twist her words? Was it her ambiguous phrasing, or did his mind dwell on inappropriate thoughts? Zhi Ling softly clarified, "I did not mean it that way. I would never shamelessly share a room with you. I simply wish to care for you up close." Bo Wang, seated on the bed, lifted his hand to tilt her chin upward. She slightly parted her lips, her tongue revealing a hint of crimson. "If I kiss you, would that ignite your desire to move in with me? Should I truly allow you to move in, would you not harbor deeper intentions?" His fingertips brushed over her lips, his voice heavy. "I understand you were merely jesting. I will not overthink it." She gazed at him, her eyes clear. "To me, you are single, not belonging to me. You must trust me, I am very much aware." She was indeed quite aware. Bo Wang found no comfort in her words, frowning as he handed her the empty cup. "As you wish." Since he had decided to let her try, he would play along. "Your house seems rather empty. May I purchase some furniture?" she inquired as she accepted the cup. "As you wish. A woman intent on taking every inch. Very well." Zhi Ling smiled as she reached for the blanket to cover him. "It is getting late. Do not return or rest early, and we shall talk tomorrow." With that, she did not wait for any response from him, turning to retrieve a thin blanket from the nearby cabinet, settling into the corner single sofa, extinguishing the light to nestle down and sleep. Bo Wang leaned against the headboard, the sudden darkness rendering his expression solemn for a brief moment. The bed, once seemingly adequate, now felt overwhelmingly empty. Damn it, had she come to steal his bed? He cast a glance at the figure in the corner, his lips moving slightly, yet ultimately, he said nothing and simply pulled the blanket over himself to sleep. Outside the window, the night gradually yielded to a faint light. The white curtains failed to completely obscure the light, and the tranquil hospital room began to brighten. Knock, knock. A gentle rap on the door echoed. Bo Wang, lying in bed, jolted awake, his hand instinctively reaching beneath his pillow to grasp his gun. The light flooded into his eyes. He was in the hospital. Peering out, he saw Zhi Ling rising from the sofa, tiptoeing to the door to open it. "Madam, I have come to check, doctor." Qin stood at the threshold. "Shoo." Zhi Ling softly interrupted him, casting a glance at the slumbering figure on the bed. "He's still asleep, let us speak outside." The door was closed softly, without a sound. Bo Wang withdrew his hand from beneath the pillow, adjusting his sleeping position to lie on his back, staring at the ceiling light. Moments later, he slowly closed his eyes, drifting back to sleep. When he awoke again, the hospital room was awash with light, a subtle floral fragrance wafting through the air. Bo Wang turned his head to find a yellow rose lying beside him, vibrant and bright, its thorns completely removed. He sat up with the rose in hand, his expression impassive as he regarded it. Zhi Ling was at the table, wrapping tea leaves, and upon seeing him awake, she offered a gentle smile. "Awake? What does this mean?" Bo Wang scrutinized her. "I picked it from the hospital garden." "I hope it brings you joy today," Zhi Ling replied with a smile. This was a private hospital, known for its compassionate philosophy, allowing patients to pick flowers to add a touch of color during their stay. "Is a single flower enough to uplift one's spirits?" Bo Wang scoffed lightly, twirling the rose between his fingers. "My aunt says it is. She adores gardening. She and my uncle fell in love over a flower. She believes that if one can wake up to a flower each day, their mood will improve throughout." Zhi Ling recounted, her laughter. "My aunt was so upset she cried." From her lengthy narrative, Bo Wang only caught 4 words: fell in love over a flower. Chapter 79. Is there truly nothing inexplicable about your wounds? Still alert, she decided to conceal the details for the time being. Bo Wang reached out to gently brush the petals, their lingering fragrance gracing her fingertips, her gaze softening. "Zhi Ling, Zhi Ling!" Zhang Fuxing exclaimed excitedly as she entered, clad in a hospital gown, holding up a yellow rose. "Is this from you?" "I saw it the moment I woke up. It's so fragrant and beautiful, thank you." Bo Wang glanced over, her expression darkening swiftly. "As long as you like it." Zhi Ling smiled. "I do. The hospital is filled with the scent of medicine, a hint of floral aroma is delightful." As Zhang Fuxing attempted to step further inside, she suddenly caught sight of the somber figure on the bed, causing her to recoil against the door. Master. What was he doing here?" Bo Wang sat upon the bed, one hand casually resting on her bent knee, her slanted eyes chillingly fixed on Zhang Fuxing. "Dispose of the flower." "Ah?" Zhang Fuxing stared, momentarily at a loss. Zhi Ling too looked questioningly at Bo Wang, who continued to fixate on the rose in Zhang Fuxing's grasp, issuing a single word command: "Throw it away." Zhang Fuxing, with a mournful expression, turned to Zhi Ling, who nodded subtly, signaling her not to provoke Bo Wang. Receiving the cue, Zhang Fuxing squatted to place the rose on the ground. I need to go for my 4 drip, I'm leaving now." With that, she bolted away as if pursued by someone. Zhi Ling turned to Bo Wang and inquired, "Do you dislike flowers, or is it just roses?" As they would likely spend more time together in the future, she felt it necessary to understand his preferences. Bo Wang descended from the bed, his long fingers relaxing, sending the rose tumbling to the floor. He lifted his foot and pressed down, crushing the petals beneath his heel. Zhi Ling observed in silence. He raised his gaze, his eyes dark with menace. "Zhi Ling, remember this, if what you give me resembles anything someone else has given, I shall refuse it." Not only would he refuse, but he would also destroy it. Such extremity weighed heavily on Zhi Ling's heart, yet she mustered a smile. "Understood, I won't make that mistake again." Bo Wang replied heavily. "By the way, there is something I must discuss." Zhi Ling moved aside and waved a makeup case before him. "Grandmother called me this morning and mentioned that father intends to donate mother's estate. I believe Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia should return." Bo Wang cast her a sidelong glance, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The sun cast mottled light upon the woods of the Divine Mountain, countless dapples illuminating the scene. Many of the Bo family, upon receiving the news, hurried to the Divine Mountain, pacing anxiously in the hall as they awaited updates. Those dispatched to search for answers returned empty-handed. Bo Jingrong sat in his study, propping his head with one hand, bloodshot eyes filled with frustration as he slammed his phone onto the desk. The plump butler, Wendy, stood opposite him, silently wiping his brow. "It's our incompetence. We were at a loss initially. The news of Madame Yu and Madame Xia's disappearance was kept under wraps, but suddenly, so many within the family are aware. Thankfully, only family members know. If such news were to spread nationwide, the Bo family would be utterly humiliated, but how long could they conceal the absence of 2 individuals? Bo Jingrong seethed with anger, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Where is Bo Wang? Wasn't he supposed to be followed? Was the eldest master someone they could simply track?" Fortunately, information from the hospital was still accessible. When Da's perspiration increased as he cautiously replied, "The eldest master spent the night in the young mistress's hospital room." "He has the leisure for that?" Bo Jingrong fumed. "Has he ventured anywhere else?" He had, but they couldn't keep up with him. Wendy lowered his head, refraining from speaking further. He understood Bo Jingrong's ire. The Bo family had just seized power in Fenglan district. Any misstep at this juncture was unacceptable. With that thought, Bo Jingrong resolved, find a lawyer and discuss the matter of the estate donation. "Understood." When Di, startled, hurriedly exited. Bo Jingrong, sitting at his desk, rubbed his temples, and after a prolonged moment, he closed his eyes, muttering bitterly to himself, "You rebel, and your son is a rebel too. Who among us shall not relent?" Suddenly, the door swung open forcefully, and Wen De rushed in just as Bo Jingrong was about to express his anger. Wen De shouted, "Sir, Madam Yu and Madam Xia have returned." At these words, Bo Jingrong instantly stood, his expression ashen. "Have their hands returned? Or their feet?" Wen De froze for 2 seconds before replying, They have returned." "Dead?" Bo Jingrong staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. To have 2 beloved acquaintances perish simultaneously. How could he explain that to the outside world? Observing his master in such a state, Wen De regained his composure. "They have returned alive, in good health, complete with all limbs and organs intact." Only then did Bo Jingrong realize his own uncharacteristic display of emotion. He cleared his throat and stepped out from behind the desk. As they exited the elevator, both family members had gathered in the hall, their expressions a mix of shock as they gazed towards the entrance. Bo Jingrong followed their gaze. A group of servants supported the pale, disheveled figures of Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing as they staggered in, their legs trembling and unable to support them without assistance. "Quick, help them sit down," someone called out. The 2 were gently placed onto a sofa. Xia Meiqing appeared as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide with terror, trembling as she clutched herself, while Yu Yunfei stared blankly ahead, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Wen De quickly handed over an asthma inhaler, but the moment Yu Yunfei caught sight of it, she screamed, "Ah ah ah ah." She leaped onto the sofa, clutching her head. No, I want tea, take it, I want tea." Xia Meiqing continuously bit her fingers, mumbling to herself, "My boyfriend is Bo Jingrong, my boyfriend is Bo Jingrong, he won tea, let you off, call Dr. Qin." Bo Jingrong commanded, stepping closer to the 2 women. "Yunfei, Meiqing, you are back now. There is no need to be afraid." At his words, the 2 women slowly lifted their heads, gazing at him in disbelief. After a few seconds, they simultaneously lunged towards him, crying out, "Jingrong, all right, it's all over now." Bo Jingrong comforted them, guiding them back to their seats. Only then did Yu Yunfei realize the number of people present in the household. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure, adjusting her posture to return to her usual gentle demeanor. Xia Meiqing too came to her senses, weeping as she threw herself back into Bo Jingrong's embrace. "Jingrong, I thought I would never see you again, I'm here." Bo Jingrong held her close, lowering his gaze to inspect her face, still harboring some doubts. "You truly have no inexplicable wounds on you?" Given Bo Wan's usual demeanor, she should be missing at least a kidney. Chapter 80. The suffering of Bo Wang. Xia Meiqing touched her heart, leaning against his embrace, shaking her head as she choked out, "There were no cuts, but those people are nothing but terrorists. They threw us into a snake-infested forest, surrounded by snakes, with the sounds of dogs barking outside. But you know I have an intense fear of snakes. If it weren't for thoughts of you and Xiaozhen, I wouldn't have made it this far." "I understand, and I will not allow you to suffer," Bo Jingrong reassured her, gently patting her back. Yu Yunfei sat nearby, observing how protective Bo Jingrong was of Xia Meiqing, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes, yet, when she raised her face again, it bore a gracious and gentle demeanor as she rationally remarked, "Jingrong, the captors wore hooded cloaks and white masks. Their origins remain unknown." Hooded cloaks and white masks, could it be the Living Dead organization? Upon hearing this, the second uncle slammed his cane down, exclaiming, "I told you it was Bo Wang. He is becoming increasingly unrestrained. What does Bo Wan want with Yunfei and Meiqing? Why would a family engage in such matters?" The crowd began to chatter amongst themselves. "You must avenge me, Jingrong," Xia Meiqing sobbed, her tear-streaked beauty evoking pity. Bo Jingrong's expression darkened, poised to react, when a frantic voice suddenly pierced the air, this is bad, the young master has been injured." Everyone looked up in shock to see Jiang Fusheng rushing in hurriedly. Moments later, Zhi Ling entered, supporting Bo Wang, stepping through a pool of sunlight. Bo Wang's short hair was in disarray, his handsome face marred by blood and bruises, his shirt slashed with countless cuts, soaked in blood to the point of obscuring its original color. Bo Jingrong was taken aback. While Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing were stunned, the entire family was in disbelief. What was the situation? The kidnapper was worse off than the 2 victims? Zhi Ling furrowed her brow as she helped Bo Wang settle into a nearby armchair, turning to Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing with a bittersweet smile. "It is fortunate that Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia are unharmed. It would not be in vain for Bo Wang to risk half his life." A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on her as if she were a celestial being. Bo Wang lounged back on the sofa, too tired to feign interest, merely observing Zhi Ling with intrigue. Clad in a tea-green long dress, Zhi Ling's gown was stained with blood, her hands similarly covered, a sight both shocking and distressing. Bo Wang, Ding Yujun and Bo Qinglin rushed in from outside. Ding Yujun's eyes reddened as she hurried to Bo Wang, reaching out to touch his face. "How could you have been so severely injured? Even if it was to save someone, you shouldn't have risked your life like this. If anything were to happen to you, how could I and your grandfather continue living?" As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she inadvertently smeared a streak of dark purple on his wound. Bo Wang gazed at her with indifference. "I'm not dead, let go." "Such a talented actor," she murmured. "Oh, my poor grandson." Ding Yujun lamented, continuing to dab at his injuries. "Madam, what do you mean by saving someone?" A voice broke the tension, unable to contain their curiosity. Ding Yujun wiped her tears and turned. "Do you not know? Yunfei and Meiqing returned thanks to Bo Wang. He ventured alone into the snake-infested forest and nearly lost his life." Yu Yunfei fell silent, and Xia Meiqing ceased her tears. How could they be unaware of this twist of events? They had been abruptly taken to the snake forest and then blindfolded and returned. When had Bo Wang rescued them, Bo Jingrong remained silent, while someone in the crowd, feeling utterly confused, remarked, but Yunfei said that those who kidnapped them were from the living dead. What living dead? Just because they wear hooded cloaks and white masks, they are immediately labeled as such? Ding Yujun retorted decisively. Moreover, even if they were the living dead, what connection does that have with our Bo Wang? Has Bo Wang registered with the relevant authorities, applied for a patent? Oh, dear lady, you certainly have a way with arguments. Bo Jingrong released Xia Meiqing, casting a heavy gaze upon Bo Wang's injuries. Did you risk your life to save them? Bo Wang, uninterested, lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. Lu Zhiling stood before him, her eyes calmly fixed on Bo Jingrong, softly stating, Father, to be frank, Bo Wang did not risk his life to save them, he did so to prove his innocence. Bo Jingrong's expression hardened. The moment Aunt Yu and Aunt Xiao went missing, everyone assumed it was Bo Wang's doing. I fail to comprehend the logic behind that, she continued, sweeping her gaze across the crowd. Logic, the logic is that you nearly drowned in the river, and soon after, they went missing. Tell us, how are we supposed to think otherwise? The second uncle remarked, eyeing Bo Wang's injuries. How could he still be playing with his phone? In your logic, does my near drowning indeed implicate Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia? Lu Zhiling coolly countered. At her words, Xia Meiqing immediately retorted, don't speak nonsense, why would I want to drown you, what benefit would I gain from that, my son is not the most favored in the Bo family. Yu Yunfei, rather than getting angry, adopted a nurturing tone as if addressing a wayward child. Jilin, do you truly believe Aunt Yu is that kind of person? How could I possibly engage in such actions? Her maid quickly chimed in, Madam Yu often has the kitchen prepare nourishing soups for the young mistress, she genuinely cares for her. Bo Wang and I certainly do not believe Aunt Yu and Aunt Xia are such individuals, but it seems the rest of the family does not share our faith, Lu Zhiling stated calmly. What? How did such a heavy accusation land upon them? When did they ever express doubt? Just as someone was about to retort, Lu Zhiling interjected, addressing Bo Jingrong, Father, many within the family harbor biases against Bo Wang due to his past. He can endure, but your prejudice is something he may find hard to withstand, regardless of how many injuries he bears. Bo Wang felt a shiver run through him, overwhelmed by the sentiment. Bo Jingrong's face stiffened. Jiang Fuxing glanced at Lu Zhiling and quickly tossed a cushion in front of Bo Jingrong. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Zhiling knelt down gracefully, her back straight, exuding elegance in her every gesture. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing exchanged glances, their expressions varied. What are you doing? Bo Jingrong furrowed his brow. Lu Zhiling, kneeling, met his gaze. Bo Wang has suffered too much injustice. Today, with the entire family present, I wish to request that you remove his and his mother's names from the family tree, retaining only their legal ties, to lessen the prejudice against him. At her words, Bo Jingrong's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? He would never consider removing those names. Even if Qi Shui's spirit descended to the underworld, she would not escape his grasp. The Bo family values the eldest son, yet everyone believes Bo Wang is unworthy of this position. At the slightest hint of trouble, suspicions fall upon him, as if all the family's misdeeds stem from him, yet where is the concrete evidence? Lu Zhiling questioned, still kneeling. Some attempted to counter her, only to realize the multitude of issues made it difficult to pinpoint a single thread to pull on. Even if they could, it seemed that, like today, they would find no evidence. Bo Wang's manipulations were fraught with flaws, yet they were also impeccably executed, leaving no room for error. Chapter 81. The dog that bites but does not bark. Lu Zhiling turned her gaze towards the elderly man standing beside her. Only by not being the eldest son of the Bo family in the familial sense can Bo Wang be assured, right, second uncle? Just moments ago, the second uncle had spoken with great authority, but now he found himself momentarily stunned by her question. If he were to affirm her statement, would he not be compelling Bo Jingrong to sever his paternal ties? What sort of reputation would that bestow upon him? Even if a severance were necessary, it could not originate from his lips. This Lu Zhiling was cleverly digging a pit for him to jump into. Contemplating this, the second uncle shot a somewhat indignant glare at Lu Zhiling. I believe Bo Wang does not exhibit the demeanor expected of an eldest son, but I have never suggested he should be removed from the family tree. I have always maintained that he should be well educated, learn diligently, and assume the responsibilities befitting the eldest son of the Bo family. Why did the conversation suddenly veer in this direction? Yu Yufei felt a jolt of alarm and, before she could redirect the topic, Ding Yujun interjected, that is a reasonable assertion. I share the same sentiment as Jingrong. Bo Wang is no longer a child. It is time for him to gain experience within the consortium. Few in the Bo family were foolish, and upon hearing this, they quickly grasped the implications, their astonishment palpable. Xia Meiqing nearly ground her teeth in frustration, realizing that this entire heroic rescue scenario was aimed at placing Bo Wang within the consortium. She glanced at Bo Jingrong, who sat there with an inscrutable expression, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Xia Meiqing rolled her eyes and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, while it is true that as the eldest son of the Bo family, Bo Wang should ideally gain experience within the consortium, no family fortune can withstand the loss of billions upon billions. When Bo Wang returned to the Bo family at the age of 20, Ding Yujun, driven by her affection for her grandson, had arranged for him to enter the consortium, resulting in catastrophic losses. At her words, Bo Wang suddenly raised his eyes to her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Xia Meiqing felt a chill run down her spine under his piercing stare and dared not speak further. Yu Yufei glanced at the kneeling Lu Zhiling and then at Ding Yujun, smiling as she said, "It would be beneficial for Bo Wang to join the consortium. Mother, the hotels and entertainment companies under my management are performing quite well, and he could easily oversee them. What do you think about selecting one for Bo Wang?" All of these enterprises were merely peripheral to the consortium, and how could she shamelessly propose such a thing? Ding Yujun's expression soured as she fixed her gaze on Bo Jingrong. Jingrong, today Bo Wang risked his life to save Yufei and Meiqing. Lu Zhiling remained motionless in her kneeling position. Bo Jingrong cast a somber glance at Bo Wang. "You will take full control of the entertainment company, within 2 months, as long as you achieve positive results, all shares of the company will belong to you." Yu Yufei looked at Bo Jingrong in astonishment. The major shares of the company were under her control. If Bo Wang were to accomplish anything, she would have to relinquish everything. A surge of anger coursed through her, yet she dared not publicly challenge Bo Jingrong. Ding Yujun disdained the entertainment company. The core of the Bo family's monopoly was not some trivial entertainment venture. How could they allow the eldest son to engage in such work? Nevertheless, Bo Jingrong's demands were not excessive, merely achieving positive results within 2 months. This was Bo Wang's first step, and perhaps a lower expectation was indeed a prudent choice. For a moment, she found herself at an impasse, glancing down at the kneeling Lu Zhiling, silently seeking her opinion. Lu Zhiling remained silent. Seeing this, Ding Yujun understood that she had acquiesced and thus stated, "Very well, then it shall be." Yu Yufei, seated there, felt a flicker of excitement in her eyes and then smiled as she remarked, "Wonderful. With Bo Wang assisting me, I will finally have some time to fly off and visit Bo Tang and Bo Yuan. I wonder how those 2 children are faring abroad." Departing, Lu Zhiling raised her gaze. Beside her, Xia Meiqing, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Clever indeed, off you go to avoid suspicion. Should any turmoil arise at home, you can distance yourself from it. Furthermore, even if Bo Wang were to become furious, he wouldn't be able to reach you in a hurry." Xia Meiqing was accustomed to being bold and outspoken. Her forthrightness had become second nature to the Bo family. Lu Zhiling, still kneeling, smiled gently as she urged, "Aunt Xia, please do not speak so of Aunt Yu. She is not of that character." Upon hearing this, Xia Meiqing's displeasure flared. Was Lu Zhiling defending Yu Yufei? Had she been bought off? Coldly, she retorted, "Lu Zhiling, while we may not see eye to eye, you must consider who is truly eager to act against you. Whose son has grown to covet Jingrong's position?" This was an unmistakable jab at Yu Yufei. Lu Zhiling, with a soft and measured tone, inquired, "Aunt Xia, are you so certain because you possess some knowledge?" Knowledge of what, one might ask. Was Xia Meiqing attempting to frame her with baseless accusations in front of the Bo family? Yu Yufei, typically patient, could no longer contain herself. She turned to Xia Meiqing, her voice tinged with indignation. "Xia Meiqing, you were always so combative, and I have refrained from holding it against you, but you cannot tarnish my reputation with such unfounded slander. You excel at using domineering bravado to mask your lack of guile, but are you truly devoid of cunning? The strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is quite clever." This implied that the near-fatal incident involving Lu Zhiling was orchestrated by Xia Meiqing, allowing her to eliminate a rival while shifting suspicion onto the more desperate Yu Yufei. Upon hearing this, Xia Meiqing exploded, rising from the sofa in a fury. "Yu Yufei, do not project your guilt onto me. Jingrong and I are genuinely in love. I care nothing for titles such as eldest son, unlike you, who, despite having been spurned by Jingrong, shamelessly clings on. What do you truly hope to achieve? Do you think no one understands? I share 2 children with Jingrong. You dare to claim that your love is genuine while destroying another's family?" Yu Yufei, embodying the gentle persona, spoke with a voice that, although not sharp, resonated with the anguish of a wronged noblewoman. "Family? How dare you flaunt your identity as Bo Yufei? I can barely bear to hear your name even inscribed in the Bo family genealogy." Xia Meiqing pressed, her words direct, leaving Yu Yufei pale with fury. "Enough of this bickering." Bo Jingrong's voice thundered, his face ashen with rage. Both Yu Yufei and Xia Meiqing froze at his outburst, fear evident in their expressions as they turned to him. Bo Jingrong was known for his strictness towards his children, yet he seldom imposed restrictions on the women around him. They were free to act as they pleased, and he would occasionally offer words of comfort if they threw tantrums. It was unexpected for him to erupt at them today. For a moment, neither dared to speak, silently taking their seats. Wait a moment, they usually exchanged playful banter in front of the Bo family. How had their conversation escalated to this level? Suddenly, both women realized the truth and turned to look at the kneeling Lu Zhiling, who sat upright and composed. It was her, the dog that bites but does not bark, appearing gentle and docile while adeptly sowing discord. Lu Zhiling maintained her calm demeanor, her posture dignified even in her kneeling position. Clap clap clap, the sharp sound of applause rang out unexpectedly. Lu Zhiling turned her head silently to see Bo Wang sitting there, a mocking smile on his face as he regarded the central figures of the scene, his bloodied hands clapping with fervor. "Marvelous," he remarked with a grin. Chapter 82. She removes his makeup. Lu Zhiling's eyelids twitched violently. He was indeed merely passing the time for her amusement, showing little concern for the struggle for power. At this moment, he even dared to provoke Bo Jingrong. Ding Yujun, flustered, quickly said, "Zhiling, get up, you're still carrying a baby." Accompany Bo Wang back to his room to rest. Dr. Qin is on his way. All right. Lu Zhiling hastily stood up and walked over to assist Bo Wang. Bo Wang cast her a sidelong glance as he rose, casually placing a hand on her shoulder, thereby leaning his entire weight upon her, exuding an air of feigned weakness. The onlookers exchanged doubtful glances. Could his injuries truly be that severe? Lu Zhiling grasped his arm with one hand and placed the other on his lower back, straining to support him as they made their exit. Suddenly, Bo Wang halted and turned to Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing. I almost forgot, you two must have endured quite a scare in the snake forest and have likely grown weary after all that commotion. I had the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you to try. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. He actually knew how to prepare nourishing soup. Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing exchanged puzzled glances as two servants approached, carrying a large clay pot that could encircle an adult's arm. Before the assembled guests, they lifted the lid, releasing a plume of steam that spiraled into the air. Inside the milky white broth, segments of black snake flesh floated, with a palm-sized snake head positioned centrally, its eyes fixed on Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing. Snake soup. Ah! Both women shrieked in terror. Xia Meiqing jumped up, clutching her head, trembling uncontrollably, while Yu Yunfei fared worse, gradually collapsing, her breathing becoming labored, nearly on the verge of fainting. The hall descended into chaos. Isn't anyone going to take this away? Bo Jingrong bellowed, exasperated. Bo Wang stood there, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. Ladies, do enjoy. This is far more nourishing than mutton soup. With that, he turned back, placing an arm around Lu Zhiling as they headed towards the elevator. Lu Zhiling felt a pang of concern that Bo Wang's sudden display might jeopardize her hard-won opportunity, but with Yu Yunfei having an asthma attack, Bo Jingrong was too preoccupied to reprimand them. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. With Ding Yujun present, he was unlikely to go back on his word. Downstairs, the uproar was deafening, while upstairs, the door closed, cutting off all machinations. Lu Zhiling felt the weight of his body nearly dislocating her shoulder. She gently released him and stepped aside to retrieve the makeup remover oil. When she turned back, Bo Wang had already discarded his tattered shirt into the trash, revealing a body marred by gruesome bloodstains, lending him an oddly fragmented beauty. Bo Wang strolled towards the bathroom, and Lu Zhiling called out, "Wait, remember to use the makeup remover oil while washing, otherwise, the residual cosmetics could harm your skin." Bo Wang cast her a disdainful glance. What a hassle. What could possibly be troublesome about that? Surely it was better than leaving a plethora of residues on his skin, with his face, body, and waist. Should he not take proper care of them? Lu Zhiling shook her head, preparing to return the remover oil. Suddenly, Bo Wang turned back. Are you going to wipe it for me? Ah. Lu Zhiling was momentarily taken aback. Bo Wang seized her wrist and pulled her into the bathroom. Inside, he casually perched on the edge of the bathtub, his hands resting on either side, his long legs extended forward, his gaze fixed intently on her as she fumbled at the sink. Lu Zhiling turned to face him, noting the blood covering his body, feeling hesitant to proceed. Why don't you rinse off first? I can help you afterward. Without a word, Bo Wang loosened his belt. Just like that, just like that. Lu Zhiling hurriedly interjected, taking a damp washcloth and moving beside him to wipe his face, moistening his skin. Bo Wang was surprisingly compliant, remaining still, fixated on her with an unwavering gaze. Lu Zhiling poured the makeup remover oil into her palms, rubbing them together to warm it before applying it to his face. Her soft hands glided over his skin, while Bo Wang's eyes roamed over her fair visage, lingering on her pursed red lips, before he suddenly remarked, "You played your role quite well." Initially delivering messages to the Bo family, she had bided her time until everyone had gathered before bringing Yu Yunfei and Xia Meiqing back. When doubts arose, with just a few words, she had crafted an image of him as a wronged hero, leaving the Bo family with no grounds for skepticism regarding his entry into the financial group. Even the usually domineering second uncle found himself at a loss for words. As she continued to apply the makeup remover oil, Lu Zhiling recounted, when my elder brother first joined the financial group, he was brash and reckless, offending many. Eventually, he learned to adapt his approach according to the company he kept. With the morally pretentious, he would vie for the moral high ground. With the shameless, he would outdo them in shamelessness. In essence, it was far more gratifying to defeat magic with magic. Second uncle, always flaunting his seniority, maintained an air of authority, and who would dare lightly bear the stigma of severing familial ties. Such a notion seemed profoundly unethical. As she spoke, her chin was suddenly grasped. Bo Wang leaned in, his eyes dark and intense, resembling an abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. Have you ever performed for me? So he had been waiting for this moment. Lu Zhiling felt a lump in her throat. She lowered her hands, meeting his gaze, and calmly countered, given my appearance today, do I seem particularly scheming and unappealing? Bo Wang scrutinized her for a while, observing the caution and trepidation in her eyes. He released her chin, dismissively saying, it doesn't matter, play as you wish, just don't let it affect me. If she did, she would be awaiting her doom. Lu Zhiling's heart sank further. She forced a smile, picking up the washcloth to gently cleanse the wounds on his face, meticulously wiping away the blood. Just the face? Bo Wang regarded her with a knowing look. Next, you can do it yourself, Lu Zhiling replied, replacing the washcloth with a fresh one, wetting it before offering it to him. I told you, I find it troublesome. Bo Wang refused to take it. Everything seemed to be a hassle for him. Lu Zhiling pressed her lips together and began to wipe his chest, first removing the easily accessible areas before applying the makeup remover oil. She lowered herself, inspecting the wounds on his chest closely, the oil seeping through her fingers as her palm gently pressed over the injuries, carefully blending it to cleanse the cosmetics. Bo Wang remained still, his body gradually tensing, his chest rising and falling more rapidly. In the stillness of the air, the sound of his breathing became the only discernible noise. Suddenly, Lu Zhiling found herself swept off her feet, and upon raising her gaze, she was met with Bo Wang's dangerously intense stare. In a flash of inspiration, she pretended to gag. Bo Wang swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, his brow furrowed. Are you allergic to men, you wretch at the slightest touch? Being pregnant was indeed a nuisance. Zhi Ling regarded him with innocent eyes. Get out. Bo Wang shoved her away and, if she continued, he would truly let himself indulge, disregarding anyone's fate. He would not allow her the chance to entice him. He stood and walked towards the inner shower stall, turning on the cold water at a low temperature, drenching himself completely. Chapter 83. Thus, her current objective is to manipulate Bo Wang. The air in the mountains is particularly refreshing. Today's temperature is somewhat low, with a faint mist wafting from the depths of the forest, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy embrace. Zhi Ling sits on the expansive platform at the back of the third floor, gazing into the distance at the undulating waves of green. Today, she intentionally provoked Yu Yunfei and Xiao Meiqing into a quarrel, hoping to discern who among them bears the semblance of the mastermind responsible for her plight. Yet, it is difficult to ascertain. Innocence and indignation at the accusations are flawlessly displayed by both women, with not a single flaw apparent. Either the true mastermind is not among them, or one of them is an exceptionally skilled actress. Patience is essential. In due time, the individual will reveal themselves. Zhi Ling mused quietly for a moment before lowering her head to search for information on her phone. Presently, the domestic entertainment industry is dominated by three major conglomerates. Qingyu, Wazishan, and SG Entertainment, which is under the auspices of the Bo family. SG is not a core industry for the Bo family. It encompasses numerous television stations, film and television dramas, web series, and variety shows, signing a plethora of singers and actors, embodying a hodgepodge of talent. However, it does not hold the position of a leader domestically, merely occupying the lowest tier among the three giants. Nevertheless, the Bo family remains indifferent to such standings, for the existence of this entertainment company serves a greater purpose beyond mere profit. It acts as a mouthpiece for controlling public opinion. Over the years, leveraging the Bo family's influence, Yu Yunfei has managed to make SG profitable, but that is the extent of it. Logically, Bo Wang, upon taking over, could achieve supposed success without exerting much effort, yet it is all a trap. The eldest son of the Bo family personally manages the small entertainment company. Should he falter, he risks being discarded. Should he perform adequately, he remains merely a peripheral figure within the Bo family. Only through notable achievements can Bo Wang hope to ascend within the consortium. But Zhi Ling gently tapped the glass table beside her, and her phone vibrated. It was an email from Ding Yujun. Zhi Ling, do not rush Bo Wang into achieving significant results, rather, assist him in enhancing his professional knowledge, enabling him to comprehend the nature of the company he is to manage. I have arranged for a teacher, and classes can commence at any time. Zhi Ling scrolled through the list. To her astonishment, it was a veritable who is who of industry leaders, spanning every facet, from television and film to theater, variety shows, the music industry, and even individuals from the cinema and journalism sectors. Could one possibly absorb all this knowledge at once? What if Bo Wang lacks the patience to learn? Rubbing her temples in mild frustration, she pondered her next steps when suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning, she saw the rotund butler, Wendy, bowing slightly. Madam, the sir requests your presence in the study. The study was uniquely designed, with light and shadow intermingling, exuding an air of profundity. Bo Jingrong sat at his desk, his expression stern. Zhi Ling approached and bowed her head. Father. Bo Jingrong's cold gaze pierced her, his voice icy white. Zhi Ling, do not presume yourself clever. Do not think that your little schemes can truly deceive my eyes. She had never intended to outsmart Bo Jingrong. Raising her gaze, her demeanor composed, she replied, you are correct, father. Bo Wang's injury is indeed fabricated. I merely replicated the wounds he sustained on Nanyang Road. At her words, Bo Jingrong's expression darkened. He was all too aware of her implications. Bo Wang had indeed suffered for the Bo family, a truth that could not be disputed. The paths of Zhi Ling and Bo Wang diverged completely. While he remained indifferent, she would repeatedly remind him that he is his father's son, that no matter the criticisms directed at him, he owed nothing to the Bo family, making it impossible for him to dismiss his responsibilities. After a long pause, Bo Jingrong spoke in a low voice, the Bo family values its eldest son, yet I am indifferent. In my eyes, whichever child demonstrates promise and can uphold the Bo family will inherit my position. Zhi Ling smiled. Thank you, father, for the opportunity. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Bo Jingrong snorted coldly. I know my son well, your tether to the wolf will not hold for long. A tether to the wolf, what an intriguing metaphor. Zhi Ling maintained her serene smile. One must at least attempt to discover the outcome. Confident and composed, she truly embodied the upbringing of the Liu family. Had the Liu family still been in existence, she would be more than a match for the son of the Bo family. Bo Jingrong chose not to comment further. You may leave. Very well. Zhi Ling nodded and turned to exit, her expression contemplative. Bo Jingrong's words felt like a suppression yet also ignited her fighting spirit. It appeared that, as the elder matriarch had surmised, Bo Jingrong's feelings toward Qishui were complex, thus rendering his feelings toward Bo Wang equally intricate. It was not merely disdain. If she could navigate this situation adeptly, Bo Wang still had a chance. Therefore, her current target is Bo Wang. Zhi Ling officially moved into the penthouse of Di Jiangting. Bo Wang's residence was bizarrely designed, seemingly merging all suites into an oversized living room, resulting in an absurdly spacious area. In contrast, there was only one true bedroom, with two additional rooms, one utterly bare, lacking even a bed, and the other inexplicably locked. A person of action, Zhi Ling was not one to procrastinate. Upon entering the penthouse, she immediately set to work. All the curtains in the house were drawn open, allowing the light that rightfully belonged to the expansive flat to flood in. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors were flung wide, and furniture was carried in piece by piece. A cream-colored dining table and chairs, pure white tableware placed atop placemats, and a small bouquet of freshly watered flowers graced the center of the dining table. Two pieces of artwork were hung on the walls, softening the stark coldness of the decor. Vegetables, fruits, and various ingredients were brought in alongside the refrigerator. A fish tank and potted plants were also introduced, bringing warmth to the space. A temporary raised platform was constructed in front of the long, arched windows, covered with a white short-haired rug, adorned with two lounge chairs and a floor lamp, casting a gentle, non-intrusive light. The deep gray walls were transformed into a library-style bookshelf, filled with an array of books, interspersed with art pieces and flowers for embellishment. A long, natural wood conference table was positioned before the bookshelf, with a computer perched atop it. Nearby, two mobile snack cabinets overflowed with an abundance of snacks and beverages. By the time she finished organizing, it was already evening. Zhi Ling stood on the south-facing terrace, gazing toward the southern direction of the Chang River, where myriad lights shimmered under the starry sky. Though she could not see the location of her hometown, she knew it lay in that direction. She indulged in the view for a while before taking out her phone to message Bo Wang. The nightlife, cloaked in silence, resembled a product from another realm. Here, pulsating music and electrifying dance reverberated, deafening sounds splashing onto the bodies of men and women, as the atmosphere thickened with an intoxicating haze of hormones. The nightlife had become tiresome for this circle of young aristocrats, prompting Zhi Ling to devise a new pastime, sitting in a corner of the venue donned in a bathrobe while enjoying a foot massage. Oh, what bliss! Zhi Ling reveled in the sensation, his features contorting in delight, as he lifted a cup of goji berry tea to sip, musing aloud, indeed, one must live healthily. One cannot solely rely on alcohol. The others nearby chuckled. Relaxing in a nightclub while sipping goji tea was indeed a novel approach to wellness. Brother Wang, would you like a cup of goji tea? Chapter 84. She fed him yogurt with fruit. Zhi Ling turned and shouted loudly, Bo Wang, you didn't soak your feet like the rest of us, you're sitting far away, pretending to be asleep. Suffering from chronic insomnia, he often tried to catch up on sleep but never truly could, leaving him in a state of perpetual restlessness. With his eyes half closed, Bo Wang gazed at the bizarre world before him, propping his head up with his slender fingers. Suddenly, he found it rather noisy, too noisy for him to drift off. After a moment, he retrieved his phone. It was a message from Zhi Ling sent 11 minutes ago. The house is tidied up, would you like to come and take a look? Home. Ah, yes, this woman intends to accompany him as the heir of the Bo family, live in his house, and even buy furniture like a thief, forcefully intruding into his life, eagerly showing off what she had taken. Fine, he would return to observe this little thief. Bo Wang rose to leave, and upon noticing, Zhi Ling hurriedly called out, where are you going, Wang go? It's too noisy, I'm leaving. Bo Wang didn't look back. Zhi Ling spat out a mouthful of goji berry tea, astonished. Wang Ge usually complained the venue was not loud enough. Today, he actually found it bothersome. What was going on? The car parked in the rooftop garden. Bo Wang tossed the car keys inside. As the floor-to-ceiling glass door opened, he swiftly drew the handgun from behind him. The ordinarily dark living room was now as bright as day, with vibrant red potted plants greeting him. A nearly 4-meter-long fish tank illuminated with light, its aquatic plants swaying gracefully, while a meticulously crafted model of the Titanic lay at the bottom, transforming the tank into an endless oceanic expanse where a school of fish swam around the ship. Living creatures. He was sustaining life within his house. Bo Wang's gaze darkened as he observed the scene when suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted, you're back? He turned to see Zhi Ling descending from a small platform covered in carpet, her face beaming with joy. She wore a newly bought white nightgown and held a bowl of fruit yogurt salad. What do you think? You don't dislike what I've arranged, do you? She approached him with light, buoyant steps, her expression hopeful, a smudge of yogurt lingering at the corner of her lips, clearly having enjoyed her meal. She stood before him as if she had been there for ages, her presence blending into his life seamlessly. Bo Wang fixated on her lips, his throat tightening. After a long silence, he returned the gun to its place, lifted his hand to press against her lips, his fingertips gently wiping away the yogurt stain, his gaze somber, his voice low and husky, you've taken quite a lot, haven't you? This house was becoming unrecognizable to him. What have I taken? Zhi Ling asked, puzzled. Bo Wang scrutinized her deeply, acknowledging this little thief. As he reached for the fruit skewer in her hand, she instinctively pulled her hand back. Do you want to try? I can get you a new one. This is the one I just used. Before she could finish, the skewer was snatched away by Bo Wang, who promptly popped a piece of mango into his mouth. It was delectably sweet. Have you eaten dinner yet? Zhi Ling, assuming he was merely hungry, said, I saved some dinner for you. Saved dinner. Bo Wang's eyes grew even darker. She led him to the dining area, and after a moment of silence upon seeing the extra dining table, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhi Ling served him a bowl of rice. Go ahead and eat. The table had an automatic heating function, and the leftover dishes would warm up shortly. Bo Wang picked up his chopsticks and began eating in silence. Zhi Ling watched him and asked, may I discuss matters regarding SG Entertainment with you? Go ahead, he replied, continuing to eat. For some reason, Zhi Ling felt he had suddenly become more talkative. She slipped on her slippers and dashed to the office area, returning shortly with a thick stack of documents, transitioning into a serious tone. Yu Yunfei's flight took off tonight. As Xiaomeiqing and I suspected, she left to distance herself. Therefore, she will undoubtedly plant some tricks within the company, so we must be cautious. As Bo Wang chewed on a piece of eggplant, he showed no sign of interrupting her. Zhi Ling continued, countering those schemes is one aspect. On the other hand, I believe we cannot merely maintain a facade of positivity. Even if you manage to enter the consortium, you won't be utilized in the short term. To make an impact, they had to achieve remarkable results, at least enough for Bo Jimrong and the Bo family to view him with new eyes. Bo Wang took another shrimp. I want soup. All right. Zhi Ling set down the documents and picked up a small bowl to serve him soup, obediently refusing to refuse his request. She placed the soup before him, and Bo Wang lifted it to drink, appearing to have quite an appetite. What do you think we should do to outperform Yunfei's earnings in 2 months? She inquired. Help others launder money, Bo Wang replied, casting her a steady glance as he drank a spoonful of soup. You truly are a rogue of exceptional talent. Zhi Ling maintained her smile. SG is your stepping stone into the consortium. This battle must be fought openly and aboveboard, leaving no trace for others to grasp. A scion of a prominent family should not engage in such activities. Bo Wang finished his last bite of rice, unfazed by her rebuttal, displaying an air of indifference. Zhi Ling cautiously continued, actually, my grandmother has contacted some veterans from the entertainment industry. I'd like to arrange for them to come tomorrow to discuss things. Would you be able to stay? At her words, Bo Wang's expression shifted slightly as he scoffed. Another lecture? Didn't the old lady tell you I'm not interested? His voice darkened abruptly at the end, casting a shadow over the room. She truly hadn't mentioned it. Zhi Ling felt somewhat stiffened. Bo Wang lifted his hand, his fingertips tracing gently from her jawline upward. If you truly wish to invite them over, I can't guarantee they won't leave missing a limb. Zhi Ling felt a wave of suffocating tension wash over her. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Can we pretend I never said anything? Please don't be angry. She hastily apologized, eagerly offering the yogurt fruit before him. Why not have some more fruit? It's all freshly picked. Bo Wang remained unmoved. Fearing his ire, Zhi Ling grabbed a nearby spoon, scooping a mix of yogurt and fruit to offer at his lips. Just have a little? Bo Wang's dark eyes fixated on her for a moment before he opened his mouth. It was impossible to claim he wasn't upset, but saying he was angry seemed overly dramatic. Zhi Ling smiled as she fed him. Is it delicious? Bo Wang remained silent, merely gazing at her as if she were the meal itself. Zhi Ling felt somewhat uneasy, yet she persisted, maintaining a smile befitting a devoted admirer. As the bowl of yogurt fruit dwindled, Bo Wang stood to leave. He did not rush her away, nor did he explode in fury. Zhi Ling exhaled in relief, immediately dialing Ding Yujun. Upon acquiring all the documents regarding Bo Wang's prior work with the consortium, she settled at the wooden long table before the computer, beginning to delve into the depths of Bo Wang's past shadows. Chapter 85. Do you regret accompanying me? The wealth of information on the computer is overwhelming. Bo Wang returned to the Bo family at the tender age of 20, and just months later, he was dispatched by Ding Yujun to oversee the real estate sector. This should have been a foolproof industry, yet Bo Wang fell prey to a cunning scheme, signing the wrong contract, which resulted in a staggering loss of over 10 billion for the Bo consortium, with subsequent repercussions that are difficult to quantify. During Bo Wang's tenure, Ding Yujun even arranged for industry titans to guide him. Zhi Ling scrolled through the study materials, her screen filled with specialized terminology, spanning from management to marketing and architecture, everything imaginable, with crucial content highlighted in red, brimming with valuable insights. If one could commit all this to memory, it would save countless missteps. Ding Yujun's intentions were undoubtedly sincere, yet Bo Wang's disinterest seemed rooted not in a lack of intelligence, but rather in his carefree disposition, opting to avoid the consortium altogether. Zhi Ling sensed an underlying issue. She reviewed several contracts previously signed by Bo Wang, where the lawyer had indicated the problematic areas. Oddly enough, these issues appeared rather conspicuous. How could Bo Wang have missed such pitfalls? In the stillness of the night, with soft light cascading onto the table, Zhi Ling felt her eyes growing weary. Suddenly, a possibility struck her. She printed out all the materials and contracts Bo Wang had studied, then settled onto a low couch to peruse them. Using a red pen, she circled her points of suspicion, and with each circle, her anxiety deepened. These crimson markings validated her suspicions. Had Bo Wang been ensnared in a web of shadows throughout his life? Why was everyone so meticulously orchestrating schemes against him? What are you doing? A tall shadow suddenly loomed over her. Startled, Zhi Ling looked up to find Bo Wang beside her, clad in comfortable pants, his upper body bare, a towel draped over his damp hair. Previously, she had turned a blind eye to his audacity, but now, fully aware that she could see. Zhi Ling forcibly diverted her gaze from his sensuous, still moist waistline, clutching her materials tightly. Bo Wang sat beside her on the blanket, snatching the documents from her grasp with a single glance, his gaze fixed. What are you looking at these for? Zhi Ling, her expression somewhat conflicted, replied, you mentioned that you dislike lectures, so I wanted to understand why. Bo Wang removed the towel from his head, staring at her with inscrutable depth. And what do you think that reason is? His tone, devoid of emotion, sent a chill down her spine. Because you've been schemed against. Zhi Ling opened her materials. Within these study materials, there are some misspellings that can be deciphered, not affecting the overall meaning of the sentences, but once it comes to contracts, homophones with different strokes convey entirely different meanings. Continue, Bo Wang urged. Bo Wang, do you not recognize many characters? She hesitantly inquired. This was a perfectly crafted trap targeting Bo Wang. Some misspellings are easily recognizable to an average person, who would not fall for them. Only someone with limited literacy would confuse many similar-looking characters. Having been exposed to these errors repeatedly, he might misinterpret them in the context of the contract. Not perceiving any issues, such meticulous scheming likely meant that at the time of signing, his lawyer was either complicit or absent, leaving him to discern the details alone. Bo Wang sat beside her, his elongated eyes gazing into hers, and after a moment, he chuckled. How many characters do you think someone who has never attended a class would recognize? Zhi Ling stared at him, taken aback. Bo Wang's hand reached out, sinking into the soft couch, his body leaning closer to hers, his handsome visage looming before her with a dangerous tone. Do you regret accompanying me? Water droplets from his short hair silently dripped down, his eyes dark and shimmering. The air hung thick with tension. Zhi Ling gazed at his striking brows, suddenly reminded of a nature documentary she had watched. Eye on it, a wolf, bloodied and battered to the brink of death, still displayed a fierce demeanor, as if to assert its strength despite its imminent collapse. She picked up the towel from the blanket and, under his somber gaze, gently rubbed it over his head. Bo Wang froze, motionless as he watched her. The soft glow from the floor lamp obscured her features. Zhi Ling tenderly dried his hair, softly saying, "You might consider my words somewhat hypocritical, but I truly believe you are remarkable. Despite having a weak foundation, you strive so hard to understand those materials. If you weren't so earnest, you wouldn't have fallen into that trap when signing the contract." It was Ding Yujun's miscalculation. A building cannot rise without a solid foundation. Rushing to erect a skyscraper is a recipe for disaster. Remarkable? Bo Wang sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhi Ling, do you truly believe me a child? Did she think he would fall for her sweet words? Bo Wang, during the time before I leave, allow me to treat you like a child, to pamper you, she insisted, meeting his gaze earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang's eyes darkened. He raised a hand to grip the back of her neck, leaning in slowly, his eyes fixated on her lips. Warm breath brushed against her face. A heated kiss descended. Zhi Ling, are you still awake? It's quite late, you should go to sleep. A drowsy voice interrupted. Bo Wang turned in disbelief to see Jiang Fuxing emerging with tousled hair, groggily searching for someone. Their eyes met. Jiang Fuxing's expression widened in horror, then she screamed, what had she stumbled upon? Bo Wang's blood ran cold as he turned to glare at the person in his arms. Why is she here? She has been here all along. She made dinner, came the nonchalant response. Was there anything peculiar about that? Zhi Ling added, Grandma asked Fuxing to take care of me. She'll be staying in that empty room with me, so she won't disturb you. She is staying with you? Bo Wang thought he must have misheard. Yes, there is only one empty room. Jiang Fuxing could only share it with her. So, she was implying that if there were 2 rooms, they would each have one. What had she just said about pampering him like a child? Oh, right, indeed, who would indulge a child in bed? It was he who had overthought it. Tell her to leave. Bo Wang's gaze darkened as he glared at her, his expression increasingly grim. Jiang Fuxing stood there in terror, and upon hearing his command, she turned and fled. Zhi Ling furrowed her brows and said, No, it's the middle of the night, it's unsafe for her to go back alone. Can she stay just for tonight? She hadn't anticipated his strong reaction to Jiang Fuxing's presence. Bo Wang glared fiercely at her, and Zhi Ling quickly reached out again to dry his hair. Just for one night, please? Fine, Bo Wang gritted through clenched teeth. Do you think I, Bo Wang, am begging you? Chapter 86. A desire to tie her up with a string. She sleeps wherever she pleases. What reason is there to plead for Jiang Fuxing to return? Zhi Ling, perplexed, tenderly dried his hair and brewed him a cup of soothing herbal tea, escorting him back to his room to rest. Bang! Bo Wang slammed the door shut with a thunderous crash. Upon returning to her newly moved-in bedroom, Jiang Fuxing was crouched on the floor, frantically packing her belongings, muttering to herself, it's over, I'm finished. Not quite, Bo Wang has agreed that you can return tomorrow, Zhi Ling replied with a smile, handing her the calming tea. Drink this to ease your nerves. Jiang Fuxing attempted to sit on the edge of the bed to drink the tea, but Zhi Ling pulled her over to a nearby chair instead. Her hands trembled violently as she sipped, and Zhi Ling, seated on the bed, smiled with a hint of exasperation. It's really nothing to worry about. She didn't wish to tremble either. Jiang Fuxing looked at her with a sorrowful expression. Does the young master want to share a room with you, thinking I'm an eyesore? Given that look earlier, she suspected the young master might come over and kick her out. At her words, Zhi Ling paused, then replied, that's unlikely. Bo Wang seemed to act on whims. He had previously shown no desire to attend the family banquet, yet suddenly he went. He had no interest in the position of heir to the Bo family, yet agreed to her request in the middle of the night at the hospital. At times, his desires for her were spontaneous, yet when they shared a room, she found herself on the sofa. Such a person would surely grow weary of sharing a bed daily, wouldn't he? He was not one to settle into a conventional married life. Really? Indeed, it could be that I have already moved in, and with you added to the mix, he prefers not to have too many disturbances in his life, Zhi Ling said. Jiang Fuxing finished the entire cup of tea, then slowly made her way to the bed, wrapping herself in the quilt, still trembling with trepidation. Stop worrying, think of something pleasant instead, Zhi Ling consoled her. Did you catch a glimpse of Bo Wang's physique? It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? That waist, simply beyond words. Every time she saw it, she had to consciously avert her gaze. Jiang Fuxing nearly jumped out of bed. Do you think I have the audacity? She could hardly dare to look at the young master's physique, let alone his chiseled abs. Then you truly missed out, Zhi Ling lamented slightly. Jiang Fuxing, exasperated, replied, Zhi Ling, that's your husband we're talking about. Is it even appropriate to mention missing out on her husband's physique in front of others? Husband? She had never considered Bo Wang as her husband. They had a contract from the very beginning. Zhi Ling cast a glance at the ring on her ring finger. Much like this wedding band, she was fully aware it was merely a temporary adornment on her hand. How could she ever entertain the notion of being its rightful owner? She patted Jiang Fuxing. Alright, since you were so terrified of Bo Wang, starting tomorrow, follow Uncle Feng and help me manage the tea house, and also, assist me in purchasing that motorcycle. Regardless of her actions, her ultimate aim was to bring the old heirlooms back to the Lu family. Alright, let us hurry and sleep, Jiang Fuxing nodded vigorously. She truly did not wish to stay any longer. Only Lu Zhi Ling could face the young master with such composure. She could not, absolutely not. Lu Zhi Ling turned off the lights and lay down, plunging the room into darkness. After a while, Jiang Fuxing's voice broke the silence. Zhi Ling, you're so soft. If I were the young master, I would hold you in my arms every night. Shut up and sleep. Lu Zhi Ling responded with a hint of helplessness. In the morning, Bo Wang lay sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, the blanket draped over his waist, revealing the suggestive lines of his back muscles. A melodious tune wafted through the air, subtle yet soothing. He listened with his eyes closed for a while, then rose from the bed, following the sound outside, ultimately discovering Lu Zhi Ling seated before a guzheng on the south-facing terrace. She had her face slightly turned, long hair tucked behind her ear, her hands, adorned with finger caps, gracefully plucking the strings. The soft, sheer sleeves of her garment fluttered gently, exuding a serene beauty that could tranquilize the heart. Bathed in sunlight, she appeared enveloped in an almost surreal glow. In the distance, the sound of a steamboat echoed across the clear river, seemingly both far and near. For a moment, Bo Wang found himself lost in thought. After a while, Lu Zhi Ling paused, feeling that the notes were slightly amiss. Catching a glimpse of him in her peripheral vision, she placed her hands on the guzheng, turned to him, and smiled sweetly. Good morning. Bo Wang's gaze deepened, suddenly feeling a bit hungry. Lu Zhi Ling assessed his flawless physique with a hint of exasperation. Would it be a crime to wear a shirt at home? Her gaze fled from him as she said, the temperature isn't too high today. Be careful not to catch a cold. What are you playing that for? Bo Wang glanced at the guzheng behind her. You know how to play an instrument? My grandmother gifted me this guzheng. I just play around with it. Am I disturbing you? Lu Zhi Ling asked with a smile. Not at all. Bo Wang remained silent, turning away. Lu Zhi Ling followed him inside. Go wash up and get dressed. I'll heat up breakfast, and we can eat together in a bit? He replied lazily, lifting his foot back to his room. When he emerged, breakfast had already been warmed. Lu Zhi Ling sat quietly at the table, peeling a boiled egg with delicate fingers, meticulously removing the shell with focused intent. Once finished, she naturally handed the egg to him. Bo Wang took a bite and glanced at the breakfast spread on the table. Did you make this? Fuxing made it. She left after finishing, Lu Zhi Ling replied, picking up a spoon to begin eating porridge. They sat in quietude at the dining table, enjoying their meal, while Bo Wang glanced at the vase, which now held a new bouquet of fresh flowers. It seemed to have taken on a semblance of life. After finishing breakfast, Lu Zhi Ling seized the right moment to take out her phone. Bo Wang, how about playing a game? Bo Wang took the phone. The screen displayed a colorful interface, clearly a child's game. He clicked start, and a mechanical voice chimed from the phone. Little friend, please click on the word you hear. Yao. Bo Wang raised his eyes to glare at her. Lu Zhi Ling, if you truly wish to die, you don't need to go to such lengths. I can easily accommodate you. I am exceptionally benevolent. Indeed, you are the kindest in the world. This is a vocabulary assessment software. It will help you clearly grasp your current level. Nonsense. Bo Wang averted his gaze and tossed the phone aside. Lu Zhi Ling hastily caught it, clasping her hands together in supplication, looking at him with soft eyes. Just a quick game, please? Just this once. If she couldn't even pass this literacy test, then she would truly struggle in everything else. Bo Wang gazed into her watery eyes, his expression darkening. He shifted the beads on his wrist. If you want me to test you, then you must meow like a cat. Where did he develop such a peculiar sense of humor? Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it. He did not press her. She would do it. It was just meowing like a cat. She could endure it. She formed her right hand into a fist and slowly raised it to her cheek, tilting her head slightly, long hair cascading down, her eyes clear and bright, a stiff smile forming. Meow. The sound was as soft as silk. Bo Wang squinted, his tongue grazing his teeth, yearning to find a string to tie her up and keep her confined within the house. No, he wanted to keep her in bed. Chapter 87. She guides him in practicing calligraphy. It was a rather awkward encounter. After finishing her sentence, Lu Zhi Ling retracted her hand and silently handed over her phone. Bo Wang stared at her for quite some time before accepting it, tapping away on the screen. The phone was filled with cheerful voices addressing him as little friend. Bo Wang's fingers danced swiftly across the screen. After completing a myriad of questions, a jubilant female voice emanated from the phone. Little friend, congratulations on completing all the questions. Your literacy level is approximately 400 characters, quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, my foot. Bo Wang contemplated smashing the phone, but Lu Zhi Ling swiftly reached over to reclaim it, gazing at him with admiration. So, your literacy level is indeed 400 characters. But I thought you hadn't attended school. Have you really learned all these characters by yourself? Bo Wang fixed her with a silent stare. She smiled brightly. With your abilities, building a foundation should be a piece of cake for you. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang stood up, pressing one hand against the table as he leaned closer to her, his gaze cold and menacing. Lu Zhi Ling, do you enjoy blowing smoke? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The servants of the Bo family were all more educated than he was. Was she mocking him? I am not flattering you. Lu Zhi Ling met his gaze earnestly. Yes, recognizing characters is not extraordinary. With a teacher, any normal person could do it, but you taught yourself without any guidance, and I truly admire that. Her eyes and voice exhibited no trace of insincerity. Years ago, her elder brother used to encourage her studies in a similar manner, praising her as if she were the brightest person in the world. His expression softened slightly. With your capabilities, if you simply dedicate a little effort, your literacy will surely improve, and you will no longer suffer from such disadvantages. You wish to tutor me? He discerned her intention. Yes. Your education ceased at 15. After that age, she had lost her sight and had not pursued further learning. A semi-literate attempting to teach a complete illiterate. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling blinked twice and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, my educational background is rather limited. I didn't even finish the youth class at K University. Therefore, I can only provide you with a rudimentary foundation. I hope you won't mind. A youth class? She hadn't even completed secondary school. How could she claim any connection to a university? Bo Wang found this puzzling, leaning against the edge of the dining table to search for the meaning of a youth class. After a moment, he was taken aback, fearing his refusal. Zhi Ling stood up and began guiding him towards his conference table, speaking as she walked. I believe the fastest way to memorize characters is not by reading but by writing. Therefore, I have prepared some practice sheets for you. Do take a look. A stack of practice sheets lay neatly arranged on the table, featuring characters starting from the basic strokes, alongside a phonetic learning machine, an entire setup reminiscent of a children's teaching mode. I initially thought that establishing a foundation should involve using elementary textbooks, but then I considered how capable you are. You've managed to grasp management and architecture concepts quite adeptly. Elementary materials would be trivial for you. Zhi Ling stood beside him, showering him with praise. Thus, I have transformed some of SG's business content into practice sheets, allowing you to familiarize yourself with SG while you practice. 2 birds with 1 stone. Bo Wang stood before the table, casually flipping through the heavy practice sheets. Do you expect me to write all of these? Had she lost her mind? Not at all. Write as much as you can, the remainder can serve as reference material. As she spoke, Zhi Ling pulled over a snack cart. I have prepared some snacks and drinks. If you feel tired, you can take a break, watch a movie to relax, and there's even a massage chair nearby. Bo Wang sensed something was amiss, yet he found himself oddly comfortable, as if he had seen a ghost. Fine that he would indulge her for a while. After all, he was weary of Ji Jing's routine. Noticing he had not exploded in anger, Zhi Ling removed the cap from a fountain pen and handed it to him. Bo Wang accepted the pen, sat down, and began to write, twirling the pen in his fingers. Perhaps due to his infrequent penmanship, his grip resembled that of a primary school student, exerting considerable force. Zhi Ling leaned over him, her delicate and fair fingers resting on his hand. You mustn't grip the pen so tightly, otherwise, you'll tire out quickly. Relax a bit. She earnestly adjusted his grip. The fragrance that belonged to her lingered in the air, and Bo Wang found himself momentarily entranced. Watching her manipulate his hand, her fingers were as soft as the rest of her. Try again. After adjusting him, Zhi Ling released his hand and straightened her posture. The sweet scent faded away instantly. Bo Wang, feeling somewhat agitated, continued to write with a stern expression. Zhi Ling suddenly leaned closer again, grasping his hand to guide him as he wrote, her voice soft as she murmured, press down hard at the beginning, ease off at the end. Your handwriting is quite beautiful, it just lacks a bit of technique. He lifted his gaze, only to find her soft lips mere inches from his face. Zhi Ling employed the same techniques her elder brother had used to teach her, fussing over him with small comforts, pouring water, patting his back, and incessantly complimenting him. People, after all, tend to lose themselves amid flattery. Bo Wang wrote page after page. Zhi Ling watched him intently, seizing opportunities to discuss SG's business. I was thinking, we should take 2 months to independently plan a project with a heat effect. A movie won't do, the preparation time is too lengthy. Which do you think would be better, a television series or a variety show? You wish to create a television series. Bo Wang's statement was declarative. How did you know? Zhi Ling was momentarily taken aback. This year's entertainment industry had seen a surge in popularity for girl group talent shows, which could be capitalized upon, but she disliked merely imitating others. Without lifting his head, Bo Wang merely gestured towards the stack of completed practice sheets. Zhi Ling picked them up to glance at them, only to realize that the proportion of television series material she had included far outweighed that of variety shows. She had completely overlooked this while designing the practice sheets. Currently, most domestic television series are produced and aired simultaneously. 2 months is sufficient to create a series. She had gathered extensive materials and had even consulted the elder women to seek insights from their experiences. Even if everything goes smoothly, the most you could hope for is the airing of 1 episode in 2 months. Bo Wang rotated the pen in his fingers, turning to look at her. Zhi Ling, I hadn't realized you were quite the gambler. 2 months to wager on the success of the first episode. Zhi Ling gazed at him with surprise. He was not merely writing but had accurately deduced her thoughts, calculating how many episodes could be aired within the production timeline. She couldn't help but recall what Ding Yujun had once said. Bo Wang was exceptionally intelligent as a child. He learned everything swiftly. By the age of 3, he could read, and by 4, he had memorized hundreds of poems. He excelled at skiing and horseback riding, exhibiting remarkable talent in every aspect. But that car accident ruined everything. He no longer remembers who he is, where his home is, or any of the knowledge he once possessed. She had originally thought the elder woman's words were exaggerated, but now it seemed all too true. He was not merely a wayward soul, he had simply lingered in darkness for far too long. With his abilities, had he grown up in the Bo family, he would not merely be a marginal figure. I want to give it a try. She stood beside him earnestly, saying, Bo Wang, I believe we will not fail. She said, we. Bo Wang abruptly raised his eyes to meet hers. Chapter 88 The Lost Pie. I want to have a taste of it, you little harbinger of misfortune, causing my mother to suffer a stroke. You are no kin of ours, get lost, I've already sold you, so hurry and leave. Do you still dare to sleep? We brought you back to make you work. Go over there and sort out the drainage. Move, do you want to be hit? Ah Tang, it is better for you to die alone than for all of us to perish. Just admit to this theft. Brother Tang, we are brothers, please do this for me, allow me to be the second in command in the gambling den, the most trusted subordinate of Boss Xiao. With your looks, there are plenty of wealthy women willing to support you. Isn't this a better path? Brother Tang, isn't this bag beautiful? It costs 20,000. Boss Xiao said that once you are dead, he will recognize me as his goddaughter and buy me countless bags. We have known each other since we were 10, I have watched you struggle so hard in life. It is too exhausting, why not just end it? After Qi Shui's death, the Bo family will have no ties with our Qi family. You are a Bo, not a Qi. Our Bo family has produced such a disgraceful eldest son and grandson, it is truly shameful. Why doesn't he just die outside? The recollection stirred within him, darkening his gaze. This was not the first time he had heard her say we, and only her words felt genuinely we. It was different from anything he had heard before. Lu Zhi Ling approached him, unfurling a long piece of rice paper, rolling up her somewhat oversized sleeves to grind ink. Bo Wang raised his eyes to glance at her. Once the ink was ready, Lu Zhi Ling picked up a brush from the stand, dipped it in the ink, and lowered her head to write fluidly on the rice paper. She stood before the bookshelf, the ink fragrance settling on the paper, her long, dark hair cascading gently down her cheek, exuding a tenderness akin to water. With a single breath, Lu Zhi Ling wrote 8 characters, then set down the brush. The ink dried swiftly. She pulled apart the almost 1 meter long rice paper to show him, displaying 8 grand characters: frowny face Ling Dan Shi Beng, Lai Ri Fang Chang. A simple encouragement. Her handwriting was elegant and majestic. He fixated on the character Qi, staring at it for an extended period. His voice was heavy. I once had another name. MM? Lu Zhi Ling glanced at him. He withdrew his gaze to look at her, enunciating each word. Ah Tang. So, why suddenly mention his former name? Did she desire the characters? Lu Zhi Ling pondered which Tang it could be, considering which phrases could inspire, when Bo Wang said, call it out. Ah. Lu Zhi Ling hesitated for a moment but obediently called his name, Ah Tang. The sound was soft and melodious. Bo Wang's gaze deepened. Do you like your old name? She asked, somewhat perplexed. Not at all. Bo Wang replied without a moment's hesitation. There was indeed no trace of fondness in his dark eyes. Why bring up that name if he didn't like it? Bo Wang remained silent, merely staring at her, fixating on her lips that had just uttered his name. Bo Qi was evidence of Bo Jingrong's deep affection for Qi Shui. Bo Wang was proof of Qi Shui's betrayal of Bo Jingrong. The name Ah Tang held no significance, yet it was the only name that belonged solely to him. Which Tang? She inquired, standing there. Bo Wang's long lashes fluttered, his gaze unfathomably deep. Long ago, it was easy to register a name in the countryside. His grandmother, who had taken him in, named him Ah Tang, saying that sugar was sweet, and hence he would live a sweet life. However, she was illiterate, and while registering, the character for sugar was incomplete. Later, he was adopted by the Huang family and had his surname changed to Huang, becoming Huang Tang, which also meant absurdity. He set down the brush, turning in his chair to face her. Come here. Lu Zhi Ling obediently walked towards him. Bo Wang pulled her close, causing her to fall onto his lap, his hand firmly grasping the back of her neck, fingers intertwining in her hair. His movement was assertive, and she found it impossible to escape. He lowered his gaze, locking onto her eyes. In your eyes, am I truly so admirable, so worthy of such effort? Gifting him birthday presents, willingly plunging into the river for him, defying his second uncle for him, relinquishing the diamond from Yu Yunfei for him, decorating the house for him, guiding him through writing, and helping him manage the company. He questioned her intentions simultaneously. He was ensnared by her genuine care. Of course. She smiled, attempting to free herself from his grasp but found him holding her tighter. Bo Wang lowered his head, his lips brushing against her face, before biting her earlobe with some force. Lu Zhi Ling flinched from the pain, bewildered. What's wrong? Why was he biting her out of the blue? She had been so cautious. Had she inadvertently offended him in some way? Noticing her discomfort, Bo Wang's expression darkened, his tongue lightly traced her ear, yet his teeth remained clenched, still biting down. Lu Zhi Ling felt a tingling mix of pain and pleasure. Bo Wang? A lost pie. He released his bite, whispering ambiguously into her ear, his voice husky and intimate. I want to have a taste. His lips glided from her ear to her cheek, each breath laden with desire, making her heart race. The silence enveloping the room heightened her sensitivity to his breathing, each sound brushing against her veins like feathers, and she suddenly felt an urge to flee. Bo Wang did not pursue further action. His lips lingered faintly on her face, his tone dripping with sensuality. Go make me something to eat, I'm hungry. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhi Ling appeared somewhat dazed. She took out her phone and realized it was already noon. Fu Sheng was not around. She turned to him. You're hungry, I can order takeout for you. What do you wish to eat? You go and cook. Bo Wang made it clear he did not want takeout. Oh, then you can write for a while longer, and rest when you're tired. Lu Zhi Ling stood up from his lap, poured him another glass of water, and placed 2 bags of chips on the table before leaving. Standing in the open kitchen, facing the newly acquired array of kitchen tools, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Watching Jiang Fuxing cook seemed quite effortless. Surely, finding a guide online and following it wouldn't be too difficult. With this thought, Lu Zhi Ling took a deep breath and walked toward the refrigerator. Bo Wang sat at the table, spinning the pen in his hand, his gaze fixated on the opened bag of chips. His lips curled slightly suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. Bo Wang's expression darkened as he set down his pen and stood up, striding toward the kitchen. What happened? The stove was on fire. The pot had vanished, and he found it on the ground. A fish, still unscaled, leaped in the hot oil, splattering grease everywhere. Zhi Ling stood to the side, her face pale and disheveled, her eyes wide with near terror as she stared at the pot. Seeing him approach, she pointed with the spatula in her hand at the pot on the ground, trying to sound calm as she explained, "Just now, the dead fish suddenly jumped up and attacked me, is that all?" Bo Wang leaned casually against the counter, watching her with an air of leisure. "Did it not demand your life?" Chapter 89. The way you just cooked was particularly impressive. Zhi Ling felt somewhat embarrassed by the comment, struggling to compose herself. "The fish is dead, right? I just didn't dry it off, so the water splashed into the oil, causing it to spatter, correct?" She endeavored to convince herself that it was science, not superstition. Observing her demeanor, Bo Wang inexplicably found amusement in her plight, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You can play the guzheng and write calligraphy, yet you can't cook? I thought you were a polymath." Zhi Ling fell silent, her embarrassment palpable, akin to how Zhang Fusheng felt upon witnessing her peel an apple. Bo Wang approached, lifting the pot and placing it in front of her. "First and foremost, the fish needs to be scaled." Zhi Ling felt her embarrassment deepen. The recipe didn't mention that. The first step was clearly to put it directly into the pot. She had even taken the extra step of washing it. Bo Wang cast a glance at the recipe displayed on the refrigerator screen. "Then why do you think the fish's belly is open in the picture?" "Precisely, the innards must be removed before the fish goes into the pot." Zhi Ling wished she could slip into a crack in the floor. "Step aside." Zhi Ling silently inched to the side. Bo Wang placed the fish in the sink, rinsing it thoroughly before taking a chef's knife to scale and gut it, his movements fluid and practiced, more so than when Zhang Fusheng cooked. Zhi Ling set down the spatula and quietly moved closer to roll up his shirt sleeves. Bo Wang paused for a moment, allowing her to assist with the sleeves without comment. Once she finished, he scored the belly of the fish with a few cuts and reignited the flame. He heated the oil and added scallions, ginger, and garlic, which released an enticing aroma. Standing tall, he wielded the spatula with ease. Zhi Ling watched in silence, captivated. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup emerged, a delightful array of colors and aromas. Zhi Ling wiped her hands and assisted in bringing the dishes to the dining table, serving rice and handing a bowl to Bo Wang, while she picked up her chopsticks to taste a small piece of fish. The mildly spicy flavor and tender texture melted in her mouth. It was exquisite. Bo Wang glanced at her. Why the sudden silence? Wasn't she overflowing with praise just moments ago? Even for a mere straight line, she could weave a bouquet of compliments. How could this dish fail to impress her? Zhi Ling lifted her gaze to meet his, her lips parting slightly, yet words eluded her. Her guzheng skills were taught by her grandmother, her calligraphy by her great-uncle, both imparting knowledge with the hope of enriching her character, never imposing their will. However, Bo Wang's situation was different. Ding Yujun had said that whether at the slaughterhouse or the orphanage, he had to perform numerous tasks, with cooking being a survival skill rather than a choice he made willingly. In fact, the meals he prepared were not for his own consumption, he could only eat leftovers and, if caught sneaking bites, would be forced to eat dog food. Having heard all this, she found it impossible to feign praise. Yet Bo Wang continued to gaze at her intently. She finally spoke, "Cooking is exhausting, nowadays, takeout is quite healthy and convenient, or we could wait for Fusheng to return, or perhaps I could learn while I'm here." Upon hearing this, Bo Wang's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he remarked, "Are you truly that concerned for me? I don't want you to feel compelled to do anything you dislike." This lesson was imparted by her family. Well said. Bo Wang's lips curled into a smile. "But what will you learn?" "How to scale fish for me." That struck a nerve. Zhi Ling awkwardly stirred her rice with her chopsticks. "Let us eat." The conversation came to an end. Bo Wang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. It had been many years since he last cooked, and he had always believed he despised the kitchen, but now it seemed otherwise. "You haven't finished your thought." Bo Wang suddenly interjected. Was he addicted to compliments? Chewing on a piece of taro, Zhi Ling swallowed before responding, crispy on the outside, tender within, and richly flavored, it's particularly delicious. She always ensured her praises were well-founded. "How does it compare to Zhang Fusheng's cooking?" Zhi Ling nearly choked on the air. What was there to compare? Their dishes didn't even belong to the same culinary style. She met his gaze. Each has its merits. No, that was incorrect. His expression was not right. Zhi Ling quickly altered her response. Each has its strengths, but personally, I prefer your cooking. The flavors are delightful, the layers intricate, and you looked particularly handsome while cooking. How could Fusheng possibly compare? Fusheng, I'm sorry. Your cooking is also quite good, and you look wonderful too. Bo Wang's delight was evident, his voice smooth and magnetic. Later, write me 4 characters, I'll hang them up. What characters? Enthralled by color. Zhi Ling fell silent. She shouldn't have praised him with the latter part. She filled a small bowl with soup and handed it to him. Bo Wang took a sip, warmth spreading through him, and for the first time, he felt that his home appeared bright and inviting. SG Entertainment Company is situated in the Huafeng district of Jiangbei, its twin-tower design exuding an artistic flair. Under the sun, staff members arrived for work in succession, the secretary's office buzzed with activity as cups of coffee were distributed, and a group congregated, holding a small meeting after someone closed the glass door. Once Madame Yu left, General Manager Wang and others rushed off on a business trip overnight. They're all shrewd individuals. With the young master of the Bo family suddenly arriving, their departure not only avoids confrontation but also leaves the young master without allies, hoping to curry favor in front of Madame Yu. Hey, do you think the young master is as handsome as he appears in the news photos? Are you out of your mind? How could you dare to fantasize about the young master of the Bo family? I'm just pondering, if we work well with him, will we not be considered loyal subjects of the Bo family prince in the future? Ha, what a pipe dream. A chilling voice interrupted. The group turned to see Linda, Madame Yu's capable assistant at SG. Madame Yu held her in high regard and had intended to promote her, but with the sudden upheaval in the company, she remained in the secretary department. Linda, why are you dousing everyone with cold water? Someone asked. After the leadership reshuffle, most of the upper management had departed, and the young master had yet to take office. Was it so wrong for them to chat idly? Do you not know the young master's reputation? He has spent 15 years mingling in nightclubs with minor celebrities, without even a primary school diploma to his name. Do you expect him to manage the company well? If he merely keeps the company afloat, it will be a blessing. Linda sat there, flipping through documents, stating coldly, the prince of the Bo family is Madame Yu's son, not him. A polite knock resounded. The group turned to see a young woman with delicate features standing outside the glass door. She wore a casual, ancient-style long dress, topped with a plain, white-sleeved, open-front jacket. A light-colored ribbon adorned her sleek black hair, and she carried a sizable bag, her demeanor calm and serene, gentle as water. Someone approached her. Who are you? I am Secretary Zhi Ling to the young master. Chapter 90. It was unexpected. You can also tie a man's necktie. Zhi Ling produced her newly made work ID, smiled faintly, and said, I am here to collect the keycard for the president's office. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up in astonishment. As President Bo assumed office, Zhi Ling glanced at the crowd, and they all turned their eyes toward Linda, who remained seated at her desk, her exquisitely made-up face bearing a frosty expression. Observing this, Zhi Ling approached Linda directly, smiling at her without uttering a word, exuding a gentle yet compelling presence. Linda, with a scowl, yanked open her drawer and handed her the keycard. Thank you. Zhi Ling graciously accepted the keycard, nodding politely. After taking a few steps, she turned back to the assembly. I kindly ask everyone to notify their respective departments of a meeting in 20 minutes, and please submit this year's financial reports and all project plans to me. The crowd inhaled sharply, some appearing apprehensive. Is that also within 20 minutes? Yes. Why weren't we informed earlier? Linda sprang to her feet, glaring at Zhi Ling with evident displeasure. You suddenly demand this. We still need to gather materials from each department. How can we manage in time? Zhi Ling turned her gaze calmly toward her. President Bo deliberately waited several days before coming to the office. I assumed your professionalism would enable you to understand what materials should be organized at this time. The crowd's expressions turned awkward. They stiffly replied, all right, we understand. I cannot do it. Linda retorted coldly, there is no need to make things so difficult for us. We are here to work, not to guess our superior's thoughts. Linda, is it? Zhi Ling's gaze fell upon the name tag hanging from her neck, a faint smile gracing her lips. Since you lack the capability, I kindly request you to visit the finance department to settle your severance pay. You want to fire me? Linda exploded, her countenance darkening. I am Mrs. You secretary, what right do you have to dismiss me? Based on your inadequate work performance, Zhi Ling replied without hesitation. Do not be so arrogant. Linda exclaimed in a fit of anger, a significant portion of SG's shares are held by Mrs. You. President Bo is merely acting as an interim. Unless MRS.YU herself dismisses me, no one can touch me. Oh, then feel free to call the police, Zhi Ling replied with a gentle smile. Would you like me to write down the police number for you? After saying this, she lost interest in Linda and turned to leave. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Clarify your words. I assure you, MRS.YU will return sooner or later. Linda yelled in frustration, nearly hopping in place. Shortly after, four security guards entered, very politely requesting Linda to proceed to the finance department for her settlement. Witnessing this, the colleagues dared not utter a word, promptly returning to their desks to busily attend to their tasks, making calls and urging for materials. After obtaining the keycard, Zhi Ling headed toward the president's office. She unlocked the door just as she was about to enter. She heard commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw the elevator doors slowly opening from across the U-shaped corridor. Several bodyguards stepped out first, followed by Bo Wang, who wore a nonchalant expression, his shirt and suit exuding an effortless charm. From across the corridor, Bo Wang raised his eyes to look at her. Zhi Ling pushed open the door behind her, bowed her head slightly, and smiled. President Bo, your office is ready. At a distance neither too far nor too close, her gaze seemed solely fixated on him, as if her existence were merely to await his arrival. Bo Wang curled his lips into a smile and walked towards her through the corridor, while the bodyguards remained stationed outside the door. Zhi Ling shut the office door and looked inside. It was a pristine, spacious office, immaculate to the point that even the drawers and bookshelves were entirely bare, devoid of any trace that Yu Yunfei had ever worked there. Come here, Bo Wang said as he settled into the office chair, reclining lazily while his dark eyes remained fixed on her. Zhi Ling walked over. Bo Wang lifted his hand, his long fingers grazing her work ID hanging at her chest. President's secretary, did you make this for yourself? I wish to accompany you. I ought to have a title, she replied. After all, she couldn't go around proclaiming herself as the president's wife. Zhi Ling chuckled softly, attempting to retrieve the ID, but Bo Wang held on, pulling it towards him, nearly causing Zhi Ling to stumble into his embrace. She quickly steadied herself by placing her hands on his shoulders, puzzled. What is it? Bo Wang raised his eyes, staring intently at her brows. Just checking on my secretary. Is this our first meeting? She steadied herself, pressing down on his shoulders, and changed the subject. Do you really think this office has nothing at all? Bo Wang retrieved a small black box from his pocket and tossed it onto the desk. Zhi Ling had an inkling of what it might be, picked it up, and began to pace around the office. Within moments, the small black box had beeped a dozen times. Bo Wang, with one leg crossed over the other, showed no surprise, his brow arched in mockery. Yu Yunfei has turned this office into a photography studio. A 360-degree surveillance and listening device. Let the bodyguards come in and dismantle it shortly, Zhi Ling said with a hint of exasperation, glancing at her watch. It's almost time. Shall we head to the conference room? Where is your tie? She noticed he was not wearing one. Forgot, Bo Wang replied lazily. She had come to the office early to prepare, selecting 3 outfits for him to choose from before leaving, with a watch, tie, and tie clip all meticulously chosen. How could he forget? Zhi Ling opened her large handbag, retrieved a box, and revealed a dark tie. Bo Wang cast her a sideways glance, surprised at her preparedness. Today marks your first day at SG. It must be flawless. Just in case, she had backups not only for the tie but also for his clothing. Zhi Ling said as she handed the tie to him. Truly considerate. Bo Wang did not accept it. Instead, he stood up from his chair, slowly lowering his head until he was nearly face to face with her, his breath slightly heavy, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. The young master, clearly accustomed to being served. What could she say? Zhi Ling straightened his collar, wrapped the tie around, and deftly tied a knot. Bo Wang gazed at her intently. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, halting her hands, tugging at the unfinished tie, a smirk dancing on his lips. I didn't realize you could tie a necktie for a man. Have you done this for several men? Facing this unexpected interrogation, Zhi Ling felt somewhat bewildered. I tied one for my elder brother when he first joined the consortium. I didn't know what gift to give, so I presented him with a tie, having learned from an online tutorial. Just him? Bo Wang's voice turned chillingly icy. No, Zhi Ling furrowed her brows slightly but spoke truthfully. After I learned, I also tied ties for my grandfather, father, and my second brother for his graduation, my third brother for his birthday, my fourth brother for a competition, my fifth brother for his early romance, my sixth brother for a fight, and then that was it. Chapter 91. They had already gone through 5 rounds. Her bladder could no longer contain itself. She exhaled a lengthy string of words. Bo Wang calculated silently, realizing he was ranked 9th. He cast a sullen glance at her, forcefully yanked off his tie, and flung it aside, lifting his foot to leave. Not wearing it. What a family, so capable of producing offspring. One ought to dress more formally at the office. Zhi Ling picked up the discarded tie and placed it back into her bag, deciding not to press him further. If he didn't want to wear it, so be it. This young master certainly wouldn't follow the steady path like her elder brother. As anticipated, only 4 individuals attended the meeting, leaving the expansive conference table starkly empty, less captivating than the water cups that filled it. The atmosphere in the room was frigid, exceedingly so. The 4 executives huddled with their water cups, casting furtive glances at one another. Having sat there for an hour, what was the meaning of this young master's silence? Bo Wang lounged brazenly at the head of the table, his strikingly handsome face framed by sharp, short hair, adorned with a pair of rimless glasses perched on his nose, an embodiment of refined decadence. His phone was propped up, playing a horror film, while he stared at the screen impassively, tapping rhythmically on the table with one hand. Leisurely and unhurried, the phone intermittently emitted eerie music and the protagonist's piercing screams. Sitting beside Bo Wang, Zhi Ling remained silent, engrossed in the planning document in her hands. Finally, someone could no longer endure the tension, standing up to say, Mr. Bo, I need to use the restroom. Bo Wang didn't even cast him a glance, his focus solely on his phone. As the man opened the door to exit, a burly bodyguard shoved him back and placed a spittoon adorned with a red peony worth at least 20 yuan on the floor. The man was left dumbfounded, turning to Bo Wang. Mr. Bo Wang continued to watch the horror film, raising his hand nonchalantly in front of Zhi Ling's head, casually remarking, Go ahead. Go where? How could one possibly go now? The man silently returned to his seat, forcing a smile as he said, Actually, I'm not in such a hurry anymore. The 4 managers exchanged frantic glances. What did this mean? Was Bo Wang planning to keep them here indefinitely? Had they known this would happen, they would have followed the others on their business trip instead of remaining in Jiangbei. Surely, Bo Wang wouldn't use them as scapegoats? This rogue was capable of anything. He had once assaulted even the most prestigious of politicians. Zhi Ling glanced at the hand blocking her view and then calmly resumed her examination of the planning document. Another hour passed, the horror film filled with agonizing screams finally concluded. Bo Wang placed his phone down on the table, and perhaps due to a misoperation, the audio from the film blared through the conference room speakers. If you're going to do it without a trace, wipe out his entire family. The antagonist's sinister and maniacal voice reverberated throughout the room. All 4 men stiffened, sitting up straight, swallowing hard as cold sweat soaked their backs. Bo Wang casually turned off the movie and directed his gaze toward Zhi Ling. Let me see the executives' profiles. Here you go, Mr. Bo. Zhi Ling obediently produced a document and handed it over. Bo Wang leaned back, flipping through the pages. Mr. Huang, twins, a son and a daughter, you are quite fortunate. The named Mr. Huang turned pale, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Mr. Mr. Chen, I've heard your wife is assigned artist with the company, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Bo Wang turned to the next page. Mr. Chen sat rigidly, beads of sweat cascading down, his shirt instantly drenched. Mr. Xiao resides on Hadian Road. I've been there, the scenery is quite pleasant. After reviewing the profiles, the four men had completely lost their color. Having finished, Bo Wan lifted his gaze, a faint smile curling his lips. What is the matter? Why does everyone look so ghastly? Why, oh why, you madman, you slayer, what are your intentions? When the time felt right, Zhi Ling finally stood, placing a stack of planning documents in the center of the four men, stating coolly, here are the projects the company is set to execute in the next 2 months. They encompass a wide array of genres: films, television dramas, variety shows, and web series. With your professional insights, which one do you believe has the most promising prospects? SG Entertainment was under the management of Lady Yu, with the entire company aligned with Yu Yunfei's faction. Had it not been for the preceding 2 hours, they would have laughed off the proposals, claiming every project was viable, each brimming with potential and hope, advocating for increased investment in all endeavors, merely waiting to reap profits. But after this display, they dared not utter a single word. Bo Wang adjusted his glasses, a seemingly amused expression gracing his features as he inquired, "What's wrong, can't find the words?" "No matter, take your time, I'm in no hurry. I'll refill everyone's water." Zhi Ling reached for a nearby teapot, and the four men hastily shook their heads. No, thank you. They had already been refilled 5 times, and their bladders were bursting. But you still need to drink. Zhi Ling smiled gently, like a refreshing breeze, insisting on filling each of their cups to the brim once more. At this point, the four men fully comprehended the situation. Mr. Huang stood first, declaring, "Mr. Bo, to be honest, most of the projects here have only mediocre prospects, the proposals are muddled and not well thought out." "Then why submit this pile?" Bo Wang maintained his smile. "Are you waiting for me to sift through it for you?" The four men scrambled to retrieve their submissions, declaring, "This one of mine is fine, I guarantee it will bring profits to the company." What had initially been questionable was now beyond reproach. "My 2 submissions are also certain to be without issue." "Mine too." The four men hurriedly assured him, realizing that Bo Wang was a force to be reckoned with, someone they could not afford to offend openly. "Excellent." Bo Wang pushed his glasses up his nose, the curve of his thin lips deepening. "I trust that with your capabilities, you will surely earn double your projected figures." The four shared identical expressions of despair. In their attempts to deceive Bo Wang, they had inflated their projected earnings beyond belief. If they were not even on track to make a profit, how could they possibly achieve double? Was he asking for their lives? Mr. Chen stammered. "Mr. Bo, is twofold not a bit excessive, Secretary Liu?" Bo Wang turned to Zhi Ling, speaking slowly, "Please reserve a family-style meal for the executives at a nearby restaurant. We cannot be negligent in our duties to the company." "Yes, Mr.Bo." Zhi Ling nodded. This was a blatant threat. The four men slumped back into their chairs, wishing they could slap themselves for having recklessly filled in those figures. Zhi Ling observed them, stifling a laugh. Sometimes, Bo Wang's methods proved quite effective. Were it not for this, the meeting might have dragged on until the next day, with the executives bickering endlessly and spinning tall tales. Chapter 92. Just do your thing. Don't cry over my corpse in the future. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhi Ling collected the remaining project proposals from the table. Since these proposals have not passed your reviews, they will all be cancelled. Moving forward, Mr.Bo will personally establish an S-level television drama project, with 90% of the company's liquidity allocated to this endeavor. The four were astonished, they understood the implications. Bo Wang was preparing to invest 2 months' worth of effort into a single television drama. Mr. Chen could not help but remark, the television drama landscape this year is generally unfavorable. Even Xingyu is relying on girl groups now, and the fast-paced lifestyle has made audiences reluctant to wait a week for a single episode. The 3 major tycoons were all contemplating reforms in television production, yet Bo Wang still intended to produce a drama? Mr. Huang inquired, "May I ask what genre you intend to shoot, and who will be directing? Our company currently has several first-tier actors employed. Should we halt their engagements immediately, the penalty fees would be a significant expenditure." Zhi Ling, clutching the documents, replied calmly, "The project is temporarily confidential. Mr.Bo was merely informing you today." The four exchanged glances, conceding that they had no authority in this matter. As the meeting concluded, the four left the conference room with their heads downcast. That day, a blank poster was hung at the pinnacle of the company's numerous projects. The 5-star S project was officially launched. Drama title: unknown director, unknown screenwriter, unknown actors, unknown funding, no upper limit. Internally, the company erupted in chaos. The news spread rapidly online, soaring to trending status and igniting a wave of public discourse. The young master of the Bo family plays at running an entertainment company, starting a television drama production with no funding limits, vying for entry into the consortium. Xia Meiqing sat on the sofa, perusing the freshly acquired newspaper, chuckling at the headline. Bo Wang and Zhi Ling are still too young. They remaking such a grand spectacle, not fearing a potential backlash. Bo Zhengrong was not one to tolerate idle chatter. At these words, Bo Zhang, who was practicing the piano, abruptly turned and dashed over, snatching the newspaper from her hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, my brother is finally embarking on a career." Xia Meiqing swatted him playfully. "Why are you so excited?" One might mistake him for being blood-related to Bo Wang. I admire my brother's handsome visage. He looks absolutely dashing. Bo Zheng eagerly scanned the contents of the newspaper, his eyes growing brighter with each word. Xia Meiqing rolled her eyes. Are you out of your mind? Whether it's Bo Wang or Bo Tang, they are both your rivals, do you understand? Why was he always so oblivious? Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness suddenly crossed Bo Zheng's youthful and handsome face. He gazed at his mother. You always say that, but was it you who caused Lu Zhiying to sink into the river last time? Xia Meiqing was taken aback, her expression turning serious. These matters are not for a child like you to concern yourself with. Bo Zheng stood there, newspaper in hand, his eyes fixed on her, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Not concern myself? You're my mother, everything you do now will have repercussions for me in the future. When the time comes for reckoning, it will only be me who bears the consequences. You do know I am your mother. How could I possibly allow you to suffer? Xia Meiqing felt her son was too young and overly worried. She would never foolishly confront Bo Wang directly, making it obvious to everyone. Yu Yunfei was always more anxious than her. She would wait, biding her time until Yu Yunfei and Bo Wang clashed in SG, then she would act based on who gained the upper hand, positioning herself as a discreet player. Understanding that Xia Meiqing would not heed his words, Bo Zhang shot her a cold glance. Just do as you please, but don't cry over my corpse in the future. With that, he turned and left. Xia Meiqing's face turned pale. Meanwhile, overseas, Yu Yunfei was applying a facial mask while attending a video conference with several executives from SG. This Bo Wang is out of control. He actually halted all my projects when I called, his secretary answered and said since I was on a business trip, I should focus on that and not rush back. Mr. Fong, visibly agitated, shattered 2 cups during the video call. Yu Yunfei pressed the mask snugly onto her face, responding, that secretary's surname is Lu, isn't it? Yes, I heard she's a wolf in sheep's clothing, gentle as water yet ruthless in her dealings. Your secretary was dismissed without a second thought. In the video, Mr. Zhang, sporting an oiled hairstyle, chimed in. Yu Yunfei scoffed internally. Lu Zhiying possessed some skill, but her greatest talent lay not in competing with others, but in making someone as formidable as Bo Wang obedient to her. President Yu, you must intervene. If Bo Wang continues to wreak havoc in the company, where will we find our livelihoods? The executives lamented in unison. After a moment, she peeled off the mask, revealing a gentle smile. Zhenrong asked me to hand SG over to Bo Wang. That SG is now his responsibility, you all must trust him. Trust him? Mr. Fong scoffed, he merely has good fortune to be born into the Bo family. What qualifications does a mere illiterate have to direct SG? Does he even understand television production? Does he know how the company operates? Mr. Fong, don't be so dismissive. Bo Wang is the eldest son of the Bo family, my quasi-son. I cannot assist from abroad, so you should cooperate with him more. Yu Yunfei gently advised, he wishes to produce a television drama, doesn't he? You should help him find some good directors and actors. We are all working for SG in the consortium, it is essential to maintain good relationships. President Yu, Mrs. Bo, are you suggesting? The executives exchanged thoughtful glances via the video call. In the president's office, Lu Zhiying stood beside Bo Wang, leaning slightly as she guided his hand to write with precision. The fragrance of orchids wafted into his nostrils. Bo Wang lifted his gaze, fixating on her profile so close before him, his eyes lingering on her lips, filled with a profound possessiveness. Regular script is about precision, demanding meticulousness and balance, Lu Zhiying instructed earnestly, her focus entirely on the characters. I believe you are more suited for semi-cursive script. It flows freely yet remains structured, exuding greater elegance. Bo Wang's throat tightened, his voice was husky. Then let us try semi-cursive again. Alright, but I'm not particularly skilled at it. Lu Zhiying, unaware of his unusual demeanor, was about to continue teaching when her phone suddenly vibrated. She released his hand, picked up the phone, read the content calmly, and then placed it before Bo Wang. It contained updates on several directors she was following. Since the announcement of their S-drama, these individuals had become exceedingly busy, some even flying abroad for shoots. The remaining options were either directors known for producing poor dramas or complete newcomers, all of whom were risky bets. The loss of warmth from her hand caused Bo Wang's expression to darken. He gazed at the messages on the screen, rolling the beads of his Buddhist bracelet with his fingers, his voice low and sensuous. Having their projects withdrawn leaves them too idle. They need a family portrait. Fine, I know you adore the family portrait set. She walked to him, producing the prepared documents and laying them before him. Chapter 93, A Grand Dream Wedding. Above lies Arsum. The woman in the photograph possesses striking features and an air of competence. Guna, 30 years old, a citizen of K-Nation yet thriving in T-Nation, is a renowned director and screenwriter, celebrated in T-Nation for her numerous high-quality hit dramas and countless awards. Her debut film garnered international acclaim, and I wish to invite her and her crew for a project. The domestic entertainment industry has solidified many connections, and both Chen Yu and Wu Zhitian would undoubtedly prefer that SG does not produce any hits, thus employing every possible means to prevent them from finding a competent director. Moreover, the internal dynamics of SG leave much to be desired. They have only 2 months to work with, and lack the luxury of engaging in power struggles. It would be far more prudent to seek external assistance, circumventing all domestic entanglements. Proceed, Bo Wang said without glancing at the Arsum, his gaze fixed on her. I have contacted the T-Nation side, and the response I received was that Director Gu has no plans to return home, Lu Zhi Ling replied. However, director Gu shares a close friendship with the second young lady of the Ji family, Ji Manshur, who is getting married this weekend. She will return to attend the wedding, and I intend to approach her there. I will need an invitation. Upon hearing this, Bo Wang cast her a sidelong glance, and the next moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Ji Jing's number. Ji Jing answered almost instantaneously, his tone overly eager. Brother Wang, what can I do for you? Get me an invitation to your sister's wedding, Bo Wang replied nonchalantly, his eyes still on Zhi Ling. What? Brother Wang, are you really coming to my sister's wedding? It won't be a noisy affair. My second sister has a princess complex, everything will be overly sentimental. Ji Jing's first reaction was to assume that Bo Wang was looking for a place to rest. Just get it for me, Bo Wang replied impatiently. Oh come on, the invitation has already been delivered to the Bo residence. Besides, do you really need an invitation? I'll come pick you up. What if I ask my second sister to make the wedding a rock concert, a nightclub vibe? Ji Jing mused aloud over the phone. This was his younger brother. Zhi Ling remained silent as Bo Wang, uninterested in Ji Jing's ramblings, abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it onto the desk. She regarded him and asked, aren't you going to review director Gu's or some? Aren't you concerned I might make a mess of things? I told you, you may proceed as you wish, Bo Wang replied, completely unconcerned. He beckoned her with his fingers, come here, and continue teaching me how to write. It seemed he cared more about practicing his handwriting than the achievements of the past 2 months, his sudden enthusiasm for learning a mystery. Faced with such a diligent student, a teacher had no reason not to impart knowledge. Zhi Ling approached him once more, resting her hand on his, guiding him through each stroke and curve. The news of the union between the Ji family of Jianbei and the Hua family of Jiangnan spread like wildfire. Ji Manshur, the second young lady of the Ji family, was famously romantic at heart. To demonstrate their sincerity, the Hua family not only arranged the wedding in Jianbei but also purchased a plot of land to create a lush, mountainous, and watery paradise, setting the stage for a perfect forest-themed fairy tale wedding. With her short, sleek hair and elegantly tailored suit, Gu Na stood behind the bride, fastening a necklace around her friend's neck. Ji Jing leaned against the wall, chattering incessantly, at 30 years old, still clinging to a princess theme. How embarrassing. Second sister, why not change it up? Let's throw a grand party instead, a star-studded lineup, and I can even hire a bunch of male models to dance provocatively. Ji Manshur, clad in the most exquisite wedding gown, shot him a sardonic smile. Do you believe I could turn you into that grand party? Ji Jing huffed, stamping his foot as he turned to Gu Na. Sister Gu Na, she's bullying me again. Gu Na, witnessing the amusing exchange, chuckled lightly. Behave yourself. What are you causing a ruckus for at your sister's wedding? Ji Jing pulled up a chair and sulked. Brother Wang is coming. I'm worried this fairy tale wedding will be too dazzling for his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Manshur furrowed her brow. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Hurry and have the butler bring in some people to attend to young Master Bo. The Ji family was well aware that regardless of whether Bo Wang was a son returned from the Bo family, he could not be treated lightly. While others might engage in petty schemes, inciting his displeasure could have dire consequences. The Bo family, you mean the Bo family that wields immense power now? Gu Na inquired casually as she settled into a seat. Indeed, the very same. The Lu family has long since faded into history, Ji Manshur said while checking her makeup in the mirror. Ji Yuna listened, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, a fleeting expression of unusual emotion crossing her face before dissipating. By the way, Zihua has contacted me several times. I asked her to come today to apologize to Grandma.as for the tea house incident. Let's consider it behind us, just don't be surprised if you see her with an unflattering expression later. Ji Manshur advised her brother. What is her problem with our auction house? How ridiculous, Ji Jing retorted, visibly irritated. Her grievance lies with that tea house owner, Zhi Ling, not with our Ji family. The Gong family has also come to apologize multiple times. It should suffice. Bang! A box of perfume crashed to the floor, the delicate glass shattering into countless shards. The air was filled with a potent fragrance. The Ji siblings turned to look, and Gu Na offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. As she bent down to retrieve the pieces, the impeccably dressed Gong Zihua entered with a disarming smile. Ji Jing, displeased, stood up and walked away with a scowl. Gong Zihua appeared somewhat embarrassed after the perfume incident. Gu Na and Gong Zihua assisted Ji Manshur in switching to another dressing room. Gu Na and Ji Manshur were old classmates and had much to discuss, leaving Gong Zihua feeling out of place as she awkwardly stepped outside for fresh air. Standing by the railing and gazing downwards, she observed guests bustling about, enveloped in the romantic atmosphere of the wedding. Suddenly, she spotted a slender yet striking figure. Zhi Ling stood amidst the crowd, solitary yet graceful, clad in an ink-wash-style gown that seemed to ripple with ink as she moved, exuding an ethereal beauty. Upon seeing Zhi Ling, Gong Zihua's ire flared. After being exposed for orchestrating the theft of artifacts, although the driver took full blame and the police could not pin anything on her, she had been mercilessly scolded by her family, subjected to confinement and compelled to repeatedly apologize at the Ji family store. Yu Yunfei had also called her several times, dripping with condescension, calling her foolish and incompetent. She had even remarked on how clever Zhi Ling was for hitching a ride on the Ji family's coattails and then climbing into Bo Wang's bed, implying that she had merely transformed into his secretary. What kind of secretary, after all, was one who engaged in indiscretions in the office? Gong Zihua glowered at the figure, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Zhi Ling held an invitation in her hand, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Gong Zihua suddenly recalled Yu Yunfei's words. Bo Wang was struggling to find a director for a television drama and was in quite the predicament. It seemed Zhi Ling had been assisting him in finding a solution. Was her presence at the Ji family wedding not for a deeper purpose? After all, wasn't he Gu Na the director? Gong Zihua's realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she swiftly turned on her heel, rushing back to the dressing room. Sister Gu Na, Chapter 94. Have we met before? In the forest, the trees stood tall and lush, creating a dreamlike castle that seemed to belong only to a fairy tale. Behind the castle, pure white roses blanketed the hills, while fountains danced in harmony with the melodious strains of a piano. Adorable little deer and leisurely rabbits meandered through the crowd, encircled by children. Zhi Ling emerged from the throng, holding an invitation, scanning the area for Gu Na, but to no avail. She ascended the white staircase. Boss Lu, came a curious voice. Zhi Ling lifted her gaze to find Ji Jing standing above her, clad in an ostentatious white suit. Upon seeing her, Ji Jing smiled. You shouldn't be called Boss Lu now. It's time to address you as Secretary Lu, quite fitting. Mr. Ji. Zhi Ling responded with a faint smile. Where's Brother Wang? I was supposed to pick him up, but he hung up on me. Ji Jing glanced over her shoulder but saw no sign of Bo Wang, only two stern-faced bodyguards. This is, he inquired, noting they were not from the Ji family. President Bo asked me to find Director Gu for a conversation. These are the bodyguards assigned to me, as he could not come, Zhi Ling explained. In truth, the bodyguards were provided by Ding Yujun, for Bo Wang adhered to the belief that there was no one trustworthy in this world. Bodyguards, of little use. Is that so? It seems Brother Wang has taken quite a liking to you lately, Ji Jing remarked with a grin. In this industry, no one dared to speak too boldly. One could never tell how long Bo Wang had harbored an interest in Zhi Ling, thus careful with their words was paramount. Eventually, Ji Jing added, Are you looking for Sister Gu to shoot a scene? The makeup room is on the 3rd floor, you may go. News of Bo Wang's ambitions to enter the consortium had already made headlines, and everyone was aware. Thank you. Zhi Ling ascended the staircase of the castle, where a path of white roses adorned the circular exterior stairs, infusing each breath with a romantic essence. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she was stopped by a figure. What do you want? I wish to congratulate Miss Ji, Zhi Ling smiled softly. Miss Ji is currently occupied with wedding preparations and is unavailable. The individual suddenly looked down and shouted, Director Gu, that's not the bouquet of red roses. You've picked up the wrong one. At the sound of this, Zhi Ling followed the gaze downward, spotting a woman in a suit hastily entering the crowd, bouquet in hand. Instantly, Zhi Ling pursued that silhouette into the throng. Suddenly, she halted. The bodyguards nearly collided with her, asking, Young master, Secretary Lu, what is it? I have a feeling she might be deliberately leading us on. It's rather peculiar, that suit doesn't seem to align with Director Gu's usual style. Having researched Gu Na's background, Zhi Ling swiftly concluded, this isn't Director Gu. It appeared someone was aware of her intentions for attending the wedding, creating distractions, perhaps even attempting to lead her astray. Hearing this, the two bodyguards grew uneasy. Could there be danger? Should we retreat? Gu Na's schedule indicated she would leave immediately after the wedding. This was her only opportunity to meet. Zhi Ling was unwilling to forfeit it. Let's go back and check. She returned to the castle. The individual who had blocked her earlier was no longer present. Confirming her suspicions, she sought out the makeup room, only to be informed that the bride had already retreated to the lounge to prepare for her entrance, and, naturally, her friend Gu Na was absent as well. Thus, she was left with no choice but to catch her at the ceremony. Reluctantly, Zhi Ling descended the staircase and, upon reaching the 2nd floor, caught a faint whiff of minty smoke. Recalling details about Gu Na, she rounded a curved wall to find a beautiful woman leaning against it, her short hair framing her face, exuding an air of elegance. Her makeup was immaculate, and her crimson lips shimmered against the fitted black suit, lending her an aura of sharpness, both capable and alluring. The woman lowered her head, and a wisp of smoke slowly escaped her lips, the slender cigarette held delicately between her fingers. Director Gu. Zhi Ling approached with a smile. Ji Yuna lifted her eyes to meet hers, her expression suddenly frozen, staring blankly, the scarlet tip of her cigarette burning until it fell away. Hello, I am Zhi Ling, Secretary to President Bo of SG Entertainment. She extended her hand toward her. Gu Na clutched her cigarette, unmoving, before finally lowering her gaze to Zhi Ling's outstretched hand, a flicker of disbelief crossing her features. Why are your hands so rough? Her voice was hoarse. Did she really just ask about her hands? Zhi Ling glanced at her own hands and replied, I was blind for a time, it's inevitable to have some bumps and bruises. They had healed considerably. You were blind? Gu Na looked at her incredulously. Zhi Ling found it strange that Gu Na could not detect the oddity in the situation. She smiled and asked, Director Gu, have we met before? Her tone seemed somewhat off. Upon hearing this, Gu Na's gaze shifted subtly, and after taking a deep breath of smoke, she coldly replied, No, we have not met. Zhi Ling studied her without pressing further, simply stating, I have come on President Bo's orders, hoping to engage in a profound collaboration with an outstanding director like yourself. My focus lies in Tea Country. I have no intentions of returning domestically, Gu Na said, avoiding her hand and moving to leave. Zhi Ling attempted to follow, but Gu Na interjected, I am heading to attend Monsi's wedding now. I do not wish to discuss business. Then, after the wedding, I would like to invite you to dinner, Director Gu, Zhi Ling quickly proposed. Don't follow me. Gu Na turned back to glare at her, her tone urgent and intense, I still need to change clothes. She seemed almost fearful of being pursued. All right, my apologies. Zhi Ling sensed the fluctuations in her emotions and halted her pursuit. Guna hurriedly departed, as if fleeing. It appeared Guna recognized her yet wished to avoid her. Why, there was no such individual in her memory. Zhi Ling deemed it unwise to disturb Guna further and returned to the wedding venue, where the ceremony would unfold from the outdoors to the castle. Guests were seated in waves, and countless streams of water erupted in rhythm with the music, as a diamond-studded pumpkin carriage gracefully entered the scene, heralding the arrival of the beautiful bride amid the most romantic melodies. Each moment was meticulously crafted, akin to a cinematic tableau. Zhi Ling applauded along with the other guests, scanning the area for Guna, but she was nowhere to be found. A sense of unease washed over her. Turning to the two bodyguards, she implored, "Could you help me check if Director Gu is present?" The bodyguards surveyed the surroundings before shaking their heads. The ceremony had commenced, yet Guna, as a friend, had yet to arrive. Surely, changing outfits wouldn't take this long. A wave of anxiety gripped Zhi Ling. She grasped her handbag, stood, and exited the wedding venue. The three of them searched in vain, coming up empty. Guna had still not appeared at the ceremony. Could it be that Director Gu has already left? One of the bodyguards speculated after an hour of searching. It seemed illogical. Guna had flown back from T country specifically for the wedding. Would she truly leave without witnessing the ceremony? The venue was vast, making an exhaustive search daunting. Zhi Ling furrowed her brow, contemplating returning to inquire with Miss Ji, and as she turned to depart, a glimmer caught her eye. She pivoted, hastening towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 95. My people must not lose even a hair at your Ji family's wedding. Transforming a wedding into a funeral. A piece of black fabric fell amidst the white roses, glimmering with scattered sequins, catching the last light of the setting sun. It belonged to Guna, evidently torn away by some unseen force. As a bodyguard reached down to retrieve it, Zhi Ling raised her hand to stop him. "Don't touch it, there may be fingerprints. Call the police. Guna may have encountered trouble." Zhi Ling scanned the surroundings, when suddenly, a faint voice echoed through the air. "Is anyone there?" Zhi Ling swiftly turned her head, staring into the depths of the ominous forest. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Help, help me!" The voice continued to cry for help. It was Guna's voice. "She is inside," Zhi Ling stated, gazing into the forest. The two bodyguards exchanged puzzled looks. "Who? Director Guna? That can't be right." Upon hearing this, Zhi Ling realized they had not heard the voice, which indeed had been barely audible. She pressed her lips together. "We need to inform the Ji family and get her out." Uncertain of the situation within the forest, she hesitated to enter alone. As she turned to leave, a sudden, intense fluttering in her eyelid caused an inexplicable sense of panic, as if an unseen force was tugging at her, preventing her from departing. The cries for help grew increasingly frantic. "Snake, help, is anyone there? Help, help me." But soon, the pleas ceased. It was unclear whether Guna had exhausted herself or if something had gone awry. Zhi Ling touched her wildly beating eyelid, bit her lip, and resolutely stepped into the forest. The two bodyguards followed closely behind her. Following the sound, the trio ventured deeper into the woods. When Guna finally came into view, both bodyguards wore expressions of horror, turning to Zhi Ling in disbelief. "Is this possible? Can we truly find her?" Guna hung her head, her pale face marred with abrasions, her body securely bound to a tree. A snake coiled ominously above her, flicking its tongue. "Director Guna!" Zhi Ling exclaimed. Guna's head snapped up, her previously despondent eyes now filled with disbelief. One bodyguard drew a dagger and rushed forward, swiftly dispatching the snake with a few precise strikes. Zhi Ling glanced around, seeing no one else, before stepping closer. "Are you all right?" Guna looked at her in surprise. "Why are you here?" As Zhi Ling and the bodyguard untied her, Guna's words prompted Zhi Ling to respond. "I was concerned you might leave and not cooperate, so I kept an eye on you. When I noticed you were missing from the guests, I thought it was strange and came to look for you." As the ropes loosened, Guna stumbled, her sprained ankle threatening to send her crashing to the ground. Zhi Ling quickly reached out to steady her, and Guna leaned heavily against her. "Are you okay?" Zhi Ling asked with genuine concern. Guna lifted her gaze, staring blankly at her, her eyes reddening momentarily before she turned away, coldly stating, "I'm fine, thank you." Zhi Ling felt as though Guna was peering through her to see another person. "How did you end up tied up here?" At this, Guna furrowed her brow. "I was about to change clothes for the wedding when someone knocked me out just as I was entering the dressing room. I woke up here, preparing to change clothes. That was right after they had parted ways. The timing was too sensitive." Zhi Ling couldn't help but say, "Director Guna, please believe me, while I am eager to collaborate with you, I would never stoop so low as to orchestrate a kidnapping and rescue scenario." "I understand," Guna replied, recalling how she had seen Zhi Ling leave just before she went to change. That was reassuring. Zhi Ling nodded, glancing at the bodyguard beside her, who bent down before Guna. "Director Guna, allow me to carry you." "No need, I can manage." Guna released her grip on Zhi Ling, straightened her back, and hobbled forward, pain etched on her face as cold sweat beaded on her brow. Zhi Ling did not press her, instead picking up a nearby branch to clear the path of stones and leaves, making it easier for Guna to walk without tripping. Guna paused, staring at her with a somewhat rigid expression, revealing an inscrutable look in her eyes. Zhi Ling raised her gaze. "What is it?" "I'm tired, let us take a break." Guna leaned against a nearby tree, halting her progress. Just as Zhi Ling was lamenting her inability to find an opportunity to converse, she was relieved to stay put, disregarding the encroaching darkness, and sat quietly on a nearby stone, keeping her company. Under the hazy night sky, the cross-river bridge resembled a shimmering rainbow arching over the tranquil Xinjiang River, with vehicles passing back and forth. By the riverbank, a few pedestrians ambled slowly. The penthouse above was shrouded in darkness, and within the arched glass windows, white curtains floated gently in the night breeze. In the bedroom, Bo Wang stirred slightly on the bed, awakening in the dark. He propped himself up and reached for his phone, realizing it was already 7 p.m. His sleep quality had markedly improved. There was one unread message. He opened it. Lu, I went to the Ji family wedding. Noticing you hadn't left your room, I assumed you were catching up on sleep after another restless night. If you wake up before 2 p.m., there is food on the table. If it's past that, don't eat what's there, just order takeout. If that's too bothersome, send me a message, and I'll help you order. You can't skip meals. She worries incessantly. Why doesn't she just feed him herself? Bo Wang scoffed lightly, flipping over and getting out of bed, pulling open the door to a dimly lit corridor. He padded barefoot across the dark floor to the living room, where the aquarium glimmered with light, the fish inside swimming about joyfully. He glanced at them before moving to the dining table, where a spread of cold dishes awaited. Leaning against the edge of the table, he pulled out his phone to make a call. The ringing continued unanswered. So much for ordering him takeout. Bo Wang's lips curled into a displeased line as he dialed again. This time, it rang through but still received no response. Standing in the dim light, his eyes darkened completely. He hung up and called Zhi Ling. Zhi Ling answered promptly. Brother Wang, how may I assist you? I'm at your service. Get Zhi Ling on the phone. Bo Wang replied curtly, his voice cold as ice. Secretary Lu? Zhi Ling hesitated for a moment. It seems like I haven't seen her in quite some time. Did she leave early? A nearby worker mumbled, no guests have left yet, everyone is said to be waiting for the evening's castle fireworks. She hasn't left, but she is missing. The sensation of the flowing Xinjiang River still lingered on his skin. Bo Wang's eyes darkened further, his long fingers tightening around the phone, the knuckles protruding sharply. He parted his lips, his voice chilling. Zhi Ling, if even a single hair on my people goes missing at your Ji family's wedding, you can consider it a funeral instead. Zhi Ling on the other end of the line was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word for an extended moment. Chapter 96 Unbridled, you are a heartless beast. Beneath the cloak of night, the forest lay in hushed stillness. Delicate strands of luminous lights were nestled among the flowers on the ground, swaying gently with the night breeze, resembling a field of fireflies in the woods. They had chosen a route that did not lead directly from the binding point into the forest, allowing for conversation while discreetly observing their surroundings. The two bodyguards remained vigilant, yet with no one in sight. One remarked, the person who knocked out Director Gu has yet to appear. Could it be that they have abandoned her? In such a deep forest, neglect could easily lead to trouble. Zhi Ling found it peculiar as well. She had anticipated waiting for someone to arrive, but to her surprise, no one did, leaving Director Gu bound and unattended. Director Gu, you may have suffered due to my involvement this time, Zhi Ling mused while seated on a stone, her expression serene. Someone is aware that President Bo wishes to collaborate with you and has deliberately kept me from locating you. I too nearly fell astray earlier. Director Gu leaned against a tree, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights on the ground as she regarded her. You speak as though you fear I would be less inclined to cooperate. The foundation of collaboration is sincerity. Regardless of whether you ultimately agree or not, I must clarify the internal factions within the Bo family are complex, and this is a precarious undertaking, Zhi Ling replied with a smile. The ethereal light danced over her flowing gown, akin to a forest sprite. Director Gu lowered her gaze, her tone devoid of warmth. I am aware of your lineage, the seventh young lady of the Lu family from the Jiangnan Changlin district. Has a lady of such stature truly resorted to seeking employment? Director Gu, you have spent considerable time abroad, there are matters you may be unaware of. My family has fallen, and I am now bereft of kin, Zhi Ling replied, her long, dark lashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. Director Gu listened intently, continuing her inquiry, what of your maternal grandparents, do they not care for you? My mother was an orphan, I have no grandparents, Zhi Ling stated softly. With the fall of the Lu family, she had nowhere to turn. Director Gu's brows knitted in surprise, how have you managed these past 5 years? Was Director Gu inquiring about her circumstances? Zhi Ling raised her eyes to meet hers, her gaze calm. I was pondering whether you might recognize me. Now I wonder, Director Gu, do you know my family? Whom was she observing? Upon hearing this, Director Gu swiftly turned her face away, her voice cold. No, I do not know anyone from the Lu family. Zhi Ling deduced the implication slowly. My elder brother, before his passing, attended a vocational school for motorcycle modification for half a year. Director Gu, you lived near that school during that time, did you not? At this, Director Gu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, a reflexive response escaping her lips. I do not know Lu Jingchang. The moment the words left her mouth, her breath caught. If she truly did not know him, how could she possibly know his name? Zhi Ling regarded the turmoil within her eyes, pressing her lips together in silence, choosing to sit quietly beside her. Director Gu, appearing unable to withstand the tension, gradually slid down the tree, collapsing onto a bed of flowers. She seemed utterly drained. After a long pause, she asked indifferently, with so many directors, both domestic and international, why do you specifically seek me? The style of the television series I wish to produce can only be realized by you. It is not the type you typically direct, but rather the dark aesthetic akin to your graduation project, Zhi Ling explained. Director Gu stared at her in astonishment, once more understanding her surprise. Zhi Ling continued, in those days, my brother would drag me along to watch a graduation film made by university students. We watched it countless times, to the point where I could recite the opening and closing credits by heart, hence, I have always remembered you. When the decision to produce a television series arose, her immediate thought was to adopt that very style. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, yet director Gu's demeanor today triggered numerous unspoken associations. Her brother's incessant viewings of that film likely stemmed not from an appreciation of its plot, but rather. Director Gu's expression stiffened as she gazed at Zhi Ling, her eyes betraying an involuntary glimmer of red. Zhi Ling rose from the stone and extended her hand toward her. Director Gu, I genuinely harbor sincere intentions. I hope you will consider this earnestly. In response, Director Gu stood as well, neither taking her hand nor providing a definitive answer, merely stating enigmatically, if he were to know that you were living this way now, even sleeping in a box, he would be horrified. Zhi Ling felt a jolt in her heart, offering a faint smile. I am doing quite well at present. Well. Director Gu replied with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, even if you were to earn a penny on your own, it would still be deemed a poor existence. Zhi Ling retracted her hand, her gaze dimming. Indeed, given her brother's adoration for her, how could he have allowed her to fend for herself and earn a living? As the four exited the forest, Zhi Ling did not forget the most crucial matter, insisting on obtaining a means of contact from Director Gu. This would facilitate further persuasion in the future. Just as they emerged from the woods, a gunshot rang out in the distance, causing the birds above to take flight in a chaotic flurry. How could there be gunfire at a wedding? Zhi Ling and Director Gu exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. The two bodyguards promptly drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings with caution. In the distance, a group of people were searching frantically, glancing around anxiously. Suddenly, a beam of light shone toward them, and someone rushed forward excitedly. Instinctively, Zhi Ling reached out to shield Director Gu behind her, only to brush against her hand as Director Gu attempted to do the same. They exchanged a silent look. Excuse me, are you Miss Zhi Ling? The butler from the Ji family hurried over, scrutinizing Zhi Ling with palpable urgency. Yes, what is it? Zhi Ling inquired, puzzled. Upon her acknowledgement, the butler exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Miss Lu, you are unharmed. Quickly, you must see, lives are at stake. Zhi Ling was taken aback. The butler hastily guided them forward, revealing a wedding venue transformed into a nightmarish scene, devoid of romantic music, with fountains no longer flowing. From afar, the forest and the castle appeared shrouded in darkness, save for a central light that cast a hazy glow over the varied expressions of the crowd. The pristine white pillars lay in disarray, and white roses were scattered, wilting everywhere. Several pools had turned a deep crimson, resembling blood. Beneath a towering lamppost, several individuals dangled, their faces twisted in terror as they struggled, cursing, Bo Wang, may you meet a terrible fate. Bo Wang, you murderer, why do you live while so many have perished? If you have the guts, kill us all. Bo Wang. You are a heartless beast, the Gong family will not let this go. Do you truly believe that there are no consequences in this world? You will face retribution, you will face retribution. Beneath the lamppost stood several figures clad in hooded garments and white masks, each wielding a long whip, their presence menacing. Listening to the curses, they simultaneously cracked their whips, unleashing a chorus of anguished screams. This was no wedding, it was a hellish purgatory. The living dead. Was it Bo Wang? Had he arrived? Chapter 97. Madness. He had no intention of concluding things amicably today. Zhi Ling walked down the white corridor, where she observed the Ji and Hua families huddled together. Ji Manshur was still adorned in her exquisite wedding gown, yet the joy typically associated with a wedding was conspicuously absent from everyone's faces, replaced instead by a heavy solemnity. What has happened, Manshur? Gu Na inquired as she approached her friend. Upon seeing her, Ji Manshur, overwhelmed with grievance, nearly shed tears and embraced her, exclaiming, Nanai. Without pausing, Zhi Ling pressed on, suddenly catching sight of the central pool, where Gong Zihua was being forcefully submerged into the crimson water by a lifeless figure. Gong Zihua struggled in agony, her lavish attire drenched, resembling a figure stained in blood. The assailant lifted her head after some time, his voice cold and sinister. Speak, where is Miss Lu that you have taken her? Gong Zihua appeared as though her soul had fled, her expression one of sheer terror and stupor, trembling uncontrollably as she shook her head vehemently. I did not take her, I truly did not. I do not know where she is. Upon hearing this, the assailant turned his gaze towards the edge of the pool and shouted, If you refuse to speak, we will hang another. With that, another individual was hoisted up to the lamppost amidst agonizing screams. It was then that Zhi Ling realized that all those suspended were members of the Gong family who had come to attend the wedding. Gong Zihua watched in horror as her relatives were lifted like grotesque lanterns, covering her face and screaming, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had merely wanted to prevent Zhi Ling from finding Gu Na. Initially, she had someone divert Zhi Ling, but Zhi Ling had noticed in time. Later, seeing that Zhi Ling was protected by bodyguards, she had arranged for Gu Na to be knocked unconscious and taken away. That was all she had done. She had not even touched Zhi Ling. Unexpectedly, Bo Wang had stormed in with his men, and upon learning that she had led Zhi Ling away, he began targeting the Gong family. She truly had no idea where Zhi Ling was now. Why could they not let her be? The lifeless figure once more seized her hair, pressing her down into the water, coldly stating, Miss Gong would do well to think carefully. It's cold above, and we won't want your family to freeze. I sob. Gong Zihua was submerged, nearly suffocating. Zhi Ling observed, then turned her gaze towards the exquisite pumpkin carriage that stood before the castle. Bo Wang leaned against the carriage, his head bowed as he bit into a cigarette, his sharply defined features betraying no emotion. The lighter in his hand spun around before igniting a flame in the darkness. He lit the cigarette, and the hem of his black trench coat billowed in the wind, exuding an air of ruthless severity. Among the guests attending the wedding were Ding Yujun and Bo Qinglin, with the elegantly dressed Xia Meiqing sitting beside them, gently massaging the temples of the worry-stricken Ding Yujun, her beautiful eyes fixed on the Gong family members dangling from the lamppost, her brows furrowed tightly. Bo Wang was truly devoid of humanity. When he grew reckless, no one could persuade him otherwise. The Gong family was not without reputation. They could not simply be hung or beaten at whim, and he had summoned his own group of lifeless figures. Zhi Ling stood nearby, smoking several cigarettes, his complexion pale, devoid of color. After a long while, he exhaled smoke, crushed the butt underfoot, and looked up at Bo Wang's stern profile. Bro Wang, why not let me handle this? This situation had escalated. Today was his sister's wedding, and among the guests were prominent figures. If a life were lost, he could not bear to contemplate the repercussions. It was merely a woman, and a married one at that, with child. Was it truly necessary? Bo Wang slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at him, his voice as cold as ice. You wish to join her in the water? No rush, I will deal with them one by one. He had no intention of concluding matters amicably today. After speaking, he took another drag of his cigarette, stepped forward to the pool's edge, and drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Gong Zihua. Many guests gasped, covering their faces in fear. When Gong Zihua, just pulled from the water, caught sight of the gun's muzzle, her pupils dilated in sheer terror, and she fainted, collapsing against the lifeless figure. Bo Wang smirked as he drew on his cigarette, a reckless grin on his face, unapologetically flipping the safety off and pulling the trigger. Bo Wang. A clear voice rang out against the night wind. Bo Wang's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Zhi Ling was taken aback by his gaze and approached him, forcing a calm demeanor as she asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Bo Wang's gaze traversed her fair visage, lingering down her elegant gown, which was stained with a bit of mud, yet otherwise intact. His throat tightened, and he carelessly expelled the smoke from his mouth, nonchalantly replying, "Nothing, just thought you were dead and was planning to avenge you." Zhi Ling's heart jolted at his words, leaving her at a loss for what to say. Be good. Upon seeing Zhi Ling, Ding Yujun stood up, rushing towards her in excitement, touching her face. You're fine, right? Are you hurt? Where have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. Zhi Ling looked on in astonishment. What was happening? Even the matriarch of the Bo family was so concerned about Zhi Ling? Was it merely over some tea purchased at a tea house? I'm fine, Zhi Ling responded, pulling out her phone from her handbag. A flurry of missed call notifications appeared, and she frowned. Director Gu was tied up in the woods. I went to help, but perhaps there was no signal. She truly had not heard any calls coming through. It's good that you're fine. I knew you were lucky. Just try to stay safe. He really didn't need to escalate this. Ding Yujun furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Bo Wang, who had finally managed to lead Zhi Ling down the right path, only for this chaos to erupt. Bo Wang appeared indifferent. Such a grand spectacle had unfolded solely because of her. Zhi Ling felt a tumult of emotions rising within her. She grasped Ding Yujun's hand, gazing at Bo Wang, pondering how the Bo, Ji, and Gong families would navigate this catastrophe. Bo Zhang would undoubtedly be furious. After a moment's thought, she approached Bo Wang, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, I'm fine. Bo Wang lowered his gaze to her delicate fingers, his thin lips pressing together, the taste of tobacco still lingering. Did you come looking for me right after waking up? Have you eaten? She asked softly, concerned. No, Bo Wang allowed her to pull at his sleeve, lowering the hand that held the gun. Then shall we return for dinner? Zhi Ling suggested. At her words, Bo Wang raised his eyes to meet hers. There was no fury at the Gong family in her gaze, no horror akin to that of onlookers regarding a monster, nor the sorrowful expression worn by Ding Yujun. In her eyes, there was only him, with her sole concern being whether he had eaten. Zhi Ling tugged at his sleeve again. Not eating will be bad for your health. He replied in a low, deep tone. Zhi Ling stood by, dumbfounded. The moment Zhi Ling appeared, all of Bo Wang's hostility dissipated. She was clearly no ordinary woman. Bo Wang turned his gaze towards his subordinates nearby. A group of masked figures, upon witnessing this, lowered their weapons and whips, releasing the Gong family members as they slowly retreated. Chapter 98. As the white veil cascaded over her head, he stared intently. You shall not leave, none of you are permitted to depart. I will sue you, and you will languish in prison for eternity. The members of the Gong family, once released, hurriedly sought to obstruct the undead. A group swiftly formed a line, turning to face the Gong family, their white masks exuding a chilling aura under the moonlight, their hollow eyes betraying no emotion. Is the Gong family truly intent on provoking us? The undead drew their weapons, standing resolute against the Gong family. At these words, the expressions of the Gong family stiffened. Who had not heard of the undead, they were akin to ants in the darkness, seemingly insignificant, yet when they sought your life, there was nowhere to hide, leaving you to await a fate of utter annihilation. No family, no matter how grand, dared to provoke such deranged beings lightly. Yet, if this matter were to be dismissed, how could the Gong family maintain their standing in Jiangbei? The undead, seeing no further resistance from the Gong family, sheathed their weapons. They lowered their hats respectfully towards Bo Wang before turning to depart, vanishing from sight as if they had never been there. Xia Meiqing watched, unable to suppress her murmurs, and they say the undead are not Bo Wang's subordinates. I have already told you, those donning white masks are undoubtedly the undead. They are merely aides summoned by Bo Wang. Do not speak nonsense. Ding Yujun shot a cold glance at Xia Meiqing. Xia Meiqing fell silent. The Gong family huddled together in disarray, casting angry, resentful glances in their direction. We should leave. Bo Wang, disinterested in lingering any longer, took hold of Lu Zhiling's hand and began to walk away. Wait a moment. She pulled her hand away. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bo Wang's dark eyes, and his expression darkened once more. Lu Zhiling approached Ding Yujun, whispering something in her ear. Alright, I know how to handle this, Ding Yujun responded with satisfaction, glancing at her. Good child, you always think so thoroughly. Lu Zhiling turned and swiftly returned to Bo Wang's side, naturally placing her hand back in his palm. Only then did Bo Wang's demeanor soften, leading her away. You cannot leave, no one is allowed to depart today. The matriarch of the Gong family, supported by others, emerged and gazed at Ding Yujun and the approaching members of the Ji family, raising her aged voice, Madam Bo, Madam Ji, shouldn't you provide an explanation to the Gong family? We came to celebrate the marriage of Miss Ji, only to end up in such a scene. I understand that the Bo family wields immense power, dominating in K country. Does that mean you deny us a chance to survive? Where exactly did the Gong family offend young Master Bo? The Ji family members appeared somewhat awkward. As the hosts, they could not simply stand by while Bo Wang acted with such severity. It was indeed inexcusable. They had initially intended to intervene, but Ji Jing had forcibly stopped them. Although Ji Jing often appeared careless and unreliable, he was astute enough to discern the gravity of Bo Wang's resolve today. Any attempt to persuade would lead to dire consequences. Better to offend 10 members of the Gong family than to provoke even one Bo Wang. Step aside. Bo Wang spoke in a low voice, tightening his grip on Lu Zhiling's hand. Oh dear, my head hurts. At my age, to be bullied to such an extent, the Gong matriarch clutched her head, groaning in agony, her body swaying as if about to collapse. Bo Wang regarded her like a mere piece of desiccated grass, his thin lips curling with wicked intent. If you dare to fall, I shall tread over you. The Gong matriarch froze. The Gong family members stood in shock, scarcely daring to move. Some even tugged at the matriarch, urging her to silence, for they knew Bo Wang was capable of anything, but having endured such indignity for so long, the matriarch could not bear it. Disregarding all caution, she stood defiantly before Bo Wang, trembling as she shouted, Come then, step over this old bone of mine, let the whole nation know that you, young and vigorous, bully an elderly woman, and let everyone see your lack of upbringing. Before she could finish her sentence, Bo Wang swiftly seized the whip coiled around a nearby lamppost, unceremoniously wrapping it around her neck. Amidst a chorus of screams, he tightened the whip in his grip, enunciating each word with chilling clarity, Then I shall escort the matriarch of the Gong family on her final journey. The Gong matriarch stood paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling, unable to maintain her balance as she began to descend. Lu Zhiling rushed forward to support her, her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at Bo Wang, shaking her head. The elderly woman could not be harmed, public opinion could be deadly. Bo Wang's gaze was filled with malice, his slender fingers gripping the whip tightly. Matriarch Gong, you might inquire with your dear granddaughter about the events that led to today. Rather than blaming others for their upbringing, it would be wiser to reflect upon yourself. Lu Zhiling spoke coldly, aware that Bo Wang would not target the Gong family without cause. Her being led away was likely connected to Gong Zihua. If Gong Zihua were behind this, then the kidnapping of Gu Na could be inferred as well. Having said this, she extended her hand to retrieve the whip from Bo Wang's grasp. Bo Wang shot her a sidelong glance, his gaze so profound it instilled fear. Lu Zhiling felt a tremor of apprehension within, yet she steadied herself against his piercing stare, silently imploring him. His clenched hand gradually loosened. He had taken her words to heart. Her taut nerves began to relax as she slowly drew the whip from his hand, casting it to the ground, returning the dazed matriarch to her family. The Gong family members were now too intimidated to make a sound. Shall we depart? Lu Zhiling inquired, looking up at him. Bo Wang remained silent, taking her hand as they wove through the members of the Gong family. The onlookers beheld the couple as they walked away from the ceremonial path in the center of the pool with an air of undeniable authority. The water was a vivid red, rose petals floating on its surface. Bang! A sudden, thunderous sound erupted, illuminating the night sky. Lu Zhiling turned to see a magnificent display of fireworks igniting above the castle, cascading like rain, breathtakingly beautiful. Jimansi looked up, tears nearly spilling down her cheeks. This moment was supposed to be the most romantic of her wedding, with the mechanisms and fireworks timed perfectly, yet it had unfolded into such chaos. The castle was aglow with enchanting lights. Each window reflected the intimate silhouettes of a newlywed couple, capturing their journey from meeting to acquaintance, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, a white veil drifted down from above, accompanied by the romantic music of the wedding. Lu Zhiling realized she was poorly positioned and attempted to step away, but her hand was firmly grasped by Bo Wang. Confused, she lifted her gaze to him. The veil floated down, brushing before them, enveloping her entirely, the delicate fabric gracing her head and gliding across her arms, obscuring her visage. Bo Wang remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon her, the depths of his eyes unfathomably dark. As the fireworks flared and faded, the sharp contours of his face danced between light and shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhiling instinctively reached to tear the veil away. Chapter 99. Never been kissed like this. She handed the white veil to a nearby servant of the Ji family, saying, Please convey my apologies to Miss Ji. The embarrassment was overwhelming. What kind of situation was this? The Ji family's servant accepted the veil, nodding stiffly. Lu Zhiling met Bo Wang's gaze. Shall we go? Bo Wang averted his eyes, taking her hand as they departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fireworks continued to burst in the night sky. The guests stood amidst the disarray of the wedding venue, their spirits dampened, no longer able to appreciate the spectacle. The members of the Gong family exchanged glances, and ultimately, Gong matriarch's son decided it was best to leave. Rather than engage in a protracted dispute with a top-tier conglomerate, it would be wiser to exit with a semblance of humility. After all, come tomorrow, many would know just how audacious the Bo family had been. Wait a moment. Ding Yujun called out, supporting Xia Meiqing as she slowly stepped forward. There must be an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, it will appear as if my grandson is ruthless and domineering. The guests fell silent. Wasn't her grandson indeed ruthless? Wasn't he domineering? What did she mean by appear? It was the plain truth. Today is the wedding of Miss Ji, the second daughter of the Ji family. Zhi Ling is my grandson's secretary. She came to extend congratulations on behalf of Bo Wang but stumbled upon Director Gu Na being knocked unconscious and dragged away. In her panic, she sought help from Bo Wang, but by the time he arrived, both were gone, Ding Yujun stated coldly. Though Bo Wang's methods may have been somewhat extreme, he acted with the intent to save. These were the very words Zhi Ling had just whispered in her ear. Is this how you define acting heroically? The Gong family, having suffered immense humiliation today, were incensed at being portrayed in such a light. Madam Bo, are you trying to shift the blame onto the Gong family for your grandson's actions? Is that not exceedingly unreasonable? The Ji family turned their attention to Gu Na. Ji Manshur, upon closer inspection, noticed injuries on Gu Na's wrist and dirt on her clothes, prompting immediate concern. How did you get hurt? It's my fault. I should have looked after you. You are the bride. It is only natural that you couldn't attend to me, Gu Na reassured her friend before stepping forward. I wish to express my gratitude to Secretary Liu. She saved me. I was indeed attacked, but I am unsure of the assailant's identity. Not at all ambiguous, Ding Yujun glanced aside. The person who had been apprehended was dragged out, battered and bruised. Ding Yujun cast a cold glance at him. The one who assaulted you is him. If my eyesight serves me well, he is a bodyguard of the Gong family. The Gong family fell utterly silent. It was Gong Zihua's bodyguard. They turned to the slowly awakening Gong Zihua, wishing they could shake her awake. What foolishness had she engaged in? Their family had only recently mended ties with the Ji family. What was she thinking? Gong Zihua lowered her head, wishing she could faint again. I would like to inquire of the Gong family. Ding Yujun's tone grew increasingly sharp, exuding authority. My eldest grandson was about to collaborate with Director Gu from T country, yet he is assaulted at the Ji family's wedding. What is the Gong family's intention? Do they wish to meddle in our Bo family's affairs? Ji family matriarch Ji when you seized the opportunity to stand, glaring at her aging rival, Gong matriarch. I too wish to question the Gong family. Previously, your Gong miss defamed my family's auction house, and out of respect for our family's ties, I chose to overlook it. Yet today, under the pretense of congratulations, you assaulted a guest of the Ji family and disrupted my granddaughter's wedding. Just how much disdain does the Gong family hold for the Ji family? The two old friends coordinated seamlessly. The guests, pondering the implications, realized that, strictly speaking, the Gong family had instigated this debacle. What business did they have stirring trouble at another's wedding? The Gong family was rendered speechless, each member standing in the glaring spotlight, wishing they could vanish. A Gong Fu, filled with a mix of shame and anger, raised his hand and slapped Gong Zihua across the face, even contemplating pushing her back into the pool. Gong Zihua hunched her shoulders, covering her face and silently sobbing, too frightened to make a sound. Ji Jing, witnessing the scene, exhaled in relief. Standing next to Ji Manshur, he remarked, after tonight, the Gong family will become the laughingstock of Jiangbei. It's a pity about your wedding. I'll arrange for another celebration for you. Ji Manshur held the white veil handed to her by a servant, giving it a gentle squeeze before looking up at the sky full of fireworks. I cannot say whether the Gong family will become a laughingstock. But after tonight, the entire Jiangbei will know that a woman named Zhi Ling is not to be trifled with. If only people could see, Bo Wang had nearly obliterated the Gong family. Hearing this, Gu Na looked over, her eyes thoughtful. Zhi Ling and Bo Wang, not upon returning to Dijiang court, Zhi Ling received a voice message from Ding Yujun, stating that the matter had been resolved. You should have seen their faces. The Gong family looked positively greened. I firmly held the moral high ground. Even if it reached Zheng Rong, he couldn't retaliate. Thus, securing the SG consortium's matters was indeed a certainty. Zhi Ling breathed a sigh of relief, glad it hadn't escalated. As she entered, she found Bo Wang already seated at the dining table, having undone 2 buttons of his shirt, his expression inscrutable. Zhi Ling sensed an unusual air about him tonight but refrained from asking questions. After washing her hands, she approached the table to clear away the remnants of the earlier meal, then retrieved the food she had purchased on the way home, rearranging it on the plates. Bo Wang watched her intently, his gaze tracking her movements. Zhi Ling served him a bowl of rice, suggesting, wash your hands and let us eat? Come here, he beckoned. Zhi Ling walked around the table towards him. Bo Wang seized her wrist and pulled her onto his lap, his large hand pressing her head down towards him. Caught off guard, she leaned in and unexpectedly brushed her lips against his cool ones. Bo Wang parted his lips, capturing hers and deepening the kiss. He kissed with fervor, seeking to claim more of her, his long fingers tangled in her hair, and his tongue coaxed her lips apart. Seated sideways on his lap, Zhi Ling's hands climbed to his shoulders as she attempted to create distance. Bo Wang's gaze bore into hers, and as she made her move, a flicker of ominous intensity crossed his eyes, startling her. Moments later, she wrapped her arms around his neck, feigning that her intent had always been to embrace him. She lowered her trembling lashes, compliantly yielding to the kiss. In the quiet of the house, their mingled breaths were starkly evident, charged with an undercurrent of desire. His gaze was laden with unspoken intentions. Zhi Ling, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt her body tremble slightly. Bo Wang, holding her close, suddenly chuckled, lifting a hand to press against the soft curve of her lips. Is this not enough? I've never been kissed like this, she confessed honestly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This is merely the beginning. Bo Wang's warm fingertip trailed along the curve of her mouth, gliding down her slender neck, lingering on her delicate collarbone. Chapter 100 What you desire is yours. Lu Zhiying endeavored to steady herself, yet her body felt utterly limp. She placed her hands upon his shoulders to support herself, gazing into the depths of his eyes to shift the conversation. Thank you for today. Bo Wan leaned in closer, pressing his lips to her collarbone, his voice laced with a seductive timbre that was utterly captivating. Thank you for coming to find me, and for everything you have done for me. She managed to muster a faint smile, adding, and I apologize for not realizing my phone had no signal, causing you concern. Bo Wang listened in silence, saying nothing, yet his fingertips lingered on her collarbone, his gaze profoundly intense. Lu Xiying felt an unease as she beheld the striking figure before her, yet she dared not move, maintaining their intimate embrace. What was your wedding dress like that day? Bo Wang's dark eyes remained fixed on her, his voice low and husky, suppressing an unnameable emotion. The wedding dress? Lu Xiying hesitated for a moment before responding. Are you referring to the wedding day? It was supposedly a gown from a luxury brand, taken directly from the runway. I heard it was quite expensive. Being a custom piece tailored for a model's figure, it did not fit her perfectly, and after changing out of it, she had not seen the dress again. Perhaps it was returned to the runway or disposed of. Bo Wan lifted his gaze to her and remarked, I was not there that day. I know you didn't want to marry me. Lu Xiying laughed softly, her eyes warm and breezy, showing no sign of distress. Bo Wang's eyes darkened. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, like a savior, prompting Lu Xiying to rise from his lap. I need to take this call, please eat first. She swiftly picked up her phone and exited the awkward atmosphere of the dining table, heading toward the terrace. It was a call from Gu Lu Xiying's heart raced as she answered, her voice polite and cheerful. Director Gu, I apologize for leaving in such haste today without informing you. The night breeze at that height was refreshing, the world enveloped in silence. Leaning against the edge of the terrace, she gazed out at the tranquil river illuminated by countless lights. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in an embrace. Bo Wang stood behind her, his hands on either side, completely surrounding her. Lu Xiying froze, turning her face slightly. Bo Wang did not look at her but instead gazed outward, his expression casual yet languid, his handsome features striking against the dark backdrop. Was he not going to eat? Why had he followed her? As she pondered this, Guna's efficient yet indifferent voice sounded in her ear. Lu Secretary, I am taking a flight back to Tea Country tomorrow morning. This call is to inform you. Please seek someone more capable. Guna's call was not an agreement but a rejection, which took Lu Xiying by surprise. She had assumed that after their ordeal in the forest, Guna would harbor some goodwill toward her. Lu Xiying furrowed her brow and replied gently, Director Gu, could you not be so hasty? I understand today's events may have caused you some concern, but I assure you, Mr. Bo will ensure your safety. Guna seemed resolute in her decision, responding firmly, it is not due to the incident today, I simply do not wish to remain in the country for even a moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiying began to grasp the underlying reasons, asking, is it because of my brother? Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Only the faint sound of breath remained. Bo Wang, standing behind her, reached into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, and lowered his head to bite one. Click, the lighter's wheel turned. A blue flame flickered in the wind. He lowered his head to light the cigarette, drawing it close to her ear, the wind tousling her long hair and obscuring his vision. He gently swept her unruly hair back, his fingertips grazing her neck with a slight roughness, eliciting a subtle, tingling sensation that resonated through her very being. Lu Xiying instinctively shrank back, and Bo Wang's hand retreated as he exhaled a plume of smoke. The mist danced in the wind, taking on peculiar shapes. She lowered her gaze, catching sight of his hand resting on the glass railing, his long fingers slightly bent, the distinct knuckles highlighted, the cigarette nestled between his index and middle fingers burning in the wind, the glowing ember a vivid crimson amidst the swirling smoke, exuding an irresistible allure. The phone remained silent, yet it felt as if it had spoken volumes. Had it been for other reasons, she would have insisted Guna stay, but given her family, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiying broke the silence. I understand now, Director Gu, I wish you a safe journey. The other side remained silent for quite some time before Guna finally spoke. Yes, Lu Secretary, I wish you. A long pause ensued. Guna's voice held a hint of bitterness. I wish you to enjoy all the love in the world. With that, Guna ended the call. It was an oddly peculiar blessing. Lu Xiying held her phone, a touch of melancholy washing over her. She was unaware of the past between Guna and her brother, but it was evident that some memories were best left untouched by Guna. What is the matter? Unable to speak. Bo Wang enveloped her, biting down on the cigarette, his voice low and resonant. She replied softly, leaning against him as she gazed at the distant river. After a while, she turned to the man before her, smiling as she said, it's fine, good things take time, I'll find a good director and a good screenwriter, we won T-lose. Yet again, the same words. Bo Wang lowered his gaze to her brown eyes, which brimmed with warmth and softness. He pressed his lips together, feeling parched. The sound of a ship's horn echoed across the river under the night sky, drifting in from afar. After a long pause, he said, what you desire is yours. Whether it be a person or an object, it is all the same. Lu Secretary, this is Guna, I have changed my mind, I am now at the return date building. The next morning, the sun shone particularly brightly as Lu Xiying received a text from Guna early on and hurried to the tea house. The tea house stood quietly in the suburbs. Upon entering, Lu Xiying spotted Guna seated with a black cloth covering her eyes, holding a plane ticket in her hand, her expression icy and silent. This did not appear to be a message Guna sent of her own volition. Zhang Fuxing stood nearby, somewhat bewildered, and shrugged at her. A car just pulled up at the door and dropped Director Gu off. All right. Lu Xiying approached and removed the black cloth from Guna's eyes, their gazes locking. An awkward silence ensued. Ji Yuna's gaze was frosty. Lu Xiying chuckled awkwardly. If I said I had no intention of kidnapping you for a drama, would you believe me? Will you also vouch for Mr. Bo behind you? Guna asked coldly. Having been brought here directly after arriving at the airport, she could easily deduce who had orchestrated this. Lu Xiying, feeling helpless, inquired, Are you hurt? Did they threaten you? No, they merely prevented me from entering the airport. I requested the blindfold out of fear of aggravating their hostility. She had been uncertain about the situation and chose to comply, believing that seeing less would equate to greater safety. However, I can still report this. Lu Xiying felt compelled to defend Bo Wan. Perhaps someone is deliberately framing Mr. Bo. Guna's skepticism was palpable, as she regarded Lu Xiying with a piercing gaze. In all of Jiangbei, you are the only one who believes he is an innocent good man, aren't you?